Tang Yu crosses into the world of urban coolness and becomes a rich second-generation godly villain who gets rewarded for every storyline he survives. He decided to be a gooby-go until the grand finale. The opening first withdraws from the marriage to avoid being killed by the Dragon King. I didn't realize that everyone was playing him and had to give him hate. Chapter 1, Withdrawal from Marriage. Right? Hurry up. Su Hang, the Tang family. Today was the birthday party of the Tang family's old man, and all the famous families of the entire Suzhou Hangzhou had come. A handsome young man with sword brows and starry eyes suddenly trembled, and a sentence popped out of his mouth. After quickly adapting to the memories in his mind, Tang Yu broke down a bit. He is a heavy internet literature lover, and has read not 1,000 but 800 urban cool articles. As a result, I suddenly got a villain system some time ago. This dog system has him going to cool texts as a villain and getting rewarded for every big storyline he survives. You can also return to the original world with rewards and riches if you survive to the grand finale. And then hell of an opening every time. For example, in the 8th round of book Wang, he's the security guard who blocks the protagonist from entering the company in the opening. Security guards and bodyguards are known to be high-risk professions in urban cool. His downfall was to be punched out by the male lead, Long Shui, and crashed through the glass to dogpile on the spot. The last round was even more outrageous, and the main character of that book was Bei Xin Tianzun. A generation of Heavenly Father failed to cross the threshold and was reborn back to the city to cultivate a fierce man who can resist missiles with one hand. He was slapped to death as the villain without even having a chance to open his mouth. The master leads the door. The gun shoots to see the individual. Talking about this dog system. Which book is this? Tang Yu shouted in his heart. This is the War God Dragon King's playful tour of the flower capital, and it's now the 57th chapter. The system's cold voice rang out. After being prompted by the system, Tang Yu quickly remembered the plot of the book. This is also a common set of cool text. The protagonist is called Yi Chen. He was from a large family in Yanjing, and his family was tragically wiped out when he was 5 years old. After being taken abroad by an old man, he was trained to be the best assassin. He also single-handedly created the world's #1 mercenary organization called Dragon Soul, nicknamed the Dragon King. In addition, his medical skills, these are the world's first class. What gambling stone treasure identification at your fingertips. This time, he returned to China incognito in order to investigate the extermination tragedy of that year. Incidentally, picking up dozens of beautiful women to start a harem, and ultimately going to the peak of life. As for Tang Yu's identity, he was the youngest master of the Tang family, which was the top of the 4 major families in Suzhou and Hangzhou, with assets already amounting to trillions of dollars. Wearing the body of such a character was supposed to be a blast, but a villain with a noble identity is just a stepping stone for the protagonist. 57 chapters of the plot. I'm going to die again? Tang Yu blanched after recalling the plot of the book. According to the plot of this book, today is his grandfather's birthday party. At this birthday banquet, he would get engaged to the first female lead, Su Muyue. The Su family was also one of the 4 great families of Su Hang, but it was ranked last, and Tang Yu is Su Muyue's filial licking dog. Not hesitate to use all kinds of family resources to help each other. The pursuit of the whole 3 years did not change Su Muyue to look at him squarely. After the elders of the Tang family couldn't stand to watch, they decided to marry the Su family to put the two together. When Yi Chen, who is the Dragon King, found out about this, he took Su Muyue away in a big fight at the birthday party, and Tang Yu, the licking dog, was kicked into a vegetative state by Yi Chen, and would die before long. Toxic, I guess. After recalling the plot, Tang Yu couldn't help but curse in his heart. This villain's setup is just retarded. A Yale-educated senior, good-looking and worth $1 trillion would be a lickspittle for a woman who flips her off every day for 3 years? In the case of a multi-millionaire, he would have driven a Cadillac to the clubhouse. No, something has to be done. Tang Yu's gaze swept around the hall. Today was Grandpa's birthday party, and quite a few guests were here. Soon, his eyes locked on the face of a young man. This man was none other than Yi Chen, who sat low in the corner holding a glass of red wine. His current identity was Su Muyue's bodyguard. Enter the bodyguard. Who understands this routine? I'm not engaged, okay? Tang Yu had just muttered in her mind when a pretty girl in a blue dress walked over. The girl's temperament was overwhelmingly beautiful, but her eyes were as cold as a knife. She looked at Tang Yu with a hint of disgust in her eyes, and it was none other than the first female lead, Su Muyue. Walking up to Tang Yu, Su Muyue blandly said, "Young Tang, please don't pester me. Lift the marriage alliance. I won't agree to it." Tang Yu had already sorted out her head, and when she heard this, she was begging for it. nodding her head. I agree. Perhaps because Tang Yu had agreed too quickly. Su Muyue was a bit unresponsive. She stared at Tang Yu with wide eyes, a bit not quite daring to believe her ears. Had she heard wrong? At the same time, a frantic spitting voice came to her ears. It must not be a marriage. I thank your ancestors for 18 generations, and allow me to repay your great lack of virtue in the next life. Hurry up and elope with your Yi Chen. Die laughing. He needs you in his harem. Upon hearing the voice, she frowned and looked around. Who's talking? The voice she heard seemed to be similar to Tang Yu's, but this guy didn't open his mouth either? Did he hear wrong? What? Isn't it about breaking the union? Come on, let's go together and talk to the elders. Tang Yu urged with a bashful smile. As long as there was no marriage, Yi Chen would always have no reason to make things difficult for himself, right? Such a son of good fortune. As a villain himself, all he can do is not to provoke him, and then be a rich and handsome and happy until the grand finale. Cool. Okay. Su Muyue nodded her head and agreed, following Tang Yu as they left together, ready to go talk to the elders. Tang Yu, who was walking in front, had a calm face, but was happy in his heart. Comfortable. Hurry to break the relationship with this stupid woman, so that Yi Chen cannot find me trouble. Master must live until the novel's grand finale. Is a pity. Hall Su hang the first beauty. When Yi Chen harem also even dragged the Su family home broken. Not worthy of the brainwashed cool article. When the spitting sounds again, Su Muyue could be certain that this was definitely Tang Yu's voice, because it was just the two of them in the hallway now. Known as the first beauty of Suzhou Hangzhou, she relied not only on her looks, but also on her superior intelligence and talent. After quickly comprehending all of this, a grimace flashed across her face. Yi Chen? This is the bodyguard she recruited some time ago. At the time, she was being pestered by some hoodlums and the other man stepped in to save her. She saw that Yi Chen was a good fighter and kept him as a bodyguard in the Su family to repay her favor. After Yi Chen became a bodyguard, he helped her with a lot of things, and the two became friends with a good relationship. But what's the point of being a harem? You're going to be a harem for a little bodyguard, and you're dragging the family down with you? In this instant, she resisted Yi Chen. How could she, the proud daughter of heaven, give a small bodyguard a harem? Chapter 2, Why don't you follow the rules? Soon, the two walked to a study. In the study at this moment, the elders of the Tang and Su families were sitting together to talk about the marriage union. The two came in and greeted their elders first. Tang Yu, you're just in time. There's something I need to tell you guys. Just now I talked to your uncle Su and the others. I think you and Muyue are still a good match. I plan to finalize your marriage. What do you think? A country-faced middle-aged man looked at Tang Yu and shouted. It was Tang Yu's old man, Tang Gangchang. I don't think so. Tang Yu decisively refused. The people in the room had odd faces. Inappropriate? Who doesn't know that you've been chasing her for 3 years? Tang Yu gave a dry cough and cleared his throat. Elders, there's a saying that a strongly twisted melon is not sweet, and I've reflected on this recently and realized that Maketsu and I really don't have the right personality. Marriage is a lifelong affair, and the choice is better left to both of us to decide. So thank you for caring about us. After saying this, Tang Yu felt much more comfortable in her heart. Hey, no need to be beaten to death now. The elders of the Tang and Su families were dumbfounded. After the group of people looked at each other in disbelief, Su Muyue's father, Su Chongshan, suddenly opened his mouth. Little you, uncle knows what you are thinking. Did this girl Muyue force you to say that? Don't worry, uncle will arrange this for you today. Tang Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Uncle, you don't want me to be killed? No, Uncle Su, I'm really. Tang Yu was just about to explain, but Su Chongshan had already waved his hand and said, no need to say more. Uncle understands you. Then Su Chongshan looked at his daughter and said angrily, Muyue, tell me yourself, how has little you treated you these past few years? People are deeply in love with you and take care of you. You are sick and hospitalized. How long you stayed Xiao Yu guarded you for how long? In terms of conditions and looks, where does the other Xiao Yu lose to you? You still force him to say such things. I'm really going to be pissed off by you. Su Muyue, who had been sprayed with spit foam by her own father, was dumbfounded. What do you mean you forced him? This guy's all happy inside. Okay? What are you waiting for? Let's have a fight with your dad. Let's get this thing over with. We'll all go our separate ways, and I'll go find 10 or 8 sisters to have fun with. If you don't talk back, I'll really be in bad luck. Do you still want to elope with your Dragon King Ichen? Meanwhile, the sound of spitting resonated once again. Seeing Tang Yu still scowling at himself, Su Muyue came on fire at once. A mouthful of your Yi-chan. What does he take himself for? Why should I run away with a bodyguard? Who the hell is he? And hearing that the guy was going to get 10 or 8 sisters made her even more pissed off. You've been chasing me for 3 years and you just changed your mind? Dad. I didn't ask him to say that. I support the union. The angry Su Muyue suddenly opened her mouth. Su Chongshan, who was furious, froze at once, his face surprised. You didn't lie to me? No. Su Muyue shook her head. She blushed a little more and bit her lip. He's really nice to me and I'm impressed by his heart. But I think it's okay to start slowly with a relationship first? Of course it's okay. Eat your food one bite at a time. Take your time. Hearing this, Su Chongshan revealed a soothing smile. It turned out that it wasn't his own daughter who was against the marriage, but it was Xiao Yu, the child, who was worried about aggravating his daughter, who took the initiative to give up on the marriage union. This son-in-law, so sweet. The elders in the room also smiled, sharing the same thoughts as Su Chongshan. Tang Yu, who had been smiling just a moment ago, had a face that was worse than eating. He walked to Sumuyu and squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying and said, Makazuki, you don't have to force yourself to be like this. I understand where you're coming from. Su Muyue lightly bit her vermilion lips and whispered, but my idea is to try starting with a relationship first. Xiao Yu. This child Muyue is just a little cold in nature, not good at expressing herself. Don't think she doesn't like you. Girls have thin skin. Su Chongshan patted Tang Yu's shoulder with an amiable smile and encouraged him. Tang Yu's face twitched, while Su Muyu's ears were ringing with a large series of exasperated spitting. You're ing nuts. We agreed to withdraw from the marriage together. Who the hell wants to fall in love with you? You have to follow the plot of the book. The Dragon King's harem is where you belong. Please, come to your senses. Don't go crazy. After hearing these heartfelt words, the corners of Su Muyu's mouth rose slightly, and there was more than a hint of a smile in her eyes. Seeing the guy pissed off was kinda amusing to her. He looks a lot more interesting now than he ever did with that dog-licking face. Alright, since they see eye to eye, we don't need to worry about it. Just go out and announce this. At this time, Elder Tang suddenly opened his mouth. The crowd then laughed and left the study. Tang Yu, on the other hand, walked with Su Muyue at the end. Seeing this woman with a hint of a smile on her face made Tang Yu want to punch her with a set of military-style fists. I thought we agreed not to join forces? He whispered through clenched teeth. But I was impressed by your sincerity. The smile at the corner of Su Muyu's mouth blazed even more. It was the first time Tang Yu had ever seen her smile at herself like this, causing him to lose his concentration for a moment. Then he reached out and was about to touch Su Muyu's forehead to see if the woman's brain was fried. If you don't feel well anywhere, let's go to the hospital for a checkup. Marriage is not child's play. Think it over. Tang Yu said bitterly. Sister, if you're sick, get cured. If you don't go to the doctor, I'll have to go to the medical examiner later. It's okay, I've thought it through, and it's not like I'm still married. Su Muyu said with an old spirit. Then I don't want to. A twisted melon is not sweet. It's fine, just quench your thirst. Su Muyu laughed more and more. Seeing the bastard suffer made her beautiful inside. She looked at Tang Yu and said seriously, and you've suddenly changed your attitude so much. Is there a possibility that you're suffering from a terminal illness for fear of involving me? Tang Yu had a look of despair on her face and was already speechless. This woman. Why doesn't she follow the plot? She must be out of her mind. This is really killing her. Wait, Yi Chen will definitely come out and make a scene. It's hard to be a rich and high-flying villain. The old man is going to be gone? Doggone cool plot. Accompanied by Tang Yu's spitting voice once again, Su Muyu became more and more curious in her heart. Wait, things are really going to be the same as this guy's heart? Chapter 3, The Dragon King's Appearance. When the group returned to the hall, Elder Tang first expressed his gratitude to the guests who had come over to celebrate his birthday. Then he called Tang Yu and Su Muyue to come before him and looked at the crowd and announced, Friends and family, we have another happy event to share with you today. Our Tang family has decided to marry the Su family, and from today, Su Muyue is half of our Tang family's granddaughter-in-law. After Elder Tang's announcement, the guests who had come to the banquet immediately began to applaud. The Su family members were even happier. As for Yi Chen, who was sipping red wine in the corner, his face was instantly gloomy. With a murderous look on his face, he took large steps toward Tang Yu. Su Muyue, the woman he has his eye on. Anyone who tries to get their hands on it will die. Asterisk 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 he's coming. He's coming with a murderous spirit. Why are you still like this? Am I doomed to be beaten today? At this time, Tang Yu's spit rang out once again. When Su Muyu heard this, She glanced over and really saw Yi-chen walking over with a murderous look on his face. This caused Su Muyue to be somewhat shocked. Today, the Su family members were here to attend the banquet, so naturally they wouldn't bring bodyguards over. But Yi-chen really appeared here? It's exactly the same as what this guy said. I don't agree with this marriage. Walking to a place 3 meters away, Yi-chen coldly and angrily shouted. The eyes of the crowd gathered on him. The guests who came today were all famous nobles from Su Hang, and except for a very few people from the Su family, no one recognized who Yi-chen was. Su Chongshan did remember that this one called Yi-chen was the new bodyguard in the family. Seeing him come out to make trouble, Su Chongshan's face darkened as he stood out and drank. What are you? A small bodyguard. It's your turn to dictate the affairs of my Su family? A hint of killing intent flashed in Yi-chen's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that the person who said this was Su Muyue's father, he would have already made his move at this moment. The Dragon King himself. He's a foreigner. The princes and nobles of Europe would not dare to talk to themselves like that. He stared at the Su family crowd and pointed his finger one by one. The Su family, a prestigious family, for the sake of the family's prosperity to sacrifice a girl's happiness. Do you still have any shame? Ha 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 ha, here we go. Here we go. The classic mouthpiece begins. If you don't mind other people's business, and then you have to hit someone, and then you have to perform a hero's rescue, then it's not the Su family that's going to be the unlucky ones in the end. The main character of the article. A will be accomplished 10,000 bones withered. Anyway, everyone is your stepping stone. Sprinkle water law. Tang Yu's spitting voice sounded once again. According to the original plot, Su Muyue was forced by her family to agree to the marriage. When she was at her most desperate, Dragon King Yi-chen stepped in and took her away. After Yi-chen broke the shackles within her heart, he also became her only reliance. She then fell in love with Yi-chen as a result and became his first harem. But at this moment, Su Muyue knitted her brows slightly, not touched or surprised at all. After listening to Tang Yu's heart for half a day, her mind had completely changed. Against all odds, how dare the little bodyguard make a scene? Throw him out. Su Chongshan roared in anger. Soon, a tall man in a suit ran over. It was He Jin, the Tang family's bodyguard captain. He Jin was a retired special forces soldier, and to be able to work as a bodyguard captain in the Tang family, his hands were naturally without comment, and he was also loyal to the Tang family. According to the original plot, he was the first to strike and the first to be killed. When he was killed, it was soon Tang Yu's turn to be unlucky. Don't be impulsive. Tang Yu rushed up to stop He Jin and advised, let's have a talk. Today is my grandpa's birthday. It's not good to hurt the peace with your hands. Seeing that the eldest young master had spoken, He Jin then stopped. See, it's still young Tang who has high quality and doesn't bother with such barbarians. In my place, I would have pulled out and beaten to death and fed them to the dogs long ago. I think it's mostly because he wants to snatch a woman from Mr. Tang. How can he deserve it with that poor look of his? Tang Xiao, come up with a pair to die against him. The surrounding onlookers praised Tang Yu for his poise, not forgetting to pull and stomp on Yi-chen in the process. It's the usual formula for cool novels. First you use a passerby to increase the protagonist's anger. Then the villain jumps in and fools around for a few moments before being punched to death and pulled down. Tang Yu panicked to death when she heard those words. Why are you yelling so loud? Can't you have a better attitude? You guys get a kick out of cursing. I'm being sent to the crematorium. As expected, after hearing the words of these passers-by, Yi-chen's face instantly turned iron blue as he stared dead at Tang Yu. It was all this culprit. If it wasn't for him pestering Su Muyue, how would things have turned out like this? Asterisk 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 asterisk, what the are you staring at me for? It's not like I'm the one cursing you. I didn't even let anyone do it. What else do you want? If you want to rob someone, hurry up and do it. Don't come at me. You stinking. Tang Yu's chrysanthemums tightened as he stared at her, screaming in her heart. This guy was the Dragon King, and the entire Tang family's bodyguards combined weren't enough for him to fight alone. Really make him mad. And before long everyone can come to the Don's house and eat their own mat. Su Muyue was half listening on the sidelines and couldn't hold back a snort of laughter. Seeing Su Muyue smile, Yi-chen's face eased a few more points. He thought Su Muyue was laughing out loud because he stood up for her, so he smiled evilly at Su Muyue, the corners of his mouth pulling out an amazing arc as he walked over and said, Muyue, no one can sacrifice your freedom for profit. With me here, you can go wherever you want. Whoever stops you will die. Tang Yu on the side was silently taking 2 steps back to pull away, his mood a bit agitated. Right, quick go up. Male and female guests hold hands successfully then hurry up and go you. In the original plot, at this moment, Tang Yu had already gone up with his bodyguards to do it. Now he shouted the bodyguard down as well. As long as he let this guy take Su Muyue away, the next thing would be none of his business. Yi Chen walked over and grabbed towards Su Muyue's hand, about to lead her away from the Tang family. His hand hadn't even touched Su Muyue yet. Su Muyue had already taken 2 steps back and looked at Yi Chen with a cold face. What are you doing? Nuts. When was my freedom sacrificed? She had realized what was going on now after listening to her heart half a dozen times. The world one lives in seems to be a fictional world. According to the normal plot, one would have been taken and eloped by this guy by now. The thought of becoming this guy's harem revolted her to the core. Yi Chen's face was shocked, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. This woman! How dare she reject herself? Doesn't she understand that she is the only one willing to betray the world for her when the whole world has betrayed her? He then reacted and looked at Su Muyue and smiled. Muyue, I know what you're afraid of. Don't worry, I'm there. The district Tang family won't dare to do anything to you. When he finished speaking, he stared at Tang Yu with cold eyes. Su Muyue didn't dare to go with herself. She must have been coerced by this guy. You're just the youngest member of the Tang family? You're nothing. That's what makes it bad to just kill someone in the country itself. If it is in foreign countries, his order of 100 or so mercenaries can make the Tang family ashes in an instant. What do I care if you have a ing brain hemorrhage? I told the bodyguard not to care. And Su Muyue, you woman, is also really vicious. In order to protect him as far as acting like this, give you $1 million. Hurry up and go far away. Don't torture me, big brother. Tang Yu wanted to die at the moment. These two, they're both out of their ing minds. You're overthinking it. You're just a bodyguard for our Su family. As of today you're fired. Please leave here immediately. A touch of anger surfaced on Su Muyue's absolutely beautiful face, pointing at the gate and shouting. But this anger wasn't just directed at Yi Chen. There was also Tang Yu. How come this is still muttering that he thinks he's good with Yi Chen? The more Su Muyue said this, the sweeter Yi Chen felt in his heart. You see, she's protecting me. That's why she's singing blackface on purpose. She has me in her heart. It's worthy of being the woman that my Dragon King has his eye on. Knowledgeable and understanding. So the eyes he looked at Su Muyue had a few more moments of gentle doting. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew more evil and confident as he opened his mouth. Muyue, I won't leave you. With me by your side, you don't have to worry so much. The district Tang family is nothing. Chapter 4, Captain, don't be impulsive. I'm afraid you'll be killed. When the Tang clan's crowd heard this, they all showed their anger. Su Muyue even had goosebumps and almost didn't spit out her breakfast. The eyes are a real thing of oil on earth. For the last time, are you leaving? Su Muyue said angrily. I'm not leaving until you do. Yi Chen's attitude was resolute, saying that he refused to leave. As the Dragon King, he was extremely possessive and would never allow his woman to stay in a fire pit like the Tang family. Damn, I can't take it anymore. At this point, He Jin, the Tang family's bodyguard captain, was already unable to hold back. He clenched his fists and was just about to rush up and strike when Tang Yu once again stopped him and advised, Captain, don't be impulsive. Today is my grandfather's birthday. It's not good to die. Young master, don't worry. I won't beat him to death. He Jin assured with red eyes. I am afraid that you will be killed. This kid is an expert. Tang Yu lowered his voice. He Jin then froze and was moved. Thank you for your concern, young master. He Jin, have been favored by the Tang family for so many years. I will live as a fallen head to die and pull back. And I must not watch the Tang family continue to be humiliated. Asterisk. You are dead, pull too. This mother asterisk her killed you second rushed me ah. What's wrong with these people today? Why do they have to mess with him? Tang Yu was already in a bad way as a whole. Is it so hard to be a villain? The Su family's crowd was already furious at this moment. A small bodyguard of our own family openly making a scene. Isn't this pushing the Su family into the fire pit? Enraged to the core, Su Chongshan rushed up and fiercely pushed Yi Chen. It was just that Yi Chen stood there as immovable as a mountain, and Su Chongshan couldn't push him. The furious Su Chongshan punched Yi Chen in the face and roared, You dog, get the hell out of here. Stop pestering my daughter. I only have one son-in-law in my life, and that's Tang Yu. If you keep pestering me, my Su family will never spare you. This punch is less lethal and more insulting. A flash of thick killing intent flashed across Yi Chen's eyes. It was only for the sake of Su Chongshan being his old husband that he mumbled two words in his heart. Hold back. Not bad. The most important thing about being a Dragon King is to learn to be patient, he said with a cold face. Since I'm not welcome here, I'll just leave. When he finished speaking, He cast a resentful and incomparable look towards Tang Yu. This kid even intentionally didn't show up and let the Su family deal with him. Good calculation. It was clear that he was using the Su family to force Su Muyue to give in. The shame he received today would be doubled in the coming day for him and the Tang family to return with blood. Muyue, remember, no matter what happens in the future, as long as you have the need, I will definitely appear by your side to protect you. After setting aside a sentence, Yi Chen left in large strides. You're really crazy. It's none of my business. You're just going to mess with me, aren't you? I understand that the two of you have a strong bond, but you don't play like this. Begged you Su Muyue. Hurry up and leave with your husband, the kind that carries a high-speed train. Seeing the look in Yi Chen's eyes as he was leaving, Tang Yu jumped and cursed in his heart. Su Muyue on the side also had a belly full of fire. She'd been listening to the guy muttering about your husband for most of the day. Exasperated, she walked over to Tang Yu and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Think of it as kissing the dog. Fortunately, Tang Yu was quick on her feet and quickly blocked her face with her hand, letting Su Muyue kiss on the back of her hand this time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Your sister is so vicious? How dare you try to kiss me? Luckily, I'm a little more skillful, letting you get your hands on it. So there's still a way out today? The two were wide-eyed as guests laughed wildly at the comedic scene. Yi Chen, who was walking to the doorway, heard the cheering sound and turned around to look at it. Then his eyes were suddenly wide open. Your own woman, kissing another man? Just a kiss on the back of the hand though. The laughter of his guests was an added irritant. He clenched his fists in a death grip. But in the end, he didn't go back to his killing spree, because he knew that this must be what Su Muyue had to do in order to compromise. She was protecting herself from the Don family. After all, the identity and strength of her own Dragon King was not clear to her. But now is not the time to reveal your identity. He still needs to continue to lurk and slowly investigate the truth of the extermination back then before he can do so. Yi Chen took a deep breath and walked out of the Tang family with hatred. This Tang family, there is no need for it to exist anymore. When the banquet was over, the Su family members went to apologize to the Tang family. Tang Yu sat on the sofa thinking about life with a played-out expression on her face. Dog system, are you playing with me? Why is today's plot different from what was promised? He cursed in his mind. The Su Muyue in the original plot should have disdained him as a licking dog. But there was clearly something wrong with Su Muyue today. She had obviously raised her IQ by a large margin. To sacrifice so much to protect her Dragon King? Seeing the shocked and annoyed look in Yi Chen's eyes as he was leaving, Tang Yu knew that he definitely wouldn't let himself go. Probably because of the butterfly effect brought about by the host changing the plot. The system replied, what are you laughing at? I remember happy things. Be happy, give me the reward. Tang Yu gritted her teeth. This dog system was really getting toxic. Dropping. The host has successfully survived the first episode. Rewarded with a Lamborghini poison. It's in the garage, please check. After the system voice sounded, a car key appeared in Tang Yu's pocket. He pulled out his car keys and looked at them, and was unable to spit. I have nothing but money at home now. What's the use of giving me this? Say, is the plot falling apart now? Tang Yu inquired again. If you must ask me, all I can say is no comment. Tang Yu simply gave up communicating with this system. The damn thing, it's just coming to screw him. But being able to live through the birthday party is a way of getting through one episode for a while. He was just about to think about his next plan when Tang mother Xia Honying walked over. What are you still standing here for? Ma Kuei is leaving. Aren't you going to see her off? Let her go. Tang Yu couldn't wait for this woman to hurry up and leave. If it wasn't for her not following the plot today, she would have been able to enjoy her life in peace by now. Still angry with the Su family? They really didn't do a good job with this today. To let a little bodyguard come out to cause trouble. Don's mother frowned. Yes. It's more than rude. It's just rude. Hearing this, Tang Yu's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly grabbed Tang mother's arm to persuade her. Mom, this matter can't be let go like this. As I see it, this marriage should be cancelled. Or else where will the face of our Tang family go when it gets out? He was delighted in his mind. Not bad for a real mom. Just understanding. The Tang clan. 100 years of honor. How can we back down so easily? Mother Tang gave Tang Yu a light tap on the forehead and laughed. Your feelings for Muyue. Mom has seen it all in her eyes. Our Tang family doesn't care about this face. Your happiness is the most important thing. Makazuki is also really a nice girl. And when you guys are together, she'll definitely be able to be your wise assistant. Seeing that Tang Yu was still going to speak, Tang mother simply got up and said, Alright, don't pretend. Your little heart mom understands. Mom wishes you two happiness. And remember to visit Elder Wang and Wang's house this afternoon. After saying that, she left in large strides, leaving behind a dumbfounded Tang Yu. This day, what a sentence. It's getting more and more judgmental. Chapter 5, The Loyal Two-Fifths. Just as Tang mother left, the bodyguard Captain He Jin ran over, holding an exquisite mahogany box in his hand. He placed the mahogany box on the table respectfully. Young Tang, this is what Madam asked me to bring you, saying it's a gift for visiting Elder Wang. Okay, hard work. Tang Yu nodded. The Elder Wang that Mother Tang had just spoken of was none other than the Wang family of the four great families of Suzhou and Hangzhou. The four great families were led by the Tang family, which was the most powerful. In second place was the Wang family. Third was the Qin family, and at the bottom was the Su family. And the Wang family and the Tang family were family friends, and the two families were very close. And Master Wang had been good to Tang Yu since he was a child. Some time ago, Master Wang suffered a cerebral hemorrhage that led to hemiplegia, and he is now recuperating at home. Isn't this the plot of chapter 62? Tang Yu was instantly jolted. According to the original plot, Master Wang has been unable to be cured after he fell ill with hemiplegia, and the Wang family searches everywhere for a famous doctor to treat the old man. And Yi Chen as a cool article hero. Divine Dr. Goldfinger is naturally full of points. What Tai Divine Needle what does not matter. This episode was a great moment for him to play B. Shaking his medical skills to save Elder Wang, he gained the friendship of the Wang family and paved the way for his conquest of Su Hang. Grr, am I going to be sent up for another beating? Tang Yu was a bit confused. This stepping stone of his feelings is not good enough? Then he thought hard about it. According to the original plot, he'd be dead by this point. It's not him who gets stomped in this episode. It's another Shriner who goes to see the doctor. Let an expert strike first, and when the expert fails, the Dragon King comes out to play B. This is the only way to appear to be 100 etc. Higher. This caused Tang Yu to let out a slight sigh of relief. As long as you don't get stepped on yourself, it's all good. As for escaping this episode without going or anything, Tang Yu didn't dare to do such a stupid thing. He'd tried it once before, and what happened to him after forcibly evading the plot was a dead end. The system rules are here. You can find a way to live, but you can't run away from the plot. He Jin, who was on the side, saw Tang Yu's face constantly changing and couldn't help but remind him. Young Tang, are you alright? It's okay. Tang Yu shook her head. It's good that it's okay. He Jin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled invitingly. Young Tang, I know you're still upset about today's incident. Don't worry. I've already sent someone to trouble that kid surnamed Yi. Tang Yu looked at He Jin with wide eyes and said, Who did you send people to trouble? It's that little bodyguard. He Jin said smugly. Didn't you say he was an expert? Young Tang? I just purposely called more than 30 people to go. This time I'll make him pay. Tang Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. Man, you're really afraid I'm gonna live to see the finale, aren't you? He gritted his teeth. Call the man back at once, and don't take a shot at him. Ha, okay. He Jin hurriedly took out his cell phone to call the person back, while in his heart, he was a bit puzzled. Did you call the people back? Called back. That's good. Tang Yu let out a sigh of relief. Almost got shaded again. He carefully sized up He Jin for a few moments. And this guy looked across and up and down like a damn loyal 250. This son must not be kept. Captain Hia. It is said that the storm put strong grass the test. The board swings to recognize the sincere minister. Your performance today I am very satisfied. Tang Yu put his arm around He Jin in a pleasant manner. But I think with your talent, it's too condescending to be a bodyguard captain. How about this? Our Tang family has a mining company in South Africa. How about you go over there and keep an eye on it for me? Me? He Jin was touched in his heart. Tang Xiao was really too generous. Yes, go tomorrow. I'll arrange it for you later. Triple your salary and bonus when you go over there. Do a good job for a few years first. Tang Yu heavily patted He Jin's shoulder. Oh, thanks for trusting young Tang. I'll definitely work hard. He Jin was moved to tears. And after thanking him again and again, he gratefully went back to pack up his things. When He Jin left, Tang Yu was a satisfied man. Good. Settling for a 2.5. Send it to Africa. You can't jump in and get yourself some hate, can you? He glanced down at the Rolex on his hand. The life of the rich is so plain and boring. Taking the gift that was placed on the table, Tang Yu walked towards the garage. Soon, a silver Lamborghini Poison drove out of the Don's house. The Wang family's old mansion was located in the suburbs, and Tang Yu drove for almost an hour before arriving at the Wang family. As one of the four great families in Suzhou Hangzhou, The Wang family's old mansion was formerly a royal residence. This mansion has been renovated several times over the past 100 years, and Tang Yu was still here the last time he came. After driving the car to the front door, the bodyguard guarding the door immediately recognized Tang Yu and respectfully shouted, "Good day, young Tang. Help park the car." Tang Yu casually tossed the car keys to the bodyguard and took the gift in stride into the Wang family. The interior of the mansion is typically decorated in a Soviet-style garden. Pavilions, small pools of ethereal, walk here with the eyes are beautiful. He had just walked to the door of the living room when a tall beauty in a cheongsam happened to walk out of it, and the two of them collided solidly. It was a good thing that the cheongsam beauty was extraordinarily well developed somewhere, and the full cushion allowed the two to avoid injury. After feeling the amazing elasticity coming from her chest, Tang Yu almost didn't he come out. His gaze subconsciously sized up the cheongsam beauty. The other party was wearing a white laurel cheongsam with long black hair draped over her shoulders. Underneath an impeccably refined angelic face grew an absolutely devilish body. It was only because her body was so hot that the cheongsam she was wearing seemed to be a bit overburdened. Referee, she committed a foul by hitting someone with the ball. This clothing material is also really good. Most of the time is the special grade silk made out of. In exchange for the shirt has long been taught. The cheongsam beauty couldn't help but look at Tang Yu with wide eyes after suddenly hearing this voice. What are you talking about? She was a little less sure of her ears. This guy, he dares to talk to himself like that? Ha! I didn't say anything. Are you okay? Tang Yu, on the other hand, was a bit confused and reached out to touch his nose. Wang Yishue just did not see Tang Yu's mouth move. Subconsciously thought that he had hallucinated. His face blandly said, "Miss Heard, what brings you to my house?" "I've come to visit the old man." Tang Yu lifted the gift in her hand, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. This beauty in front of him is Wang Yishue, the eldest miss of the Wang family, and also his ex-girlfriend, but also the second female lead of this book. They had known each other since childhood because the Wang and Tang families were family friends. The two were at the same school when they were in college, and were in a relationship together for 2 months during their freshman year. Later, a lousy crotch crossdresser from school came to stalk Tang Yu, and was misunderstood by Wang Yishue, so the two of them broke up hastily. Then later, Tang Yu became the most famous licking dog in Su Hang, and Wang Yishue graduated from college and returned to her own company to work busily, and has been single until now. Chapter 6, Wang Yishue, you're not right either. My grandfather is still sleeping and resting. Why don't you sit down and have a cup of tea and rest? Wang Yishue greeted her and took the initiative to make tea for Tang Yu, but a hint of bitterness flashed in her eyes. After she broke up with Tang Yu back then, the two of them hadn't had much contact. It was only during the class reunion last month that she learned that she had misunderstood Tang Yu in the first place. For this, she regretted it in her heart, because all these years she just couldn't let go of it in her mind. But everything was already too late. Just now she had learned of the news of the marriage between the Tang and Su families. Tang Yu didn't think about it that much, concentrating on watching Wang Yishue make tea. Her tea-making movements are a delight to the eye, and wearing an extremely well-matched cheongsam, tea-making becomes an artistic performance in her hands. TSK, make a tea are so good-looking. Su Muyue is a hammer of the first beauty. According to me, Wang Yishue is the first beauty of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Okay? Look at this temperament. This tea-making action. Su Muyue is far worse than her. Day after day collapsed a batch of face. I do not owe her money. Joint marriage. Joint chicken hair marriage. Sooner or later we have to find a way to get rid of this Thai marriage. Accompanied by the sound of Tang Yu's spitting, Wang Yishue's hand shook and her movements were instantly disorganized, and she almost didn't drop her teacup on the floor. She stared at Tang Yu with wide-eyed disbelief. There could be no mistake. This must be Tang Yu's voice, though the guy didn't speak. She heard him loud and clear. Are you okay? Seeing Wang Yishue's sudden lapse, Tang Yu casually expressed her concern. I'm fine. Wang Yishue shook her head, her mood instantly a little agitated. It's like you can hear this guy's heart, and he thinks he's the #1 beauty? Humph. This guy obviously can't forget himself all these years, but still have to go to pretend to lick the dog. With joy in her heart, she deliberately opened her mouth to ask, I heard that you got engaged to Su Muyue today? Congratulations, you finally got what you wanted. Ha, this is a long story, and anyway, marriage is out of the question. Tang Yu killed himself not to admit this. Not a hammer knot. It's all Su Muyue's messing up, right? That is a psycho. She has someone else in her heart and she's deliberately using me as a shield to put on an act. The author is also brain dead. What ex-girlfriend? What ex-girlfriend? It's a big misunderstanding. Just make it clear. It's fine for the protagonist to open a harem, but it's so hard for the villain to fall in love? Hearing these spitting noises, Wang Yishue was instantly happier, but she didn't quite understand about author villains and whatnot for a while. Carrying a teapot and pouring a cup of tea for Tangyu, Wang Yishue deliberately sat on his side and softly said, "What's going on with you guys? Feelings don't get along?" "No feelings. Friendship. Why do you ask?" Tangyu sensed something and frowned slightly. As an experienced villain, he knew the best way to stay alive was to stay away from these heroines. It doesn't matter if she's female number 1 or female number 99. His tone carried a hint of indifference, but his heartbeat betrayed him. "What the hell are you doing next to me all of a sudden? My legs are sticking up. She smells so good. It's her body odor, isn't it? These legs are so white. Ah shucks. This dress is so. Forget it, just looks good." Wang Yishue was happy and shy in her heart. This guy, he didn't even compliment her like that when he was in a relationship with her. A playful smile tugged at the corners of her mouth as she softly whispered after her face came close again. "Nothing, just wanted to apologize to you. I misunderstood you back then. It doesn't matter. I don't care. And what are you doing so close?" Tangyu deliberately said with a displeased face. "I've already made a stinky face. Why don't you hurry up and go to the side? Do you still have the dignity of a heroine? But look closely, really cute. This skin is really good. Eyes are pretty. Body and temperament are no match. Just don't lean over again. I really can't stand it." Wang Yishue tried to hold back her laughter. This guy, he says no, but his body is very honest. Cute. She just loved the contrast. "Why are you being mean to people? You're my first love. I can't be close to you anymore?" Wang Yishue bit her lip with an aggrieved face and obediently hugged Tangyu's arm. "Watch your distance. We're just friends now." Tangyu quickly drew back her arm with a dark face, her tone icy. "All broken up for so many years. It's useless to come to this set. I don't like Su Muyue, and I won't eat you as a returning grass. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How can you do this? Even if you hit someone with the ball, you're still holding my hand. That's cheating. Begged you to be normal. This isn't your style of drawing. Shouldn't you turn away from all men except Yi-chan? But so envious of my old man's hands. It would be nice to hold my head." Trying to be a brainpad wave, Wang Yishue finally couldn't help herself and snorted out a laugh. This smile of hers made Tangyu just look dumbfounded. Good looking is really good looking. But this woman is not right. She's so in your face. How can she stand it? The heroine in the cool article treats all men other than the hero like chattel. If she had done this to her, she should have turned her back on herself and walked away, never to speak to her again or even hold a grudge against her. Only in this way could he himself go on away from Yi-chen, the son of Qi. In a nutshell, the first point of a cool article to survive is not to steal women from the protagonist. As long as he stays alive, with his capital, will he still need women? His life is important. What are you laughing at? Tangyu said with a stern face, moving to the side to pull away. He is afraid of this woman. Today Sumuyu is not right even if Wang Yishue also followed the stupid knot. I remember happy things. Wang Yishue said with a coquettish smile. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Forget it, master, afraid of you. I'll go to the toilet to hide for a while, okay? Tangyu decided to play the subjective initiative. Can't afford to mess with himself. Always hide, right? He was just about to get up and bolt when Wang Yishue had already jumped ahead of him and stood up. She stood up and took no more than 2 steps when she suddenly came flat on her face with a cry of surprise. Ha ha ha, worthy of your cool article heroine, classic flat-footed fall. Tangyu, who was on the side, was instantly happy. A wry smile flashed across Wang Yishue's face. She let out a cry of pain, rubbing her ankle and looking pitifully at Tangyu Dao. People are falling down and you're not pulling me up? Tangyu had wanted to refuse. Just on second thought, what if she offended her too much by acting too aloof and made her hold a grudge? Women are wary, not to mention creatures like ex-boyfriends themselves. By the time she got together with Yi Chen and deliberately said bad things about herself, wouldn't that be pulling hatred? He then coldly walked over to Wang Yishue and reached out to pull her up from the ground. Wang Yishue had just stood up, and an unsteady body flung itself into Tangyu's arms. Tangyu just wanted to say, is this script? Not quite right? Is this treatment something you can have as a villain? Calm down. It's gotta be sugar-coated. She's the woman who's going to become Yi Chen's harem, so hurry up and pick her up and bug her off. Wang Yishue, who was lying in Tangyu's arms, couldn't help but feel a little annoyed when she heard the heartbeat. The women in Yi Chen's harem? Who is Yi Chen? And I'm giving him a harem? Does he deserve it? She looked at Tangyu with an aggravated face and said, Tangyu, I seem to have twisted my foot. It hurts when I walk. Chapter 7, the female main character's set is deep. I want to go back to the countryside. I'll help you to rest on the couch, Tang Yu said in a flat tone. I won't even help my old lady. I'll help you. And then I'll leave. Okay? Hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Wang Yishue smiled so much that her eyes narrowed. You want to get out of here? No way. When she returned to the sofa and saw Tang Yu getting up to leave, she hurriedly called out. Tang Yu, I twisted my foot. Can you rub it for me? I won't. Tang Yu decisively refused. He only wanted to come over today to get a reward for passing a plot. Getting intimate with the second female lead is a head-scratcher. You're lying. You're the one who rubbed my foot when I twisted it playing tennis in college when we were in love. Do you hate me that much? Wang Yishue reddened her eyes and complained. Yes, so if you're really uncomfortable, I can call your family's doctor for you. Tang Yu nodded indifferently. Yeah, just pretend I hate you and get the hell away from me, okay? We don't fit anyway. You're Yi Chen's harem. My persona is villainous cannon fodder, and if he finds out about this, I'll be lost for the night. After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words once again, Wang Yishue snorted coldly in her heart. You told me to stay away and I stayed away? However, seeing that this guy looked like he was scornful of that what's-her-name Yi Chen, she simply threatened. You're not going to rub it for me, are you? Fine. Then go away and I'll tell everyone later about you taking advantage of me. Tang Yu, who had just lifted his foot, stopped moving, a look of shock on his face. Asterisk. Don't be like this. Can you harbor reason? If you go out and talk nonsense, Yi Chen will surely remember my revenge, okay? I've never seen a cool book where the villain can steal the woman from the protagonist and still manage to survive. Come on. We can't go back. Let bygones be bygones, okay? Tang Yu could only advise bitterly. Don't listen to the king's recitation. You have 1 minute to think about it or I'll send it to my friends. Wang Yishue pulled out her own cell phone and shook it. Sending a friend circle is a dead end. Rubbing your feet still has a silver lining. Heck, after pondering for a moment, Tang Yu decided to choose the latter. Rubbing is fine, but you don't say it out loud. Tang Yu barked a sentence and sat on the sofa with a reluctant face, grabbing Wang Yishue's slender jade feet on her lap, while helping her gently rub up her ankles. Tang Yu's remaining light surveyed Wang Yishue's powerful body. When we first fell in love, this girl's body hadn't developed so well, right? What have you been eating these past few years? Why are you wearing safety pants underneath your cheongsam? Where's the trust between people? Wang Yishue, who was lying on the sofa enjoying the foot rubbing service, blushed with more than a hint of shyness. This dead stuffy, soft-spoken, but soft-eating to okay. Hearing Tang Yu's heart grow more and more unbridled, she couldn't stand it a bit. After pulling her foot back, she pretended to twist it and said, much better. Next time I hurt myself. There's a next time? Tang Yu's eyes widened. This is getting on his own nerves, isn't it? Or else. Wang Yishue narrowed her eyes and laughed happily. Got to hear the guy's heart and catch him in the act again. If you let her go just like that, will you still be Wang Yishue? Dog system, you damn give me out. Why Wang Yishue also persona collapse? Tang Yu growled in his mind. This is another one of those 2.5 men who want to send themselves to be beaten to death. Put. The system let out a laugh. Wang Yishue's cell phone on the table suddenly rang. She took her cell phone and picked up the call, chatting for a few moments before frowning. Got it. Let's delay the new energy meeting for another half hour. I'll be there later. After hanging up the phone, she smiled sweetly at Tang Yu and said, there's an emergency meeting at the company to attend, so I'll go to the meeting and come back for you later. Just go about your business. Tang Yu was begging for it. Hurry up and let this woman go. New energy project? Come to think of it, isn't this a trap set up by Wang Rulong and Yi Chen? For the sake of investing in this project, the Wang family's $50 billion of cash flow has all been socked away, causing the Tingwan Group to face a serious crisis. Wang Rulong took the opportunity to seize power. Yi Chen played the good old boy to help Wang Yishue solve the crisis, successfully put Wang Yishue in the harem, and then had Wang Rulong killed. So in the end, the Wang family did not fall into his hands. Wang Yishue, who was just about to get up and leave, trembled, her eyes filled with shock. How does Tang Yu know all this? This investment is top secret in the company. Only a very few people know about it. And it was her cousin, Wang Rulong, who pushed for the project. Is that really what happened? Wang Yishue lightly bit her lips, looking at Tang Yu with a few more points of adoration and touching. It must be that he was secretly concerned about himself, using the power of the Tang family to help him investigate all this. She wanted to ask Tang Yu for clarification before thanking him properly, but found herself opening her mouth to make a sound. With no choice but to greet Tang Yu, she hurriedly left for the company to prepare to investigate the matter. As she walked away, her face was frosty, her heart filled with murderous intent. What a Wang Rulong! What a Yi Chen! If I find out, none of you will live. As soon as Wang Yishue left, Tang Yu was instantly relieved and leaned back on the sofa with a hefty smile. Master, I've come to my senses, although Wang Yishue wasn't right today either. But the plot setting is here. After Yi Chen comes to Wang's house to install B later, the kingly aura emanating from it would definitely be able to conquer Wang Yishue. When the time came for her to compare Yi Chen with herself, she would definitely fall for Yi Chen immediately. As for the bit of with herself, she definitely wouldn't tell Yi Chen. As long as I act low-key today, Yi Chen, who is busy picking up girls and pretending to be B, definitely doesn't have the heart to care about me. Turn around and let him know that Su Muyue has nothing to do with himself, and this time I should be able to survive until the grand finale. Tang Yu thought beautifully in her heart. At that moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Tang Yu looked towards the doorway before realizing that it was a pretty girl with a petite figure. Although the girls were petite, certain parts of them were extremely spectacularly developed, even for a slight wobble when they walked, coupled with the fact that she was purposely dressed in a lolita. She looked like a beauty queen who had stepped out of the second dimension. When the girl saw Tang Yu, she immediately greeted him with a sweet smile. Hello brother Tang Yu. Oh, Kazuki long time no see. Tang Yu hurriedly greeted him, quickly recalling the other party's identity. She was none other than Su Hang's most famous female miracle doctor, Jiang Xiaoye. She's just 20 this year, and her medical skills can be ranked in the top 10 in China. Grandpa is even the titan of Chinese medicine in China, known as the generation of medical Saint Jiang Tian doctor. Superb medical skills, extraordinary beauty, such a proud daughter of heaven. The natural destination is the harem of Dragon King Yi Chen. Chapter 8. With this teammate, why worry about not achieving great things? Yes, that's the standard setting for cool writing. The male lead can pick up girls wherever he goes, going to the police station and having a police girl, taking an airplane and having a stewardess, even the roadside pick up a small beggar back to clean up, but also is a big beauty, and most likely is a super big family lost little princess. These harem beauties are all clear and very background. After falling in love with the male lead, their families also stand up for the male lead. Yi Chen chose his first stop in Suwang after returning to China, and it was also the fact that Suwang had a lot of beautiful women. Come over here and collect the harem while conquering the entire Su Hang's big families as his backing again. Help him rise in China step by step. How is Elder Tang's health these days? Did you take the medicine I prescribed for him last time on time? Jiang Xiaoye asked with a sweet smile on her face as she walked up to Tang Yu. Yes, there is, and I can't thank you enough for that. My grandfather is doing much better after taking the medicine you prescribed. Tang Yu hurriedly smiled and thanked Jiang Xiaoye. Brother Tang Yu, why are you so polite with me? Jiang Xiaoye daintily blanked Tang Yu, somewhat less than satisfied with Tang Yu's politeness. The Jiang family had been practicing medicine for generations, and was also a centuries-old family in Suzhou Hangzhou, and had quite close dealings with the Tang family. Because of the Tang family's shelter, no one dared to trouble the Jiang family in Suzhou Hangzhou. Similarly, if anyone in the Tang family got sick, the Jiang family would be the first to help treat them. She and Tang Yu had even known each other since childhood, and their relationship was similar to that of brother and sister. Ha ha ha, if I don't be polite to you, I'm going to have bad luck today. Who let you be Yi Chen's harem? This mother ****** ing stallion. So ing heartless. Alas, it's too bad that my lovely little moon sister is cheap for him. The author has for brains. Hearing a series of heartbeats, Jiang Xiaoye was confused. I'm Yi Chen's harem? Who the hell is Yi Chen? She looked at Tang Yu with wide eyes and said, Brother Tang Yu, what are you talking about? Ha, I didn't say anything. Tang Yu touched his nose. Why were all these women weirdly not quite right today? Jiang Xiaoye was also a bit confused. She could hear very clearly just now. That was clearly Brother Tang Yu's voice. Well, at that moment one of the Wang family's caretakers came over. Seeing Jiang Xiaoye, she hurriedly came over and respectfully said, Divine Dr. Jiang is here. Elder Wang just woke up. Will Divine Dr. Jiang take a rest before going or? Now go. Jiang Xiaoye patted her small case, which contained her silver needles and various other tools. I'm in. Tang Yu hurriedly followed along with her own gifts. After passing through a few corridors, the three of them walked to the entrance of a small courtyard. This is where Master Wang lives. There was also a couplet affixed to the entrance of the small courtyard, which was written by Master Wang himself. It's good to read. It's good to plow. It's good to learn. It's hard to start a business. It's hard to keep a business. It's hard to know what's hard. Tang Yu glanced at the couplet and couldn't help but roll her eyes. It's also a ing ambush set up by the author. When Dragon King Yi Chen comes over later, he memorizes the couplet at a glance and then talks about this with Master Wang. So Master Wang felt that Yi Chen, this person has extraordinary talent, all-powerful. In the future is bound to be a dragon in Phoenix, and cannot wait to be sworn brothers with him. Do not ask for the same year, same month and same day, but seek. He had just finished rolling his eyes when a few people from the Wang family came over from behind. Along with them, there was naturally Dragon King Yi Chen. Yo, isn't this little you? Came over to visit the old man? Upon seeing Tang Yu, several people from the Wang family greeted him with smiles. Hello uncle, hello auntie. Tang Yu also hurriedly greeted these elders of the Wang family with a smile. When Yi Chen, who was standing behind the crowd, saw Tang Yu, his eyes instantly became cold and full of killing intent. He had wanted to kill this rich kid who dared to steal a woman from him today. It's just that he hasn't been back to China for a long time and his foundation isn't stable yet. Making a big deal out of it would be detrimental to his plans. Only then did he press down the killing intent in his heart, intending to take it slowly. The two exchanged eye contact for a moment, and Tang Yu knowingly turned her head away. According to the normal plot, he, the villain, should have stood out and stepped on Yi Chen a few times, but he's not in over his head. He is the author's own son. What are you doing messing with him? Several people walked into the small courtyard together, and soon met Elder Wang, who was lying on the sickbed. Because of his hemiplegia, half of his body has lost its intuition and he can't move freely from his bed. He was still relieved to see people visiting him. He smiled and greeted the crowd, but his words were a little slurred. Dad, rest and don't talk. Your body is important. Yes, today Divine Dr. Jiang came over to see you. He will definitely be able to cure you. Grandpa Wang, you get well first, and when Xiaoyu cures you, I'll come and play chess with you. Tang Yu also hurriedly went up to say hello, and today's task was considered to be a large part of it. Next, he only needed to quietly enjoy Yi Chen playing Bee on the side. At this moment, Yi Chen was standing at the back observing Elder Wang's condition. As an all-around expert, his medical skills were naturally top-notch. Looking and sniffing have long been perfected. Without the need to take the pulse, can also see where the patient is out of the problem. Standing beside him was Wang Rulong, the only son of the second oldest member of the Wang family. He was handsome, with a hint of femininity in his countenance, and definitely fit the criteria of a high roller. In terms of talent alone, he was considered to be of an upper middle level among the rich second generation in Suhang. But compared to Wang Yixue, he was far from it. At one time, the Wang family was ranked third among the four great families, and was no match for the Qin family. But after Wang Yixue entered the company, in just 3 years the Wang family's assets jumped $80 billion. This shows Wang Yixue's outstanding talent in business. Her talent was so dazzling that it eclipsed Wang Rulong into mediocrity. The unwilling Wang Rulong eventually chose to collude with outsiders just to fight for the power of the Wang family. And the result was predictable. Ugh. I kind of sympathize with you as a fellow villain. Tang Yu couldn't help but shake his head slightly as he looked at Wang Rulong. Unfortunately, Wang Rulong didn't have the life of a heroine and couldn't hear Tang Yu's heart. He was a bit nervous at this moment and looked at Yi Chen and asked in a small voice, Brother Yi, are you sure about my grandfather's illness? According to their plan, Yi Chen had stepped in to save his grandfather, and then approached Wang Yixue after getting his grandfather's appreciation. In the end, he gets the beauty and himself the kingdom. Yi Chen stretched out a palm with a bashful face. 50%? Wang Rulong was a bit dumbfounded. This success rate was too low. I mean under control. Yi Chen was slightly dissatisfied in his heart. True fish lips. No wonder it is stupid to draw the wolf into the house to run to find their cooperation. When I get Wang Yixue myself, you kid will be the second roadblock that I will step on. As for the first piece, naturally, it is the last name of Tang on the side, worthy of being Brother Yi. Wang Rulong smiled and praised heartily. With a teammate like this, why don't you worry about accomplishing great things? Chapter 9, Why is this plague on me again? Yi Chen didn't even bother to give him a second glance. These so-called rich daughters and sons are all straw men, and they are the dry bones at their feet. His gaze, which had landed on Jiang Xiaoye's body, had more than a hint of carnal desire in his eyes. After returning to Su Hang, he first had his men investigate a piece of information for himself. This information had all the famous beauties in Suang written down. Jiang Xiaoye is in the top 10 on this list. It was even a woman that Yi Chen had taken an early fancy to decide to take into his harem. Not just because she's good looking, but also for her grandfather. Of course, it wasn't that Yi Chen coveted her grandfather's beauty. He was looking at the Jiang family's network of connections. A family of miracle doctors who have saved an unknown number of great men. If he got Jiang Xiaoye, this network of connections could help him too much. Jiang Xiaoye was currently diagnosing Elder Wang's pulse without any distractions. After a few moments of diagnosis, she learned what the condition was. Seeing Jiang Xiaoye's hand loosen, Wang Rulong hurriedly asked, "Divine Dr. Jiang, how is my grandfather?" The blocked meridians caused by the stroke, along with some other complications, led to hemiplegia, but it's not too much of a problem. I'll just use the Ghost Gate 13 needles to unclog the meridians, Jiang Xiaoye said as she opened the case and took her silver needle out of it. She waved at Tang Yu again and shouted, "Brother Tang Yu, come over and help me fight to sterilize the silver needles." "Ha, I'm not very good, I guess, though a man can't say he can't." But Tang Yu felt that she really couldn't. "I've been lying down, and I'm still getting shot as a result? Hurry over here, weren't you quite skillful before? You're the only one here who knows the order of my needles," Jiang Xiaoye urged. At this moment, Tang Yu would rather the person lying in bed having a stroke be herself. But in front of everyone, he was too embarrassed to refuse this little thing, or else he would appear to be too ungrateful to Elder Wang. Walking over and taking the silver needle, he was just about to sterilize it when he noticed Yi Chen casting a gaze full of killing intent at him. "Throw your mother, asshole, you blame Lin Bei for this?" Tang Yu screamed bitterly in his heart. This ing messed with this plague god again. Obscure. Yi Chen, on the other hand, secretly gritted his teeth. This surname Tang really deserves to die. He's going to get his hands on all the women he likes, isn't he? Close the doors and windows. And you guys back off a bit, don't crowd around. Before acupuncture, Jiang Xiaoye began to tell the crowd to disperse, leaving only Tang Yu to fight by her side. Holding her breath, Jiang Xiaoye was just about to start applying the needle. Yi Chen, however, suddenly spoke up and interrupted her movements. He stepped forward with a bland face and said, "Divine Dr. Jiang, are you planning to use the Ghost Gate 13 needles to treat hemiplegia by applying needles from Master Wang's Tianju point?" "Yes, what is it?" Jiang Xiaoye frowned slightly. She had just adjusted her essence, suddenly being interrupted in her movements. Her heart was a bit upset. "I don't think it's a good idea. I'm afraid you don't recognize what the old man's real problem is. Applying needles like this to unclog the meridians will harm the patient's body instead. If you're not sure, I think it's better to let me do it," Yi Chen stepped forward and said. As soon as he opened his mouth, the crowd of the Wang family reprimanded with disgruntled faces. "What kind of a thing are you that it's your turn to teach Divine Dr. Jiang to heal? What a joke. This is the first time I've known someone who can teach Divine Dr. Jiang to see. Who brought this in? Get him out of here. Ha ha, there it is, the classic routine. Stand out and pull the hate first. After pulling the hatred and then betting later, then let Xiaoyu continue to cure." Finally Xiaoyu cured the problem. He then out to play B. By then, the Wang family crowd will be convinced of him, and Xiaoyu will look up to his medical skills and fall in love with him. But that being said, there is nothing wrong with Xiaoyu's treatment. It's just that I'm worried about hurting the old man's body, and that the reason for the needles coming out is caused by being too conservative, and that it should be more violent, and that stimulating the external chill points to expel the bruises would be good. Tang Yu, who was on the side, silently spat in his heart. Xiaoyu's face was instantly odd after listening to these heartfelt words, after Yi Chen was reprimanded by the crowd. Although his heart was filled with anger, his face remained calm. How can he look like a superior man if he doesn't? Wang Rulong, on the other hand, hurriedly stepped forward to plead for mercy. "Elders, Yi Chen was invited back by me. He's also proficient in medicine. He's here to cure Grandpa. Why don't we just give him a chance? How dare you? Is your grandfather's health a child's play? Just find a random person and let him try? What use is this brat with no beard?" A middle-aged man angrily reprimanded. "Oh," Yi Chen snorted when he heard this and coldly said, "She, Divine Dr. Jiang, is not as old as me, so how do you know that my medical skills are not as good as hers? Why don't we make a bet?" "What's the bet? If Divine Dr. Jiang can't cure him, I'll save the old man, but you'll have to apologize to me." "What about when Divine Dr. Jiang cured it? If she's cured, I, Yi Chen, will crawl out of the Wang family." "Okay, a deal is a deal," the middle-aged man said angrily. "If even Divine Dr. Jiang couldn't cure her, then only her grandfather himself would be able to do it." Seeing that his plan had gone smoothly, Yi Chen was smug in his heart. "If you don't, how can you make these big families think highly of yourself? It's called psychology." He looked at the displeased Jiang Xiaoye and revealed his signature evil smile and said, "Divine Dr. Jiang, You can also make a bet with me on anything. Yi Chen, will never go back on my word. Jiang Xiaoye had already listened to Tang Yu's heart for half a day and understood what was probably going on. At this moment, she had no good feelings towards Yi Chen, and even felt that the other party's smile was greasy to the extreme. A bet? As a healer, how can you gamble with something as sacred as practicing medicine? Sorry, I don't gamble. Please be quiet and don't interfere with my treatment. After she finished answering with a cold face, she asked Tang Yu to sterilize the silver needle again. Facing Jiang Xiaoye's cold attitude, Yi Chen was unimpressed. She would naturally become infatuated with herself after she would conquer her by performing her medical skills. After all, women are creatures that naturally love the strong. While Wang Rulong was on the side, he was apprehensive. This was divine Dr. Zhang. He had originally thought that he would let Yi Chen take the first shot, and after treating his grandfather, he would naturally get first-class credit as the recommender. However, seeing the confident evil smile on Yi Chen's face, he was also infected. Look, Brother Yi is smiling like this. It means everything is under his control. Not bad for you, Brother Yi. Alas, it seems that I should have remembered correctly. The old man still has bruises in his body that have not been discharged after the treatment later, and Xiao Yu's healing thoughts have made a small mistake. In a few minutes, it'll be Yi Chen's time to play B. Xiao Yu will have a crush on him because of this and end up becoming his harem. Tang Yu's heartbeat rang out once again. Jiang Xiaoye just remained expressionless after hearing this, focusing her attention on the silver needle in her hand. Their Jiang family was a family of miracle doctors, and the Ghost Gate 13 needles were her family's backbreaking skill. Soon, her hand was as fast as a stump, and silver needles kept falling one after another. After placing 13 stitches in one breath, Elder Wang's face immediately followed suit. The Wang family members in the room followed suit and tensed up. Chapter 10, He's always been good at double standards. After almost 5 minutes, Master Wang's left hand suddenly lifted partially. After seeing this scene, the Wang clan's crowd let out a gasp of surprise. Worthy of being divine Dr. Jiang, this medical skill is too powerful. Great! The old man has finally recovered. It's still divine Dr. Jiang who's great. Certain people are blowing their bullskin. It's simply laughable. The middle-aged man who had made a bet with Yi Chen earlier gave a heavy cold snort. Yi Chen pulled the corner of his mouth, showing disdain. The 13 needles of the Ghost Gate are indeed powerful, but his own Tai Yi Divine Needle, it's the #1 needle technique in the world. This little girl called Jiang Xiaoye was still far from herself. When she became her woman, he would not mind passing on a handful of mastery to her. Jiang Xiaoye asked after pulling out the silver needles from Elder Wang's hands one by one. Elder Wang, how do you feel now? It's much more comfortable. Talking too. Although Elder Wang's tone was a bit shaky, he was already too much more fluent than before. That's good. Jiang Xiaoye nodded and barked. I'll give you a prescription later. You take it on time for 3 months. This disease will have to be nourished slowly next. After saying that, she took out a paper and pen from the small box and started to write the prescription. Boy surnamed Yi. What else do you have to say now? At that moment, the middle-aged man from before walked out. He stared at Yi Chen and said, I won't make things difficult for you. It's detrimental to my Wang family's temperament to let you crawl out. But you have to apologize to divine Dr. Jiang. Oh, Yi Chen sneered and stretched out 3 fingers. Are you sure you've cured him? Tell you what, I'll count. If the old man is fine after 3 minutes, I'll apologize on my knees. Still want to die, don't you? Okay. The middle-aged man took out his hand and started timing. He couldn't stand this cocky guy anymore. The Wang family members also looked at this guy with angry faces. As soon as the 3 minutes are up, they're going to want this kid's face. Jiang Xiaoye instantly understood after hearing Yi Chen's words. It's all the same as Brother Tang Yu's heart. She quickly took hold of Master Wang's wrist to recheck it. Sure enough, some of the bruises began to slowly come together in a concentrated mass. She had previously considered that the old man's body was too weak and wanted to use traditional Chinese medicine to slowly regulate it. Now that things have changed, she'll have to change her treatment plan. Brother Tang Yu, sterilize another silver needle for me. She looked up at Tang Yu and ordered. Okay. Tang Yu nodded, his face a little puzzled. Why does this girl need another silver needle? Could it be that she's already found out what's wrong? Hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Jiang Xiaoye's mouth turned into more of a smile. Thanks to you, my brother Tang Yu. How would I have known if you hadn't told me? The silver needle in her hand stabbed with unquestionable precision at the outer mound point on the old man's calf. After this injection, the old man's calf suddenly reddened by a large chunk. Jiang Xiaoye quickly dropped a few more needles, and soon the bruises kept flowing out of the old man's calf. Towel. Zhang Xiaoye held out her hand. Tang Yu hurriedly handed her a towel, which she took and helped the old man start wiping the bruises. And after Yi Chen saw Zhang Xiaoye's actions, his entire body was dumbfounded. The clown is himself? This woman. It doesn't make sense that she'd find out about this hidden condition. If her medical skills were really so brilliant, she should have treated them all at once in the first place. It's not logical. He really couldn't figure out how things had come to this now. And the middle-aged man standing behind him saw that his 3 minutes were up, and his face sank as he said, "This divine Dr. Yi, 3 minutes have come and gone. Isn't it time for you to honor your promise?" Yi Chun was immediately embarrassed. Today was supposed to be about pretending to be a tall man, conquering the Wang family and then conquering a beautiful woman at the same time. Now this would be a real downer. As the Dragon King, he had never bowed down to anyone in his life. There is no such thing as kneeling and apologizing. It was just that his eyes turned. Zhang Xiaoye would definitely become his woman in the future. It's still barely acceptable to bow down to your wife. So he pretended to be dashing and laughed. "Ha ha, I didn't realize that Su Hang still had a true expert like Divine Dr. Jiang. I was indeed blind today. And I'm here to apologize to Divine Dr. Jiang. The Ghost Gate 13 needles really live up to their name, and in my opinion, are not inferior to my Tai Divine needles." After saying that, he held out a palm. A silver needle floated up in his hand. Precisely the Tai Divine needle's mastery of moving needles with chi. After seeing this hand, the Wang family members were in awe. Started it. Quickly changing the subject. "Ha, but Xiaoyu is really obsessed with medical skills. This hand of his Tai Divine needle show. Xiaoyu is more than likely going to be curious about him. Harm, worthy of being your Dragon King? Picking up chicks has always been possible." Tang Yu's spitting voice rang out quickly. Zhang Xiaoye's face flashed with a hint of annoyance. This guy picking himself up? She had been listening to brother Tang Yu for half a day. What with herself having a crush on this one called Yi Chen and becoming his harem and all. But at this moment, her impression of Yi Chen was simply bad to the extreme. Empty medical skills but no medical ethics. Treating the patient properly and betting on the patient. Such a person is trash. How can he chase after himself? She deliberately marveled. So powerful. Then you must be true to your word, right? Didn't you have to kneel down and apologize? Sigma, degree mouth degree? Tang Yu Ren, who was eating melon, was dumbfounded on the spot. Asterisk. Xiao Yu, you're not right. What kind of snakeskin operation is this? He's showing off the Tai Divine needle. Shouldn't you guys go and cut up medical skills to improve your relationship? Yi Chen's heart was burning with rage at the moment, because he was too emotional. The silver needle in his hand could not withstand his internal force and twisted on the spot. How dare a woman humiliate herself like that? If he hadn't taken a liking to her and her family's network of connections, she would have been a corpse by now. At this time Wang Rulong came out to round off the scene. Just to joke it. We do not take it seriously. The two are a generation of doctors. Should be more learning to learn. Yeah, just kidding, doesn't have to be serious. The middle-aged man from before's face also eased up a lot and came out to round off the conversation. Just now they had also seen that this arrogant young man did have some real talent. He came out to sell his face, so that he can ask for help when he needs him in the future. Only then did Yi Chen's face ease a few points and smiled. Just now it was also a moment of anger. But I did take offense today. If Miss Jiang doesn't mind, let's have a casual dinner together in the evening so I can make amends. Ha ha ha, true to your word. True Dragon King. Worthy of you. If you were a villain and lost a bet that didn't count, being crippled by you would be light. You're just a teddy. A walking pile driver. I'm convinced. Tang Yu rolled her eyes straight to the side. Mocking mode fire in her heart. I mind. Zhang Xiaoye coldly snorted a decisive refusal. After listening to brother Tang Yu mutter for half a day, she already knew what kind of cargo this was. Yi Chen was embarrassed and angry, but fortunately at this time, someone pushed the door and walked in, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Wang Yishue walked in through the door, a hint of coldness in her eyes. Chapter 11, You have a disgusting smile. Seeing Wang Yishue arrive, the anger in Yi Chen's heart instantly subsided and was replaced by a certain desire. He had seen many beautiful women, but the only one who could wear the cheongsam so well was Wang Yishue. Not bad for a woman you've had your eye on. It wouldn't be long before she would be taken in by herself along with the Wang family. Seeing Wang Yishue looking towards him, he immediately exuded his signature evil smile. It's really his greatest killing move to seduce women. It took practicing it in the mirror 10,000 times to get it right. The evil smile was untamed. Just the right amount of coolness, and enough to pique a woman's curiosity. Shiba, can you smile normally? This mouth is not crooked, you will die, right? I just can't beat you. And if I could, the son of a would tape your mouth shut. Asterisk 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 really brain-dead author wrote the book. I'm convinced. This kind of smile can also get girls? Tang Yu was spitting madly in his heart after seeing this smile from the side. Jiang Xiaoye tried to lower her head to hold back her laughter when she heard the voice. Wang Yixue also heard Tang Yu's heartfelt words, but at the moment she was in no mood to laugh. Just after a trip back to the company, she suspended the project at the first opportunity and used all the power of the Wang family to start an investigation. After some investigation on her part, things were indeed as Tang Yu had said. The new energy project that his own cousin Wang Rulong has been promoting is a trap. She would need to investigate further into the specifics of the situation. Otherwise the lack of evidence would only alert the police. She walked to the bedside holding Master Wang's hand in concern. Grandpa, are you feeling better? Better already. Just a little sleepy. Elder Wang's speech was becoming more and more fluent, and his tone was still a bit weak. Then get some rest and we'll see you later. Wang Yixue softly admonished, helping the old man to cover up the quilt. A group of people walked out of the small courtyard, leaving only the caretaker to take care of the old man. Oops, it's 3 o'clock. I have to get back to the clinic. Jiang Xiaoye's cell phone alarm clock suddenly rang. She glanced at her cell phone, then greeted the crowd and prepared to leave. Good day, Divine Dr. Jiang. Divine Dr. Jiang will come over more often when he has time. The Wang family members smiled and greeted Jiang Xiaoye. Jiang Xiaoye nodded and blinked at Tang Yu. Brother Tang Yu, why don't you greet me? Bye. Tang Yu waved her hand with a far-fetched smile. Alas, sister, it's not that brother doesn't want to say hello to you. Brother doesn't dare to. Yi Chen mistreats you as his woman. I get closer to you, he is going to get me. After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Jiang Xiaoye immediately ventured a bit of stomach acid. Consider yourself his woman? Oh, yeah, him. At this moment, Yi Chen was already upset to the extreme in his heart, and he couldn't wait to punch Tang Yu to death. How can the woman you like call him brother, and call her so affectionately? However, his face remained bland, and he even took the initiative to greet Jiang Xiaoye, saying, Divine Dr. Jiang, if it's convenient in the next few days, I'll pay a visit to your residence. I heard that Elder Divine Dr. John's medical skills are superb, and I want to go to spar and learn. Inconvenient, unwelcome, not allowed. Jiang Xiaoye instantly switched her face and rewarded Yi Chen with a few words before turning around and walking away with a cold snort. She now turned her stomach at the sight of the man. Yi Chen instantly suffocated his internal injuries and had the urge to hit someone. For the first time in his life, he had been so unsuccessful in picking up girls. Only now he was not in a good position to have a fit because the plan to pick up the girl was not over yet. Wang Yixue was still here. He glanced at Wang Rulong on the side. Wang Rulong immediately reacted and walked over to Wang Yixue and laughed. That's right, sis. I'll introduce you to a young talent. It's this Yi Chen Yi Divine Doctor. His medical skills are no less than Divine Dr. Jiang. Yi Chen took a deep breath and resumed his signature evil smile. He walked to Wang Yixue and extended his hand. Hello, Ms. Wang. Wang Yixue just gave him a cold look, with no intention of shaking hands at all. She said in a cold tone, Has anyone told you something? What is it? You have a disgusting smile. The smile on Yi Chen's face instantly froze, and the atmosphere was instantly awkward as hell, even a little skeptical. Gross smile? The comment had hurt his ego. It's his proudest source of charm. It's his unbeatable trick for picking up girls. Put. Tang Yu, who really couldn't hold back, laughed out. Finally, someone has spoken up. Yi Chen immediately turned his head to stare viciously at him, his eyes full of killing intent. What are you laughing at? Yi Chen gritted his teeth. I remember happy things. Tang Yu's asshole tightened as he stared at her, cursing in her mind. What the hell are you doing? I didn't call you names. Besides, you're already smiling disgustingly. Can't you see it in the mirror? What kind of attitude do you have? Why are you being mean to Mr. Tang? That's right, don't have any quality. It's not like Tang Xiao said anything about you. What's so great about a little medical skill? It's better for this kind of person not to come to our Wang family in the future. A few people from the Wang family immediately accused him in dissatisfaction from the sidelines when they saw his fierce face towards Tang Yu. Tang Yu was instantly moved and really wanted to cry. You guys, you are so defensive of me. Next time don't be. A few more maintenance sessions and I'm really out of people. After being collectively mocked by several members of the Wang family, Yi Chen's eyes towards Tang Yu became more and more resentful. The he's been taking today has everything to do with this kid. Just thinking about the purpose of coming over today, he quickly collected the killing intent in his heart. Ms. Wang, I think there is some kind of misunderstanding between you and I. We will have a chance to talk about it later. Yi Chen smiled at Wang Yishue and nodded before striding away. Upon seeing Yi Chen leave, Wang Rulong's face was embarrassed. Today's plan between himself and brother Yi hadn't even taken half a step out, and even this guy had offended Tang Xiao, making him depressed as well. I'll go see brother Yi off. He greeted his family and then hurriedly ran all the way to catch up with Yi Chen's footsteps to comfort him. Brother Yi, there was a bit of an accident with this today, so don't take it to heart. Yi Chen asked with a dark face, without saying anything about accident or not. Is Wang Yishue having some kind of trouble with me? The incident of being told to his face by a woman that his smile was disgusting had traumatized him. It had been hard for him to give the same confident, evil smile as before. Could it be that these women don't give themselves a good face today? Really, because they can't smile? This is not a good idea in China? Chapter 12, She's set up again. No. Wang Rulong was confused about this. So I'm really gross when I smile? Also, okay, just a bit unique. Wang Rulong replied politely. Yi Chen almost didn't hold back to slap this to death. He stared at Wang Rulong with a grim face and asked, what is the relationship between the kid named Tang and your family? Our two families are family friends. Young Tang is very close to our family, and he's still my sister's ex-boyfriend. Wang Rulong hurriedly replied. Ex-boyfriend? Hearing these three words, killing intent filled Yi Chen's eyes. The last thing he could accept was his woman having intimate contact with another man. Good Tang you. You're against me, aren't you? You won't let go of any of the women I've been eyeing? However, as a medical expert, he could see that Wang Yishue was still a virgin, which made him feel slightly better. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen opened his mouth. Let's not rush our plans. I'll deal with the brat surnamed Tang first, lest he come and stir us up. Right. It's still brother Yi who is wise. Wang Rulong praised from the bottom of his heart. The Tang family's trillions of assets were there. If they extended a helping hand to help the Wang family with their difficulties, wouldn't their own and Yi Chen's plans be for naught? Then what does brother Yi plan to do? Wang Rulong was curious. You'll see when the Don family falls. Yi Chen smiled indifferently and did not want to explain anything more. After leaving Wang's house, he stood on the side of the road and took out his cell phone to dial a number. When the call was answered, the sweet voice of a girl came through. Dragon King, what is your order? Ji-in, how's the infiltration of the Tang clan going? It's worked out, and the current status is secretary to the general manager. Very well, I'll give you a week to get everything I need, and in a month's time I want Su Hang to be free of the Tang family again. And Tang Yu, who was still in the Wang family at the moment, suddenly sneezed. Who's reading old me again? Rubbing her nose, Tang Yu then asked in her mind. Dog system, where's the reward after the plot is gone? Drop. The host has successfully survived the second episode, rewarding the 100 poisons physique. This time, the reward made Tang Yu quite satisfied. 100 poisons is a good thing. Which protagonist in an Urban Cool article doesn't know how to use poison? Especially one like Yi Chen who knows medical skills. With this, the hope of making it to the grand finale is one more point. Tang Yu, who was in a good mood, was just about to bolt when Wang Yishue stopped him in his tracks. Is there something wrong with you? Tang Yu immediately asked with a cold face. Sis, why are you blocking my way? I know you have a crush on me, but that's not good, because brother is the man you'll never get. Your destiny isn't me, it's Yi Chen. Understand? I don't know why you dislike his disgusting smile today, but sooner or later you're going to become obsessed with his 105-degree smile. The corner of Wang Yishue's mouth rose slightly. The man who couldn't get it? I'm still going to get it. As for being enamored with Yi Chen's smile? Vomit. He can pull a couple of punches. Can't I talk to you even if I want to? Do you hate me that much as an ex-girlfriend? She said in a sad tone, with a pitiful look on her face. Why ask knowingly? Tang Yu snorted coldly. If I don't hate you, I'm going to beg for a beating. Sister, brother is just a villain. And if the villain wants to live on, he can't steal women from the protagonist. We're destined for each other. Don't you understand? Don't be so unreasonable. You didn't get brother's body back then. You don't have a chance now. Okay, I get it. I won't force you then. Wang Yishue nodded and suddenly frowned and pointed ahead. Yi Chen, who told you to come back? Tang Yu subconsciously turned her head to look over with wide eyes, thinking that Yi Chen was going to come looking for trouble, only to look back and realize there's no one there at all. Where is anyone? Tang Yu had just turned her head back with a depressed face when her mouth kissed Wang Yishue's face. She took advantage of Tang Yu turning her head and deliberately brought her face over to get close. In this way, as long as Tang Yu turned her head, her mouth would definitely kiss her face, and she had her cell phone in her hand, recording video with the front camera. So this scene of Tang Yu kissing her face was captured on a cell phone. Young Tang, why are you like this? After being kissed, Wang Yishue's startled face carried a hint of petulance. She bit her lip lightly and took 2 steps back, quickly saving the video. Hey, let's see you run now. Asterisk. You set me up? Tang Yu's entire body was bad. Asterisk. Are you still the heroine? Is this what people do? You think you're a rent-a-cop? I'm not buck-toothed Jane either. For S sake. Still recording video? This is dead. In case Yi Chen that sees it, one must not be ed by him? Although we didn't have a night together, we were at least first lovers, so we still have the grace of 10 days, don't we? How can you set me up? What am I setting you up for? Would a girl like me take the initiative to take advantage of you? Mr. Tang, would you please have some face? Wang Yishue feigned innocence with a wry smile on her face. Video deleted. How much you name it? Tang Yu held out his hand with a dark face and said, it's a good thing I'm a rich villain now. The big deal is to solve the problem with money. Just the thing to make Wang Yishue feel like a vulgar person who opens and closes his mouth about money. Money? Ha! It's something my family has quite a bit of, and it doesn't seem like I need it very much. Wang Yishue sighed and shook her head. Seeing Tang Yu's depressed face made her want to laugh so much. However, hearing that he was still talking about Yi Chen in one breath, Wang Yishue was becoming more and more disgusted with this person Yi Chen. As a business genius with an extremely high IQ, she had completely understood after listening to Half a Heartbeat. The world you live in is a fictional world. According to the original plot, Tang Yu was the villain, but she herself was Yi Chen's harem. A harem? You're kidding. She had already had people start investigating the origins of this Yi Chen. As long as there was a chance, this guy wouldn't want to leave Suang alive. Alright, don't be unreasonable, delete the video. Otherwise don't blame me for flipping out. Tang Yu blackened his face and gave a low, threatening cry. What do you want? You don't want money. What do you want? You don't even want money. What do you want? My pure body? I don't get it. Besides my family's money and good looks, I'm 5 feet 8 inches and have an extraordinary temperament. What else can attract you? If you're smart, let me go. The Tang family is the first family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The deterrent power is here. Understand? Then you flip out. I'll post the video to my friends if you do. Wang Yishue shook her cell phone and smiled. Is this interesting? Do you really think I don't know how to hit a woman? Tang Yu pretended to be vicious and clenched his fists and shook them. Did you see that? It's a big fist. If you're as cute as you are, you can cry for a long time with one of my punches. Hurry up and delete the video. It's not the heroine's place to do it, understand? Chapter 13, Elbow. Follow me into the house. Go ahead and fight then. I'll see where you're going. Wang Yishue rolled her eyes and said, a cute one like me does cry for a long time when a punch is thrown. No. What do you want? Give a quick word. Tang Yu shook his head vigorously, his tone heavy. If this video gets out, he's really dead. Have you ever seen a villain kiss the hero's harem and live? Minotaur, that's no match for the god of pure love. Elbow, follow me into the house. Wang Yishue had already learned how to hold Tang Yu, and in her heart, she was so happy that she grabbed Tang Yu's arm and urged. No, I specified that I couldn't. Tang Yu desperately shook her head, every cell resisting. You hold back waiting for me to come hard out. Elbow, and follow me into the house. Under Wang Yishue's repeated threats, Tang Yu still honestly followed her into the house. Forget it, it's just going into the house. It's better than the video being sent out. If she really wants to mess around, brother vows to defend his innocence to the death. How can the villain of the hall let the heroine push it? Hearing Tang Yu's mutterings, Wang Yishue laughed wildly in her heart. This guy, he's got it all figured out, doesn't he? Wang Yishue is definitely a first-class famous girl in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and she is perfect in every aspect, so she can't pick out a single fault. But her room, not so much. This was the first time Tang Yu had come to her boudoir. The boudoir was a mess, with things laid out haphazardly and a few pieces of clothing thrown on the bed and couch. Tang Yu glanced at it and saw a small black underwear at once. This woman's room is too messy too, throwing everything around. But this black silk is nice. Chon salmon black silk? I'm totally fine with that. What's with the fishnet stockings? I don't like them. White silk is better than these. Why is your room so messy? Why don't you let someone clean it up? Tang Yu purposely made a stern face and said in a cold voice. He couldn't believe it. The dogs in his old home went around him when they saw him. Is it hard to pull some hate from a high-strung beauty on your own? Isn't this just about ready for someone to clean up? Wang Yishue said with a coquettish smile, staring hard at Tang Yu. Tang Yu had a question mark on her face. Letting herself clean up the room? Hurry up. No one else has a chance to clean my room if they want to. Besides, it's not like you haven't done it for me before. You did it for me several times when I was in college. Wang Yishue smiled triumphantly, like a little fox who had cheated meat from a crow's mouth. Just this once. Tang Yu grunted coldly and deliberately kept a cold face to help clean up. It's better than doing anything else. But can you get foot odor from stockings? What if any of it infects me? Wash your hands properly after you clean up later. Wang Yishue, who was happily eavesdropping on her heart, her face darkened at once. You're the one with ing foot odor? She asked with a cold grunt. In all the years since we broke up, have you touched any other girls besides going to work as a dog licker for Su Muyue? I'm not Su Muyuki's dog licker. That was just an act, to make it easier for me to play with other girls in private. And truth be told, I have 4 girlfriends now. Tang Yu knew that women hated philandering men the most and didn't hesitate to throw dirty water on himself. Are you stupid? Do you think I'm disgusting? I've been so busy being a lickspittle that I haven't even touched a girl's hand in the past few years. Right? Get rid of me if you're not happy. Remember, you can't rely on a rich and handsome man like me. Is that so? I can't imagine that you're such a philandering man. It seems that I've misjudged you. Wang Yishue's face turned from cloudy to sunny again. You did misjudge me. And chasing you back then was just a bit of fun. Tang Yu provoked as she skillfully folded the quilt. Okay, you can get mad. Just kick me out. What's the point of tossing me around? Oh, so what did you see in me when you were chasing me around for fun? See how well you cheat. Tang Yu turned on the mocking mode. If you weren't so pretty and fit, who would have chased you? Humph. Dead scum. Wang Yishue pretended to be unhappy and said, her heart was beautiful and bubbly. What comes out of your mouth may not be true, but what's in the heart? It definitely doesn't lie. This sentence of dead scum made Tang Yu's heart blossom. This woman really couldn't stand herself anymore. Gotta figure out a way to piss her off a little more, just so she gets mad and kicks herself out. He doesn't know how to get women to like him, but he can't get them to spit on him. His eyes flickered and his gaze locked on a lovely white undershirt. Brother Benjamin plays the role of pretending to be a lewd man. I don't believe you're not still disgusted with me. You don't have very good taste. Do you want me to hand-pick a few pieces for you later? He purposely lifted up to reveal a dirty smile and turned his head to look at Wang Yishue and laughed obscenely. Click. The shutter of a photo shoot went off instantly. Wang Yishue sighed as she held the cell phone in her hand. Oops. Accidentally pressed to take a picture. Just happened to save the criminal record. Which is kissing me again and doing this kind of thing. What should I do with the innocence of a girl's family? Tang Yurun was dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why don't you follow the rules? Why did you use your cell phone to capture it? Shouldn't the normal plot be to call me a pervert and tell me to get lost? How many years has it been? Why are you so dark? Wake up. This is not your persona. Ugh. What can I do? My ex-boyfriend is harassing me so much. It's hard for me to be a good person if word gets out. Wang Yishue sighed, her eyes curving into a crescent moon with a smile. Tang Yu was already numb. This is definitely not something that Wang Yishue can do in the original book plot. I'm kidding. Come on. Tang Yu resentfully put down the underwear in her hands and honestly folded it up and put it with the other changes of clothes. Okay, I give up. I won't do anything. Okay? Lay flat. Originally, he was thinking of meticulously avoiding Yichen. Now it seemed that in addition to Yichen, these heroines themselves had to meticulously avoid them. Wang Yishue whistled twice happily. With these handles in his hand, this guy will have to listen to himself honestly in the future? Hey, don't try to run away, hosting. Right, talk to you about something serious. Seeing that Tang Yu was almost done packing, Wang Yishue smiled and said, I've recently planned to invest in new energy. Do you have any opinions? Tang Yu's eyes lit up. The good guy was finally on to her. Although Yichen is a man, it doesn't prevent himself from giving him a moonlighting today. That's right. I'm the #1 villain of virtue for virtue. You guys fall in love early, and I'll retire early to enjoy my happiness. New energy? Good business. The business world in the next 10 years is bound to be the king of new energy. The country is also vigorously supporting. This wind mouth cannot be missed. He stuck out his thumb with a look of admiration. Hurry up and get new energy. Believe in yourself. This project will make a lot of money, provided that the cooperation object is okay, laughs to death, and they cooperate with the Farce company, right? This company is simply a pitiful commodity. by the time the project is smashed in the hands, it's time for Yi Chen to make his debut. So that's how it is. I get it. The plot is still fine. Wang Yixue and Yi Chen had a falling out today is to pave the way for a sublimation of feelings. After Yi Chen steps in and saves Wang Yixue, she will definitely feel guilty and therefore fall in love with Yi Chen. Not bad for your dog, author. Is this also in your calculations? Chapter 14, Something's Missing. The smile in Wang Yixue's eyes became even more intense. She happily said, "Since you're all optimistic, I'll vote for this project, but I'm still hesitant. The cooperation object I'm currently looking at is the French company Fars, and I always feel that this company is a bit untrustworthy." You think too much, right? This company, I've been in contact with them. In the new energy research, this is very powerful. With their cooperation to get the latest technology, when the time comes, do not worry about making money, Tang Yu said in a serious manner. Isn't this stupid girl's intuition a bit sharp? It's true that there were problems at Fars, but they were all covered up by Yi Chen. It will be some time before their company's false accounting and tax evasion comes to light. As for their boasted new energy technology, currently not mature, there is a big problem in terms of security. To put it bluntly, it's just a ing liar company. Yi Chen is also vicious. Thanks to him purposely spent billions of shares to control this broken company to make a game to pit the Wang family. Wang Yixue had already laughed so hard that she could barely hold it together. She felt like she had complete control over Tang Yu's usage, as if she had a remote control in her hand. Just press the remote and the guy will respond. Okay, even you are so sure. Then there should be no problem. I am going to decentralize the project to Rulong. Do you think he is capable of handling this project? She looked at Tang Yu and asked again. Rulong is a famously smart person in our Su Hang. With his talent there's absolutely no problem. Tang Yu praised extremely. His heart thrilled. It's back. It's all back. And everything is finally normal. If you let Wang Rulong take over this crap project, this will be done. If you don't do it for him, how will he cover up the problems of the project? If I remember correctly, your company surnamed Li's vice president and Wang Rulong is wearing the same pants. This thing he also knows. He received Wang Rulong 100 million of the benefit fee. Deliberately helped to put smoke bomb it. Wang Yixue narrowed her eyes. Vice president Li? The company has just one vice president named Li Deshen, who has been with the company for 30 years. Because of his ability and his loyalty to the Wang family, he was deeply trusted by the Wang family. He had been strongly in favor of this new energy project and had talked to himself several times, saying that this project was enough to support the development of the Wang family for 20 years. Tang Yu said with a cold face after arranging all the cosmetics on the table. All cleaned up. Can you let me go now? Well, not bad. You can go now. Wang Yixue laughed happily. Tang Yu didn't leave in a hurry, but looked at her cell phone. Meaning video and photos you still don't delete? Why are you looking at me? The photos and videos have been deleted. Check if you don't believe me. You think I'm honored to keep this, don't you? Wang Yixue beamed with dissatisfaction. Yes, it must be deleted. I will never allow a beautiful woman like you to ruin her reputation because of a scum like me. Tang Yu nodded vigorously, turned around and pulled his legs out. His grandmother finally escaped Wang Yixue's clutches. After quickly running all the way out of Wang's house, the first thing Tang Yu did when he returned to the car was to first play a song to celebrate the most beautiful flower of the prairie, the fiery red Saurus. Tang Yu hummed along, in a beautiful mood. It's been a long day of hard work and I've finally pushed the plot back on track. In this way, Wang Yixue would definitely go along with the plot to eventually succeed with Yi Chen. Jiang Xiaoye was a bit off though. However, Yi Chen had already said that he was going to go to the Jiang family to challenge her grandfather. So I guess their plot would have to start only from here. As for Su Muyue, this woman is the same pants as Yi Chen, worthy of being the first female lead. In order to protect Yi Chen, she went so far as to act out a marriage with herself. High, really high. Unfortunately, compared to himself, the Go King, it still fell short of meaning. The eyes of this wisdom of the brother have seen through everything. After Yi Chen had picked them up, wouldn't that little misunderstanding with himself be lifted? Okay, it's time for the end of the shift and for the villain to get back to his life. As soon as Tang Yu stepped on the gas, the car rushed towards the road, to experience the life of the rich. Tokai Group, President's office. Su Muyue was sitting in front of her desk correcting a document. This is the company's new investment in a real estate project. Roughly need to invest $10 billion, for the Su family to be considered a medium meaning. Her female secretary, on the other hand, stood by the side, occasionally surveying Su Muyue's stunningly beautiful side face. As a beautiful woman, She always had the feeling of being ashamed of herself when she stood next to Muyue. Again, why can some women be so perfect? Just like her name, Makizuki. It's 6 o'clock. Aren't you off duty yet? Muyue, who was criticizing the documents, suddenly looked up at the female secretary and asked. Ha? The female secretary was a bit unresponsive and smiled awkwardly. I didn't hear the knock and thought it was still early. According to the usual practice, whenever he got off work at 6 o'clock, that young master of the Tang family would come knocking on the door to pick up Ms. Su from work for dinner. For 3 whole years, as long as they weren't on vacation, Tang Xiao would definitely come. Of course, Mr. Su never promised is all. Her thoughtless words caused Muyue to be a bit frustrated. She glanced at the office door. Yeah, as a rule normally the man would have come over and knocked on the door. Normally she was annoyed with this guy's pestering, but after not being able to hear it today, she was instead a little very uncomfortable, always feeling like something was missing. Mr. Su, I heard that you and Mr. Tang got engaged? Congratulations, you're finally together. I'll get off work first then. The female secretary smiled and gave a blessing as she gathered her things. Muyue instantly lost the mood to continue working, always feeling blocked in her heart. Marriage? Marriage, my ass. She already knows what that guy thinks. He obviously liked himself for 3 years and said he didn't like it. It aggravated her a bit. Of course, she knew she couldn't blame people. After all, she really hadn't hit on the guy for 3 years. What's wrong with me? Muyue rubbed her head, so she carried her bag and left the office. When she walked out, the subordinates of the company who hadn't left yet greeted her. Hello Mr. Su. Mr. Su has worked hard. Mr. Su is off work? I heard that Mr. Su and Mr. Tang are together. Congratulations. The sight of the sizzling, smiling faces made her heart feel even more suffocated. She knew that these people in the company privately hated her and had given her the nickname Iceberg. One and all, aren't you tired of wearing masks? She thought of Tangyu again. This guy, at least, can hear his heart. In a world where everyone wore masks, he was about as good as running around naked. Not to mention the masks. Chapter 15, The Joy of Being Highly Rich. After returning to her Maserati, Muyue hesitated for half a day with her cell phone and finally found Tangyu's WeChat. Are you free this evening? Would like to talk to you. Tangyu is driving down the road. Suddenly receiving a message from Muyue, he froze after glancing at it. What is Muyue looking for me for? After a moment's thought, he decisively pulled over to return the message. Talking about withdrawal? You should have said so. Hurry up and we'll all each have to answer to our parents. Muyue returned a string of ellipses. Speechless. Who wants to talk to you about withdrawal? She wasn't sure, though, what she really wanted to talk to this guy about. Just simply wanting to see him. Get back to me on what the ellipsis means. You're laying eggs here. Tangyu had wanted to reply like this, but felt it was too low quality. It's okay to be disliked, but there's no need to discredit yourself too much. What if she takes a screenshot and sends it to her friends? Following Wang Ishua's flirty maneuver? So he took out the standard of quality that should be expected from 9 years of compulsory education and changed it. Say what you have to say, off if you have nothing to say, and get back in touch when you've withdrawn. This withdrew from the marriage and didn't return it, making Tangyu annoyed with her to no end. Ing acted to protect him and pushed me into the fire. Is this what people do? Do you hate me that much? Muyue was so angry that tears were rolling in her eyes. The coldness, the contrast from before was too much for her to accept. Isn't that bull asterisk? Who told you to screw me over? I don't like being held up as a shield. Okay, I still have to go drink with some sisters. If you want to withdraw, just say so. Nothing drift bottle contact. Tangyu quickly replied back with a few sentences before holding her cell phone and having fun. How can you continue to act with yourself when you have this attitude? Hurry up and show your cards and be honest with your heroine. In short, the advantage is mine. You asshole. I'm not going to withdraw from the marriage. I'm going to marry into your Tang family. Just you wait. Suddenly, the WeChat chat box swiped out another message. Tangyu's hand shook in fear, and the phone almost didn't fall to the ground. This woman. For real? You're ing sick. He rushed to send a message back, only to be prompted with a red exclamation mark. This made Tangyu almost not spit out blood. In the original book's plot, Muyue is indeed a very stubborn character who will not change what she determines. But this stubbornness, shouldn't you use it on Yi-chen? It's over. This woman isn't really going crazy, is she? Tangyu's face went white. It was so hard for him to think that his plan was about to succeed. and now Su Muyue's maneuver made him stupid. Taking a deep breath, he tried to send a few more messages to persuade Su Muyue, stating that he had just had a bad attitude, and that your old man had lifted his hand and shook me blah. But the messages were sent all with red exclamation points. This woman is really pulling the plug on him. Day, overplayed. This woman eats soft but not hard. General women do not like to eat hard? Tang Yu was powerless to spit out a sentence. How come it was so hard to take a retirement? That's if you really marry her. That brainiac Yi Chen mustn't bring someone to flatten the Tang family? Just then, the microphone lit up once again. Tang Yu glanced at it with wide eyes before realizing that the note was Qin Ming. This Qin Ming is not a forensic doctor. He is the youngest master of the Qin family, one of the 4 great families in Suzhou and Hangzhou. In the plot of the original book, with Tang Yu is known as the 4 young men of Su Hang, but also Tang Yu's loyal little old brother followers. And in cool novels, the ones who are usually called X-City X-Young Man are basically destined to be stomped to death by the male lead. Qin Ming was no exception, and both he and Tang Yu, a pair of difficult brothers, ended up in a miserable situation. Tang Yu died after being kicked into a vegetative state. As for him, he's slightly better. He was poisoned by Yi Chen. ********. Big brother, what have you been doing lately? Seeing the message from Qin Ming, Tang Yu was suddenly inspired. Yeah, wouldn't it be nice to ask for help off the field? One is a villain. You have to use the villain's advantage to solve the problem. In a foul mood. Where are you? I came to play with you. I'm playing at Star River. Can you come? Can I wait for you somewhere else? The Star River in Qin Ming's mouth is a large entertainment place. All kinds of play. More pandemonium. Many rich second generation like to go here. As a loyal licking dog, the original Tang Yu clean never came to such places. But right now, Tang Yu doesn't care about that. It's not easy to be a high roller. If you don't enjoy it, you're out of your mind. Wait. Soon, Tang Yu drove the car to the entrance of the entertainment club called Star River. When this silver Lamborghini Poison drove by, many passers-by had their eyes glazed over. Several anchors who were broadcasting live at the entrance were the first to focus their cameras on the extremely racy sports car. Isn't this Poison? I heard there's only 2 of them in the country. Ha! Where's the rich kid who drives such a racy sports car? Ugh! Damn, when will I be reincarnated in such a rich family? You could be reincarnated as their dog. The anchors were in awe, guessing who the owner of the car really was. There was also an innocent-looking and rather revealingly dressed female netizen who took the initiative to welcome them. Don't you come to a place like this to hang out and catch kaiju? When Tang Yu opened the car door and stepped down, several of the onlooker girls exclaimed in shock. They also didn't realize that the owner of the car was a handsome young man. In terms of looks alone, he is somewhat similar to the once popular Jiaoenjuan, but his temperament is a bit more outstanding. Oh my god, isn't that the Don family? I recognize him. Their Tang family has long had trillions of assets, right? It's his first time in a place like this, isn't it? No way I'm going to strike up a conversation. Soon, several girls pressed on to come forward. Where can the female netizens at the forefront let these Thai foxes steal their business? She grunted twice in her heart and quickened her pace towards Tang Yu. When the 2 of them were still a meter away, she suddenly lost her center of gravity and fell onto Tang Yu. Is everything okay? Tang Yu subconsciously reached out to help the other party. I'm fine. I'm sorry, Xiao Tang. I almost bumped into you. The female netizen apologized with a pitiful face, but she couldn't wait to squeeze her body into Tang Yu's body. Well, negative distance is only good. Nothing. Be careful. Tang Yu smiled and shook her head. He smiled this smile, and several girls around him were so handsome that they couldn't close their legs. Wow. It's not that he's rich. It's just that I simply think he's better looking. The female netizen was just about to open her mouth to continue the conversation when several other girls had already gathered around. Hello, Mr. Tang, I'm Vivi. Are you here to play over here? Can young Tang add a WeChat? Don Xiao. They all pulled out their cell phones to leave contact information with Tang Yu. And one female anchor even deliberately pulled the neckline of her dress down so as to show off her capital. What was even more outrageous was that I didn't know which girl, with her hand, was secretly pinching Tang Yu's butt. The other passers-by around them were envious. Damn, the family is so rich and handsome. What about the rest of the world? Tang Yu is also continuous in his heart. It's the first time he's been treated like this. Is this the joy of being a high roller? So being rich and handsome can make a woman so active? What kind of Thai villains were the ones who were villains before? What kind of underworld gangsters? Security guards or personal bodyguards? In short, There is not a single one with more than $1 million in assets. P.S. This book is a little early Metropolis for a while. Development and then start to dry the Dragon King and absolutely do not send female. Chapter 16, They're Good Girls. As Tang Yu was surrounded by a group of women, a youth standing at the entrance of the Star River Clubhouse looked over. Isn't that my big brother? After the youth recognized Tang Yu, he hurriedly ran over quickly. After Tang Yu was surrounded by a group of women, it was as if he was the Tang monk who had come to the land of daughters. A group of women crowded around him, and it was difficult for the youth to get over to them. Can you move over? The youth had no choice but to shout. When he shouted this, the women looked towards him, followed by a look of surprise. Isn't this Young Qin? Young Qin is here too. They greeted Qin Ming one after another with the same warm attitude. It doesn't matter who the governor is. They just want to be the governor's wife. Okay, baby, stop pestering my big brother. It's his first time playing over here and you'll scare him if you're too enthusiastic. Qin Ming shouted with a smile. Only then did the group of women reluctantly move out of the way. Qin Ming grabbed Tang Yu's arm and walked away from the pile of women, smilingly saying, "Big brother, how does it feel to be over here for the first time?" "Pretty good. All good girls," Tang Yu praised. "Though they smoke and drink and tattoo and bungee jump and stay out all night, but they are just good girls. Well, just don't think about marrying yourself." Yes, all good girls." Qin Ming laughed out loud and said, "Then let's find a quiet place to sit and talk. It's fine to go in and chat." Tang Yu pointed at the Star River Clubhouse. "I came here specifically to enjoy life. When you're a villain, you don't know which will come first, tomorrow or the Dragon King, so enjoy it as soon as you can." Big brother, are you serious? Qin Ming reached out to touch Tang Yu's forehead. Big brother never used to come to places like this. What's the point of grinding? Tang Yu simply walked in towards the inside. He's going to be dashing around here today, and Jesus can't stop him. Big brother is really off. Qin Ming followed with a worried face. It was still dark, and the Star River Clubhouse was already bustling with activity. Men and women on the dance floor twisted their bodies to release their ergonomics, and several hotly dressed beauties on the stage danced passionately to the deafening sound of the music. Qin Ming led Tang Yu to the number 1 high platform seat, which was his exclusive seat. As soon as he sat down, drinks were soon brought in. Along for the ride were several beautiful women. However, Qin Ming didn't let these beauties come over and waved his hand to let them play by themselves first. He was worried about his big brother and was in no mood to bother with them. After pouring Tang Yu a glass of wine, he said with concern, "Big brother, you're not quite right today. What's wrong? You didn't used to come to this place. People change." Tang Yu raised her wine glass and clinked it with Qin Ming. Qin Ming wondered after taking a sip of a small half cup. "No, big brother, didn't you just get engaged to Muyue? If she knows you're here, wouldn't your 3 years of hard work be for nothing?" "Yeah, that's what I came to tell you." Tang Yu hurriedly put down her wine glass and opened her WeChat to let Qin Ming take a look at the chat log. Qin Ming felt his brain buzzing after reading it. Is this really something big brother can do? Daring to talk to Muyue like that? Scratch that. Big brother, you finally don't become a licking dog. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that we're lifelong friends, I would have wanted to cut you off a long time ago. After returning to his senses, Qin Ming was thrilled. He took the bottle and poured another glass for Tang Yu, having to drink a toast with him to celebrate. The two have been best buddies for years and went to the same aristocratic school. When a group of them went out to play in their second year of junior high school, Qin Ming accidentally fell into the river. Everyone else was watching at the time, and only Tang Yu jumped in to save him. After this friendship, Qin Ming was determined to recognize Tang Yu as his big brother. However, Tang Yu has been a licking dog for 3 years in the wind and rain, and it is true that his reputation in the circle is a little not so good. Ordinary people know that licking dogs shall not be housed. Being a high roller, doing this is a real bare-assed pushover, spinning around in circles of shame. Tang Yu didn't hold back from giving the kid a slap on the back. Then he didn't have the heart to say, "Tell me what kind of mentality she has, licking for 3 years with no movement, and now her attitude is like this." People are like that. They only know how to cherish after losing. Qin Ming bristled. Tang Yu felt more or less out of place. She is the heroine. How can she like a villain? There must be a conspiracy here. Then how do you think we can get her to leave me alone? Tang Yu looked at Qin Ming and vainly asked for advice. This Birdman, at 17 years old, he already had 100 kills. At 20 years old, 1,000 kills. Now I guess he can't even remember himself. The life of the rich is so plain and boring. Simple. Wouldn't it be better for you to follow my example of being a rotten crotch? Qin Ming said with a proud face. He hadn't been this depraved before, and had once had a nice fantasy about love. It wasn't until he was 17 years old that he heard his dad talking to an elder about the marriage between the two families, and was going to wait until he was of age to get the marriage finalized first. Luxury families are still more concerned with being in the right place. He matured overnight when he learned that the object of the union was an almost 200-pound young lady. In order to stop the marriage, he became the most famous nightclub prince in Suwon, so it was completely ruined. Right. Tang Yu came to his senses. The master had a point. As long as I'm a piece of, don't women stay away from me? He looked at Qin Ming with eyes filled with admiration, worthy of being his good brother. At first glance, he was a material to be a villain. It's no use just keeping a low profile if you want to be go. Aren't the villains in the cool articles hated by the heroines because of a belly full of flowers? And he, the villain, clearly doesn't stink enough. Purely a deliberate setup by the author to increase his dog-licking attributes. Come on, good brothers, cheers. From today onwards we are the Star River Clubhouse's absolute duo. Tang Yu raised her glass and clinked it with Qin Ming. Rubbish. Big brother's words are true. We'll live here from now on. Qin Ming laughed out loud, his eyes already sizing up tonight's prey. He hasn't missed a beat in all the time he's been playing here. Although certain fairies on the internet claim to run such places to relax. But whoever believes that has a green head. Relax. Who the hell comes here to relax? A man runs into a women's bathhouse and says he's going to wash his hands. And you believe him? Just after sweeping around, it looked like there were all familiar faces, which made him a bit tasteless. Big brother, tonight are some familiar faces. How about making do? Qin Ming laughed. It's rare that Big Brother came over for the first time and didn't arrange for two extremely good ones. He had a hard time with his conscience. Okay, you watch it. Tang Yu nodded. It was just a game, and he didn't ask for too much. Qin Ming immediately arranged it, and soon 7 or 8 beauties with different looks and figures ran over, all with looks and figures around 75 points. Seeing them standing in a row with their bags, Tang Yu almost didn't think twice. You four go keep my big brother company. It's his first time playing over here, so don't overdo it. Qin Ming nodded to 4 of them, and the 4 girls immediately giggled and ran to sit around Tang Yu. Young Tang, can I feed you a drink? Tang Xiao, you often exercise. Right. Our muscles are so strong. Oh, I also often exercise. You want to touch my abs? What type of girl do you like? Young Tang? Several girls were itching to squeeze into Tang Yu's lap and sit down, being as attentive as they wanted to be. P.S. Second shift delivered. In the middle of the code. There will be another chapter later on. Chapter 17, I just want to give them a home. Right, big brother? Aren't you trying to upset Muyue? How about I help you make a short video and send it out? Guarantee she'll be pissed off to death when she sees it. Qin Ming was advising from the side. He had been looking at Muyue with displeasure for a long time. Hiss. You kid is a ing genius. Tang Yu felt that he still didn't have enough experience in being a villain, and that it was still little old brother who was good at this kind of thing, screwing up his reputation. Okay, you guys hurry up and pose. Big brother, you embrace the right and left, and the beauties put some expression into it, and the lines remember to match. Qin Ming began to command, taking a short 10-second video with his cell phone. After he finished filming, he handed his cell phone to Tang Yu. Dao. Big brother, you see full or not? Not satisfied if I can shoot some more explosive, such as going to the hotel. Don't. Tang Yu shook her head in a hurry. He just wants to mess up his reputation a little bit, so that Muyue and these women resent him, and it's not like he wants to become a street rat. He was going to finish this wave and enjoy life. After taking the short video and watching it twice, Tang Yu was still quite satisfied. The video of himself with a look of lust. A few beautiful women are also quite cooperative. At first glance, it looks like the atmosphere of tonight to 5 people hacking group row. Okay, then, let's send it out like that. Tang Yu returned the cell phone to Qin Ming with satisfaction, worthy of being his good brother. Qin Ming grinned and immediately sent the short video out using his own number. His short video account has over 6 million followers. Because he usually posts some showy stuff and takes hundreds of thousands of dollars in raffle prizes for his fans from time to time, there are quite a lot of people who follow him. And among the people he's interlocked with is Muyuki. We are all from the 4 great families, often have dealings with each other to know each other, and it is normal to pay attention to each other. Today my good buddy came to Star River to play. Good looking is popular. Can't be helped. After getting the title right, the video was successfully uploaded not 2 minutes before it was reviewed. Soon, The number of likes and comments on the short video went crazy. Brother Chin, who is this handsome man? Can I get to know him? Wow, really handsome, but it looks a bit familiar. Is he a newcomer in the entertainment industry? This brother I can. In order to make sure Su Muyue could see this video, Qin Ming had even deliberately at her. Hey, long ago to see this is not happy. Day after day to set up this frame, so that their big brother and the circle face are lost. At this moment, Su Muyue was resting at home. Her eyes were still slightly red from crying in the car for a while today, being pissed off. After a while of swiping through short videos at home, I was in a slightly better mood. As she swiped, her phone suddenly alerted, showing that Qin Ming had at her. What's he at me for? Su Muyue was a bit puzzled. The two of them were considered nodding acquaintances and didn't have too deep of a relationship. After she tapped the message alert, the short video automatically jumped to the new video Qin Ming had just posted. When she saw that Tang Yu in the video was hugging a few beauties and giggling, her face instantly turned green. Big brother, you've got your arms around so many girls, does that count as scum? Scum? I'm not scum. I just want to give a home to girls all over the world. After hearing Tang Yu's voice in the video, a sense of loss and aggravation quickly surged through her, exasperating her so much that tears began to fall down her face again. It's as if you've lost something and then suddenly realized that it's important to you. After crying for a while, she suddenly realized something was wrong again. This guy never used to be a spendthrift. He purposely went to play and asked Qin Ming to make a short video for himself? Not right. She wiped a tear from her eye and thoughtfully ran to the mirror to start touching up her makeup. She was going to go over to the Star River Clubhouse herself to see what this guy was up to. One can hear his heart anyway. He couldn't keep anything to himself if he wanted to. After applying her makeup, she took her cell phone and called Tang Yu over again. Young Tang, your phone is ringing. The girl sitting next to Tang Yu saw Tang Yu's cell phone light up and hurriedly brought it over to hand it to Tang Yu. Thanks. Tang Yu reached out and pinched the girl's small face. Just a pinch, pinching out a handful of foundation after. Tang Yu as did not see. Rushed to bring the phone over. Su Muyuki? Seeing that it was her calling, Tang Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. Sure enough, the plan had worked out well, and she was supposed to come and get mad at herself. Maisie answered the phone. Tang Yu smiled. Hello? What the hell do you mean? Do I annoy you that much? Su Muyue's aggrieved voice came from the other end of the phone. Ha? What did you say? I can't hear you. It's too noisy over here. Are you backing out? Okay, then make an appointment tomorrow. I know you can hear me. Wait, I'll come to you. Su Muyue hung up the phone after saying that. Tang Yu held her cell phone with her eyebrows knitted together. This woman, is she possessed? Given her puritanical nature, shouldn't she be scolding herself right now and then go break off the engagement tomorrow? Then it dawned on him again. It must have been to protect Hee-chan. That's why she had to continue acting. It's a full-fledged show. This woman. What a deep heart. Luckily, my brother had already sensed it. What's wrong with Big Brother? Su Muyue called? Qin Ming asked from the sidelines. Yeah, said to come find me and get mad at her together later. Tang Yu hammed and hawed. We just need to piss off Su Muyue tonight. Everything will go smoothly. Qin Ming followed suit and heatedly laughed, and suddenly slapped his thigh and said, Wipe, Big Brother, I almost forgot about a proper matter. What business? I also have a date with a beautiful woman tonight. This time it's definitely a superb one, at least on the same level as Su Muyue. Qin Ming finished looking at a few girls and said, Babes, go ahead and play by yourselves. Just put any spending here today on my tab. My big brother and I have business to attend to later. A few girls have two eyes, and hastily agreed with a smile to carry the bag and leave. After sidetracking all these girls, Qin Ming hemmed and hawed. Big brother, this time I'm really enduring the pain. Later I'll let that beautiful woman come over to accompany you. You'll be able to embrace her and piss off Su Muyue to death. Is it that exaggerated? It's on the same level as Su Muyue. Tang Yu was a little less convinced. There were indeed many beautiful women in Su Hang, and there were only a few that might be comparable to Su Muyue, but being able to call in a really big beauty did make it better to anger Su Muyue. Otherwise just the girls around just now are beautiful women out there. But compared to Su Muyue, it was more than a notch below, and I'm afraid it wasn't too good to use to accompany myself in acting. You'll see soon enough. Qin Ming smiled mysteriously, took his cell phone and started contacting the other party. Tang Yu, on the other hand, was looking forward to it a little. Hey, being a villain definitely doesn't allow you to hang out with the heroines. He's single till he dies. Die outside. Jump down from here. And definitely not with the heroines. But other beauties, he still has a chance. After waiting for 10 minutes or so, a slender figure came from the distance carrying a bag. Good day, young Qin. The woman smiled and greeted Qin Ming as she walked over. Sister Ling Han has finally come. Come, let me introduce you. This is my good big brother Tangyu. Qin Ming hurriedly smiled and introduced Tangyu. Chapter 18. This blessing is for you. Do you want it or not? Tangyu looked up at the woman and immediately agreed with Qin Ming's words in her heart. This woman, in terms of looks alone, was not inferior to Su Muyue, the #1 beauty in Suzhou Hangzhou, and her temperament was much more flirtatious, as if she was born with a charming bone. Her outfit was also quite hot. The top was dressed in a white semi-transparent shirt, which was most tantalizingly hidden. The black leather skirt underneath emphasized her proud figure, and the two long, snow-white legs shook people's eyes. Her pair of watery peach blossom eyes flashed with a moment of surprise when she saw Tangyu. Then he sat down next to Tangyu and extended his hand. Young Tang, you're so handsome. I'm Ling Han, nice to meet you. Then I'm even happier than Miss Ling to know a great beauty like Miss Ling. Tangyu smiled as he held the other party's small, cold, jade-like hand, and suddenly reacted with his pupils shrinking. Asterisk 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 asterisk, isn't this the ing Jade Fox? Asterisk 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 asterisk, Yichun, this dog moves that fast? This is arranged over? No, her target shouldn't be me. It should be Qin Ming. At this moment, Tangyu's heart was greatly shaken. Likewise, Ling Han, who shook his hand, was startled. Suddenly hearing Tangyu's heartfelt words, she almost thought that she had been dismantled for her identity. Not bad, she was one of the pawns that Yi Chen had purposely sent over, and she was also an elite at the top of the Dragon Soul organization. What's with this guy? Is talking to me in ventriloquism? No, it's definitely not ventriloquism. A hint of shock flashed in Ling Han's eyes. As a top assassin, she knows so many skills. Ventriloquism is one of her specialties, but this guy in front of him, he didn't look like he could use ventriloquism in any way. Seeing that the two of them were not letting go of their handshake, Qin Ming soured a bit on the sidelines. Big brother is big brother. Looks really handsome. Women see him simply cannot get around just shaking hands like this. There's going to be a lot of gunfire tonight. After returning to his senses, Ling Han looked at Tangyu and smiled. Young Tang, I think you take good care of your skin. Your hands are whiter and more tender than mine. Ah, yes? Tangyu smiled awkwardly and hurriedly let go of Ling Han's hand. A little bit of scalp numbness. He glanced at Qin Ming, who was giving him a thumbs up with a smug look on his lips. How about it, big brother? Is a brother righteous enough? Enough of your sister's righteousness. This is a killer. People are targeting you and you're pushing her on me. I take you as a brother. You kid, don't do it. After hearing Tangyu's heartfelt words again, Ling Han was 100% certain. It's not ventriloquism. Rather, he himself heard what was in this guy's heart. She was amazed in her mind. After so many years of being an assassin, what world had she not seen? But this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Calm down. Don't do anything rash yet. Ling Han took a deep breath. Although her identity had been exposed, she was confident that she could easily escape from here. Let's stay and observe a bit more first. This guy is a target for the Dragon King too. Come on, new friends to meet should have more drinks. At this point, Qin Ming, a good brother, came out as a lubricant and helped the two start pouring wine. Hey, this mustn't help big brother get this woman drunk? Come on, dry up. Tangyu raised his glass with a somewhat far-fetched smile, and the three clinked their glasses together. He glanced at the Jade Fox's luscious and seductive face, and now all he wanted to do was carry the bucket and run. What's more dangerous than the heroine? Naturally, it's a killer under the protagonist's hand. He subconsciously moved his body to the side, pulling back a bit to find some safety first. Originally wanted to meddle to the enemy's guns. What's wrong, young Tang? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Noticing Tangyu's movements, Ling Han smiled and asked. My butt hurts a little after sitting for so long. Tangyu laughed out loud. Don't you come over. You can't forget your beginnings as a human being. What's your goal? Is it to be cavity-free? Of course not. You're aiming at our Qin Ming. Mr. Qin. Yes. Find him to chat up a flirtation, know what I mean? Dead Taoist friends do not die of poverty. Brother, you can rest assured. Big brother will remind you later to run away to hide abroad, or will not see death. The corner of Ling Han's mouth twitched. This guy is quite righteous? How did he know about the organization's plans? Though, Ling Han became more and more curious about this person. According to the organization's information, this guy was just a dog-licking rich second generation. In hindsight, Maybe it's not that simple. It's fine. I can help young Tang rub it if it's uncomfortable. I majored in medicine. She reached out and placed her hand on Tang Yu's leg and smiled. Wow. Big brother is blessed with a lot of lust. Ling Han's sister hasn't been this nice to me. Qin Ming coaxed from the sidelines. Get your ass up. Do you want to take this blessing? Tang Yu let out an awkward laugh and said, Miss Ling is indeed understanding. But it seems like my butt doesn't hurt anymore. As long as it doesn't hurt anymore. Come on. Let's keep drinking and talking. Ling Han raised his wine glass and smiled. Tang Yu nodded, quickly thinking up a countermeasure in his mind. According to the original plot, Yi Chen's first goal after his ambitious return to China was to first take down the 4 major families in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The 4 great families had an extremely deep influence in Suhang. After taking the 4 great families under control, the entire Suzhou-Hangzhou would henceforth be in Yi Chen's hands. He is the uncrowned king here, and to take control of the 4 great families, in addition to picking up girls, he had to kick away the stumbling blocks one by one. Qin Ming, as the male heir of the Qin family, was his stumbling block, so he sent out several of his best men. Ling Han, the jade-faced fox, was in charge of the Qin family. After she approaches Qin Ming, she controls him with her beauty and then hooks up with another cockney. The two eventually clashed and Qin Ming was poisoned to death by the Jade Fox. The Qin family thought that it was the work of that male, and after the two families went to war they were taken advantage of by Yi Chen. After carefully recalling the plot once more, Tang Yu let out a sigh of relief. Come to think of it, the rules of the Dragon Soul organization are very strict, and one may not just change the mission. This woman and I are just playing along. The real target is still Qin Ming and the other unlucky guy. In that case, there's no need for me to panic too much. Just play my part and let her think I'm disgusting myself by walking away. Ling Han, who heard all this, frowned slightly. This guy, he knows so much about the Dragon Soul organization? It was important to know that the Dragon Soul organization was extremely powerful and mysterious. It's the internal rules of their organization that outsiders are not even aware of. This rich second-generation surname Tang is by no means idle. After adjusting his mindset, Tang Yu took the initiative to move his body to Ling Han's side and smiled lewdly. Miss Ling is so pretty. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. Chapter 19, they're all actors. No, is young Tang going to introduce me? Ling Han said with a smile. Her body took the initiative to lean on Tang Yu, making secret glances at him. Trying to make yourself go away? No way. She wanted to see just how much this guy knew about their organization. Asterisk. This doesn't follow the rules. If your target is Qin Ming, shouldn't you be staring at him a few times at this moment? Could it be that she knew that Qin Ming liked to be a minotaur and deliberately acted this way for him? It's okay, just act. Life is like a play, all depends on the acting. Later we'll just use you to deal with Su Muyue, that stupid woman. Tang Yu did some quick math in his mind. He hemmed and hawed and smiled smoothly as he wrapped his arms around Ling Handao. So does MS. Ling have any interests? I'll see if I recognize any that share your interests. Hobbies? I like dancing and music. How about Don? Then we're pretty much the same. I like listening to music and watching movies that are inappropriate for children. Tang Yu said with a straight face. Put. Qin Ming, who was drinking, sprayed all the liquor in his mouth. Brother, your skill in picking up girls is on the same level as Primitive Man? Ling Han pretended to be shy and said, You're so annoying, Tang Xiao. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Tang Yu laughed out loud. I told you, how could Tang Xiao be this kind of person? That's right, how can someone like me like listening to music? Ling Han and Qin Ming were both chilled to the bone. Young Tang, you're so humorous. Ling Han also had to compliment Tang Yu, leaning into his arms and pampering himself. Don't come this way. I've already had too much sugar-coated food. Women. It only affects my enjoyment of life. Especially Yi Chen's women. But Yi Chen, this person is also cheap enough to not spare any of the women of his own organization, deliberately arranging dangerous tasks for them that can't be completed, and then running off to heroically save them. TSK, all letting him finish alone. Tang Yu lamented in his heart. Ling Han's heart, however, was shocked beyond measure. This guy, how does he even know this? She had missed 2 missions in the past 2 years, both of which were saved by the Dragon King. Even in order to save her, the Dragon King was injured badly. It moved her in her heart. But now, after hearing Tang Yu say this, she suddenly sensed something was wrong too, because the 2 times she missed, the task was indeed a bit more difficult than stated. That's why she missed. How much more do you really know? Ling Han was curious in his mind. It's just that she couldn't ask, so she could only listen silently while acting. Good thing that's when Sumuyuki finally made his entrance. After she ran to the Star River clubhouse with her bag in a rage, she came straight to the number 1 high table. Along the way the crowd was amazed to see Sumuyuki, and several people came up to talk to her. There were also a few men in hot pursuit, following behind in a stalker's stance. It was only after seeing Muyue walk to the no. 1 high platform, they wouldn't dare make a move. Tang Yu. When Muyue arrived and saw a woman whose face value was not inferior to his own, snuggling in Tang Yu's arms, he couldn't help but let his eyes spit fire. What? Came over to talk to me about the withdrawal? Tang Yu smiled faintly, finally waiting for this stinky woman. Did you see that? I'm hugging such a big beauty. How can you still put up with it? Don't hesitate to get mad. You're allowed to splash me with booze today. Come on. Don't pity me because I'm a delicate flower. Show your dignity as a heroine. Sumuyuki heard this guy's heart and instantly understood his intentions. Sure enough, this guy is purposely releasing short videos to provoke himself, just thinking of forcing himself to give up on the marriage union. He was not as good as he wanted to be. Her complexion instantly softened by 2 points as she sat down next to Tang Yu and said, "What's withdrawing from marriage? We've come together with great difficulty. What are you thinking? I was watching you drink here alone and wanted to drink along with you." Qin Ming, who was on the side, looked dumbfounded. He finally understood why his big brother said that Muyue was not right. That high and mighty Muyue. How can you tolerate your fiancé with his arm around a beautiful woman and talk calmly like that? Seeing Muyue sitting beside herself, she took a wine glass and poured herself a glass of wine. Tang Yu was completely confused. You're so out of line? Big sister. Your head is already green. Can you continue to tolerate it? Come on. Follow your heart. Think about who you are. You're Muyue. Do you understand Iceberg? Let's do it this way. We're making an exception for today's big payoff. Allow you to slap me and call me shameless. And then let's call off the marriage. Okay? Don't hesitate to prove yourself with such a great opportunity today. If you don't, how can Ling Han report to the Dragon King that we are innocent? Then go drink somewhere else. You'll be disturbing me and MS. Ling's drinking here. Tang Yu wrapped his arms around Ling Han, revealing a nasty colorful expression that provoked him. Did you see that? What does it mean to be a shameless beast? If you can't stand it, then hurry up and leave. Don't force me to be even more shameless. I'm a person with a flexible moral bottom line. I can do anything. A light tremor ran through Ling Han's body, and he almost didn't backhand Tang Yu with a slap. This is playing a good hand. Taking advantage of yourself and taking advantage of yourself? She gritted her teeth darkly. This kid is dead. Sumuyuki was angry and amused in her heart. What about this guy? Poorly acting to make an idiot out of himself? You want to force me to leave? No way. You guys just drink what you want. I don't care about you. Let's go home together when you're tired of playing. Okay? Sumuyuki reached out and held Tang Yu's arm in a soft voice. Tang Yu seriously suspected that Muyue wasn't himself at all. Is this Wu Delang possessed? Is this something a carbon-based creature could say? What about your identity and position? You calm down. This dog-licking line is mine. Don't get your identity wrong. Come on, drink this and then sweep away the hunger to be yourself. Don't look at me like that. I've got it all figured out. I've put you through so much these past 3 years to test you, but from now on, I'm going to make you the happiest man in the world, and you can do whatever you want, and I won't blame you. Sumuyuki said with a gentle expression. Tang Yu took a deep breath and felt her legs go a little weak. This woman. She's really going to get herself killed. Playing for real, right? Okay, it's just a contest of lower limits. Lousy damn pull-up pants. Forget it, pull cannot do people. Ugh, I really can't pull Ling Han away first. If we let her continue to listen, it's really not going to be fun. After thinking clearly, Tang Yu sneered and said, as you wish. Then drink slowly. Miss Ling and I will go to the restroom. Don't come over and disturb us. After saying that, he stood up with his arm around Ling Han and left the number 1 high platform. Qin Ming, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Big brother, why are you all so wild today? Himself, the king of the nightclub, isn't even half as open as you guys, okay? Sumuyuki really didn't follow. Holding a glass of champagne and drinking it slowly, her mood happy and complicated. Happy that the guy wasn't screwing around, just acting, but he was resistant to himself. It made Sumuyuki's mood quite complicated. Could it be that all those 3 years of his liking were a lie? Chapter 20, Security Manager Super Brave. Ling Han, who was being held in Tang Yu's arms, was ready to strike at any time. She uses her beauty to tease her targets when she's on a mission, but never let the target get really close to himself. It was a good thing Tang Yu took her out through the back door of the Star River Clubhouse after wrapping his arms around her and spinning her around. Don Xiao, what did you bring me here for? She asked in a shy whisper. Tang Yu took off the multi-million-dollar watch on her hand and shoved it to Linghan. A gift for you. My brother likes girls like you who know what they're doing and won't ask for money. Women like Su Muyue who come at me for my money. I look at them and I get sick to my stomach. I'll go back and talk to her about the withdrawal. We'll have drinks together next time, haha. After saying that, Tang Yu dashed back into the Star River Clubhouse. The mood followed suit. Su Muyue, this woman's acting skills are no longer good. In the end, it is his own skill. Linghan would definitely tell Yi Chen when he heard these words. At that time, Yi Chen, this person, always won to feel that he robbed the woman, right? Linghan casually put away the watch Tang Yu had given her. As an assassin, she still loved money. She quickly returned to the car and took her cell phone and dialed Yi Chen's number. Soon the call was answered. What's up, Hainer? Mission still going well? Yi Chen's voice came from the other end of the phone. Usually, when she heard Yi Chen call herself Hainer, Linghan was still quite happy in her heart. But after hearing Tang Yu say quite a few things in her mind, she already had some subtle changes in her mindset at this moment. For Yi Chen's intimate address, she subconsciously recoiled a little, and even thought the guy was a bit of a hypocrite. Already close to the target, but I encountered Tang Yu and Su Muyue while approaching the target. She took her cell phone and reported back. Tang Yu? What is he taking Su Muyue for? They're drinking at the bar. Is this kid going to get Su Muyue drunk, and then lay a hand on her? Yi Chen on the other end of the phone was already storming. The woman he loves. No one must be allowed to get their hands on her. Otherwise, the Dragon King is angry. Blood flows. Linghan replied after a moment of hesitation. They didn't drink much, but the two of them were cuddling, and Su Muyue seemed to be very active. Impossible. Su Muyue only has me in her heart. How could she take the initiative to get close to other men? You help me keep an eye on Su Muyue and protect her, okay? Yi Chen roared on the end of the phone. How about this Dragon King? How about I change my plan and sneak into the Tang family to get close to Tang Yu? This will also better protect Su Muyue. Linghan applied. She had no desire to continue the mission now, and only wanted to get close to Tang Yu to hear more from him. This guy, he even knows the secrets of the Dragon Soul organization. Perhaps there was one piece of information he had been poking around that he could give an answer to. Yes, then Hainer, you changed the plan first. There is no hurry on the Qin family side for now. Remember, you must not let him touch my woman. Got it? Yi Chen ordered loudly on the end of the phone. He was currently wearing a security uniform with a walkie-talkie hanging from his body, patrolling a certain high-end neighborhood in Suong. After leaving Wang's house today, he hoofed it over here for a new job. Yes, that's the usual way for the Dragon King to pick up girls. Approach a woman with a humble identity, then show great strength to make her curious and fall in love with her. Just a roar from his side. An obese man drove up on a patrol car. This person was none other than Liang Fifan, the security manager of the neighborhood. He came over and kicked Yi Chen in the ass, cursing angrily. New guy. Are you out of your mind? Who told you to call and yell during work hours? And what touch your woman? What? You buy a doll and have it stolen? Yi Chen was suddenly in a rage after receiving a kick. A little security manager. He also dared to make a move against his own hallowed Dragon King. If this hadn't been in the country, he would have been a corpse the moment he struck. However, for the sake of the pickup plan, he had to hold back and gritted his teeth. Manager Liang, there are company rules that allow phone calls during work hours. And the company has a ING rule that subordinates can't talk back to their superiors. I'm not talking back. I'm reasoning with you. Speak your ING mind. Off if you don't want to do it. Manager Liang spat a thick mouthful of spit at the ground and swaggered off on his bike. Yi Chen stood in place shivering with anger. When his plan to pick up girls is complete, this guy will be the first to die. Surname Tang can go back a little bit first. And Linghan on the other end of the phone had hung up the phone with a look of contempt after hearing this. After listening to a few of Tang Yu's heartfelt words, it was as if her IQ had increased drastically now. His attitude towards Yi Chen also grew more and more disdainful. Is a man who can do this for a girl really qualified to command an organization? When Tang Yu returned to the one high platform, Su Muyue was already lying on the table. Yes, she's a very poor drinker. It took less than 3 drinks, and by now it was down. Qin Ming was guarding her at the side, and when he saw Tang Yu arrive, his face was shocked as he said, *********. Big brother, you're done in 3 minutes? Finish your sister. I didn't go. I sent her away. This woman is very dangerous. You don't hang out with her from now on, got it? Tang Yu frowned and barked. When he took over this body, the memories were accepted along with it. In his heart, he was still very attached to Qin Ming as his brother. As a villain, Qin Ming's death was actually quite innocent, purely and simply because of the unwillingness to have the family business taken away. It became a roadblock that Yi Chun had to eradicate. At the end of the day, things like villains are nothing more than a matter of personal stance. It's natural for readers to have a good time reading cool writing vicariously through the Dragon King, but when you substitute the villain's position to stand against the Dragon King, it's not a sour feeling. Okay, whatever you say, big brother. Qin Ming agreed with a smile and didn't bother to ask for a reason. Women are everywhere. Just keep looking. He pointed at Su Muyue, who was lying on the table, and said, so what now? I'll take her back. Tang Yu is also a headache very much. This woman cannot drink, just do not drink. Come over to act a drama, also do not have to be so desperate, right? In case you take advantage of the situation. Wouldn't that make the Dragon King a cuckold bitter dragon? But it seems interesting to think about it. Shaking her head, Tang Yu still dismissed this dangerous thought. It's better to be an honest villain and live on until then. It's too damn dangerous to steal a woman from the main character. Carrying Su Muyue up on her back, Tang Yu immediately felt a large area of softness on her back. The scent of Su Muyue's body mixed with the smell of wine also smelled extraordinarily good. Chapter 21. Are you so wild? Because of her drinking, Tang Yu called two of the Tang family's bodyguards to drive to pick herself up. Drive without drinking. Drink and don't drive. In every urban cool book, there's a villain who gets killed by a drunk driver, trying to survive to the grand finale. Be sure to be security conscious enough to survive the protagonist. After waiting for a black Rolls Royce to drive over, Tang Yu carried Su Muyue and sat in the back row together. One of the bodyguards in the car then gets out and goes to drive his poison back to the Don's house. The two luxury cars drove down the road one after the other, making Tang Yu still feel quite good. It's awesome to be rich. If this world didn't have Yi Chen, it would be even more perfect. The drunken Su Muyue's pretty face was red, looking much cuter than the usual everyday collapse of a batch face. She suddenly hemmed and hawed, her head tilting as she fell onto Tang Yu's shoulder. Step aside. Tang Yu didn't hesitate to push her head away. The bodyguard driving the car saw the scene in the rearview mirror and barely managed to drive the car into the river. I'll be damned. Is this the usual dog-licking young master? The young master in the past, that licked for 3 years rain or shine. Even the most loyal dog, compared to the young master, would exclaim that you are better at being a dog. He had also heard from other colleagues that they had witnessed the young master licking this Miss Sue's high heels for her. Even the young master's father was once so angry at his son's lack of dignity that he gave him a solid beating. That day, it was rumored that the belt broke a few times, and the young master was drawn into the hospital. As a result, the young master sneaked out of the hospital the next day and ran off again with a bouquet of roses to wait for Ms. Su to get off work. Su Muyue, who had been pushed away, just hemmed and giggled and stuck to Tang Yu again. In an unimaginably delicate and sticky tone, she said, I just want to stick to you. Tang Yu had a question mark on her face, then remembered. When this woman was very young, her mother died of cancer. Father Su Chongshan is a very strong character. Busy revitalizing the Su family, has little time to accompany her, but also to her extremely strict requirements. Under the loneliness and pressure, she developed a stubborn and aggressive personality, and her person became more and more cold and independent. This icy mask enveloped her, protecting her as she refused to let anyone approach her. But once she's drunk, she completely removes that mask and reveals her delicate and clingy side, like an unconditionally trusting puppy. But, what are you doing showing this side to me? Why are you still moving your hands? Seeing Su Muyue's entire body about to climb on top of her, Tang Yu struggled to try and push her away, but he overestimated himself. Because of the brain-dead author's setting, as a villain he is just a plain old high-flying guy with a rather inept fighting ability, and as the first female lead, Su Muyue had some martial arts skills. It's no trouble against 2 or 3 big men. Tang Yu, whose combat strength was inferior to that of a big man, competing for strength in front of her was simply self-defeating. After Su Muyue climbed on top of him, she hemmed and hawed and laughed. Come on, give me a kiss. She beamed and started shaking her head, moving a little closer to Tang Yu. Don't come over. Old Wang Yu pull her. Tang Yu struggled to resist, but her hands were already being held down by her in a death grip. All he could do was try to bob his head to avoid it. Really let her press a hard kiss. When she sobers up and remembers this, she'll kill herself. Young master, I'm driving. I can't help you on the viaduct. the bodyguard said helplessly while eating melon, secretly despising his own young master in his heart. The beautiful woman throws her arms around you, kid, pretend what serious people. You're really so good. You go be a lickspittle for 3 years? Under Tang Yu's constant struggles, Muyue missed her mouth with a few kisses. However, Tang Yu's face was not spared, leaving a few red lip marks. She hiccuped contentedly after a few kisses and stared at Tang Yu dead in the face. I've kissed you so many times. Why don't you kiss me? Are you so wild? Tang Yu was about to cry. Damn you. How could she? This isn't Muyue. This is a horny female goblin. Who told you to stop licking me? You used to say you'd lick me for the rest of my life. You don't count on your word. Muyue pouted her lips in a tone that carried a bit of sadness. But I haven't licked it in 3 years. Then why don't you try licking for 3 more years again? What happens if you try? You'll turn into a big licking dog. Muyue smiled and said. Tang Yu felt that this woman was really drunk. This face change was absolutely amazing. Muyue suddenly rubbed her face gently against Tang Yu's, commiserating. I'm sorry, I know you're upset. So let me lick you instead, okay? Don't ignore me. She suddenly pampered her. And Tang Yu couldn't really handle it for a moment. Only within seconds of her saying this, she fell asleep on Tang Yu. Tang Yu let out a long breath. This woman had finally subsided. If she continued to toss and turn, she was afraid that her own ice-clear body would be spoiled by her. After the car drove for another 10 minutes or so, it finally returned to Tang's house. Tang Yu didn't intend to send Muyue back. She was drunk like this. Sending her back to Su's family wouldn't be easy to explain. Anyway, Dawn's house was big, and it wasn't bad for her to rest, carrying Muyue on her back. She had just gotten down from the car when Tang Yu saw her old man, Tang Gangchang, standing at the front door. Tang Gangchang's face was as black as coal at this moment. Half an hour ago he was relaxing at home playing with his phone for a while when suddenly an old friend sent him a video link. He clicked in and saw his son with a lewd look on his face straddling 4 women having a drink. The guy was screaming something about how I'm not scum. I just want to give them a home. It pissed him off enough. This little man. He has been so hard to help him to set the matter of marriage. He is so quick to show his original form. Now he saw Tang Yu coming down from the car with a woman on his back and a face full of lipstick marks. He slowly drew out his belt. The father sees that the son is not dead and draws 7 wolves. Dad, just calm down. Tang Yu was so scared that she almost didn't jump up, having guessed what her old man wanted to do. Calm down? You kid can This is only after the marriage is finalized. You start to show your true nature, right? You even brought a woman back to play? Tang Gangcheng sneered and gripped the belt in his hand. This isn't anyone else. This is Muyue. I went drinking with her. That short video was farcical. Qin Ming asked me to help film it. Said she wanted to raise her fans. Tang Yu hastily dumped the pot. Tang Gangcheng stared and looked for a few moments before realizing that it was really his future daughter-in-law. That eased his face a bit, and he eased the belt back in. A few bodyguards hiding around also came out from the shadows with a hint of embarrassment on their faces. They were the ones Tang Gangcheng had arranged around to prevent Tang Yu from running away. Tang's mother, Xia Hongying, also walked out, holding a box of Yunnan Baiyao in her hand. Nice guy. Beating and healing all in one. Chapter 22, Whoever you choose will die. Tang Yu carried Muyue on her back and walked to her home with a black line on her face. Tang Gangcheng frowned and reprimanded. How much alcohol did you pour into Maketsu? Why are you drunk like this? She had to drink it herself, and after 3 drinks she couldn't. Bull ********. People Maku never go to that kind of place to drink. Don't think I can't guess what's in your kid's mind. Tang Gangcheng scolded nonchalantly. We're all men. Can this guy hide his little thoughts from himself? Tang Yu wanted to cry. Can't your old man see the lipstick on my face? I couldn't have put my face there myself, could I? When she returned home, Mother Tang supported Muyue. I'll take Muyue to your room to rest first. You brats aren't allowed to bring people to drink next time. Let Makazuki rest in the guest room. What's the point of sending him to his room? Tang Gangcheng said with some dissatisfaction. His own wife is good at everything, but she's too spoiled for this kid. This marriage union was also something that she had pushed hard for at home, or else he wouldn't have been able to pull this off. Dawn's mother smiled and nodded, understanding what her husband meant. Tang Gangchen looked at Tang Yu again and said in a serious tone, I know you've liked people for a few years, but some things can't be rushed. They have to volunteer. I'll break 3 of your legs if you kid gets any more ideas. Your old man is overthinking it. I'm not interested in her. Really? So who are you interested in? That girl from the Wang family? Or Kurson from the Qin family? Tang Gangchang asked with a raised eyebrow. Tang Yu felt that either one was a dead end. Apart from the Tang family, the other three of the four great families all had beautiful women who had been taken in by that pusher Yichen. It could be said that this man had conquered these three great families by picking up girls. This is the most outrageous thing about cool fiction. Do they really have no face at all for a powerful family? Can you tolerate your own daughter and other women serving you alone and having to pile all the family resources on you? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. After being tugged by his old man's ears and lectured for half a day, Tang Yu finally escaped the fate of being beaten. Back in his room, after washing up he lay down on the bed that was worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and fell asleep beautifully. The life of the rich is so plain and boring. When Mother Tang left the guest room, Su Muyue, who had already fallen asleep, slowly opened her eyes. She was awake by now. Or maybe she wasn't that drunk to begin with. In the car, she was drunk but her sanity was still there. But under the influence of alcohol, she wasn't so keen on keeping her sanity. She prefers to follow her instincts to do what she is afraid to do and say what she is afraid to say. Also try to take off your mask like this guy. But now that she was completely sober, she was really kind of ashamed to think about it. One just wanted to talk to him. How did one take the initiative to kiss that guy? It's over. I have no face tomorrow. She covered her burning face and softly bemoaned the fact that she shouldn't have been drinking. Thinking about it, she tossed and turned in bed almost until 3 o'clock. Early the next morning, a knock on the door woke her from her sleep. Makazuki, are you up yet? It's time for breakfast. Don's mother's voice came through the door. Okay, auntie. Sumuyu rubbed her hazy sleepy eyes and answered, somewhat reluctantly climbing up to wash up. The dark circles under her eyes were a little noticeable on her face because she hadn't slept well. When she walked out, she happened to bump into Tang Yu, who was wearing her pajamas. Tang Yu was in high spirits, but her face was a bit odd after seeing Sumuyu. He greeted casually. Morning. Why is this woman staring at me? Is she remembering what happened last night? Alas. Wine crazy. Next time beat to death cannot drink with her, or master this ice clean body cannot keep. Hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Sumuyu began to feel her face burning again. Remembering what happened in the car last night, she was a little afraid to look directly into Tang Yu's eyes and said that she had long ago lowered her head and walked forward. Yosi, that's how you should react. Be cool with me, okay? A heroine has to be a heroine, and I'll grudgingly forgive you for yesterday. Tang Yu followed behind with some beauty. This woman looked normal after all. Breakfast was already ready on the table when the two walked to it. Today's breakfast was made by Don's mother herself when she got up early in the morning, without even letting the cook do it. After all, this was the first time my future daughter-in-law had breakfast at home, so I had to take some special care. Good morning, uncle and aunt. Sumuyu came over and then greeted Tang father and mother. Good morning, Makazuki. The two also smiled in unison and greeted Sumuyue. They were still quite satisfied with Sumuyue. The girl was pretty and capable. It's just that the sex is a little cold, letting his own son be a licking dog for 3 years. Tang Yu followed suit with a greeting, pulling a chair and sitting down with a plate of xiaolong bao to start eating. What are you doing? Just eating for yourself. Clip it for someone else. Maketsu. Seeing Tang Yu burying her head in bitter food, Tang mother became a bit dissatisfied. She wants to eat her own. What to take by herself is not good. It is not a child. Tang Yu bristled. It's impossible to pinch her food. Not in this lifetime. Love to eat? Don't eat. Forget it. Brother is not a chow thief. Not interested in taking care of other people's harem. Women. It'll only affect me until the grand finale. Hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Sumuyu suddenly got a little toothy. This is just pinching a dish. It's not like we're eating him, she said softly with a guilty look on her face. It's alright, uncle and aunt. I'll be fine on my own. I'm really sorry for the trouble I caused you yesterday by accidentally drinking too much. It's okay. It's okay. It's all because this kid is not a thing. He has to take you to drink. Next time he forces you to drink, you tell uncle. Uncle beats him to death. Tang's father said in a pleasant manner. It really wasn't me who brought her for a drink. If you don't believe me, you can ask that Qin Ming kid. Tang Yu has a face. He is almost a cooking class. Professional backstabbing, right? Yes. It was I myself who had to accompany him to drink. Blame me. Uncle, don't scold him. Sumuyu bit her lip with an aggrieved face and said. Once her words came out, Tang father and mother became more and more satisfied with her. Look how considerate and understanding this daughter-in-law is. One would rather lie in order to keep the boy from being scolded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dead woman, you're acting me out again, aren't you? And running to my parents to brush up on their favor. Your Honor, Is acting to this extent necessary? I get it. You're purposely setting brother up because you don't want to take on the pressure of withdrawing from the marriage and letting brother take the blame? Scheming dog woman. I admit defeat. After mulling it over in his mind, Tang Yu was finally enlightened. He opened his mouth after he had eliminated a Xiaolong Bao. Dad. Mom. As you can see, the two of us don't really get along very well. I think it's better to have the marriage union. Before he could finish his sentence, Tang father had already pulled out his belt and squinted at Tang Yu Dao. What did you say? Tang Yu swallowed the remaining half of his sentence honestly. It's a bit inappropriate to have a hit early in the morning. Chapter 23, Wang Yishue's Revenge. Dad, don't hit him. Maybe I didn't do something right to upset him. I will change. Sumuyu looked at Tang's father with an aggrieved face and advised. Ugh, what are you doing giving in to him so much? You kid? He's just an itchy-skinned person who owes it to be cleaned up. Father Tang was looking at Sumuyu more and more smoothly, and sighed as he put the belt back. This son of his, who was dead set on being a lickspittle before. Once it was for 3 whole years. Now it's so hard to get a beautiful woman. This kid wants to make a demon again. This is not cheap and owes a beating, what is it? Amidst the laughter of Tang father and mother and Sumuyu, a breakfast was finally over. Tang Yu is like an orange outsider who no longer dares to say half a word of under the threat of belt-fried meat. Temple Group. General Manager's Office. Wang Yishue was flipping through an investigative report on the French company Fars. After the last time she heard the heart from Tang Yu, she had more and more information under her control. After a few days of investigation, the truth was before her. Fars, indeed, has a big problem, and the vice president who has been trying to push this business forward, Li Deshen, suddenly had an extra $20 million on his wife's bank card some time ago. She had someone look into the source of the money and found that it had been transferred by an actress named Hona. The gold master who had adopted this actress was none other than his own cousin, Wang Rulong. If she hadn't guessed wrongly, the $20 million would more than likely be a deposit for Li Deshen. Good Wang Rulong, really daring to collude with outsiders, huh? A hint of coldness flashed in Wang Yishue's eyes. She was able to hold power at a young age and sit firmly in this position. Relying on wisdom and means, she would definitely not be soft on such a foodie, even if it was her own cousin. However, she was more concerned about another person than Wang Rulong. Yi Chen. This person was already on her must-kill list, but she hadn't investigated the person's origins. His identity is too mysterious, shrouded in a layer of fog. The only thing she could investigate so far was an investment company called Joaquin. This company took a huge stake in Fars half a month ago and became the largest shareholder. However, this company was not under Yi Chen's name. This man, he hides deep. Never mind. Let's not rush into a haystack just yet. Wang Yishue is a very patient person. Put a long line to catch a big fish. She thought about making a call out. After 10 or so minutes or so, a middle-aged man with an imposing appearance walked in. He was none other than the company's vice president, Li Deshen. Mr. Wang, you're looking for me? Li Deshen smiled as he entered, his gaze surreptitiously sizing up Wang Yishue. Ever since Missy took charge of the company, the executives have been feasting their eyes day in and day out. Mr. Li, how many years have you been with our company? Wang Yishue asked. Exactly 30 years. This life has been dedicated to the company. Li Deshen laughed. Yes? Wang Yishue suddenly slapped the table and drank in a cold voice. Is it dedicated to the company? Or is it dedicated to Wang Rulong's $100 million? A flicker of trepidation flashed in Li Deshen's eyes. 100 million. A figure that made him sensitive. However, his face remained calm and he pretended to be confused. Mr. Wang, what do you mean by that? I don't like nonsense. You know very well how our Wang family deals with traitors. Even if you don't think about yourself, think about your family. Wang Yishue's face was cold and threatening. With the entire Wang family at stake, she definitely wouldn't leave any half-heartedness. Li Deshen's legs went soft and he hurriedly kneeled on the ground and begged. Mr. Wang, this has nothing to do with my family. I was forced to do this by young Master Rulong. Soon, Li Deshen confessed everything. Wang Yishue leaned expressionlessly on her office chair after hearing this, and was somewhat shocked in her heart. All of this was perfectly said by Tang Yu's heart. Good Yi Chen, hitting on my mom, right? She smiled coldly in her mind, already coming up with a plan of revenge. She opened her mouth. Li Deshen, I can give you a chance. Go to Wang Rulong and tell him that I've agreed to this cooperation, and the finance department will make a payment within 24 hours. Ha! Reed Deep kind of couldn't believe his ears. Mr. Wang knows it's a trap, but he still wants to jump into it? Just do what I tell you, and tell him to push Fars to make a payment into the co-op account as soon as possible. Wang Yishue didn't want to explain anything more to Li Deshen. Okay, thank you Mr. Wang for giving me the opportunity. I will definitely do a good job. Li Deshen nodded his head repeatedly and let out a long sigh of relief. Wiping off the cold sweat on his head, he left the office and was just about to take the elevator down to Wang Rulong. The elevator door opened just in time, and Wang Rulong walked out of the elevator with a document. Mr. Li, how's it going? Seeing Li Deshen, Wang Rulong hurriedly came up and put his arm around his shoulder and asked excitedly. Mr. Wang has already agreed, and is signing the contract, letting me notify the finance to make the payment. Li Deshen replied in a hurry. Wang Rulong's face was ecstatic, finally getting this cousin of his to agree. So much so, that once the plan is successful, the position of general manager will soon be in his hands. As for the cousin, she'll just be good and get married. What's a woman doing competing with herself for power? By the way, Mr. Wang also asked me to remind you to contact Fars and have them make a payment in to move the project forward as soon as possible as well. Read Deep reminded. Okay, this time it's hard on Mr. Li. The remaining $80 million will be called over to you later. Wang Rulong heavily patted Li Deshen's shoulder, then returned to his office to call Yi Chen. Yi Chen, at this moment, was coming on patrol in the neighborhood. After receiving Wang Rulong's call, Yi Chen's mood instantly improved. Alright, I know, just wait to take over the Tingwang group. He hung up after a promise, but his face took on a grim look. Stupid. With a cold snort, he made a call over to the Dragon Soul organization. This time, Fars and Tingwang group are working together, and Tingwang group is going to provide $50 billion, and Fars needs to put up $30 billion in capital and technical staff. Fars is now an empty shell, so this money, his takeout from the Dragon Soul organization is the only way to go. Take the long view and the money will just be taken out and frozen for the time being. When he conquers Wang Yishue, the hundreds of billions of dollars of wealth of the Wang family will be his own. When the call was answered, a man's muffled voice came through. Dragon King, what is your order? Transfer 30 billion to Fars. Okay, from your personal account or from the organization's account? Of course, and it will be transferred back after a while. Won't it be 30 billion? Yi Chen said unhappily. His own money is in the foundation and he enjoys huge gains every day. When he could use public money, he never used his own. Okay. The man on the other end of the line spoke with a note of helplessness. Chapter 24, I'm an old Chinese doctor who specializes in bragging. At that moment, a patrol car drove by just in time. It was the manager, Liang Fifan, who drove the car. He had just driven over when he heard Yi Chen call and shouted not just $30 billion, and couldn't help but frown. Stopping the car, he glared at Yi Chen and cursed. Newbie, are you out of your mind? Will you die if you don't act like a pussy every day? It's not just 30 billion. The paper in your trash can doesn't even add up to 30 billion. I'm warning you for the last time. If I see you bragging at work again, I'm going to have to cure you as an old Chinese doctor. He pointed his rubber truncheon at Yi Chen and cursed. This new one, he really doesn't see eye to eye. Everywhere you go, you look like an awesome bombardment, tugging as if you were $2.5 million. The last few days were still sneaking around going through the owner's information, and he wondered if this guy had come to be a thief to step on the spot. Yi Chen, who had just had a smile on his face, instantly turned pale. He looked at Liang Fifan with spiteful eyes and kept telling himself in his mind to hold back. It's not time to kill him until the pickup plan is complete. Only after Liang Fifan left did Yi Chen hatefully continue to go on patrol. When the Dragon Soul organization transferred the money to Fars, Wang Yishue, who had been having people keep an eye on her, was the first to get the news. Finally took the bait. Wang Yishue had an extra smile on her face. After this money hit Fars, it would be hard for them to take it back. She had also investigated the tax evasion by Fars. In France, tax evasion is a very serious offense, and if they are caught, they will face exorbitant fines. In her estimation, I am afraid that the $30 billion is not enough for a fine, but that's not enough. She checked the Huajin Investment Company, a company with assets of around $500 billion. $30 billion alone is not quite a hemorrhage for them. Her revenge is just beginning. After thinking about it, she took her cell phone and used WeChat to send a message to Tangyu. Come out to dinner. There's business I want to talk to you about. At this moment, Tangyu had just arrived at her own company and received a message from Wang Yishue before her but was even warmed up. Business? Talking about a few $100 million is something to consider. Tangyu hemmed and hawed, thinking about it and still feeling inappropriate. Keeping a distance from the heroine is the only way to survive. It had been hard for him to enjoy the life of a high roller in peace for the past 2 days, and he just wanted to live a peaceful life. Not available. So he sent 2 words back and a panda head emoji along with it. Really? That can't be helped. When I cleaned my phone yesterday, I accidentally found a photo from before that I forgot to delete, and I don't know what will happen if I send it to my friends. Wang Yishue's side quickly replied to the message and sent a picture along with it. Tang Yu glanced at it, and her face instantly changed. Isn't that a picture of my old man in her room? The picture of himself was holding a cute little white undershirt in his hand and was smiling lewdly. Any random passerby seeing this photo would think it was a lecherous man stealing underwear. Damn you! Didn't you delete it? Where is the most basic trust between people? Tang Yu cursed in pain. Give you a chance to reorganize your language? Wang Yishue's side once again returned in seconds. Where to meet? Deep Sea Restaurant. Good boy. Muah. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yu put away her cell phone and left the company with tears in her eyes. When he arrived at the Deep Sea Restaurant, Wang Yishue was already waiting at the entrance. When she saw Tang Yu from afar, she smiled and waved at him. Today she was wearing a white 7-sleeve shirt that was so well developed it made you worry if the buttons on her chest would fall apart. The light gray professional skirt wrapped around her arched hips, and a pair of legs wrapped in black silk was a sight to behold. Whether it's a cheongsam or a workplace outfit, it all looks unique on her. Several of the men around the room were sneaking glances at the great beauty. They've all just gone and hit on it and want a contact. Unfortunately, none of them wanted it. Wang Yishue's answer was, I'm waiting for my boyfriend. So they stood here to admire the beauty, and in the meantime, they wanted to see what kind of beauty they could pick up. After seeing Tang Yu come over, the group was convinced. Other than that Bugatti Veyron sports car proves that this dude isn't in the same league as them anymore. Not to mention the fact that he's tall and handsome. Damn, all the good women let the dogs have it. They could only curse indignantly in their hearts. Do you have to come here to talk business? Tang Yu said with a cold face of displeasure. Damn, isn't this a cannibalistic place? The Deep Sea Restaurant? Even if I am a hole-punching immortal, I can't top it. Is this about business? Or is it about hundreds of millions of dollars? Hole-punching immortals? A couple $100 million business? Hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, the corner of Wang Yishue's mouth twitched. This kid was afraid that he would eat him, right? Even if he did eat it, it would still be an advantage for him, okay? Yeah, it's romantic. She stretched out her arm and looked at Tang Yu. Do what? Holding hands? Or do you want to just hold hands or me to put my arm around you? Please mind your manners a little, and talk business as you talk business. Tang Yu coldly refused. Holding a shovel hand? You're not right for a woman. Play like this in this kind of public place. Waiting for the whole Suan knows that I am on with you. Restrain yourself. Understand? It's only human to desire a brother. But control yourself. Oh, and why doesn't that whoever in that picture have any sense of propriety? Even taking my personal clothes? Wang Yishue said with an O. Tang Yu knew that this woman was threatening herself in disguise. He could only honestly reach out and take Wang Yishue's arm. The Deep Sea Restaurant is more like a large aquarium. It's not open to tourists, though, and it's a members-only restaurant. Eating here is as luxurious and romantic as being under the sea. A lot of rich guys like to bring their female companions over here for dinner. For one thing, it's because it's romantic. Secondly, because the light over here is purposely made relatively dim. Meals are lit by candles. People always like to do something sneaky in a dark place so they can pursue excitement. If you don't believe me, go to the College Grove at night and get a flashlight. You can con a lot of good con. A lot of people come over here to get into the booths for dinner. The meal hadn't even started yet, and the people were already eating. If aquarium fish were intelligent, I'm afraid they would have learned all the poses humans use to reproduce their offspring. That's why Tang Yu always thought that the owner of this restaurant must be an LSP. Don't go into the box, don't go into the box. Just eat outside. It's useless even if you go into the box. Brother won't give in. Have you heard the saying? So what sparrow doesn't deserve a real dragon? Although you're not exactly a sparrow, haha. Wang Yishue, who was eavesdropping on the heartbeat, immediately darkened her face. I'm not good enough for you? I'm really going to match it today. Let's see what you do. P.S. Today went to eat breakfast. Met a handsome man was surrounded by 3 beautiful women. I asked him what happened. He said I do not know why to my book came to a 5-star positive feedback on the women pestered 3 times a day to protect the bottom. Still trying to code. Chapter 25, My heart is colder than a knife. Is there a box? She looked at one of the waitresses and asked. Hello, the box is fully booked. The waiter respectfully said. It's okay, let's eat out then. Tang Yu was happy to hear this. Fortunately there were many guests over here today. This must be safe. That's fine. Let's eat out then. Wang Yixue did not necessarily have to go to the box to eat. Seeing Tang Yu's happy face, she knew what this guy was happy about. There'll be more for him to be happy about later. When they were seated, the waiter helped the two men with 2 new smoked candles. What do you want to eat, honey? Wang Yixue asked with a smile as she held the menu. Whatever. I don't have an appetite for dinner with you. And don't call me honey, Tang Yu said coldly. Cam, this woman is really not right. I thought we were here to talk business. What kind of business is this? I'm not selling my body. Mr. Wang, don't be like this. We're not right for each other. You're a good person. You don't deserve me. Oh, let's have a couple's meal then. Wang Yixue smiled and handed the menu to the waiter. Her feet shook her high heels and she shed them. She gently kicked Tang Yu's calf with her foot wrapped in black silk. What are you doing? Tang Yu immediately showed a look of alertness. Mom yapa friends, but it's not a good idea to leave it lying around. In public. Mind your image, okay? Don't rub your sweaty feet on my legs. Itchy feet. Wang Yixue gasped and laughed. You're the one with sweaty feet. You take care of yourself every day, okay? Then why are you rubbing yourself on me? It stinks, Tang Yu said with a disgruntled expression, her eyes quietly surveying Wang Yixue's feet. How can you wear black silk? Brother has been killing fish in RTD for 10 years. My heart is colder than a knife. Nothing can move my heart. What would host the event? I'm kidding. I can't be tired after walking for a long time in high heels. Come on, rub it for me. Wang Yixue smiled and urged. She'd like to see how long the sulky would last. Nice try. Tang Yu snorted coldly. Don't you want to talk business? Hurry up and talk. I have to go back to work later after this. I'm tired and don't want to talk about it right now. And I wouldn't be tired if someone rubbed my feet. Wang Yixue simply played rogue and put her foot on Tang Yu's leg. Her legs were white and long, thin and not too fleshy at the same time. The kind that professional leg models would be jealous of when they saw them. For women with bad legs, black silk is their cover. For a woman like Wang Yixue, black silk is more or less an erotic flavor. How can you do this? You foot hitch over a little more. This is not a meal, okay? No wonder this goblin picked this kind of place to eat. If I had known, I might as well have found a box. I would have died a social death if I had been seen. I can call an attendant over to rub it for you. Tang Yu pretended to be disgruntled as he took hold of her leg and put it down. His hand just grabbed Wang Yixue's leg. Wang Yixue's body gently trembled as if electrocuted. As she shook, Tang Yu also shook with her hand. Why are you touching people's feet? You're so perverted. Wang Yixue bit her lips with a shy face and said. Tang Yu had a black line. How did he make it look like he was a hooligan? But then he thought about it. Yeah, brother is just too passive. She's always trying to avoid her. So she thinks he's a bully and wants to molest him. As long as I take the initiative, can she still be as thick-skinned as me? Brother ing is the most shameless in the village. Dog riding dog brother will go to see a few eyes. Still afraid of her? Are you sure you want me to rub your legs? Tang Yu deliberately followed the Dragon King's example of showing an evil smile. Only the level was really poor. The corners of Dragon King Yi Chen's mouth could rise 90 degrees with precision. He was 30 degrees at most. You do it. Wang Yixue's face was blushing with a bit of shyness, but her heart was already overjoyed. Humph. Sis, let's see how thick your skin is today. Anyway, the light was dim and small movements under the table were hard to detect. Tang Yu took a deep breath, grabbed this woman's leg and gently squeezed it a few times. Even though there was a layer of stockings between them, her fingertips could still feel her bouncy and smooth skin. Mom, yeah, the skin is so well maintained. Wang Yixue's body trembled lightly from time to time, her face shyly lowering her head without speaking. Reaction to her. Tang Yu was quite satisfied. He knew the woman was a mouth-high monster, playing with real guns. Where is she a match for herself? Ha, now you know you're shy? Trying to molest my brother. This is your retribution. So what? Woman, you lit the fire. You put it out yourself. It was only when 10 minutes had passed that Tang Yu finally felt more or less out of place, because Wang Yixue still had a shy face and lowered her head, not saying a word. Asterisk. Why are you still not responding? It's all right to drill wood for fire instead, right? Where's your sense of shame? What's the point of being tough with me at this time? Quickly, let go of your last stubbornness and surrender to me right now. Right now. Right now. Loud Harbor. Sorry brother Tang Yu. Tang Yu was spitting madly in his heart. What the hell is this woman up to? Doesn't she have any shame? Or is the scale too small for her to handle? Well, that's when the waiter came by with the food. 2 guests. Your couple's package is here. She smiled as she placed the food on the table before opening a bottle of red wine for the two. Okay, thanks. Here's your tip. Tang Yu was instantly grateful, hurriedly putting Wang Yishua's feet down and fumbling for his wallet to pull out a thick stack of bills and hand them to her. At this rate, he really can't top himself. Thank you, Mr. Tang. The waiter took the wad of bills and thanked him again. Worthy of being Xiao Tang, he really is handsome and generous. Tang Yu stood up and looked at Wang Yishue. I'll go wash my hands. You eat first. Okay. Wang Yishue raised her head with a wry smile on her face. All she wanted to do now was to slap the table and laugh maniacally. The guy had been rubbing himself for half a day and had been mentally muttering about how he hadn't conceded yet. Laugh your ass off. It simply won't lose. Grass. Careless. This woman has thick skin. When Tang Yu saw her smile, he knew he'd been duped and ran off with a black face to wash his hands properly. When he came back, Wang Yishue had already helped him pour the red wine and the steak was already cut. She was like a gentle and well-behaved attentive girlfriend. Winking at Tang Yu. Eat up, it's been a hard day. Thanks. Tang Yu responded coldly, and was indeed a bit hungry. When it was time to eat, Wang Yishue didn't continue to molest Tang Yu and began to concentrate on the food. The atmosphere was quiet. Look at the man under the lamp. Look at the beauty under the moon. In the flickering candlelight, Wang Yishue suddenly stopped moving. Chapter 26, Ouch. You're blushing. She couldn't help but stare at Tang Yu's handsome face, a gentle smile in her eyes. According to this guy's heart, the world he lives in is a fictional world. For that, she didn't care, as long as she was real. But as the plot goes, she's not so happy about it. A harem for the guy who smiles and looks like he has a major medical condition? Brainiacs do this stuff. It's still my own little Tang Yu who is so cute that she can beat that guy with her looks alone. He. What are you looking at me for? Tang Yu suddenly noticed Wang Yishue's gaze as she ate. Being stared straight at by such a big beautiful woman, Tang Yu was also more or less embarrassed. Ouch. Are you blushing? Come on. Let me Kong. Don't. Tang Yu sidestepped her face. Let me Kong well. Wang Yishue hemmed and hawed. Eat well you. Don't you want to talk business? What business? Tang Yu couldn't stand this woman and could only change the subject. Wang Yishue, who had molested a cool one, also stopped continuing to tease Tang Yu and opened her mouth. I've recently planned to invest in a project that's still short of $30 billion. Why don't you invest together? $30 billion? Tang Yu froze. With the assets of the Tang family, there is no pressure to take out $30 billion of liquidity. But what does she need $30 billion for at this time? Dryly coughing, Tang Yu said in a serious manner. 30 billion isn't a small amount. So first tell me what project you plan to invest in. New energy, didn't you think it was good last time? Wang Yishue smiled and said, oh, okay, then consider me investing in this project. But you have to promise me 2 conditions. On what terms? First, don't bother me with anything in the future. Men and women don't get along. Okay? Tang Yu put forward his first condition, playing mind games with this which he felt as if he wasn't very good at it. So he had to let her settle down a bit first. I actually sold my sex on purpose to get a favor from you. Wang Yishue nodded vigorously. Anyway, one wouldn't be able to keep one's word. You're ignoring me today. I'll come back for tomorrow's. Tang Yu snorted coldly and spoke. Second, give me your cell phone. I'm going to delete both the video and the photos. It turns out that I was deliberately dug a hole for me. A scheming woman. But I fell for it on purpose. Can't you imagine? You won't be able to threaten brother if you delete all the photos and videos later. Wang Yishue hesitated for a moment before taking out her cell phone and handing it to Tang Yu. Then you delete it, and keep your words. Sure. Tang Yu took the phone with alacrity, first opening WeChat to delete the photos in the record. After deleting the photos from the record, he opened the file manager again to find the video. Delete. After deleting the video, you end up with just the photos in the album. He clicked on the album and then was dumbfounded. Wang Yishue in the first photo was wearing a bunny girl costume. This kind of hot outfit on her powerful body is killing her. The black dress set off her skin in a particularly snow-white and alluring way. Moreover, she had deliberately changed into a pair of garter stockings. The camera shows Wang Yishue with an extremely flirtatious smile, as if she is teasing herself. It's ing free for me to be able to watch. That's an outrageous figure, isn't it? I still underestimated her. He kept sliding his finger across the screen, and after flipping through a dozen or so he finally got past the set of bunnies. But next, another nurse's uniform. The difference is that this time the black silk has been replaced with white silk. This really can't top it. I didn't expect you to be quite bold in private, but it's a pity that we're in different positions, so I can't shoot you myself. Which son of a shot this? Don't be a guy. Grass. Just think about it. Tang Yu's face had begun to burn a little as she watched. Is a little too exciting. The person himself is sitting across the room. Well, after rummaging through the nurse's uniform, I finally managed to find the one that captured me. He hurriedly deleted the black history before he returned the phone to Wang Yishue. Are you done deleting? Wang Yishue asked with a sly smile. Her heart was gorgeous at the moment. The woman is a pleasure to be around. And took these pictures on purpose to prepare to tease this guy. I didn't realize that he took the bait of his own accord. And mentally cursing the colorist? Hey, she took these herself. No colorist. Well, knowing how to be jealous is a good thing. Delete it and don't do this boring thing again. Tang Yu dryly coughed twice and said, his eyes more or less distracted. At the moment, Wang Yishue's clothes seemed to change on her body as if they would change in his eyes. It's a good thing she didn't come to me dressed like that. Otherwise it really can't stand up. Which cadre can stand up to such a test? Well then, hurry up and have someone transfer the money. I'll let you know when the project is successful. Wang Yishue urged. Tang Yu nodded and took her cell phone to make a call to the company. Now he's in charge of the Don's group. The author sets him up as a very capable villain. Pretty much perfect in every way. Standard high roller. And the setups are all about padding. A high and mighty man who couldn't lick the woman he'd been licking as a dog for 3 years. The Dragon King Yi Chen, however, was able to soak it easily, which doesn't make it seem like Yi Chen is awesome. Boom boom. Well, it'll be transferred to you within an hour at the most. After making the call, Tang Yu's mood instantly improved. The bunny girl is really nice. If only she wore a little less. Ahem. Find Qin Ming later and have him arrange it. Wang Yishue narrowed her eyes. Qin Ming? She'd almost forgotten to settle the score with the kid. You brought Tang Yu to the Star River Club last time and set him up with a bunch of girls? Go back and find someone to clean him up. Qin Ming, who was currently talking about his life's aspirations with his arm around the supermodel in the hotel, suddenly sneezed. When the two exited the deep-sea restaurant, they each drove back to their home office. When Wang Yishue went back, the funds from the Tang Group's side were already in place. Taking into account the $50 billion she had ready on hand, it was a full $80 billion. This time, she was going to do something big. Let the Yakuza named Yi Chen bleed profusely. He's the protagonist? Tang Yu is the villain. Ha! Play him to death yourself and see how he can be the main character. P.S. Ouch. You're blushing. 5-star reviews make me conk. 3 more to send. Chapter 27. I really don't want to make money. France. Liberté. As a media that keeps up with the times. They started to develop their internet business early on and have surpassed 20 million followers on various social media platforms. Today they suddenly ran a story that has already surpassed millions of hits in just 1 hour. The news was about the public prosecution of Fars for tax evasion. In the news, Fars' finances for 7 years were reported in detail. Upon learning of Fars' behavior, French netizens were furious. Does the French government eat? Can't even spot something like this? They're too busy dividing the spoils. The bunch. Fines. They must be fined to death. The relevant authorities who got the news also sent people to Fars at the first opportunity. Take a bunch of executives under control to start an investigation and freeze all the money on their books. The next day, the results of the investigation came out. Fars has committed egregious tax evasion and is about to face astronomical fines. The $30 billion that Joaquin has only transferred is not enough to fill this hole. Joaquin Investments, which is the top shareholder, was also hit hard after the Fars crash. They have been exposed for illegal misappropriation of funds and the authorities have stepped in to investigate. When this news came out, the share price of Huajin Investment Company immediately clambered down. Yi Chen was squatting in the toilet when he received this news. Paid to take a. He has to run this way for at least 2 or 3 hours a day. Why is it going to be found out? Who actually provided the information? He stormed around the restroom yelling on his cell phone. This storming of Fars Inc. His plan to raid Wang Yishue was directly dashed. The $30 billion was never put into the program, and now it's going straight into the pockets of the French government. $30 billion. For him, go out and not pick up money is a loss. The doorway manure car passing by have to taste the salt. Did not take advantage of the cheap cannot sleep. Losing so much at once, his heart was practically dripping blood. What is even more unacceptable to him is the heavy losses on the side of Huajin Investment. The stock price has been dropping like crazy. And now the company is scrambling to throw money at the bailout. Huajin Investment was one of several large companies under the Dragon Soul organization, with total assets of around 500 billion. Now this wave of stock market dive has cost them at least nearly $100 billion. Dragon King. There's another situation to report to you. This wave of losses is most definitely someone taking advantage of the opportunity to short us. The other party has invested a total of 80 billion Chinese currency funds. The organization has investigated clearly. This money is the Tingwang Group and the Tang Group invested. The caller went on to report. After hearing about the Tingwang Group and the Tang Group, Yi Chen's face turned green. Both of them? How could they do such a thing? What went wrong? One's plan should have been seamless. Wang Rulong would never dare to betray himself. Wang Yixue should have been kept in the dark as well. Could it be that this loser, Tang Yu, has discovered something? Just him? My identity hasn't been discovered, has it? Yi Chen asked in a cold voice. No. The identity of the Dragon King is absolutely confidential. That's good. Isn't it just a loss of $100 billion? When I take down the 4 great families, that money will come back tenfold and 100-fold. Yi Chen hung up the phone after saying that. As long as the hidden identity is not exposed, he'll just take Wang Yixue in another way. To conquer a woman, he has a million tricks up his sleeve. As for Tang Yu, what he earns away this time, let him pay back with his life in the coming day. Then he took out his cell phone and sent another text message to his man Icon. Within half a month we must investigate the Tang Group's handle. I want the Tang family to die. After texting, he left the restroom. Walking downstairs to the lawn, he swept around and quickly grabbed a half-meter snake. After grabbing the snake, he pulled out its teeth with ease. In this way, the snake is not aggressive. He sneered as he walked to the 8th villa, where Qin Kurson, the Qin family's eldest miss, lived. He hadn't been able to find a chance to get close to Qin Kurson for the past 2 days. In that case, just create your own opportunities. Seeing no one around, he easily threw the snake through the 2nd floor window of the villa, and then stood downstairs silently waiting for a chance to save the hero, creating accidents and then pulling good feelings, making the other person fall in love with him step by step. This is his specialty. Drop. The host has successfully survived the plot, rewarded with a Bright Moon Hotel, which has been transferred to the host's name. A system prompt suddenly came to the ears of Tang Yu, who was lying at home as a salted fish. He sat up from the bed in an instant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did I live through the episode? He was dumbfounded. He hadn't done anything at home. System, what did I do this for? So he asked a silent question in his mind. Successfully survived 88 chapters of the plot. The system's voice rang out. Tang Yu thought for a moment before remembering the plot of chapter 88. In this chapter Dragon King Yi Chen's scheme succeeds, Wang Yixue successfully jumps into his pit, and Tingwang Group's $50 billion are frozen. Then the next episode is when Wang Rulong starts to seize power and then he comes out to pick up chicks. Got it. Tang Yu smiled in relief. After working so hard and acting for so long, I've finally given my brother his due. In a rather good mood he stood up and cleaned up a bit before getting ready to check out his new reward. The Bright Moon Hotel sounds like a common name, but it is extremely famous in Suwang. This is the only 7-star hotel in Suwang. In the whole of China, it was considered an extremely high-class top hotel. It was worth about $20 billion. And Tang Yu hadn't expected it when the dog system was able to be so generous this time. The Don family is already rich, though, but who thinks they have too much money? Of course, it would have been better if the system had replaced this reward with some ancient martial arts technique or something that would have saved his life. Walking to the garage, Tang Yu was just about to pick a sports car and set off when her cell phone rang. He reached for his cell phone and glanced at it, realizing it was from the office. What is it? Young Tang. The $30 billion of investment that was transferred to the Tingwang Group a few days ago has been transferred back. And on top of that there's $15 billion of earnings. What? Tang Yu began to feel something was wrong. Shouldn't this money be invested by Wang Yixue in the new energy project in Frozen? How do you turn it back and still have $15 billion to gain? Making money is a joy, but it's not right. Shouldn't the plot fall apart again? Tang Yu hurriedly hung up the phone and dialed Wang Yixue's number again. What's the matter, honey? Miss me? Wang Yixue's delicate voice came from the other end of the phone. Tang Yu instantly remembered the picture of her in the bunny girl. He coughed twice and said, "What's the status of the investment project we cooperated on last time?" "Oh, I suddenly realized that there's a bit of a problem with the company I'm working with. And after investigating a bit I found out that someone is trying to trap our Wang family. So I took the money I used to invest to short each other, made a small profit. Next time there are good things to make money and then call you. Muah." Wang Yixue gave Tang Yu a kiss over the phone. Chapter 28, Girl, the eyes don't lie. Is this plot really falling apart again? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I've made a mistake. The difficulty for my brother to live on has been raised again. Tang, you kind of wanted to vomit blood. Why is it so hard for me to stay quiet and get some rewards? Crooked. Why don't you say something? Seeing that the phone was silent, Wang Yishue asked on the other end. No, I'm just so happy I'm a little speechless with joy. Yeah? Then I'll call you next time I make money. Thank you. Tang Yu wiped a tear from her eye and hung up. He was covered with cold sweat and his hands and feet were cold on a hot day. And hell was empty, and the Dragon King was on earth. Behind him he could not remember. In a nutshell, the world is full of oppression of Gooby. When will Gooby really stand up? Su's. As the four great families of Su Hang, the Su family was once as glorious as the Tang family. But in recent years it has declined so much that even the name of the four great families is almost untenable. If it wasn't for the younger generation, there was a Su Muyue who performed well. I'm afraid that everyone will feel that it's only a matter of time before the Su family falls out of the four great families. Su Muyue, who had been busy all day at the company, had just returned to the Su family in her Maserati. A figure then took the initiative to welcome them. It was Yichen who was waiting in the car in agony. After the last goodbye at the Tang family, he naturally couldn't continue to stay at the Su family as a bodyguard. Makazuki, long time no see. He greeted him and smiled as he greeted Su Muyue and shouted, "What are you doing here?" Su Muyue frowned slightly. Seeing Su Muyu frowning, Yi Chen's heart was a little sweet. Is she going out of her way to put on this cold attitude to protect herself so she can keep herself away from her? Fool. Missed you. Came to see you. Yi Chen smiled. Don't talk like that. I don't know you well. So please focus on yourself. Su Muyu pushed open the car door and stepped down, ready to go home with an impatient face. Yi Chen hurriedly stopped in front of her and said with a face of deep emotion, "Don't pretend. Girl, the eyes don't lie. You care about me. You're just afraid I'll be hurt by the Don family. But I can tell you that the Tang family is nothing in front of me. I'm more powerful than you think. And soon you'll know who's in charge in Suong." Su Muyue almost didn't spit out her lunch when she was oiled. The look in his own eyes that he wanted to kill. Indeed, it doesn't lie. At that moment, a few people from the Su family happened to walk out of the house. Seeing Yi Chen stopping Su Muyue here, a few people became furious. Su Chomshan was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, "It's you again. You made a fool of our Su family last time, and you still dare to come today?" After saying that, he looked at the two bodyguards at the door and said, "Give me this hit out." The two bodyguards immediately rushed forward with raging fists. Yi Chen stood in place with an arrogant face, allowing the two bodyguards to punch his body. Immediately after that he flicked his body. The two bodyguards were pushed back a few steps by his borrowed strength and fell to the ground on their asses. The two of them looked at Yi Chen with frightened faces, not yet figuring out what had happened. The Su family members were also surprised after seeing this scene. This guy, he's so good? What's his story? Seeing the shocked gazes of the crowd, Yi Chen smiled evilly and said, "I was trying to keep a low profile, but you guys are really looking down. Today I'm going to tell you that the Tang family, in front of me, is nothing more than ants. I, Yi Chen, am the real dragon son-in-law of your Su family. What can a loser like Tang Yu compare to me? It's Maketsu's birthday in 3 days, and this birthday banquet will be organized by me for her. I'm going to charter the top floor of the Bright Moon Hotel and give her the best birthday banquet ever." After a pause, he continued, "In addition to that, I will also give your Su family a great gift. Haven't you guys been secretly plotting to want that piece of land on the west side of the city? I'll take it down for you guys." He would have liked to continue to lay low. However, the performance of Su Muyue and the Su family's crowd left him dissatisfied. The Tang family is nothing to be afraid of. If he were abroad, it would only be a matter of one night if he wanted the Tang family to be overthrown. Once a great family with assets far superior to the Tang family offended him. The Dragon Soul organization was merely sending 8 elites. Overnight, that family died out. So from now on, he would slowly show his strength, so as to speed up his control of Su Hang. Is this man out of his mind? Whoever has the number for the mental hospital, hurry up and get this man in there. I've never seen such a braggart in my life. And contracting the top floor of the Bright Moon Hotel? How can you? Ha ha, the land that even our Su family can't get. You can take it down, I'll lick your shoes alright. The Su clan crowd laughed out loud and sarcastically. They all looked at Yi Chen with the eyes of a clown, thinking that this man had lost his mind. Other than that, just contracting the top floor of the Bright Moon Hotel. That's just not going to happen. The year before last, Su Muyuki had a birthday. Tang Yu, the eldest young master of the Tang family, went to the owner of the Bright Moon Hotel for a personal interview and offered $300 million to contract the top floor for Su Muyue's birthday banquet, with the power of the Tang family, and then offer such an astronomical price. The Bright Moon Hotel still refused, making it clear that the rules couldn't be broken unless the Tang family bought the hotel outright. If the Tang family can't do it, who is he to do it? In the face of the crowd's sarcasm, Yi Chen just smiled coldly. He took out the prepared documents from his pocket and threw them to the Su family members. Look at this document for yourselves and you'll see if I can. Su Chongshan grabbed the document thrown over and glanced at it, and was shocked. It's the red-headed confidential information on the land west of the city. There is also information in the packet about 2 other parcels that the city is preparing to develop in the second half of the year. How did he get this top-secret information? In big business, it's information that counts. With this information alone, it would be tens of billions of dollars in profit once the Su family succeeded in seizing the lead. After the other few members of the Su family saw this information, their eyes changed when they looked at Yi Chen. This man, I'm afraid, really has his hands full. Could the Tang family bring such great benefits to the Su family if they were married to each other? Standing for the interests of the family, a group of people instantly had a change of heart. Su Muyue, however, didn't think so much about it. She didn't mean anything to Yi Chen at all. However, Yi Chen boasted that this was a good opportunity to get rid of him completely. So she said in a cold voice, "Okay, that's what you say. If it doesn't get done by then, you're not allowed to bother me again." The top floor of the Bright Moon Hotel was never going to be contracted anyway. When the time comes to go back on his word, he won't have the face to keep pestering himself. Even if he does contract it out, turn him down yourself. It's a deal. Yi Chen nodded with a proud face and looked at the Su family crowd. With my dragon son-in-law, the Su family, in the future, will become the second family of Su Hang. After saying that, he swaggered away. Seeing his distant back, the Su family members cracked a smile. This was indeed a great opportunity to test this person's strength. If he could really do these 2 things, it wouldn't be bad for the Su family to choose a better son-in-law. After leaving the Su family, Yi Chen didn't walk out far before a black Rolls-Royce stopped in front of him. Chapter 29 Long Chen Group. A tall man bowed respectfully to him after getting out of the car. Dragon King, Dragon's Teeth, how did it go? Yi Chen asked blandly. An aura of kingly dominance unique to the higher-ups permeated from him, causing the man in front of him to feel quite pressured. The man he called Dragon Tooth was one of the 8 warlords of the Dragon Soul organization. Because of his ugly face, he is loyal and proficient in business, and is deeply trusted by Yi Chen. He usually took his dragon's teeth with him wherever he went. For one thing, it's easy to make the call. Secondly, to use his ugliness to complement his own handsomeness. Dragon Tooth hurriedly reported. Reporting to the Dragon King, the Blackstone Group has been successfully acquired and has been renamed the Dragon Morning Group. The Dragon King transferred him back to China from Europe after Huajin Investments suffered a major loss some days ago, and it allowed him to mobilize a full $500 billion and successfully acquire the Blackstone Group and Su Hang, the Dragon Soul organization, with its unfathomable depths. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and said, "I'll leave it to you to take care of it then. I don't want to expose my identity too soon. Thank you Dragon King for your trust. My subordinate will definitely take care of the Dragon Morning Group." Dragon Tooth clasped his fists in excitement. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. This Suong, not quite the same as what he thought. Relying on a low profile alone to try to accomplish things is too slow. He decided to speed up his conquest of Suong. Long Chen Group, just his trailblazer. Dragon Teeth, I'm throwing my woman a birthday party in 3 days. You contracted the top floor of the Bright Moon Hotel in the name of the head of the Long Chen Group. Contract it out and then release the news, letting the whole of Suzhou and Hangzhou know that the boss of the Long Chen Group is going to hold a birthday banquet for his lover, and that piece of land in the west of the city. Help the Su family take it down as well, so that the Su family can see my strength. If any of you do not obey, die, Yi Chen said with incomparable dominance. Dragon's Teeth take command. Lanya clasped his hands and his eyes showed a cold light. But anyone who hinders the Dragon King, he will be executed. Bright Moon Hotel. This is the only 7-star hotel in Suzhou and Hangzhou, which is called the iconic landscape of Suzhou and Hangzhou. The main body of the hotel is 2 curved towers joined at the center by an arched structure. From a distance the hotel looks like a huge finger ring standing on the lake, combining the Chinese elements of the unity of heaven and man. At night, the entire hotel will be reflected in the lake like a bright moon, which is beautiful. Not bad. This reward from the system is still pretty dang good. I suggest super doubling it next time. Tang Yu, who was driving the car, looked at this hotel building that belonged to him from afar and was still quite satisfied. After following the dog system through the book for so many rounds, this reward is really quite generous. It was the sudden generosity that always made him feel a little off. When he drove his car to the hotel's general manager, Wang Defa, was already waiting for him at the entrance. Don Xiao, seeing Tang Yu get off the bus, he hurriedly came over to bow and salute. Don't be so polite, Mr. Wang. Tang Yu smiled and patted him on the shoulder. After the system assigned the hotel to his name, it was also thoughtful enough to replace the management of the place with someone from the Tang family. Young Tang, let me show you around inside first? Wang Defa made an inviting gesture. Tang Yu nodded and followed Wang Defa around the hotel. Just after stepping into the hotel, the huge crystal chandelier caught Tang Yu's eye. The entire hall is made of citron and various jades, creating luxury and extravagance to the extreme. Wang Defa led Tang Yu around all the hotel facilities in the front, and then finally to the hot springs. The hotel spa has a total of hundreds of hot spring pools. Among them, there are more than 40 hot spring villas, and the rich people from Suwon often come here to spend money. He asked, pointing to a villa. Young Tang, should we keep a few hot spring villas for private use? Just leave one building. Tang Yu nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll say hello later, and this hot spring villa will be closed to the public from now on. Wang Defa nodded, and the two of them returned to the general manager's office after turning around the spa. The two just sat down not long ago. Wang Defa tea has not yet been brewed. His secretary ran in. Mr. Wang, the head of the Longchen group came to our hotel and said that he wants to contract the top floor of the hotel to hold a birthday banquet. The secretary reported. Contracting the top floor? Wang Defa raised an eyebrow. The top floor of the Bright Moon Hotel is one of the hotel's great signatures. Because of the great view, honored guests come here every day to spend their money. If you were to contract the top floor of the hotel for one person, you would surely offend the other guests. Just as he was about to refuse, Tang Yu suddenly opened her mouth and asked, Dragon Morning Group? Yes, the Dragon Morning Group, which was called the Blackstone Group some time ago, changed its name after it was acquired. The secretary replied in a rush. The Blackstone Group was well known locally in Suwon, and many people were curious about it after it was suddenly acquired. Where on earth did the overachiever come from to be able to make such a big deal out of it? To be able to spend $500 billion on such a large company? Tang Yu immediately gave a cry. Damn you! Isn't this the plot of the original book in chapter 95? In this chapter Yichen stopped pretending to be a pig and started to show his strength step by step. In order to prove himself with the Su family, he contracted the top floor of the Muyue Hotel, which was never open, to hold a grand birthday banquet for Su Muyue. At this birthday banquet, all the faces of the Su family were swollen, and no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Su Muyue is also overwhelmed by his romance and completely falls for him. After taking down the Su family, his power in Su Hang grew stronger and stronger. Started working on annexing the Tang family. Dog system, IDNMD. You're ing screwing me over again, aren't you? Tang Yu cursed in his heart. He told him that this ghost system was suddenly so generous. There must be a ing ghost. According to the original plot, Yichen sent Dragon Teeth over to charter the top floor for Su Muyu's birthday banquet. The hotel's general manager is dead set against breaking the rules, so Longtooth choked the GM and threatened him with death. Promise or die. After the general manager of the hotel had half a foot in the ghost gate, he realized that this was someone who could not afford to be offended and could only agree to it. So now the pressure comes to him. If they didn't agree with the character of this mad dog, Dragon's Tooth, they would definitely do whatever they could to make them agree. But it's a pain in the ass to say yes to this. If Yichen really let Yichen succeed in taking down Su Muyue, the Su family would become his power. Add another Longchen group and other forces to the mix, and the Tang family and themselves would be in a dangerous situation. It's all a dead end, and you can't even think about staying alive. Gotta find a way to get something going. But it's more than a little dangerous to mess things up in person. After taking a deep breath, his gaze fell on Wang Defa. If he remembered correctly, the bastard's 2/5 talent was also quite good. One of the cool villain setups is that the villain's henchmen are always good at screwing things up. Wang Defa is no exception. So Tang Yu felt that this was a great opportunity for him to utilize his talent. What's the matter, Don Xiao? Noticing Tang Yu's weird look, Wang Defa hurriedly came over with a smile and asked, Mr. Wang, I think I can agree to the contracting of the top floor, but I definitely can't let the birthday banquet be held. Do you know what I mean? Tang Yu hemmed and hawed and scowled at him. The birthday party is held successfully and goes the way of the original storyline's death. If you don't agree, the dragon teeth, this is troublesome again. In that case, let Wang Defa play well. With this 250's enlightenment, a godly effect is guaranteed. So let the Dragon King tremble in fear. Okay. Wang Defa nodded, still a little confused in his heart. What does Mr. Tang mean by this? If you don't want to, why don't you just say no? Somewhat puzzled, he left the office and went to the parlor to meet Longtooth, who was waiting. What is this gentleman's name? I'm Wang Defa, the person in charge of the hotel. Wang Defa greeted Longya with a smile on his face and shook his hand. Longya shook hands with Wang Defa with an arrogant face and said, "My name is Dragon's Tooth. My boss wants to celebrate the birthday of his woman. Ms. Su Muyue Su. How much does it cost to charter your top floor? Make a price." He had heard about the rules of the Bright Moon Hotel, and the top floor was not open for contracting. But the Dragon King had already given his orders. If the Dragon King wants to do something, then he must do it. He was ready to give the other party a downward spiral, letting the Bright Moon Hotel know that there were some people they couldn't refuse. King of the Reverse Dragons. Death. Wang Defa's eyes instantly clouded over. Ms. So is their boss's woman? What the hell? Feeling like you're here to steal a woman from Mr. Tang? He reacted instantly again. No wonder Tang Xiao wanted to make himself promise before messing with the yellow. So he wanted to intentionally hit the other side in the face? Here's a chance to make a name for yourself. Wang Defa smiled smugly in his heart and answered with his mouth full. Mr. Long, right. Hello, our Bright Moon Hotel has the intention to befriend your company. So this time, we make an exception and open up the contracted top floor. And we don't charge any fees. Wang Defa's attitude made Longya a little surprised. He quickly figured it out again. It must be the presence of the Long Chen group that made the other parties heart curry favor. After all, taking $500 billion to acquire a company in a big way is known to anyone with a little bit of brains. Someone who could do such a thing must have unfathomable strength. Since your hotel is so sincere, I'll accept your friendship on behalf of Long Chen Group, and I'll send the proposal for the birthday banquet to Mr. Wang later. Dragon Tooth said with satisfaction. Okay. Wang Defa laughed and agreed, and both of them laughed like children of several hundred pounds. After both sides finalized this, Wang Defa hurried back to report to Tang Yu. After learning that things have been finalized, Tang Yu nodded in satisfaction. The dog system is trying to trap me? My brother's superior wisdom and the crouching dragon and Phoenix Daisy under his command. Can't you be dealt with by a small system? Chapter 30. So Mr. Tang has planned it all out. After getting past the hotel, Tang Yu thought for a moment. According to the original plot, in order to show his strength, he can also help the Su family take the piece of land in the west of the city. And the land is currently owned. After Longtooth left the hotel, this was the next thing he was going to do. In order to avoid this mad dog looking for trouble, Tang Yu still decided to do the same old trick. Mr. Wang, call Mr. He again and ask him to let the land in the west of the city to the Su family first. He looked at Wang Defa and opened his mouth. Let the Xichen bastard show off his strength to the Su family first. When the birthday banquet is messed up by Wang Defa, then you can just get the land back. By then the Su family would feel like they were being treated like monkeys and would still be able to give him a good face. Anyway, nothing can be said to let this dog continue to grow in Suong. Okay, young Tang. Wang Defa nodded vigorously. He already got it. Young Tang was going to use this piece of land for Miss Su as a birthday present. Worthy of being Tang Xiao. The first time he makes a move is a big one. Arrangements must be made. At this moment, a system prompt rang in Tang Yu's ears. Dropping. Host, you're really meticulous. Because shamelessness triggers a special reward for practicing the perfected ancient martial art. The unmovable king's kung fu can be used once. Tang Yu gave a cry. Ancient martial arts? In the Urban Cool article, if not written to cultivate immortality, ancient martial arts is definitely the strongest existence. As for this unmovable King Gong, Tang Yu looked at it as a defense gong method. According to the introduction given by the system, cultivating to the perfection realm flesh would be as hard as the immovable king. That is, you can't break brother's defense, but you can only use it once, which is a bit of a pitfall. System, how about removing the one-time usable? Tang Yu hammed and hawed and negotiated. The system simply didn't move. Tang Yu could only sigh. The system really was a dog, but one is better than none. From today, no more powerful expert can kill brother with one punch. It's got to be at least 2 punches. I wonder what the reward will be after the birthday feast. It's a big storyline. With an expectant face, Tang Yu left the office with a big smile, laughing up at the sky and going out the door. No one knows it's lychee. After Tang Yu left, Wang Defa stayed in his office in an agitated mood. Being transferred to be in charge of the Bright Moon Hotel this time was definitely a high promotion. The task Tang Xiao had given himself must be completed to the best of his ability. Stomping on the enemy's love. Let Tang Xiao be doubly honored. He sat in front of his computer and waited in agony for Longtooth to send him the birthday party program. After waiting for 2 hours, the birthday party program was finally sent. He hurriedly opened his mailbox and hemmed and hawed as he opened the birthday party program. The little program is kinda romantic. Yi Chen, right? Okay, for this birthday banquet, if Uncle doesn't step on your face, Uncle's name is not Wang. Wang Defa hemmed and hawed, already somewhat impatient. After leaving the Bright Moon Hotel, Long Ye, in his capacity as the head of the Long Chin Group, went to contact another big shot to help the Su family take this piece of land. It would have been quite a pain in the ass, and he thought it would require some unconventional means to resolve it. It was only when he contacted the other party and they learned of Dragon's Teeth's intentions that they quickly agreed. Even without making any conditions, he said that he would sell their Long Chin Group a face. The fact that both things went so smoothly made him quite proud of himself as well. The self-organization had merely bought a $500 billion group, which made the entire Suzhou Hangzhou impressed. Little Suong. But that's all. It was no wonder that the Dragon King had chosen this place as the first place to land on his return to China. It was easy as pie to conquer Suong. He hurriedly called Yi Chen, and when the call was answered he reported, Dragon King, it's all done. Very well. Your abilities are as reassuring as ever. Hurry up and put the word out to get everyone's attention on this birthday feast. Okay, Dragon King, driven by the Dragon's Teeth. Soon, the news spread throughout Suong. The top floor of the Bright Moon Hotel, which was not even contracted by the Tang family's youngest, was actually contracted by the boss of the Long Chen Group. The whole upper class is curious. Who is this mysterious owner of the Long Chen Group? And which one is his woman? To be able to be chartered to the top floor of the Bright Moon Hotel for her birthday. The women of Suong were even more envious and jealous of this. How come it's not their turn to do something so romantic? After 3 days had passed, several Rolls-Royces suddenly stopped at the Su family gate. Lanya stepped out of the car and walked into the front door of Su's house. It was already dark at this moment, and the Su family members were waiting for Yi Chen's arrival. They wanted to see if this person really had strength far superior to the Tang clan. After learning that Dragon Tooth had arrived, the Su family members were all a bit surprised. Dragon's Teeth? Isn't that the owner of the Dragon Morning Group? What's he doing here? When Long Ye walked in front of Su Muyue, he bowed and saluted. Miss Su, Long, Yi Xiao asked me to come over to pick you up to go to the Mingyu Hotel for your birthday. Yi Chen? Yes. Su Muyue's face changed slightly. He really let him bag the top floor of the Bright Moon Hotel? The faces of the Su family members were also shocked. The mysterious big shot who bought the Dragon Morning Group was actually Yi Chen? Su Muyue took a deep breath and still decided to make the trip. No matter what, we have to get it straight with him today. One doesn't mean anything to him. She got up and said, okay, let's get going then. Seeing Su Muyue going, Su Chongshan hurriedly stopped her and said, Muyue, you really want to go? It's not quite right. You and Xiao Yu are all ready. Who the hell is Tang Yu? Yi Xiao wants to play him to death but it's just a matter of a finger. Dragon Tooth grunted from the sidelines. A mere rich second generation from Sohang is worthy of stealing a woman from the Dragon King? Su Muyue frowned slightly when she heard this and looked at Su Chongshan. Dad, it's okay, a trip is a trip. I'll take care of any problems. Okay. Su Chongshan sighed and could only comply with his daughter's wishes. Soon, a group of people got into the car and drove in the direction of the Bright Moon Hotel. By the time they arrived at the Bright Moon Hotel, it was already completely dark. There was a large group of journalists and assorted foodies waiting below the hotel. They would like to know which lucky woman is able to have this special treatment. As for a couple of Rolls-Royces driving by, it didn't attract much of their attention. In a place like the Bright Moon Hotel, Mercedes-Benz BMWs are used as bodyguard cars. Everyone please, Yi Xiao is already waiting for you all on the top floor. Lanya walked ahead to lead the way for the Su clan's crowd. The group of people had just entered the elevator when Su Chongshan's phone rang. He picked up the phone and chatted for a few moments, his face instantly perking up. Muyue, the land on the west side of the city is taken. He looked at Su Muyue and said excitedly, once that piece of land in the west of the city is properly developed, it will be able to bring at least tens of billions of dollars in profits for the Su family. For the Su family today, this is a rare and big project. The Su clan crowd was instantly thrilled. They all understood how important this project was to the Su family. This Yi Chen really is a handful. It's probably better to choose him than the Tang family. Long Ao was satisfied with the reaction of the Su family's crowd. He smiled faintly and said, "This is just something Yi Xiao did casually. His ability is 10,000 times greater than what you think." At this moment, Yi Chen had already changed into a high-grade suit and had deliberately dressed up carefully. He was holding a glass of red wine by the floor-to-ceiling windows, quietly enjoying the night view, in a mood of mild anticipation. Tonight, he would prove to the Su family that he was their true dragon son-in-law. But at the moment, the only people in the top-floor venue besides him were the staff. He only invited the Su family tonight. The current him couldn't be too high-profile. If he let the entire Su Hang people know that he was the one pursuing Su Muyue, wouldn't that affect his plans to start a harem? That's why he deliberately created this situation, to let the Su family know how good he was without affecting his ability to pick up girls. Chapter 31, You're not worthy to steal a woman from Mr. Tang. Only after a group of Su family members came to Jichin, put down the red wine in his hands and went up to greet them. "Makazuki, you're finally here. Did I do what I said I would do?" Seeing Su Muyue coming, the corners of Yi Chen's mouth rose, subconsciously revealing an evil smile. With the pleasure of raising his eyebrows, he clapped his hands and immediately someone came up pushing a large cake. "I know you like fruitcake and had it customized for you, but before we eat the cake, I have one more gift for you." He looked at Su Muyue and softly said. Su Muyue sighed and said with a serious face, "Yi Chen, I don't know what your identity is, but I'm going to make it clear to you." She hadn't finished her sentence when suddenly the sound of fireworks bursting into bloom came and interrupted her. The entire night sky was instantly illuminated by the fireworks. The crowd's attention was subconsciously drawn to the fireworks. When the first firework bloomed, countless fireworks rose into the air. For a while, the entire night sky seemed to become a sea of flowers. The people guarding the hotel below have also had their attention drawn to the fireworks. As they watched, they suddenly realized that the fireworks had become a string of words. "Happy birthday, Su Muyuki? Oh my god, the one organizing the birthday banquet today is actually the Su family's eldest miss? That's so romantic. How much does it cost? This fireworks extravaganza. The small half of Suwon City can almost see it." Countless people pulled out their cell phones and hurriedly captured this scene in preparation for sending a short video. Several anchors stopped broadcasting and simply pointed their cameras at the fireworks. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is this rich people falling in love? It's been 10 minutes since these fireworks, right? Why is there still? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Rich people get married. Single dogs witness it. After watching for about 10 minutes on the live feed, there was speculation about how much money the fireworks had to burn. Watching the fireworks from the top floor of the Bright Moon Hotel was the best way to see them, and the Su family members were all a little mesmerized. When the fireworks extravaganza was over, thousands of drones took off from all around. These drones fly in the night sky like colorful fireflies. They fly to a certain height and then start to put on a light show in the air. Asterisk 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 asterisk, and programs? How many drones does this have to be? At least 3,000 of them? Awesome. This nigga burned tens of millions for a birthday, right? It was a light show that made the eaters go numb. This feeds the whole Suhang dog food to show love. Yi Chen was extremely satisfied with this. This row, it was indeed quite enough. The dragon's teeth really didn't let themselves down. Seeing that the Su family's crowd all had dumbfounded expressions on their faces, he cried out in his heart. From today onwards, the Su family should understand who is truly worthy of their favor. The light show lasted for about 10 minutes before it eventually turned into 7 big words. "Happy birthday, Su Muyue." Just when the crowd thought the light show was coming to an end, once again, the drone formation has changed. This time, they turned into a heart and 4 large letters. "Love you, Yogi." Yi Chen smiled with satisfaction. This closing is very good. Good. He blushed instantly as if he had eaten a mouthful of and was still sticking to his teeth. That, the birthday banquet he prepared for Su Muyue. Why is that name in the closing? The faces of the Su family members also changed. Yoga? Isn't that Tang Yu's name? The crowd of eaters watching the show from below wasn't too surprised. "You? This is the Tang family's youngest, isn't it? Oh my god. Young Tang is too romantic. Hey, I had guessed it must be prepared by Tang Xiao." At this moment, Wang Defa, who was standing in the corner silently watching all this, revealed a satisfied smile. This time, Tang Xiao should be very satisfied. Tang Yu had arrived at the hotel by now. Learning that today's birthday banquet was surprisingly successful, he hurried over. "What the hell is Wang Defa up to? Didn't I tell him to stop this birthday party?" As a 250, Shouldn't he make something happen? By the time he rushed to the top, panting, all eyes were on him. Muyue was looking at Tang Yu with a touched expression. She also didn't expect that the one who had prepared this elaborate birthday banquet for herself would be this guy. He himself messaged him last night and he didn't even reply to himself. I didn't realize he was secretly preparing a surprise for himself. This stuffy. She walked over to Tang Yu with a red face and said, "Thank you. I'm very happy about this birthday today." Happy? Tang Yu was still a bit confused, but was already a bit flustered. What the hell has Wang Defa been up to? Yi Chen, who had an iron face, walked to Tang Yu in large strides. He stared at the culprit dead in the face and said in a deep voice, "You did all this?" "I did?" A bewildered Tang Yu subconsciously glanced back before realizing the formation of drones flying in the air. "Love your yoga? Yoga? Not bad. This is a great gift from our Tang Xiao to you. Hold your tongue if you don't." At this time, Wang Defa's voice suddenly rang out. He brought a group of bodyguards over to surround Yi Chen, preventing this crazy dog from hurting young Tang. Then he looked at Tang Yu with an excited face and invited credit. "Young Tang, are you satisfied with this birthday banquet? It's not enough to make a birthday party impossible. If you want to step on someone, you have to step on them to death and let him know what happens when he steals a woman from Tang Xiao." "You arranged this?" Tang Yu asked with wide eyes. Wang Defa nodded vigorously, quite proud of his carefully prepared hand. He looked at Yi Chen with some disdain. So what if he's the owner of the Long Chen Group? Dare to snatch a woman from Mr. Tang? Does Ning deserve it? Tang Yu felt his chest tighten up, and he kind of wanted to vomit blood. "I just want to shoot arrows in the dark. You just drop bombs. I didn't realize you're a thick-eyed." 252 So thorough. Chapter 32 Wang Defa angrily reprimands the Dragon King. Yi Chen was already so angry at the moment that his face was twisted, his eyes staring deathly at Tang Yu full of resentment. He's dead. Seeing a few bodyguards blocking his way, he rushed up and swung a few punches. Several bodyguards flew out backwards. Seeing that he was going to come at Tang Yu, Muyue was furious. She blocked Yi Chen and shouted, "What else do you know how to do besides bullying people with force?" Seeing Muyue blocking in front of him, his eyes erupted with fire and even moved a few points of killing intent. "How dare your own woman protect another man?" He then reacted quickly. She wasn't protecting Tang Yu. She's protecting herself. If he was impulsive and punched surname Tang to death here, it would be a big deal. If you want to kill this guy, you definitely can't do it in front of so many people either. A barbarian is a barbarian. It's just lawless. It's a law and order society now. Just call the police and let them handle it. I don't believe he can turn over a new leaf. Speechless son. If you don't have the ability to play B, don't play it. What's there to be annoyed about? The Su family crowd screamed and cursed from the sidelines. Attitudes change that fast. This guy's been pretending for half a day. The feelings are all a feast prepared by someone else. Tang Xiao. How does he have the nerve to stand here with an awesome face and fool around? How can such a person fight with the Tang family? How dare he say he's the dragon's son-in-law of the Su family? Does he deserve it? Longtooth also knew this wasn't the time to be messing around. If you really want to poison someone, you can't do it in front of so many people. He hurriedly pulled Yi Chen down. Yi Xiao, don't be impulsive. Calm down first. Then he looked at Wang Defa and said in an angry voice, "What do you mean? You Mingyu Hotel? Our Yi Xiao held a birthday banquet for Miss Su and you dare to play like this? Believe it or not, I'll make your hotel untenable?" Wang Defa snorted in disbelief. Organizing a birthday banquet? Isn't it our young Tang who's organizing it for Miss Su today? As for you guys, I didn't charge you a dime, so what do you have to say? Longya's face immediately changed. He finally realized why the other party didn't charge him. Wang Defa looked at Yi Chen again and cursed loudly. Also, our Tang family has joined forces with the Su family. This Yi Xiao is the one who's really shameless. Going after a girl with a marriage contract? A dog with a broken spine dares to wail and bark here? I've lived for decades, and I've never seen such a brazen person. Yi Chen's body trembled at the scolding. Being the Dragon King, when had he been humiliated like this to his face? That's right, don't have a bee in your heart. Deadbeat is disgusting. Mr. Wang scolded. Well, that's how it was supposed to be. Wonderful, wonderful. The Su family crowd chimed in. Seeing that the Su family's crowd was still helping out, Dragon Tooth hated his teeth. He pointed at the Su family's crowd and jumped to his feet. You guys also have the face to scold Xiao Yi? Without Xiao Yi, that piece of land on the west side of the city you Su family won't be able to get in your next life. The faces of the Su family members were a bit embarrassed. Granted, the kid was playing half a dozen bees that didn't belong to him, but the land on the west side of the city. The Su family did seem to take advantage of him? Su Chongshan's face darkened, and he was just about to step forward to express his willingness to return the land to them. Wang Defa snorted coldly, his face contemptuous. What does that piece of land in the west of the city have to do with you? That's only for the Su family to get it because our Tang Xiao gave the word. If you don't believe me, you call to confirm. Don Xiao is a low-key person, so as a subordinate, he had to step forward and help Tang Xiao earn his face. As soon as his words came out, Su Chongshan hurriedly took his cell phone and made a call out. Hello Wang Bureau, I am Su Chongshan. May I ask about the land in the west of the city? After asking a few questions and receiving an answer, he looked at Tang Yu Dao with a grateful face. Little Yu, Uncle thanks you for this favor on behalf of the Su family. Su Muyue also looked at Tang Yu with a soft face. This guy, how could you privately sacrifice so much for yourself? Well, just get him a drink next time. What else do you have to say? Wang Defa sneered and looked at the two dragon teeth hostages and asked. They had the nerve to take the credit for arranging this with their own hands. Lanya's face had turned into a pig's liver color. He looked at Yi-chun with an embarrassed face and said in a low voice, Dragon King, it's my subordinate's incompetence. Please chastise him. Yi-chen's mind was already completely on the verge of collapsing, but after the extreme anger, he calmed down at this moment instead, taking a deep breath. He didn't say anything about dragon's teeth, but looked at Su Muyue and said, Muyue, soon you will know who is the right choice for you. With that, he strides away from the place that has humiliated him. Lanya hurriedly followed his footsteps to leave together. As soon as they were gone, Wang Defa smugly straightened his hair. Fighting with Tang Xiao? You're not worthy? Uncle can destroy you all by himself. Well, the annoying people are gone, so let's continue to celebrate Ms. Su's birthday. Wang Defa clapped his hands and started to arrange it. The Su family members laughed and started celebrating Su Muyue's birthday. Su Muyue walked to the cake, closed her eyes and started to make a wish. Once the wishes were made, the crowd began to divide the cake. She took a cut cake and handed it to Tang Yu Dao who had a lifeless face. Try this cake. It's quite delicious. Okay. Tang Yu took the cake and tasted it. It was quite tasty. Thank you so much for today. It's the happiest birthday I've ever had and I think I'll remember this day for the rest of my life. Su Muyue spread a smile at Tang Yu and said, she was really happy that Tang Yu could come to the birthday party today. It's okay, you're happy. Tang Yu let out a bitter laugh. And guess what I wished for today? Su Muyue looked at Tang Yu with burning eyes. What? Don't you tell anyone. Su Muyue deliberately lowered her voice. After she came over, she suddenly kissed Tang Yu on the cheek. This time, Tang Yu was careless not to flash. Oh! A sight of Wang Defa saw immediately cheered up. In the heart of the beautiful. He himself helped Tang Xiao to pick up girls this time. Really successful. Su Muyue, on the other hand, red-faced, spat out her tongue at Tang Yu and ran away somewhat shyly. Tang Yu reached out and touched the place she had kissed. The mood was always a little mixed. When the birthday party was over, Tang Yu didn't go home, but stayed in the general manager's office to rest. Young Tang, are you still satisfied today? Wang Defa was getting excited about his performance today. There's no way to tell how well Uncle is doing today. Satisfied. Tang Yu nodded. He was so satisfied. After staring at Wang Defa and sizing him up for a few moments, he felt that looking left, right, up and down, this guy couldn't continue to stay over here. This guy is definitely a top 25 He still underestimated him too much, so he took a deep breath and said, Mr. Wang, I've thought about it. And with your talent it's too buried for you to work here. It just so happens that our family has opened a new business over in Siberia. So why don't you go be the regional head and triple your salary incentive? Tang Xiao, this I cannot afford. I just did a little insignificant small work. Wang Defa's face humbly said. His heart has already bubbled with beauty. Tang Xiao is a nice guy to deal with. Don't be polite. This is an honor you deserve. Our Tang family will not treat a meritorious servant poorly. You'll be ready to leave tomorrow after the handover. Tang Yu patted Wang Defa's shoulder, then turned to leave. Mother Next time there's a 250 like that. Send Syria directly to the mother As soon as Tang Yu left, Wang Defa jumped up in excitement. In hell, another promotion and a raise. Once he was happy, he took his cell phone and opened the WeChat group to share the good news to a group of other colleagues. This group is full of Don's management. Brothers, helping Tang Xiao pick up girls really works. I've only been promoted for a few days, and young Tang has promoted me again. Remember, in the future, if Tang Xiao wants to pick up girls, he should utilize his subjective initiative more, okay? Anyone who dares to steal a woman from Tang Xiao, step on them to death. Especially a fool named Yi Chen. After passing on the insights to his colleagues, Wang Defa smiled faintly. That's all uncle can do for you. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for reminding me. I've come to my senses. Grateful. Got it. Yi Chen, right? The crowd in the group was ecstatic and came out to learn from the experience. Chapter 33, Are you testing the cadres with this? When Yi Chen and the two of them left the hotel and went down, there were still quite a few people surrounding the entrance of the hotel. They all had excited faces discussing tonight's birthday dinner. Hear them discussing it. Yi Chen's teeth were almost clenched. Good Tang Yu. How dare he insult himself like this? His face was pale and trembling as he followed behind Yi Chen. The first mission that the Dragon King had given himself had been done like this. When he thought about how the Dragon King had just been humiliated by the crowd, he couldn't help but have a cold sweat on his back. When the Dragon King is angry, blood flows. The two walked some distance out of the hotel before stopping at a park. Lanya wiped the cold sweat from his face and walked quickly to Yi Chen's body guiltily. Dragon King, it was my unfavorable errand today. Dragon Tooth is willing to be punished. After saying that, he stretched out his left hand and heavily slapped it to his chest. This palm of his that contained deep internal force was just about to hit. Yi Chen quickly shot out and grabbed his wrist. No, you're my brother. It's just a little thing. This sentence of his, brother, moved Lanya instantly. The Dragon King, surprisingly, considered himself a brother. It doesn't even chastise itself. I, Dragon Tooth, have been drifting for half of my life and I only hate that I haven't met a bright master. But now that I can serve the Dragon King, I will definitely sacrifice my liver and brain. Long Tooth choked. But we can't let this go today. Yi Chen snorted coldly. He said in an icy tone, you immediately bring people to prepare to retaliate back. Within a week, I want the Muyue Hotel to be unable to open. And the guy surnamed Wang must also die. If he doesn't pay back 100-fold for the humiliation he suffered today, he won't be called Yi Chen. Good. Dragon Teeth revealed an eerie cold smile. It couldn't be easier to make a hotel go out of business. Then he asked, by the way Dragon King, where's that kid surnamed Tang? He doesn't need to be taken care of for the time being. I've already sent Ling Han and Shi Yin to get close to him. He's bound to die. Yi Chen said in a cold voice. Not only did he want to kill him, but he also wanted him to watch how the Tang family perished before he died. Hearing Ling Han and Shi Yin go, Lanya grinned. The Dragon Soul Organization's 8 warlords. The Dragon King was naturally the first, and Ling Han and Shi Yin were 3rd and 4th respectively. It was naturally foolproof for these two to strike together. As for him, he became the oldest 8 because he was appreciated by the Dragon King, but because he was not strong enough, he stayed in the position of the oldest 8 for 10,000 years. That's why a lot of people in the organization call him Long Lao Biao. After Lanya left, Yi Chen grimaced and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Waste. After returning home, Tang Yu lay on the bed with a tired look on her face. Today was another day of no ing living. Thinking about Yi Chen's face today, Tang Yu knew that it had become more difficult for him to go on next. Drop. The host has successfully survived the plot. Rewarded with a copy of the Green Bag Heavenly Scripture, which has been automatically learned. He had just laid down when the system's voice sounded. Immediately after that, countless more knowledge of Chinese medicine instantly appeared in his mind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The dog system suddenly showed mercy and gave such an awesome reward? Straight up pulling the full weight of my brother's medical talent? He sat up from the bed and looked at his body. It was as if the eyes could pierce through the body to see the meridians. It's easy to see wherever there's a little something wrong with your body. There are even more various treatment options such as acupuncture and tuina. The secret recipe of brain Chinese medicine. In a nutshell, his current level of medical skills was at the top of the heap in all of China. Getting such a good reward, Tang Yu was in no hurry to be happy. This dog system, it's not quite right. System, do you keep this Green Bag Heavenly Scripture cooked? Tang Yu asked in his mind. You're deliberately picking a fight, aren't you? I run a system that can sell you raw nuts? The system's tone was a bit disgruntled. Don't come this way. You sent me to the hotel and ended up digging a hole for me. Tang Yu cursed. The system simply pretended to be dead. Seeing that this dog didn't move, Tang Yu decided to resolutely not use this body of medical skills on the outside first. Otherwise, hell knows if the dog system has screwed itself. After lying down on the bed, Tang Yu quickly fell asleep. In his dream he dreamed that Wang Yixue and Su Muyue were both wearing rabbit girl outfits and were grabbing and arching him. A little fragrant pig. Just when Tang Yu was in pain and happiness, Someone was gently tapping his face calling his name. Brother Tang Yu, get up and have breakfast. Hearing this sweet voice, Tang Yu was instantly awakened from her dream. He opened his eyes to a white landscape. At this moment, he remembered something Yaso had once said. I have touched peaks and entered deep valleys, and I have benefited from both. That might be a bit of a misnomer, but Tang Yu felt that was pretty much what it meant. At the moment, Zhang Xiaoye was standing by his bedside. Today, she was wearing a JK outfit, and with her innocent and sweet looks coupled with her petite figure, she really did look like a high school girl. It's just that she's a little too amazingly developed despite her lowly face. Standing beside the bed, she was bending over and rubbing Tang Yu's face with her hands to tell him to get up. So Tang Yu opened her eyes and more or less lost herself. Xiao Yu you take this test dry. Tang Yu, who had just woken up and was a bit confused, almost said what was in her heart. He hurriedly changed his tone. Good morning, what brings you here? I came over to see Grandpa Tang. Didn't he have another stomach problem in the past 2 days? Zhang Xiaoye spat out her tongue and pushed Tang Yu with her hand to ask, what test did you just say? Didn't say anything, dreaming. Tang Yu shook her head vigorously. Sis, watch your image a little, okay? Is it appropriate for you to make me a young innocent boy look at this kind of thing early in the morning? It simply fits like a glove. You can't grow taller for sure because the nutrients are all concentrated in one piece. No wonder a predecessor said that a woman with her head down and no feet visible is the best color on earth. After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Zhang Xiaoye was red hot even at the roots of her ears. She glanced down at the neckline of her dress and hastily stood up straight with a red-faced urgency. Hurry up and get up for breakfast. Auntie told me to call you. Okay, why don't you go out? I'll get dressed. Tang Yu was used to sleeping naked and couldn't get up in front of Zhang Xiaoye. Zhang Xiaoye spat out her tongue and hurriedly ran out. Once outside, she took a deep breath, rubbing her face vigorously, muttering, Brother Tang Yu has turned bad. After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words the last time, she couldn't stop thinking about it. It just so happens that I came over to see Grandpa Tang today, so I came over to find this guy to double-check. Now that confirmation is confirmed, it's just a little embarrassing. She didn't want it to be so long. She was tired of walking. Chapter 34, Uncle Me. I love to bully the soft and fear the hard. After washing up, Tang Yu took Zhang Xiaoye to breakfast. A young man with long hair and a ponytail was eating breakfast as he walked to the dining room. Seeing Tang Yu arrive, he immediately rose to greet him. Brother, Divine Dr. Jiang, long time no see. Seeing the long-haired youth, Tang Yu nodded and smiled after a slight freeze. Long time no see. Come and eat. Breakfast is getting cold. And when you're done, we'll go see Grandpa together. The long-haired youth enthusiastically helped Tang Yu and the two of them put away the dishes. Tang Yu sat down and silently ate her breakfast, the rest of her eyes surveying the ponytailed youth with a smile on her face. This guy who calls him brother is not his real brother. Instead, it was the son of his second uncle, his cousin Tang Ruoyu. Tang Yu was quite impressed with this guy. In the original book's plot, not long after Tang Yu's death, Elder Tang was so angry that he fell ill and died. In order to avenge Tang Yu's death, Tang's father and mother used all their power to take revenge. But no matter how strong the Tang clan was, it couldn't defeat the son of Qi. The strength of the Dragon Soul organization behind the others is far too much better than the Tang family. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, that's all about having a background to eat. So Tang Ruoyu, who had been bitterly suppressing his ambitions, took the opportunity to defect to Yi Chen, giving the Dragon King a backstabbing of the Tang family as a dog. This guy took a lot of the credit for the sinking of the Tang family's big ship. Gotta find a chance to bury this kid, Tang Yu muttered in his heart. The trillions of assets of the Tang family are all rewards that Brother Go is going to bring back to the grand finale. The son of Qi couldn't go head to head. Is it hard to take care of you? I'm a bully. I love bullying. Zhang Xiaoye, who was drinking kanji, looked up at Tang Yu, her eyes somewhat puzzled. Who is Brother Tang Yu burying here? When breakfast was over, the three of them went to the small courtyard in the back to look for the old man. When they went over, the old man was sitting in the eunuch chair playing with his cell phone. The sounds of fighting and game characters shouting came from time to time from his hand. The old man is cursing with a scowl on his face. Go on. You meat player who can't even start a group? Shooter, are you an elementary school student? You don't go to school during the day to play volleyball? A bunch of garbage. I couldn't beat this cerebral palsy operation even if I were 80 years old. The three men who walked in were visibly thunderstruck. This old man, he's ing hip? When a game was over, Donald put his cell phone down on the table so angry that he rubbed his heart with his hand. Grandpa, you'd better stop playing games from now on. It's not good for your health. Tang Yu hurried over to advise. Yes, Grandpa Tang. You have to take care of your health. You need to rest more. Grandpa. Zhang Xiaoya and the two of them also hurriedly advised a few words. Got it. Got it. Uninstalled and not playing. Master Tang nodded, picked up his phone and uninstalled the damn game, looking at it with a fire in his belly. Take a sip of tea and rest first. I'll check your pulse. Zhang Xiaoya carried a teapot and poured a cup of tea for Elder Tang, so she sat down and began to check his pulse. Tang Yu, on the other hand, silently surveyed her grandfather. After receiving the rewards of the green bag heavenly scripture, he could now tell where a person's body had problems just by concentrating with both eyes. Grandpa's stomach problems are old, and now there is clearly a cold wrapping around his stomach. According to the green bag heavenly scripture, this is a deficiency of stomach yin, caused by a deficiency of yin and a lack of fluid. The treatment plan is still best to focus on warmth and nourishment, with 100 years of black-colored Ganoderma lucidum as the guide, plus Huang Jing Shashin and other 6 herbs to make a herbal tea. Take a month on it. But is this ghost green bag heavenly scripture really reliable? Zhang Xiaoye, who was taking the old man's pulse, couldn't help but have her pupils shrink when she heard the heartbeat. She gave Tang Yu a somewhat shocked look. Brother Tang Yu, he's a healer? And you don't even have to take a pulse. You can tell what the problem is just by standing on the sidelines? In Chinese medicine, the highest state of looking is the state of entering into the spirit. Only those who had reached the realm of the entered God could achieve this. And Grandpa had told himself that no one in Chinese medicine had entered the realm of the entered God for hundreds of years. As for the green bag heavenly scriptures, this is more of a sacred book that herbalists can only dream of. As a Chinese medicine nerd, she couldn't help but gulp. Would love to have an in-depth conversation with Brother Tang Yu. Moon girl, are you ready? Seeing that Zhang Xiaoya's pulse didn't move for a while, Elder Tang asked with a smile. Well. Zhang Xiaoye, who came back to her senses, hurriedly said, stomach yin deficiency is caused by deficiency. Grandpa Tang, have you often had a dry mouth and an upset stomach recently? Yeah, old habits. Zhang Xiaoye said with a sweet smile. If this kind of old disease is to be warmed up, I'll make you an herbal tea. You'll be fine if you take it for a long time. However, the herbal tea needs a black-colored lingji of over 100 years old to be used as a medicine guide. Our family doesn't have it for the moment. We have to have someone send it over from out of town. I guess it can arrive the day after tomorrow. Let Brother Tang Yu go to my house to get it at that time. Having just listened to Tang Yu's silent recitation of the prescription, she analyzed it and thought that it was indeed a very powerful prescription, and that it had almost no side effects on the human body. It is medicine that is poisonous, and the highest level of prescription is to cure the disease without harming the patient's body at the same time. It's worthy of the green bag heavenly scripture. Tang Yu was a bit surprised at the side. The herbal tea this girl was going to make, was it the same as what she was thinking? This green bag heavenly scripture, it seems like it's not really a pit? Okay, just in time for this kid to help me visit your grandfather. Elder Tang nodded with a smile. Okay, my grandpa was chanting about Brother Tang Yu the other day. Zhang Xiaoye smiled so much that her eyes narrowed, and when the time came, it was the right time to pull Brother Tang Yu to ask about medical skills. After accompanying Elder Tang for a few moments, she greeted him and went back to the medical center to get busy. Elder Tang's gaze fell on the two Tang Yu men and said, do you two have anything else? Grandpa, I want to work at Merlot Foods. Tang Ruoyu opened her mouth. The Melody food he was talking about was one of the core businesses of the Tang Group, and it had developed quite well over the years. Donald Trump didn't rush to make a statement. Tang Ruoyu was the second oldest child, and had been working at a branch of the Tang Group all these years, not having access to the core business, the same direct line of the Tang family. The reason he was marginalized was because of his father. 7 years ago, his father enriched himself in the company and secretly transferred the assets of the Tang Group to his own name. This bad behavior was discovered by him and according to the family rules should have broken both legs and expelled from the house. If it weren't for Tang Yu's family's bitter plea for them, there would be nothing left for them in the Tang family now. He pondered for a moment before pointing at Tang Yu. Ask your brother. He's in charge of Don's group now. Big brother, what do you think? If you don't think I'm capable enough, it's fine for me to go as a middle management to slowly hone my skills. Tang Ruoyu asked as she looked at Tang Yu with a gentle smile on her face. This is no problem. Your ability, brother, trust. In the future our families still rely on you and I brothers work together. Tang Yu smiled and put her arm around his shoulder. That's being a rebel now, isn't it? I'll kill you. Knowing the original plot, he knew exactly what kind of a pickle his harmless-looking cousin was. Chapter 35, sorry about the A. Thank you, brother. I will not fail you. Tang Ruoyu said gratefully, then looked at Elder Tang again. As long as your brother agrees, just do it right and don't let us down again. Elder Tang said blandly. He was getting older and didn't want to keep holding on to the past. After all, they were all family. Thank you, Grandpa. Then I'll go ahead and familiarize myself with my work at the office. Tang Ruoyu hurriedly bowed and saluted Elder Tang. Waiting to walk out the front door of the Don's house, his face instantly darkened, and there was some resentment in his eyes. He himself was clearly a member of the Tang family as well, and it was as if he was like a lackey in front of them. Why does this old dog favor Tang Yu so much? Where did I lose to him? In terms of looks, Tang Yu was a little bit taller than himself, but in terms of talent, did he lose to him? When I took the college entrance exam, I was only 500 points short of a perfect score. He grunted coldly and drove his Porsche towards Melody Food. This is the core business of the Don family. Tang Yu, this kid was stupid enough to let himself take care of this business, so don't blame him for not being polite. Yi Xiao has promised himself, as long as he cooperates with him, when Tang Yu died, everything in the Tang family would be his own. After Tang Ruoyu left, Elder Tang's gaze became deep. He fished out an old pipe and lit it before looking up at Tang Yu and barking. There's been some unrest in Su Hang recently, so pay more attention. Okay, Grandpa, I'll keep an eye out. Tang Yu nodded. This old man was the C-pen of the Tang family and naturally had great wisdom. He figured his grandfather had seen something coming, but how to deal with Tang Ruoyu, the rebel? Tang Yu already had plans in her mind. After leaving the house, Tang Yu drove back to the headquarters of the Tang clan. Just as he walked into the office, he saw two girls in workplace attire coming in to do some hygiene at his desk. Don Xiao, seeing Tang Yu arrive, one of the short-haired pretty girls hurriedly took the initiative to greet her. Lulu, why have you gained weight again after not seeing you for a few days? Ha, where's the fat? The short-haired girl said with wide eyes. I just weighed myself last night. It hasn't changed. Here. Tang Yu puffed out her chest. The short-haired girl pouted in understanding and gave Tang Yu an ambiguous blank stare. Tang Yu hemmed and hawed. Tang Group beauty is especially abundant. He often has something to do to flirt with a few. As long as it's not a female lead, that can all just be molested. Of course, the premise is that iron needs to be hard. If you're not a high roller, don't go messing with women like that. Young Tang, this is the new secretary Chi-in. She has finished her training and will start working officially today. The short-haired girl called Lulu introduced herself. Hello, Don Xiao. Ji-in immediately greeted, her eyes flashing a hint of disgust as she looked at Tang Yu. Chi-in, right, welcome to our big family, the Tang Group. Tang Yu laughed harshly and walked over to shake Chi-in's hand, his eyes sizing up the other party. Goose egg face, willow moon eyebrow, a pair of pure eyes full of aura, but also give a person a feeling of unworldly. Just on looks alone, 100 points would probably be a 95 kind of score. Alas, the girl is quite pretty to look at, and there's nothing to be said for her small family's temperament. That is, alas, how is it for A? If this is married, won't the child starve? It would have been nice to give that girl Xiaoyu half of hers. Aikine, who was shaking hands, instantly had a question mark on his face. Are you hallucinating? Just start working, just ask me if you have any questions. I'm a very kind person to girls, don't be too nervous. Seeing Ji-in looking at herself with a dumbfounded expression, Tang Yu smiled and patted her shoulder. Young Tang, then I'll leave first. Are you free to go to my house for dinner tonight? I bought a bottle of red wine I want to drink with you. Lulu, who was standing in the doorway, looked at Tang Yu and invited daintily. Something came up tonight. Next time I'll treat you. Tang Yu laughed, and in the evening he had a dinner date with Qin Ming. These days, boys still need to take more care to protect themselves. Really believe you. Who knows if you'll serve me with red wine or white when I go. Aikine was finally sure it wasn't a hallucination after hearing the heart again. What's in this guy's heart that he seems to be able to hear himself? It instantly perked her up a bit. This time, the Dragon King had sent her to infiltrate the Tang clan precisely to investigate the secrets of the Tang clan. Being able to hear this guy's heart would make this mission so much easier. Tang Yu opened his computer and just clicked on a business document. Suddenly it came back to me. Shi-in? Ik-in? Isn't this the mole sent by Yi-chan that? Damn. I almost didn't think of that when I was busy teasing Lulu. There's no mistaking it. Looking this good or being right on the A. It's definitely her. After Tang Yu's heartbeat sounded again, Shi-in was shocked and ashamed at the same time. And in her heart she couldn't wait to kill this guy. Do you have to keep bringing up the pair of A's? Can't you have a face? After the shame and anger had passed, her mood became a little tense again. If your identity is exposed, Won't the infiltration plan fail? What's even more troubling is that she's shown her face, which is a very dangerous thing to do. Calm down. Don't do anything rash. She took a deep breath, quickly adjusting herself. The question that concerned her the most right now was how this guy knew her information. The secrecy of the Dragon Soul organization is quite terrifying. As an 8 great warlords, she could not be recognized casually. It's not like you're the only woman in the world who is right about I. Young Tang, is there anything I can do? She asked in a thin voice, disguising a calm smiling face. Why don't you go ahead and make me a pot of tea? Tang Yu hurriedly arranged a task for her, mulling over the countermeasures in her mind. According to the original plot, in addition to having Tang Ruoyu as the mole, Yin also put in a lot of effort when Tang's group was brought down. She's not just good with her hands. Her hacking skills are world class. That's why Chen purposely let her enter the Tang clan to steal secrets. I'm just looking for classified information. Brother will just steal it for you and make a fake copy for you later. Ikian, who was making tea, heard this and was instantly struck with a black line. Do you really think I'm stupid and can't tell the difference between real and fake? With a smile on his face, Tang Yu quickly tapped the keyboard, making various changes to the data on a confidential document. In that case, Chen was useless, as even if he got the information. After altering the data, he printed out the information and put it in a file bag. Then he placed the paper bag on the table and said, Yin, help me send this information to General Manager Zhou of the division. Okay. Yin brought the brewed tea to Tang Yu, and then took the information and prepared to send it over. Her eyes full of dislike. Hook salty bait straight. Cootie. Just took the bait. Laughing to death. This fake information put away. These days there are a lot more with you to steal. Take back to Pit Yichen. But it's for your own good. It's kind of revenge in disguise for you. He is your real enemy. Speaking of which, our Tang family is still kind to your old man. Less enmity ha. Ikine, who had just picked up the information, couldn't help but shudder as she heard the heartbeat. The Dragon King is the one who is his enemy? The Tang family was kind to their old man? P.S. 3 more to send. Ask for a favorable review. Do not worry about the male protagonist goat. Go is for the reward. The mail is bound to drop. Chapter 36, Diary of a Killer. It was a moment she could no longer control. To ask on the spot. Except she opened her mouth and realized she couldn't make a sound at all. After leaving the office with mixed feelings, Ji Yin's entire body was in a bit of a trance. She had grown up in the Dragon Soul organization since she was a child and was personally trained by Yi Chen's master, so she was incredibly loyal to Yi Chen. But as an orphan, she was curious to know who her family was. Do they not want them anymore, or for some other reason? So secretly she had been investigating. But no matter how she investigated, she couldn't find out anything about her parents. It's as if the world doesn't have these two people. After all these years, she would have died. Today, Tang Yu suddenly brought it up, making her momentarily a little confused. How much more does he really know? Why is the Dragon King his own enemy? And what's the relationship with the Tang family? All sorts of questions intertwined in her mind. After taking a deep breath for a moment, she quickly adjusted her thoughts. Investigate the Tang family first. Since the Tang family had been kind to his father, he could definitely find out by following this clue. At that moment, her cell phone suddenly rang. She glanced at her cell phone and realized it was the Dragon King's call, so she quickly ran to the rooftop of the office building and picked up the phone. Dragon King, what can I do for you? Yin, how are the results of the investigation? Yi Chen's voice came. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, I've gotten the first information. I'll send it to you later. Okay, hard work. You're still the most reassuring to me. Hearing that this side went smoothly, Yi Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. He held his cell phone and smiled evilly. As long as you finish the mission before Linghan, you can be my woman before her. Ikine didn't even know how to reply to that with his cell phone. Suddenly, there was a feeling of not really wanting to eat. Tang Yu's heartfelt statement that the Dragon King was the enemy had caused a big change in her mindset. Why don't you say something? It was surprising to see that Ikian didn't make a sound of excited gratitude. Yi Chen's tone was slightly dissatisfied. Yin came back to her senses and hurriedly replied, Someone just came and didn't hear. I'll go ahead and deliver the information. After saying that, she hurriedly hung up the phone. After quickly taking a picture of the fake information in her hand with her cell phone, she rushed to send it to the division. When she returned from delivering the information, Tang Yu was busy making fake information by tapping on the keyboard. Seeing that Ikine had been gone for so long before returning, Tang Yu couldn't help but grin. This stupid girl must have gotten a copy of the information on the sly. Laugh it up. They say big boobs have no brains, and her pair of IQs aren't great either. No wonder he was cheated by Yi Chen's pair of master and disciple for so many years. Alas, it's quite pathetic too. Hearing the heartbeat, Icon couldn't help but twitch. Will you stop talking about the A's? Really wanted to hit someone, but after hearing Tang Yu mention Yi Chen's master and disciple, she already had to believe Tang Yu's words. This guy even knew about the existence of that old man from the Dragon Soul organization. After tossing around another half a day of fake information, Tang Yu, who had finished her work, stretched her back, looking at Ikuyan, who was standing on the edge. He instructed after a moment's thought, by the way, the company is planning to do gaming business recently, and I need you to help me with the research. How do you research? Ikuyan knew the guy must be up to his ghostly tricks again. Tang Yu ran over and turned on the TV on the office wall, and turned on the game console again. There are 25 games here, all of which are the best sellers on the market right now. I want you to pass them all and then do a daily work report to send me. And the company is a free supply of snacks and milk tea and so on. Point takeout is also reimbursed. Want to eat what you want to eat. Just focus on that for a while. And when you're tired of playing, go to the side lounge and take a nap. No problem. After hearing Tang Yu's arrangement, Ji-in was a bit dumbfounded. Alright, hurry up and start playing. Don't be lazy, haha. There's surveillance in the office I can see. Tang Yu left the office with a smile on her face after she finished her instructions with a serious face. Haha, it wouldn't be right to transfer you. In order to avoid you going somewhere else to screw up, let's just let you play the game every day. After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words before she left, Icon sat down with a speechless face and began to play the game. Soon she was immersed in the world of the game. July 13th, playing games. July 14th, playing games. July 15th, playing games. July 16th. Akeen, how can you be so depraved? Are you done investigating? July 17th, playing games. Bright Moon Hotel. A certain guest room on the 12th floor. A waitress stood at the door and knocked gently. Hello guest. It's been 2 hours since checkout time. Are you still there please? It's now 3 p.m. and it was supposed to be checkout time at 1 p.m. According to hotel rules, after 2 hours have passed and the guest hasn't checked out, they need to go to the room and ask. After knocking again and again, there was still no movement inside. The waiter could only open the door with the hotel room card. Upon opening the room, the air conditioner was being turned on in the house and the temperature was incredibly low. The waitress shivered in the cold, saw that the bathroom was still lit, and walked over to take a look only to find a woman lying in the tub, and the bathtub water had turned blood red. Soon, a scream rang out and traveled down the hallway. After a few minutes of time, the hotel paramedics rushed over to resuscitate the victim. It's not working. After a few moments of resuscitation, the paramedic gave a bitter laugh. News of a suicide at the Bright Moon Hotel spread quickly. A large group of guests got the message and immediately checked out. Tang Yu also rushed over at the first opportunity. When he came over, the hotel's new general manager, Zhao Li, was already waiting. Seeing Tang Yu arrive, he hastened to guiltily say, Xiao Tang, it's because I'm not doing my job well. This happened right after I took over the hotel. The last GM left with a promotion and a raise before his ass was even warmed up. And he's only just taken over and here comes such a hot potato. This is not handled well and it will have a big impact on the hotel. Don't blame you. Tang Yu patted his shoulder and said, what's the situation now? The scene has been cordoned off. The police people are investigating and collecting evidence. And the preliminary judgment is that it's a suicide. Zhao Li replied. Suicide? Tang Yu frowned. Those who could afford to stay at the Bright Moon Hotel were all first-class rich people. There's a saying on the internet that being rich doesn't necessarily make you happy. That's because rich people are happy in ways ordinary people can't imagine. So the Bright Moon Hotel hasn't really had anyone commit suicide here over the years. Who the hell can't live happily ever after? Zhao Li looked around and lowered his voice. But the police found a section of the victim's hair missing and it was likely that it had been that way. But they couldn't find any evidence of it. Where's the surveillance? Surveillance didn't see anyone go in or out of her room. Tang Yu frowned. This really wasn't quite right anymore. He fished out a cigarette and lit it, sat down for a moment to think, and instantly remembered someone. Dragon's Teeth. Chapter 37, Want to buy a hotel? As one of the 8 warlords of the Dragon Soul organization, the original book's plot had quite a lot to do with Dragon's Teeth. For this person to be able to become the 8 great war generals, his strength was naturally not bad. The author added a strange persona to him to enhance his character's presence. That's the one thing you take from the other person when you kill them. With men he'd cut off one of their little thumbs. Women, on the other hand, cut off a section of their hair. and the guy is as much of a lecher as his master. The difference was that Yi Chen as the protagonist Dragon King had the push to play only the best women. Well, he can eat anything that looks human. He even has a line called whether she's pretty or ugly. It's all meat in my long Lao Bai's mouth. It must be him. Tang Yu's face flashed with gloom. The last time Yi Chen was humiliated in the hotel, it was normal for him to take revenge on himself, but to take a human life and plant it on yourself is a bit deranged. Gotta bury this guy sometime. It's not easy to beat the master, but it's still not hard to beat a mad dog. At this moment, two figures came into Tang Yu's eyes. Two middle-aged men are walking side by side with cigarettes in their mouths talking and laughing. One of these two is missing an ear and one is blind. Two people like that walking together makes it hard not to notice. Tang Yu recognized these two men, who were mixed up in the underground world of Suong. They are a pair of cousins, nicknamed Heavenly Cripples, and are very powerful in the underground world. In the original book's plot, these two were among the badass villains who were stomped to death for their arrogance in offending the Dragon King. Young Tang, you suspect they did it? Noticing Tang Yu's eyes, Zhao Li asked in a low voice. Tang Yu shook her head and laughed. It wasn't them, I guessed who it was. Just reassure the victim's family. I'll deal with the killer. Zhao Li nodded and didn't dare to ask anything more. By the time the next morning rolled around, the victim's family had come to make a scene in front of the hotel. A group of them came in dozens and blocked the entrance to the hotel. This matter has become more and more noisy, and has brought serious impact on the business of the Muyue Hotel. Surprisingly, the hotel didn't do anything other than appease. After a few days of this, Longtooth felt the time was almost right. He came to the Bright Moon Hotel alone to look for Zhao Li. And when he came, Tang Yu happened to be over here as well. Seeing Tang Yu, a flash of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he sneered. Yo, isn't this Tang Xiao? Haven't seen you for a few days, and your hotel's business has pulled so much? Mustn't we thank Mr. Long for bringing a group of people to make trouble every day? Tang Yu said with a look of exasperation. It can't be helped. The deceased is an executive of our Longchen group. I have to defend her rights. Longtooth grinned and admitted frankly that he was the one who was up to no good. Do you really think that our Tang family is a vegetarian in Suzhou Hanzhou? That a single Longchen group can be bullied at will? Tang Yu coldly stared at Longye in a cold threatening voice. The Tang family? It's just a frog in the bottom of a well. Dragon Teeth showed disdain and said, the Tang family is only bouncing around in this small well in Su Hang. Yishao's heavenly background is something your Tang family can't imagine. The purpose of my coming here today is simple. This hotel of yours doesn't look good to me. Either close down or sell it to me. The last time the Dragon King suffered such a great insult here, it wasn't enough to put this hotel out of business. He wanted to eat this hotel on the cheap and make the Tang family bleed. To take the heat out of the Dragon King, he held out a slap and said, $5 billion. Either sell the hotel or wait for it to close down. Why don't you go grab it? Zhao Li, who was standing at the side, heard this and his face darkened as he cursed angrily. Quadruple that price again to barely get the Bright Moon Hotel. This guy is more than just a lion's share of the price. Do you have a place to talk here? You're nothing but a dog raised by the Tang family. Longye stared at Zhao Li and shouted angrily. As the Dragon Soul Organization's 8 war generals, he still had some momentum with this outburst. Zhao Li swallowed and didn't dare to say anything more. You're overthinking it. I'm not going to sell you this hotel even if you bring people in for a year. Tang Yu pointed to the door, meaning he could leave. Longye suddenly stormed out like a mad dog whose tail had been stepped on. He jumped up and kicked the marble coffee table. Countless tiny cracks immediately appeared on the marble coffee table, turning it into a pile of crumbs. The strength of his kick startled Zhao Li. This guy, is he a monster? A smirk flashed across Tang Yu's eyes. This was a common tactic used by Longye, the mad dog, when negotiating with people, deliberately intimidating the opponent to break through the other party's psychological defenses. He yelled with a deliberate look of panic. Where are the bodyguards? Hearing Tang Yu's voice, the 4 bodyguards outside the door immediately rushed in. They leeringly rushed up to block in front of Tang Yu, ready to fight at any time. Seeing these bodyguards, Dragon Tooth showed a disdainful look on his face. This kind of watchdog that protects the house and watches over the yard. There's no comparison at all with one like yourself who came from the dead. He himself could easily slaughter them with just one hand. He squinted at Tang Yu in a cold, threatening voice. Young Tang, it's useless for you to call 20 such trash. Yi Xiao is a man of honor. I, Dragon Tooth, am not. The big deal is to kill your old man and leave China. Tang Yu sneered in his heart. He purposely wore a scowl on his face, and after struggling for a moment, he spoke. Okay, I'll sell. Seeing Tang Yu bow his head and back down, Longye smiled triumphantly. in front of the Dragon Soul organization. Everything is in ant. He took the long-prepared contract and threw it to Tang Yu. Sign and stamp it, and I'll have the money transferred to you right away. Mr. Zhao, go get the official seal. Tang Yu held the contract and spoke. With a resigned face, Zhao Li went to open the safe and took the official seal out of it. After signing and stamping, the owner of this hotel changed from Tang Yu to Dragon Teeth. He was now the head of the Longchen Group, so the hotel was also assigned to his name. When the contract was signed, Lanya smiled in satisfaction. He looked at the defiant Zhao Li and Tang Yu and pointed at the door. Two losers, you can roll now. Remember, this is just the interest for offending Yi Xiao. Zhao Li was so angry that his face turned blue, while Tang Yu walked out without saying a word with a dark face. After the two of them walked out of the hotel together, Zhao Li couldn't help but say, "Young Tang, why did you agree to his conditions? How can our Tang family let him bully us at will?" The Tang family was the head of the four great families of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Not daring to say that it only covers the sky, but it's not so bad that it's being ridden on the head by an over-river dragon like the Longchen Group. It was illogical for Tang Xiao to be so tolerant. You'll see in a couple days. With a relaxed smile on his face, Tang Yu touched out a cigarette and lit it up, laughing. Don't be anxious, the good show has just begun. Okay. Seeing that Tang Xiao was so calm, Zhao Li's mood followed suit. By the way, has Mr. Wang's family moved out already? Tang Yu asked again. Went on the train to Siberia the night before last, and falsified his travel records to Africa as you instructed. Young Tang, Zhao Li hurriedly replied. That'll do. Tang Yu smiled slightly. With the careful eyes of Yi Chen's group, he would definitely retaliate along with Wang Defa. Now that Wang Defa is safe, the hotel has sent them. Next, it's time to give the dog Dragon's Teeth a little credit. He went back to his car and pulled out his laptop, crackling the keyboard and sending an email out. Chapter 38. There's a big problem at the Moonlight Hotel. After Tang Yu and the two of them walked out of the office, Longya revealed a soothing smile in the general manager's office. He walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window and took out his cell phone, dialing Yi Chen's number. When the call was answered, he immediately said respectfully, Dragon King, the retaliation against the Bright Moon Hotel has been completed. I forced the brat surnamed Tang to sell the hotel to us for $5 billion. Oh, Yi Chen's voice on the other end of the phone had a few moments of joy. The Bright Moon Hotel was a place where he was humiliated. Dragon's Teeth was able to buy it so cheaply, making tens of billions for itself at once. His ability to do so is, indeed, still excellent. You've done a good job on this one, but this is just a little interest recovery. Yi Chen smiled arrogantly and asked again, by the way, what about the one surnamed Wang? A dog of the Tang family dared to rebuke himself in public. He must die. I've had someone check. He took a plane over to Africa a few days ago. Have someone go over and kill him. Those who insult me will die. Yi Chen ordered. When he hung up the phone, Yi Chen put away his cell phone and smiled evilly. After suffering so many losses in Suwon, it finally let him take a breath of bad luck. This is just a little bit of interest. The next good thing is just beginning. Ikain had gotten himself some classified information, and other pieces were being laid out. The whole of Suzhou and Hangzhou was just a chessboard for him to try his hand at. City West Precinct. An extremely beautiful policewoman was sitting in front of the computer, staring at several pieces of information and frowning. The case of the Bright Moon Hotel a few days ago is still under investigation so far. In this case, it was definitely a homicide, but Baiwani can't find any evidence, making her annoyed about it, and has stayed in front of her computer for days thinking about how to solve the case. Team White, do you want to get some rest? You didn't get a good night's rest last night again, did you? A young policeman came over concerned. It's all right. Why should I sleep long in life? I will sleep long after death. Baiwani waved her hand and pushed the cup to her colleague. Make me another cup of black coffee. Okay. The young policeman's eyes were a little heartbroken. Captained by the man took his job too seriously. Wouldn't it be nice to relax and fall in love with me once in a while? When the coffee was brewed and brought over, Baiwani tasted it and bitterly refreshed her entire body. At that moment, the laptop suddenly beeped. She took a quick look and found that someone had sent her an email. Intuition told her the email, sent to her private email address, was quite an important clue. She hastily clicked on the email to take a look, and instantly her pupils shrank. The email had something to do with the Bright Moon Hotel, but it had nothing to do with the murder. It involved drugs. Quick, call Bureau Wang over, she exclaimed as she slammed the table and looked at her coworker. The coworker came back to his senses and rushed to call the leader over. The leader called Bureau Wang was a middle-aged man with a country face, looking positive. He came over and then looked at Bai Wan heartbroken. Wan, it's not that I'm saying you're a pretty little girl who stays up so late working every day. The two dark circles under your eyes have become pandas. You read this first. Bai Wan moved her chair out of the way to let her leader read the email. Wang bureaucrat's face instantly became grave after taking a look at it. If the clues in this email are true, this is a big case. Meet immediately and set up a team to investigate. I'll lead it myself. Wang bureaus ordered loudly. Soon, the entire City West precinct was in action. After the 2-hour meeting, the investigation team left the precinct to begin their investigation. Bai Wan also wanted to participate in the investigation team. Was rejected by Wang bureaus. Let her eat first to recuperate properly. So somewhat depressed, she changed into civilian clothes and went out to eat. She wasn't picky about what she ate. She usually ran a roadside stall across from the precinct. Just as she walked up to the entrance of the stall, someone greeted her. Officer White. She glanced back and thought for a few seconds before remembering the other person's name and smiled. Yi Chen, right? She had met each other some time ago. There were pickpockets stealing from the bus at the time. He saw fit to stop the pickpocket. As a result, when he got off the bus, the pickpocket brought people to retaliate against him, and several people were beaten down by him. She was quite surprised when she went to arrest someone. This guy's hands are deeply hidden, so slightly some impression. What impressed me the most, though, was the guy's smile. Always thought, was a bit weird. I thought Officer White couldn't remember my name. Yi Chen subconsciously smiled evilly, the corners of his mouth raised high. He was carrying a scruffy snakeskin bag full of various plastic bottles and such in his hand at the moment. You're developing a side business. Ha! Seeing him like this, Bai Wan couldn't help but laugh a little. No, just met a grandmother. A handful of age is still picking up bottles look strange, not easy. To help her give the bottles back, but also bought her some fruit. Yi Chen sighed. Hearing him say this, Bai Wan felt a little more favorable towards him. This man, he's quite caring? You're having dinner? Do you want to eat together? I'll be right over after I deliver the bottle. Yi Chen pointed to the large stall at the side and smiled. No, I'll just pack it up and go back for dinner. I have work to take care of. Bai Wan smiled dashingly and waved her hand before walking into the store to order. Yi Chen didn't dwell on it much either. When you pick up a girl, you have to know the difference. The woman who can take one step to her stomach can also take one step to her stomach with another man. The more top-notch the beauty, the more slowly you have to take your time to get her to die or even want to be in your harem. He carried a bag of plastic bottles a short distance out and then casually tossed them into a trash can. He had bought it for $10 from an old woman scavenging when he first arrived. It cost $10 because he didn't have a smaller denomination on him. This bag of plastic bottles is not worth $5. A few more meetings should be arranged next, and we should be almost there. This kind of woman is still quite good at picking up women. Yi Chen smiled smugly. With 2 specially arranged meetings, he was already confident enough. Bai Wan, this woman he had to take. The other party not only had outstanding posture and was a top-ranked beauty on the Su Hang side, but her life was even more extraordinary. Although the Bai family was not one of the 4 great families of Su Hang, their influence was quite terrifying. Their family is in politics. Half of the political scene in Suang is their family's disciples. In order to control Su Hang, the power of the Bai family is indispensable. Going to the side of the road to wash his hands, he sat down again in a hurry to get to the next place. Still have to go to the other beauties to brush up on my favor. P.S. 3 more to go. Keep punching the Dragon King in the face. Epsilon, #, /////. Chapter 39, I'm going to find a jail cell. Bright Moon Hotel. It's been renamed the Dragon Morning Hotel at this point. After taking over this hotel, the first thing Longya did was to tell the rowdy group of people to hurry up and go back to their own homes. These people are the family members of the woman who died and who was an executive in their company. After spending millions to pacify the group, now is over. After his efforts to eliminate all kinds of negative influences, business at the hotel is slowly starting to return to normal again. At this moment he was sitting in his office, with his arm around his beautiful secretary just about to have some passion. At that moment, there was a sudden burst of dense footsteps in the hallway outside the door. Immediately afterward the office door was roughly pushed open. A group of police officers rushed in. What are you doing? Can't you even knock? Seeing such a group of people, Dragon Tooth was not the least bit flustered. Instead he was arrogant. What is one's status now? The head of the Long Chin group. In Suong, he's all ranked as a big entrepreneur. What's a bunch of little cops? You're in charge of the hotel? The one leading the group was none other than Bai Wan, who took out her credentials and asked in a cold voice. Yes, What is it? Long his gaze recklessly surveyed by Wang. Of course, if he had known that this was the woman the Dragon King had his eye on, he would have killed himself not daring to look like that. Your hotel is suspected of harboring drugs. Come with us. With a wave of Bai Wanyi's hand, a police officer took out handcuffs to put on Longya. ***********. Longya's face was furious as he coldly stared at Bai Wanyi and the others and warned, "Know who I am? I'm the head of the Long Chen group. How dare you try to touch me?" As soon as he spoke, a SWAT officer grabbed his hand to cuff him on the spot. He was just about to counterattack when several heavily armed SWAT officers had already begun to raise their guns and aim them at him. He immediately threw up his hands, his eyes furious. This if it were abroad. If this group of people dared to do this to themselves, no one would want to live. Cuffed and taken away. With a wave of Bai Wanyi's hand, a group of people took the humiliated Dragon Tooth out of the hotel. When he was brought downstairs, Long Tooth was completely dumbfounded. The neighborhood has been cordoned off. The police cars on the road were like two long dragons. Dozens of people sat on the floor handcuffed, their faces terrified. This included the heavenly remnants. Who were the culprits of this event? Dragon Teeth, even if it is a little cute, also knew that this time things must have gone too far. "I want a lawyer. Let me call a lawyer," he shouted in a slightly panicked tone. Unfortunately, none of them paid any attention to him. When the rest of the group was caught out, a bunch of people were taken to police cars to be sent away. Soon, this big news spread throughout the whole of Suwon. The prestigious Bright Moon Hotel is suspected of drug possession. As the person in charge and legal person of the hotel, Longya was completely planted this time. The Bright Moon Hotel was also seized on the spot. Tang Yu, who had quietly facilitated all of this, was now lying on his bed playing with his cell phone. He was already aware of the actions of the City West Precinct. After meeting those cousins from Heaven's Cripple in the first place, Tang Yu then remembered that these two goods were not good people in the original book's plot. For money, they are bold enough to go to such desperate lengths to engage in such life-threatening stuff. Seeing them, Tang Yu immediately had people quietly line up in the hotel. After finding out the clues, Tang Yu simply threw this hot potato to Dragon Teeth. The other party picked up the beauty, and he himself also salvaged $5 billion by hand. If you don't do it, you won't be able to keep the hotel after the incident, and you'll have to go down with it. As for offending each end, Tang Yu had begun to gradually get used to it. Try to live as long as you can. When I can't live with it, I can't stick my neck out for you to cut. Live if you deserved. Who let you planted old me with human life? After Tang Yu cursed, he remembered the dog system and continued cursing. Damn system, you damn well pitched me too. I told you that you didn't have a good intention to give such a good thing. I'm just a reward-giving machine for mod feelings. The dog barks again. Don't stop the dog. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** was already ignoring him. He was just about to drop his phone and go to sleep when his cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it, and the memo showed that it was by Wang. What did she want with me? Tang Yu was instantly a bit curious. Did she realize that she was the one who sent her the email? After the last time he got a clue, he thought about picking out the anonymous email sent by Wang specifically, both coming from the big families of Su Hang. He and Wang were still quite familiar with each other, but Wang had a rather bad impression of him, because he has a good brother, Qin Ming. Qin Ming is the most famous playboy in Suwang. The two were good enough to wear the same pants, so he followed suit and was hated by Wang. After mulling it over for a moment, he picked up the phone and said, "Yo, isn't this Miss White? Looking for me to talk to you in the middle of the night? Scram! The former owner of the Bright Moon Hotel is you, right? Come over to the City West branch immediately to be investigated." Wang on the other end of the phone didn't have the good sense to say, "What did I do? Just come over here and cut the crap or I'll bring someone up to your house to arrest you." After being hung up by Wang, Tang Yu couldn't help but TSK twice. This woman, as usual, is so peppery. She was well known in Suwang circles, because of the reason that she is too upright. Many public men have suffered great losses at her hands. You can't do anything about her. She's got a great family. Even Tang Yu would have to hold his nose and admit defeat when he met her. The thing about power is that it really is a whole lot more powerful than money. It's also the standard persona of a cool female police officer. The family is so big and powerful. Their own sense of justice is so great that they do nothing but arrest people every day. As a result, such a number one righteous beauty had gone to be a harem for the Dragon King. Tang Yu wants to vomit when he thinks about it. This setting is too cerebral, but that was why Tang Yu had chosen her. using the spear of the heroine to attack the dog of the Dragon King. When it's time to get it right, get it right. When it's time to go dark. After happily getting dressed, Tang Yu was ready to go out. The hotel corporation and the person in charge are not themselves anyway, just going for a walk. When Tang's father saw him come out fully dressed, he raised his eyebrows and said, "What are you doing at night? Going to look for that Qin Ning kid again?" "No, I'm going to find a jail cell," Tang Yu cheerfully said. Tang Yu had already slipped away when Tang's father felt that something wasn't quite right and was going to look for personality correction 7 wolves. By the time he took it upon himself to run to the west side of the city precinct, it was already pretty busy over here. When something this big happens, the city leaders are here. When these leaders saw Tang Yu, they greeted him with bitter smiles. "Isn't this young Tang? Why are you here too? What's you doing here at night?" "I've come to find a jail cell." Tang Yu bitterly greeted these elders and hurried in. When he entered, Bai Wanyi was waiting for him. She also had a pair of shiny handcuffs in her hand and was looking at herself with disgust. "Too right, brother. Brother, too right. That's how you should look at your brother. This look is very okay. Though brother deeply feels the contempt of character. But it's okay. I like it. And I hope you'll push a little harder. It's okay to spit if you can. Mouth to mouth." Baiwani felt like she hadn't rested properly because she had been too tired lately. Whose voice was that? I think it was this guy's? P.S. The first more to send brothers read the book Do Not Rush. The Dragon King to find the heroine brush good sense. Tang Yu is responsible for turning back to help him brush to the negative value. Some of the plot is long, some cannot be written at once to send out. The handicapped party is difficult to top. Chapter 40, Listening to the Heart can also solve the case. "Miss White." "Oh no, Officer White. Could you please not put the handcuffs on? I don't seem to have done anything." Tang Yu walked up to her and greeted her with a smile, her eyes glancing around. "Unfortunately, no sign of this dragon tooth guy. Blackmail Brothers Hotel. You deserve it." Baiwani shook her head to clear her head a bit, and smoothly handcuffed Tang Yu in a cold voice. "Laugh my ass off. You're a suspect too. Get yourself inside and wait for me." She pointed to an office off to the side. "The interrogation room is full tonight, so we'll have to make do with the office." Tang Yu walked in honestly. Soon, Baiwani walked in with a cup of black coffee. A mouthful of bitterness after taking a sip refreshed her. "Did you know about what happened at the Bright Moon Hotel today?" She sat down and looked at Tang Yu and asked. "I know. It's all over the news." Tang Yu nodded. "Alright then, as the former owner of the Bright Moon Hotel, you also belong to the suspects. So let's start taking statements now." Baiwani took a pen and was ready to start recording. "No. How am I a suspect?" Tang Yu looked innocent. "You're the suspect. My brother's family is so rich. I've had enough to do this? That email of yours was all sent to you by brother. Okay? I'm so fed up I'm reporting myself for a crime?" After hearing the heartbeat again, Baiwani could finally be sure that she wasn't in a trance and mishearing. It was clearly this guy's voice. Her pretty brow furrowed slightly. "I can't be bothered to dwell on the fact that I can hear my heart." She cared more about the mail. That email, did he send it to himself? She wasn't someone who liked to mess around. And with the Tang family's capital, she really didn't need to touch this kind of dirty stuff. "Okay, I'll admit that the use of the term suspect is a little inappropriate, but you're still going to have to cooperate with us in our investigation." Baiwani turned the pen on her hand and stared at Tang Yu. "Do you know any clues about this case?" "I don't know. I bought the hotel a while ago to use it for Su Muyue's birthday, and sold it after that." Tang Yu laughingly pulled Su Muyue out as a shield. "I've sent you everything I know. Okay? But brother did sell the hotel because he found out that these scums of the earth and sky were messing things up. Normal circumstances brother surely reported directly. Longya non-compulsory to buy the hotel I cannot help this son of a, in order to frame brother, ran brother's hotel to kill someone and then pretended to commit suicide, and then brought people to make trouble. If I couldn't find any clues, I would have reported him together, right?" Bai Wanyi's body trembled slightly, her eyes almost spewing out anger. "Dragon's teeth? The hotel murder case that you've been investigating so diligently was planned by him?" When she went to arrest Dragon's Teeth today, she already felt something was wrong. The guy had a few calluses on his hands. In her judgment, it was a trait that only came from years of gun practice. What a dragon's tooth. Baiwani gritted her teeth a bit. As a police officer, she hated this kind of criminal the most, but she was also a bit upset about the Tang Yu in front of her. This guy knows so much and he's hiding it from himself? Luckily he could hear his heart. Why is this stupid girl gnashing her teeth? I didn't say anything wrong. Don't be jealous when you hear I'm celebrating Su Muyue's birthday, right? Alas, It's not incomprehensible. Busy working every day, have never been in love? Jealousy is normal. If you're jealous, just don't lay a finger on me. Destroy if you can't get it. I know you dog women too well. Seeing Bai Wanyi's sudden murderous face, Tang Yu muttered in her heart. Bai Wanyi almost didn't slap this guy to death. Who's going to get you now? She took a large sip of black coffee to refresh herself and stared at Tang Yu. Then I'd like to know, why did you suddenly want to sell the hotel to Dragon Tooth? And the transaction price was so low? This move is very suspicious. Rich and capricious. Tang Yu laughed with a trenchant expression. If he brings people to cause trouble every day, I can't even open my hotel, right? What if he continues to toss around and he plants a human life on my brother again? Those who come from mercenary backgrounds like this are inhuman. Mercenaries? Bai Wanyi's face changed once again. She had already investigated Dragon's Teeth. According to the information investigated, Longya's identity abroad is that of an entrepreneur, and this time he came back to China to invest. As for the identity of the mercenary, she hadn't really found out. She quickly jotted down this key piece of information. There was no mistaking it. The clue just fit her speculation. And do you know much about this Dragon's Tooth person? Bai Wanyi continued to ask. Not familiar, but Officer White. I don't feel like this man is a good person. He looks like he's killed someone. He was in a hurry to get me to buy a hotel, and I figured there might be a connection to a criminal gang, so you must investigate him closely. Tang Yu didn't hesitate to start pouring dirty water on Dragon Tooth. Brother knows a hammer about this kind of scum. This man is a deranged mad dog who kills people and then collects the body parts of his victims. Oh, come to think of it, the woman he killed, the hair could be hidden in his house. I'll email you later, okay? I almost forgot about that. Bai Wanyi quickly jotted down this key clue. After getting so many clues, this case can finally be solved. She also looked at Tang Yu with slightly more favorable eyes. This guy really helped a lot. How does he know so much though? After a symbolic walk through the process of asking a few questions, eager to get to the investigation, she put her pen away and said, "Alright, let's stop the investigation here, and work hard to cooperate with the investigation. It's not hard work, it's a hard life, and it would be nice if Officer White would treat us to a barbecue to make up for it." Tang Yu shook the handcuffs on his hands and said smilingly, "Sure, but it'll have to be another time. I'm busy right now." Bai Wanyi took the key and unlocked Tang Yu's handcuffs. The fact that she agreed so readily made Tang Yu a bit puzzled. This woman really wants to invite me to dinner? Or not? Don't be so polite. I wouldn't dare to have dinner with you. In case you are attracted to brother's handsome face, it will affect brother going on. Bai Wanyi looked at this guy with a puzzled expression. I'm attracted to your handsome face? He too. She still had a case to work on and didn't have the heart to bother with him. As for the whole being able to hear his heart thing, she was going to figure that out later. Let's get this Dragon Teeth kid done first. The two were just about to get up and leave the office. The office door had been pushed open. Yichen then walked in from outside with a lawyer in tow. His face a bit not so good. Half an hour ago he had suddenly received news that Dragon's Tooth had actually been arrested. After checking out the case of the Bright Moon Hotel, he came here with his men on fire. Long Tooth, who had spent a lot of time abroad and wasn't particularly aware of domestic laws, knew all about this. In China, but anything that has a little bit to do with the poison thing, you can basically have your life reopened. Chapter 41, The Dragon King. Enter the prison department men. Just after walking into the office, seeing Bai Wanyi and Tang Yu together, he instantly locked his eyes dead center on Tang Yu. What's with Bai Wanyi? Noticing Yi Chen's eyes, Tang Yu dryly coughed as if he didn't see it. Why are you staring at me? You think I'm stealing Bai Wanyi from you? Dead stud. All the beautiful women in the world are yours, right? Bai Wanyi raised an eyebrow and turned back to glare fiercely at Tang Yu. What's this guy muttering about? Then she looked at Yi Chen and asked, "What's wrong? Are you here to report a crime?" "No." Yi Chen's face was slightly embarrassed and he smiled bitterly. "I'm here to visit a friend of mine who was arrested by you guys." Ha ha ha, a murderer friend of mine. Tang Yu was silently gloating on the sidelines. Who's your friend? After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Bai Wanyi's little bit of goodwill towards Yi Chen instantly disappeared cleanly. What else is there to play with criminals but garbage? Yi Chen was on the verge of vomiting blood in his heart when he saw Bai Wanyi's cold eyes. He said, somewhat glumly, the one called Dragon's Tooth. Being a master of picking up girls, he was naturally aware that he had committed a major taboo with his behavior today, and would easily attract Bai Wanyi's disgust. But if something happened to Dragon Tooth, as the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, he couldn't just ignore it. If this is not handled properly, the dragon's teeth will have to reincarnate. What will the people of the organization think of themselves then? You didn't accomplish anything back in China, but you sent one of your brothers to serve Buddha first? Fruity. Bai Wanyi's impression of Yi Chen fell to the bottom after hearing the name Dragon Tooth. She looked at Yi Chen with an unpleasant face and said, "What's your relationship with him? He's a suspect now. He's my employee. I'm the boss of Long Chen Group." Yi Chen also had to reveal his identity. Bai Wanyi, however, wasn't shocked by this. She wasn't interested in all this power and stuff. "You have to play by the rules even if you're the emperor," she said in a cold tone. "The nature of what he has committed is quite egregious, and he is not receiving visits at this time. So go back." Yi Chen became a bit anxious when he heard this. He pointed at Tang Yu and said, "Officer Bai, I have to explain to you, if Longya really broke the law, I'll be the first to come forward and report him, but he's innocent of this one. He's only taken over the Bright Moon Hotel for a few days. The previous owner of the Bright Moon Hotel was this Mr. Tang. He's the one you should arrest." Tang Yu's eyes widened in wonder. "What's it got to do with me? It's not like I'm involved. Officer White has finished his investigation. I'm innocent." Gan Lin Yang. "What's Lin Bei got to do with it? Dragon King. Don't ing dump on me. I didn't kill anyone in the hotel. If you want to arrest, you should also be arrested. You staying in the world will only eat the rice expensively. Damn. Speaking of which, they are wearing the same pants. Bai Wanyi the stinking woman don't really help to set me up, right?" After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Bai Wanyi then really wanted to punch this person. "What do you mean you wear the same pants as him? We haven't known each other that long, okay?" Framing an innocent person. She would never do such a thing to death. She looked at Yi Chen furiously. "I don't need you to teach me how to do things. The legal entity and person in charge of the hotel now is Dragon Tooth. And it's him I'm arresting. You're his boss, which means that the Bright Moon Hotel is your property. So it's just as well that you're ready to be investigated as well." Yi Chen was so angry that his face turned green. What the hell kind of logic was this? In order to hide his identity, Long Chen Group's legal entity and shareholders, these are not him, okay? If she hadn't been chosen for her own harem, Yi Chen really wanted to teach her how to behave with a slap in the face at this moment. One's own woman, just to be submissive. What's the point of having something like integrity? Asterisk. Isn't this plot not quite right? Bai Wanyi seems to look at him in a bad light. That's not right. Yi Chen should have finished brushing his good sense by now. This kid purposely went to catch pickpockets to create the first meeting, and ran out and bought a bag of plastic bottles, saying he'd taken them for the old lady scavenging. With these 2 waves of favor brushing down, Bai Wanyi should already be wailing in love with him in her heart. Hey, sure, the plot is ing collapsing again. Get comfortable and hurry up and arrest him, Officer White. It's a strange shame that a man like him who goes into the prison system doesn't go in. Tang Yu meticulously ate melons on the side, just short of shouting at the two to fight. People have sorrows and joys, and cows and horses embellish their lives. Sure enough, you still have to use magic to defeat magic. Bai Wanyi, on the other hand, had a gloomy look in her eyes. Even the chance encounter in the first place was deliberately created by this guy called Yi Chen? This man. That's disgusting. Officer Bai, I can cooperate with you in the investigation. The cleaner the better. But the person you should really be investigating closely is this Big Tang, who I suspect of maliciously selling the hotel at a low price in order to plant evidence to frame my friend. The valuation of the Bright Moon Hotel should be around $20 billion, and he sold it to Dragon's Teeth for $5 billion. That's the best evidence. Yi Chen endured his anger and pointed at Tang Yu and said in a vibrant manner, Asterisk. Can you have some face? If you hadn't let Dragon's Teeth come to my hotel to mess up, would I have sold it so cheaply? Speaking of which, you have at least 89% of the credit for Dragon's Teeth taking lives and planting them on brother. Okay? Tang Yu was just about to open her mouth to retort, when Bai Wanyi had already jumped the gun. Can't people's families have money? He bought the hotel just for his girlfriend's confession. Yi Chen suddenly shivered with anger. Cold hands and feet in the hot day, what? He flashed back to the humiliation-filled scene in the hotel that day. Bai Wanyi snorted coldly and no longer said anything more to Yi Chen. She had listened to half of her heart and had already decided that Yi Chen was definitely not a good bird. If anything, the hotel had something to do with him. Then he wouldn't mind arresting him himself and sending him to jail. She turned her head to look at Tang Yu and softly said, Tang Yu, thank you for cooperating with the investigation today. It's late and you should go back to rest. I'll treat you to dinner next time. After listening to half a dozen heartbeats, She had determined that Tang Yu was innocent, and he emailed himself the first time he found a crime tip. What does that mean? He thought he deserved unconditional trust. Otherwise he wouldn't have given himself such an important clue. Being trusted is indeed something that makes people happy. Ha! Tang Yu was dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is your situation? Why are you suddenly so gentle with me? Stop it. Don't do it to me, Asasai. This is not you. You calm down. You tantrum it? Yi Chen, who was on the side, already had veins on his forehead. By Wan Yi, she was so gentle with this guy? Instead of treating yourself with indifference to the point of seeing an enemy? His eyes stared resentfully at Tang Yu, hatred in his heart. At that moment, the office door was pushed open from outside. An extremely beautiful woman walked through the door, followed by bodyguards and lawyers. The one who walked in was no other than Su Muyue. Seeing Su Muyue walk in, Yi Chen, who had just had a bellyful of anger, was instantly in a better mood, even a little touched. This girl, with her mouth all kinds of away from herself, but when she was really in trouble, she came anyway. Not bad for a woman you've had your eye on. The corners of his mouth rose in an evil smile and he spoke. Muyue, you come. Are you okay? Without waiting for him to finish, Su Muyue walked over to Tang Yu and softly expressed her concern. P.S. 3 more to send. You guys can give a 5-star review to me Asasi a little bit. Saying no to sending a girl Mo Fong. Chapter 42, Dagba, don't get jealous over me. She had just come from working overtime at the office on a busy job. There's so much to do when you get that land on the west side of town. As a result, the secretary suddenly told her that something had happened at the Moonlight Hotel. She knew that Tang Yu was the owner of the Muyue Hotel and immediately called Tang Yu after checking the news. After calling and getting no answer, she contacted Tang Yu's father, only to learn that Tang Yu was no longer at home, saying something about going to find a jail cell to sit in, only to find out that the guy had come here. Nothing much, just came over to cooperate with Officer White's investigation. Tang Yu said expressionlessly, Daba, don't come over here. Stop irritating the Dragon King. Look at his face. Give brother a little space for go, or this dog is going to come and knife me tonight. He had already seen, with his afterglow, Yi Chen's pig liver colored face. This awkward scene. Tang Yu was somewhat tempted to use his toes to help him gouge out a Dragon King's haul or something on the ground. Su Muyue also glanced with her afterglow after hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words. Seeing Yi Chen's gloomy and resentful face, the more she thought about it, the more she realized what a pain in the ass this guy was. He didn't really think that he was interested in him, did he? Neuropathy. After thinking about it, she simply took Tang Yu's arm and said, it's good that it's fine. Let's go home then. Tang Yu's eyes glazed over just wanting to scream for help. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you doing this again? Don't do this, Mr. Wang. I'm still a 100-pound kid. It's not appropriate. Yi Chen had clenched his fists at this moment, his nails almost piercing into his flesh. A woman of your own liking. How can you be so intimate with someone in front of yourself? What was she thinking? Is she really not interested in herself? It shouldn't be. Her eyes don't lie to her. Tang Yu just wanted to pull his arm out and hurry away from this place of wrongdoing. Another person walked in from outside the office. This time, in came another stunning beauty. The hurriedly traveling Wang Yishue walked in with a frown. After seeing that Tang Yu didn't have anything, she instantly changed her face into a bright smile and said, Tang Yu, are you alright? I heard that the owner of the Bright Moon Hotel was arrested, and it scared me. She'd only just gotten the news, and had rushed to the West Side Precinct to see this guy. But what she didn't expect was that Su Muyue was here, and on the arm of my own little Tang Yu? What does she mean? This woman, hasn't she not looked at her own baby in 3 years? Noticing Wang Yishue's eyes, Su Muyue was also quickly alerted. She knew that Wang Yishue was Tang Yu's ex-girlfriend. Women are quite sensitive to things like exes, not to mention the fact that the other party was a great beauty who was not inferior to herself. As soon as their eyes locked, instantly the temperature of the entire room seemed to drop. Wang Yishue took the lead. She looked at Su Muyue with a cold smile and said, Yo, isn't this Miss Su? Our Su Hang's #1 iceberg beauty still has such a proactive side. I thought that you, for one, didn't like men. What's that got to do with you? Su Muyue nonchalantly countered, tightening her arms around Tang Yu. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you guys doing? Stop it. Don't fight over a handsome guy like me. I'll be in pain. Oh no. It's don't do this in front of the Dragon King. Can you still let me live happily? Seeing the two women meet as if they were on fire, Tang Yu was completely dumbfounded. He did hear a long time ago that the two women didn't get along, and rarely appeared on a single occasion. But you don't get along. Why are you bringing me into this? He just wanted to bolt, but Wang Yishue had already come up and hugged his other arm. She squinted at Muyue and said, "How is it none of my business if you're holding my boyfriend's hand? If you really like handsome guys, I can introduce you to a few. Just don't bother my baby." Your boyfriend? Miss Wang does have quite a thick skin, and calling someone's fiancé your boyfriend? Muyue's aura did not lose to Wang Yishue in the slightest, and her eyes were filled with hostility. "Oh, he's your fiancé, so what do you know about him? Do you know what he likes to eat? What brand of cigarettes? Like black or white silk? Can you answer that?" Wang Yishue scoffed at Muyue's words. Fiancé? She had heard Tang Yu muttering in her mind about withdrawing from the marriage, with her guesses about the woman. Must have felt bad that the licking dog that had licked him for 3 years had disappeared, so he wanted it back. Ha! How could sis give you such a chance? Muyue was really choked. She was a little bit unable to answer at once. Is it important to understand this? It's enough that he likes me. The whole of Suwang knows that he likes me. He even gave me a birthday banquet a few days ago. Muyue decided to amplify his counterattack. The prettiest and goddessiest women have a knack for fighting with same-sex courtiers, and she's no exception. As expected, Wang Yishue instantly became a bit angry, even kind of wanted to give Tang Yu a few punches. This guy, isn't he not interested in her? What happened to that birthday party the other day? She was at home all ready to go to bed and was furious when she saw it, so she gritted her teeth and simply pulled out her cell phone. "You're going to show me love? I'll show you what it means to show love." Tang Yu's face instantly changed when he saw her movements. He just wanted to stop Wang Yishue's crazy move. Baiwani had already slapped the table with an annoyed face. "Okay, you guys, stop arguing here. I have work to do. Get out." Baiwani and Muyue were quite close. Both women were her high school girlfriends. Seeing the two girlfriends arguing over Tang Yu here, she was also annoyed as hell. Your circle is a mess. As soon as Baiwani got angry, Tang Yu hurriedly dragged the two women out of the office. As for Yi Chen, who was standing on the side, his face was already uglier than eating a dead fly. "Two of my own favorite women. How dare you be jealous in front of yourself? But the man is not yourself?" As they walked out of the office, the two women still gamely wrapped their arms around him and wouldn't let go. So the singles in the City West precinct were hit with a 10,000 point blitz. Asterisk 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 asterisk, two beautiful women serving one? Who's this guy sending the bar? Can we arrest him? Shoo, that's Tang Xiao of the Tang family. The #1 licking dog in Suzhou and Hangzhou, no? Lick dog, lick everything? Damn. I'm going to lick too starting tomorrow. Tang Yu heard a couple of dog licks every now and then and almost didn't go back and hit someone. You guys are the lickspittles. What I hate the most is licking dogs. After waiting to walk out of the City West precinct, Tang Yu looked at the two women and said helplessly, "Are you guys planning on ripping me in half and bringing me back? Then you tell her to let go first." Wang Yishue grunted. "Why should I go first?" Muyue snorted coldly and resolutely refused to give in. "Don't be so childish, okay? Is this still your persona? Let go of my brother. You guys are robbing toys? Even if brother is a toy, that's only one. Not enough for you to share." Tang Yu had a face of pain with a hint of pleasure. Because they clasped their hands together with a soft, quick fall. Chapter 43, Good News and Bad News. Well, at that moment a Maybach drove up and stopped in front of them. When the car door opened, Qin Ming stepped down from the car. Seeing Tang Yu being held by the arms of the two women, he was taken aback and wondered if he hadn't woken up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big brother. This is. Qin Ming is a bit lustful. This what is the situation? Muyue and Wang Yishue, two notoriously arrogant beauties in the circle, were actually hugging their big brother's hand together? Big brother, when did you get so good at this? Seeing that Qin Ming are here, the two women were also too embarrassed to sulk so much anymore, and both let go of Tang Yu in unison. They're playing truth or dare. Tang Yu smiled awkwardly and wryly. Yes? Qin Ming's eyes were a bit playful. As a veteran of the flower world, he could understand this too well. Then he said with concern, "Are you alright, big brother? I heard that something happened to your hotel." "It's fine. I just happened to sell the hotel to someone else the other day." Tang Yu shook her head. "That's fine then. Big brother's good fortune will come to him. Let's drink and celebrate." Qin Ming smiled as he walked over and wrapped his arms around Tang Yu before realizing that the two Muyue women were staring at him with murderous eyes. The last time he took Tang Yu to the Star River clubhouse. Both women can remember it. Wang Yishue directly made a gesture of wiping her neck with her hand as a warning. If she brought her own little Tangyu to that kind of chicken coop again, she would have to kill this kid. Demonic yes. All of you. Get out of my way. After the two women finished warning Qin Ming with their eyes, they greeted Tangyu and left. As soon as they left, Tangyu hurriedly fished out a cigarette and lit it to suppress the shock. Qin Ming hemmed and hawed as he crouched down by Tangyu. Big brother, you've been blessed with a lot of lust. You think it's good? Tangyu didn't have the good sense to say. As a villain who wants to live in peace until the grand finale, keeping a low profile and living on is the way to go. Qin Ming just hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything. Of course he thought it was a good thing. When Tangyu finished his cigarette, he got up with a tired face and said, Big brother, then I'll go back to rest first if there's nothing else? Let's drink next time. I'm exhausted this time. I can't sleep well and I have nightmares every day. Okay, hurry back and rest. Tangyu nodded, her heart warming, knowing that he came over at the first opportunity after his accident. This brother was indeed interesting enough. He was just about to leave when he suddenly stopped again and looked back at Qin Ming with a frown and asked, You've been having trouble sleeping in nightmares for the past few days? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Don't be a weak kidney. Qin Ming let out a bitter laugh. Tanya's brows furrowed into a frown as she spoke. Try traveling out for a few days to relax. Forget it, I'm too lazy to go out. I'm going back to rest first. Qin Ming waved his hand then got into his car and left. When Qin Ming left, Tangyu returned to the car and lit another cigarette. He already knew the reason why Qin Ming's body was not right. This is the plot of the Qin family in the original book, where Qin Ming is unwell because there is something wrong with the feng shui of the Qin family's old mansion. The root of the problem is a jade Buddha that Qin Ming bought back a week ago. That jade Buddha had been tampered with by Yi Chen. The feng shui of the Qin family was greatly affected after Qin Ming bought it back, and the original feng shui treasure land became a place of ferocity. When the Qin family was in crisis, Yi Chen stepped in to save them. Eventually, the Qin family worshipped him as a god and treated him with that much respect. Qin Kurson, the eldest miss of the Qin family, is also filled with affection for him as a result, and falls into his hands step by step. This plot, though, seems a bit cerebral, but it's perfectly normal to put it in an urban cool article. Pretend to fight face to face to collect power to collect beautiful women. One-time rewards to get soft. Just as Tangyu was recalling the plot, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Dropping. The host has successfully gouged through the City West Precinct plot. Reward for practicing the perfected ancient martial art, Inyan Wuji Gong, can be used once. After hearing the reward, Tangyu froze and immediately cursed. Damn system. What's the point of giving disposable ones every day? Why don't you give us disposable chopsticks? According to the system, this ancient martial art, Yin Yang Infernal Kung Fu, when cultivated to perfection, could borrow power to fight back, doubling the damage received. This is definitely top-notch goodness, but a one-time limit would be too dope. Because the host didn't perfectly meddle through the plot and pulled in the hatred of Dragon King Yi Chen, the system explained. Tangyu instantly had a black line. I'd like to get through it perfectly, but the whole world is at $2.5 million. When Tangyu left, Yi Chen was left in the office. Bai Wanyi thoughtfully handcuffed him. In her heart, Yi Chen was already no different from a criminal. How else would he be the boss of Dragon's Teeth? Yi Chen's face was calm after he put on the handcuffs, but his heart was furious. He himself is the king of the dragon. Handcuffed? Wouldn't that make you a prisoner? Just the thought of the pickup plan forced him to hold back. After all these years of holding back, it's not so bad as this moment. He originally thought that with his friendship with Bai Wanyi, it shouldn't take long to make a statement or something. Although he said that he was the boss of said Dragon's Teeth, the Dragon Morning Group was not half related to him. He himself is just the boss behind the scenes. It also meant that even if there was a big problem with the Bright Moon Hotel, he couldn't be blamed for it. But Bai Wanyi just refused to let him go and had to ask something from him. Hardly a stalemate until afternoon the next day. A tall, stunningly beautiful woman brought a man to the City West Precinct to pick him up. After being picked up, Yi Chen's face was a bit gloomy. He looked at the statuesque beauty gratefully. It was hard for He to make a special trip. The beautiful woman who came to pick him up was Hieko, the eldest miss of the He family, and a ranked beauty in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The He family was quite low profile in Suzhou Hangzhou, but their strength was not inferior to the four great families. Their family was a branch of the He family, a large family in Yanjing. Old Mrs. Ho, who is the head of the family, has some friendship with his master. So when he came to Suzhou Hangzhou, he paid a visit to the He family at the first time, and helped Mrs. He to see and treat her, so that the He family owed him a favor. Turns out such a precious favor is used for this kind of makes him want to die. It should, Hiyeko said with a faint smile. This time my friend was imprisoned because of this. Yi-chen looked at Huiyin with a somewhat helpless tone and wanted to try to find her help. He came out on his own. And Dragon's Tooth is still in there. I can't do anything about this. When it comes to this poison thing, no one can say anything. I hope Mr. Yi can understand. After all, this is China. Hiyeko shook her head. The Yi family wouldn't do this kind of favor even if they had the ability. It's too much trouble. Alright, then it won't be difficult for I'll think of another way and visit old Mrs. He in a couple of days. Yi-chen knew that this was quite a tricky matter, and his friendship with the Yi family hadn't reached this point yet. Okay, then I'll go back to the office for the meeting. He echoed the greeting and returned to his car to leave. She got in the car and shook her head in disbelief. Grandma said that this person Yi-chen is bound to be a real dragon on Earth, and she thinks it's just like that. But, after seeing Hiyeko get into the car and leave, a flash of gloom flashed across Yi-chen's eyes. This woman was so cold. Could it be that she was looking down on herself? She had to be whipped when she took her in sometime. The He family, himself, was also to be taken down, so as to pave the way for a future foray into Yanjing. In the next few days, Yi-chen took the people from the Long Chin group around to find connections and find a way to fish out the dragon's teeth. And Long Tooth, who was detained for investigation, felt literally worse than dead. Originally, because of the Bright Moon Hotel thing down, big bad luck is also even. The police also went to his residence and searched the hair of the woman who died at the hotel. The problem was instantly much worse when this was searched. This time, it was completely planted. It was a good thing that after being locked up for a whole week, Yi-chen was finally able to come and visit him. Knowing that the Dragon King was coming to visit him, Longtooth was thrilled in his mind. The Dragon King, indeed, is omnipotent. With him out of the way, he could definitely get himself out of here. After being brought into the meeting room, Long Yi shouted excitedly, Yi Xiao. Yi-chen was sitting behind the glass of the meeting room as he nodded and smiled. There's good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Good news, right? I had my lawyer fight for a reduced sentence. What about the bad news? It's probably another 20 years after the commutation. Chapter 44, all in all, the advantage is mine. Longtooth's legs went weak and he barely fell out of his chair. 20 years? His own hallowed Dragon Soul Organization's 8 War General, Dragon Elder 8, was going to be locked up in this kind of place for 20 years? At this moment, he suddenly regretted immensely coming to Huaxia. Son of a, don't go messing with that Thai hotel. I'll keep trying to figure it out. Don't worry, maybe it'll come out after a while. Yi-chen comforted. Is it hard to release someone from prison when you control the whole of Suwon? The conquest of the 4 families has now slowly begun to close the palace. The plan to take control of the Wang family had gone a little wrong, but it was still under his control. The Qin family side is also proceeding very smoothly, and we will soon see the results. The Tang family had Qi-in and a few other pieces, and taking them down would only take some time. When the 3 families were taken down, it was naturally easy for the Su family, which was at the bottom of the list, to be taken down. In short, the advantage is mine. Before taking control of Suwon, it's time to condescend to the dragon's teeth, Longtooth said with a sigh. Young Yi, then I'll trouble you. I hope I can go out as soon as possible, and serve Young Yi as before, and eat the small burgers I made with my own hands together. Okay, I'll see you brothers soon. Yi-chen gave Longya a firm look and got up to leave the meeting room. Antique Street, an antique store called De Bo Lu. This store was one of the largest in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and was also the property of the Tang family. The person in charge of this store was Zhao Gaoshen, who was an old employee of the Tang family. He worked in this antique store in his late teens and stayed for a good 30 years. He was quite good in all aspects, no matter his ability, and was deeply trusted by the Tang family. Young Tang, take a look at the ledger. This is last month's water flow. Our store's profits have still been quite good these past few months. Zhao Gaoshen took out a ledger and handed it to Tang Yu. Although times have changed, antique stores are still accustomed to using ledgers to keep accounts. Okay, hard work. Tang Yu smiled and took the ledger and casually flipped through it. He had barely turned 2 pages with the ledger when a man and woman came through the door. After looking up, Tang Yu closed the ledger in her hand and hid behind a cargo container, deliberately turning her back to the 2 to prevent being recognized. The man and woman who walked in were none other than Yi Chen and Qin Kursen. Qin Kursen, as the Qin family's eldest miss, was an extremely famous beauty in Suzhou Hangzhou, only she looked very haggard today, like a dying rose. The reason why he had revealed this look was precisely because the Qin family did not know what had gone wrong recently. The whole family had a bad night's rest and everyone had nightmares when they fell asleep. Over a period of time, the crowd had some health problems. Some of the Qin family's servants and bodyguards were even more frightened and chose to resign and leave the Qin family. And that went away when they quit and left. So all of the Qin family wondered if there was something wrong with the feng shui of the house. She came to the antique market today because she wanted to see if there was anything good that could improve the feng shui. But she didn't expect to meet Yi Chen on her way here. Of course, this chance encounter was also deliberately arranged by Yi Chen. As the Dragon King, he was either picking up girls or on his way to pick up girls every day. Ms. Qin, I know a little bit about these feng shui metaphysics. If you are trying to improve the feng shui of your home, I'm afraid that there's nothing you need inside these antique stores. Seeing Qin Kurson vigorously choosing around in the store, Yi Chen, who was standing by the side, reminded, "And you can read feng shui?" Qin Kurson said with a surprised look on her face. She hadn't known Yi Chen for long. The last time she was at home a snake crawled in somehow and scared her. It just so happened that Yi Chen was patrolling the neighborhood and rushed over when he heard the screams. After helping her get rid of the snake, that's how the two met. Yeah, I'm pretty good at what I do. And before I was a security guard just looking for a job to land for a while. Yi Chen pulled up the corner of his mouth and smiled evilly. Approaching women first, then piquing their curiosity. That's her pickup technique. Indeed, you're more than that. Being a security guard is just a way to pick up girls. How dare you think of throwing a snake into someone's house and then running to save her? I've never seen someone as shameless as you, right? If it weren't for your lack of morality, the feng shui of the Qin family would be out of order? You're too good to act here. You're not going to shoot a movie. You're wasting your talent. Why don't you go to ballet if you like splitting legs so much? Tang Yu in the corner silently spat in his heart after hearing the conversation between the two. Qin Kurson, who was in the middle of selecting antiques, suddenly heard a series of voices and couldn't help but look stunned. She looked around. She didn't see anyone talking by herself but then she heard the voice and it sounded more or less familiar. It seemed to be the voice of some old acquaintance. What concerned her even more was that there was so much contained within those few words. Throwing snakes into your own house and directing yourself? He's also responsible for the feng shui problems in the Qin family? She knew very well that these words were pointing at Yi Chen beside her. She couldn't help but glance at Yi Chen, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Is this harmless-looking guy really responsible for all this? Or was he in a trance and hallucinating because he hadn't gotten any rest in the past few days? Yi Chen looked at Qin Kurson staring blankly at himself, thinking that she must have been attracted by this handsome face of his brother. So he smiled more confidently and opened his mouth. Ms. Qin, from my observation of you, there must be a feng shui problem in your home that has attracted the bogey. It's not very realistic to expect these antiques to improve the feng shui. Let's do it this way. I have an amulet here. You take it back and wear it first to see if you can improve the situation. After saying that, he took out a yellow amulet from his pocket and looked at Qin Kuxin. This amulet is something I learned from a master and it took me 3 months to get it. So as long as you wear it, it will definitely protect you from the bogeyman's energy entering your body. You can't even brag about it. 3 months to make this thing? You can do it in 3 minutes. This thing just ghosts randomly. The key is still your blood. Who made those furies from you? With your blood. Naturally you won't be attacked by the fury. Alas, poor Qin Kurson. This stupid woman fell for it, was tricked to death, and thought that this man was her Prince Charming, sent from heaven to save her. Upon hearing the voice once more, Qin Kuxin could finally be certain that it was definitely not a hallucination. It was someone talking to himself, but it seemed that only he could hear the voice. She wasn't sure what the hell was going on, but at the moment she was in a somewhat angry mood. If this is all true, then don't blame her, but she wouldn't be in a hurry to show her hand until she had proof. P.S. 3 more to go. Get ready to pummel the Dragon King. Chapter 45, You're not worthy to fight with Mr. Tang. Qin Kurson camouflaged her expression well and took the amulet in a soft voice. Yes, thank you, I'll wear it. We're all friends, so let's not be so polite. Yi Chen said with a smug smile. He knew that as long as this amulet was brought back by Qin Kurson, her family's demonic energy would not attack her. When the time came for it to work, she would definitely find a way to find herself to help solve the Qin family's problems. In this way, the plan to subdue the Qin family was successful. When the time comes to finish off this Qin Ming kid, won't he be in charge of the Qin family? For once, he finally felt like everything was going to go smoothly. Dragon teeth. It won't be long before you and I are out for a little burger together as brothers. Jin Koxin nodded and carefully put the amulet away. She wandered around the store for a while before leaving the curio store. Yi Chen also hurriedly followed her footsteps and left together. Only after they left did Tang Yu walk out from behind the cargo container. He turned around and walked over to one of the cargo containers, his eyes landing on a jade talisman. The jade talisman was carved into the shape of a yin and yang fish, which looked lifelike and deserved to be the work of everyone. The yin yang fish jade talisman's price tag was $880,000. According to the original plot, after a short while, Yi Chen would come to the store to buy this yin yang fish jade talisman back, because this was the key prop that he used to pretend that this item could suck out all the fury. Looking at this yin and yang fish jade talisman, Tang Yu hesitated for a moment, but decided not to put it away. It couldn't be helped. It wasn't like he was a son of Qi. The opening is a ing skill in everything, and you can't use it if you hold it. According to the original setting of the novel, the Dragon King is omnipotent. Feng Shui, medicine, gambling and stone gambling, he is good at everything. So it's something that he'll just have to take to solve his problems. But just watching Yi Chen smoothly take down the Qin family, Tang Yu was quite upset when she thought about it. He can't stand by and watch his own brother being played alive by this taking away the family business. A villain's life is also a life. So after thinking for a few moments, he decided to make a decision that went against his ancestors. Uncle Zhao, come here for a moment. Tang Yu waved at Zhao Gaoshan, who was sitting behind the counter getting high. Zhao Gaoshan hurriedly put down the melon seeds in his hands and ran over. Looking at Tang Yu, what's wrong Don Xiao? Keep an eye on this yin yang fish jade talisman. Except for a customer named Yi Chen, no one can sell it, no? Tang Yu admonished. This key prop still has to fall into Yi Chen's hands in order to resolve the Qin family's crisis. So there can't be any mistakes on this. This doggone plot is always collapsing. He has to contribute. Zhao Gaoshan nodded, always feeling that the name Tang Xiao said was a bit familiar. He thought for a moment and then snapped to alertness. Yi Chen, isn't this the Yakuza that Mr. Wang talked about in the group some time ago? I heard that this man dared to steal a woman from Tang Xiao. After Mr. Wang gave him a hard stomping, he was promoted and paid to be in charge abroad. Is God going to give me a chance? He would smile, understanding the other layer of meaning in Tang Xiao's words. You're going to give this kid a hard time, aren't you? And mark up the price a bit, just $30 million. Tang Yu added another sentence. This prop Yi Chen is definitely going to get his hands on it, and it can't be too cheap. It would be good to get some money out of this hand for charity. Don't worry, young Tang, I understand. Zhao Gaoshan patted his chest vigorously, knowing that his chance to perform had come. Okay, then it's all yours. Tang Yu gave Zhao Gaoshan a thumbs up. The Qin family drama still has to go well. After Yi Chen solved the Qin family's troubles, he himself would find a way to poke at this dog's true colors behind the scenes. I can't beat you head on. It's still possible to get behind the scenes. When Tang Yu left the store, Zhao Gaoshan immediately took out the yin and yang fish jade talisman from the cabinet. This thing was retrieved by his own hands when he went outside and retrieved a total of 2 of them at that time, representing yin and yang respectively. He's been in the store for so many years that he's pretty well versed about it, knowing what the yin and yang fish jade talisman thing really does. The Yakuza named Yi Chen is coming to buy this. Is it to remove the fury? After Zhao Gaoshan muttered to himself, he hemmed and hawed and ran to flip out a box. Inside the box was an identical jade talisman, the very same yin talisman amongst the yin and yang talismans. The yang talisman in these 2 yin and yang fish jade talismans was used to destroy the demonic energy. The yin talisman, on the other hand, is used to feed the fury, if it is placed in a place of extreme fury. Hey! After swapping the 2 items, he placed the yin talisman inside the counter and adjusted the price to $30 million again. Once that was done, he returned to the front of the counter, satisfied, silently waiting to see that who dared to steal a woman from his own Tang Xiao to jump into the pit. After waiting for almost half an hour or so, sure enough, Yi Chen walked in from outside. He came in and glanced around the store, walking over to the counter of the yin-yang fish jade talisman. When he had just accompanied Qin Kursen in, he had seen this thing at a glance and knew that it was a good treasure to deal with the fury. Originally, to solve the Qin family's problems, he didn't need these props. He could have taken care of it himself. But what he didn't expect was that the feng shui of the Qin family's old mansion was indeed a little too good. This golden belt feng shui pattern that gathers wind and hides water is a little too exaggerated in terms of the speed at which the fury gathers after being tampered with by him. In this case, he would have to resort to external objects. But when he saw the price, his face changed slightly, and he shouted with a forceful tap on the glass, "You're robbing the store, aren't you? This is priced at $30 million? You've probably punched in 2 extra zeros, right? Zhao Gaoshun, who was getting high on melon seeds, came over with a smile and said, "Boss, we're not screwing you here. This is what our store collected last month. This is a good treasure from the tomb of a prince in the Song dynasty. And this price is already very authentic. Don't come with me on this. I know more about this than you do. In a word, $500,000 to sell or not?" Yi Chen said with an icy face. One of the dozens of things he hated most in his life was when people screwed him out of his money. "My friend, don't kid yourself. A feng shui master who came over from Hong Kong Island yesterday said that this is a good treasure and is coming over tomorrow to buy it. If you'll take it, take it. If you won't take it, forget it. I'm selling whoever I can." Zhao Gaoshan waved his hand about to walk back towards the counter. Hearing that someone actually wanted this item as well, Yi Chen couldn't help but change his face slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he finally relented and shelled out the money, tapping the table. Okay, then wrap it up for me. This stuff is expensive, but it's nothing compared to conquering the Qin family. As long as he took down the Qin family, hundreds of billions of dollars of assets would be his. Zhao Gaoshan immediately smiled and ran over to pack the items for Yi Chen. After Yi Chen left the store, Zhao Gaoshan's smiling face turned grim. He grunted coldly and spat disdainfully on the ground. How can such goods be worthy of fighting with our Tang Xiao? You're looking for death. Chapter 46, Master Wang is sick again? The king's house. Ever since Jiang Xiaoye had come to the Wang family to treat Elder Wang last time, Elder Wang's body had gradually recovered. After dinner today, Master Wang was carrying a brush and preparing to practice calligraphy. He hadn't finished the first word with his quill when suddenly the pen dropped from his hand. Immediately afterward, the old man covered his chest and sat down on the chair, his body constantly trembling violently. The caretaker on the side was terrified, and after helping him to the bed, he hurriedly called the Wang family's private doctor over. Soon, the private doctor rushed over to examine Master Wang. When the Wang family members got the news, they also rushed over. After seeing the old man lying on the bed with a pale face, they were all nervous. This old man has only been well for a few days. Why is he like this again? After the examination was finished, Wang Yishua hurriedly asked, "Dr. Zhou, how is he doing? My grandfather?" The doctor's face was a little confused as he shook his head. Elder Wang's situation is a bit dangerous. His organs are slowly starting to fail, but he can't find out the exact cause of his illness. I suggest hurrying to have divine Dr. Jiang come over. He was considered quite a famous expert in China, but this was the first time he had seen such symptoms. Obviously, there is such a serious problem with the body, but you can't find out what the cause is. Wang Yishue immediately took her cell phone and called Jiang Xiaoye. After confirming the location with her, he hurriedly arranged for the Wang family's private helicopter to pick her up. When Jiang Xiaoye arrived, she carried her small bag and ran over quickly, and began to check Elder Wang's body. After examining it for a while, she couldn't help but have a puzzled look on her face. The old man was in a very bad state, but she couldn't even find out what the problem was. "Sister Xiaoye, what the hell is going on with my grandfather?" Seeing that Jiang Xiaoye's face was a bit confused, Wang Yishue was also a bit flustered in her heart. The Wang family members at the side had similarly panicked faces. The Wang family with the old master, and the Wang family without the old master. That was completely different. I can't find out what the problem is, but the old man's condition is really critical right now, and I'm afraid that if we don't get a solution within a day. Jiang Xiaoye's face was quite ugly. She didn't realize that she couldn't even check for problems with her medical skills. It's really the first time I've encountered such a tricky problem. After hearing Jiang Xiaoye's words, everyone was ashen. Even Jiang Xiaoye, who was so skilled in medicine, couldn't find out the problem. Wang Rulong, who was standing at the very back of the crowd, had a look of celebration in his eyes. Just now after Jiang Xiaoye arrived, he was nervous in his heart. I was afraid that Jiang Xiaoye would find out something, but luckily Jiang Xiaoye couldn't solve it. Last time, he had wanted to cooperate with Yi Xiao and freeze the Wang family's liquidity so that he could drive Wang Yishue out of the center of power and put himself on the throne. It turned out that somehow the plan had failed. Wang Yishue not only detected the traces, but bit back at Yi Xiao. It scared the hell out of him at the time. Seeing that Wang Yishue didn't mean to find trouble with him in the back, he thought it was just a small coincidence and that his identity hadn't been exposed yet. As for today's scene, naturally he was the one who moved. Yi Xiao saw the plan fail and gave him another plan. Let him go straight for the old man. In that case, with the old man gone, the heir will have to be decided. According to the family rules, The power of the family is still placed in the hands of the male heir after all. Without the old man's protection, Wang Yishue's power could not be preserved. Grandpa, don't blame me for being heartless, you're the one who's too biased. Wang Rulong sighed in his heart with some guilt. But what's that compared to power? So what now? Should we let old divine Dr. Jiang give it a try? Wang Yishue said in a bitter tone. Zhang Xiaoye shook her head. I can't check it out. And I'm afraid my grandfather won't be any better when he gets here. It's quite a nuisance in this condition. But getting someone over here could help me. Who? Brother Tang Yu. Zhang Xiaoye replied. The last time she was in the Tang family, she eavesdropped on Brother Tang Yu's heart and discovered that he had actually learned the green bag heavenly scripture and had entered the realm of the entered god. Now if he couldn't check it out, he would have to rely on him to use the realm of the entered god to see where exactly Elder Wang's body was going wrong. Wang Yishue also didn't expect Zhang Xiaoye to ask herself to invite Tang Yu over. When it was related to her grandfather's life and death safety, she wouldn't ask anything more and pulled out her cell phone to make a call to Tang Yu. Tang Yu was playing a game with Ji Yin in her office at the moment. He realized that since he had the guy over here playing games every day reporting data and whatnot, she was working pretty hard all day. Sitting here from work to work, hardly ever moving my butt. It's quite diligent if you order takeout. At least 3 milk teas a day plus assorted junk food. It's like a dead weight lying flat. However, Tang Yu knew very well that all of this must be this woman's superior acting skills. She was merely trying to paralyze herself by virtue of her serious work so that she could achieve her goal of stealing the information. To this, Tang Yu was indifferent. Anyway, the information had all been tampered with, so she could steal as much as she liked. After receiving Wang Yishue's call, Tang Yu picked up the phone and said, "What's wrong? Where are you now? I'm sending a helicopter over to pick you up. My grandfather is dying, so get your ass over here." Wang Yishue's urgent and aggrieved voice came from the other end of the phone. At this most vulnerable time, she did want to see Tang Yu. "I'm at the office. Just have the helicopter pick me up on the rooftop of the office building." Tang Yu didn't dawdle, dropping the handle and leaving the office in a hurry, going to the top floor to wait. Elder Wang's sudden accident had caused Tang Yu to be a bit surprised. According to the original plot, Master Wang lived to the grand finale in pretty good health. After waiting for a while, soon the helicopter was parked on the side. Tang Yu hurriedly climbed into the helicopter and just started thinking about what went wrong. After a few consecutive episodes of the plot going awry, he had to admit to the fact that the book's plot had fallen apart. When the helicopter drove to Wang's house, Tang Yu just went down to see the red-eyed Wang Yishue waiting for herself. "It's fine. Master Wang is fortunate. Nothing will go wrong," Tang Yu hurriedly comforted in a soft voice. "Okay, why don't you hurry over there first?" Wang Yishue grabbed Tang Yu's hand and pulled him toward the house. When they went in, Zhang Xiaoye was in the middle of giving Elder Wang a needle to stick. She couldn't find out what the problem was, and it still wasn't hard to give Elder Wang a reprieve. The gazes of the Wang clan's crowd had gathered on Tang Yu's body. They also wanted to know what Zhang Xiaoye was doing calling Tang Yu over at this time, and he didn't know anything about medicine. What's going on with the old man? Tang Yu wasn't clear about the situation over here yet, and walked over to look at Zhang Xiaoye and asked, "I can't find out what's wrong with the old man at once now, so I'm going to try using the Ghost Gate 13 needle treatment first, so I'll let you help with the fight." Chapter 47, I'm not interested in bunny girls. Zhang Xiaoye found a very lame excuse that made everyone in the room a bit dumbfounded. Tang Yu was also confused after hearing this. "You've sent yourself over here to fight?" He subconsciously focused his attention as his eyes swept over Master Wang's body. Even Zhang Xiaoye couldn't find out what the problem was. What kind of disease did the old man have? Could it be that after the plot collapsed on the Wang family's side, in order to fix the plot, they forced the Dragon King to come out again as a divine doctor to pretend to be a god? This was also the first time he had encountered this situation, because in every previous round of book wearing, he hadn't survived past the first episode, either hiccup in the opening scene or live for 2 or 3 hours before being killed. Well, after scanning with his eyes for a while, he eventually found a golden thread in the area of the old man's heart. Strange, what is this golden thread? Why is it wrapped around the old man's heart? It's still ing moving. Isn't this Yi Chen's golden silkworm compulsion? This thing is simply not too sinister. Within 24 hours of entering the human body, the host will surely die. This thing will dissolve itself after the host's death, and you won't even be able to find evidence of it. In that case, if you want to save Elder Wang, either Yi Chen will personally come over to relieve the parasites or try the secret formula inside the green sacred heavenly scripture. Just make a smoky incense with mugwort, 9-lipped incense, and 11 herbs of red stone resin. Sneakily find a way to remind them of this later. No matter what, we can't let Elder Wang die. After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Wang Yixue and Zhang Xiaoya's faces changed, and after both of them noticed each other's faces at the same time again, they instantly guessed an idea. That is, the other party could also hear Tang Yu's heart. At this moment, Wang Yixue sort of understood why Zhang Xiaoya had asked herself to bring Tang Yu over. Turns out it's because of that. A formula has occurred to me. Let's have someone go and grab the herbs for me first. Zhang Xiaoya took the paper and pen and quickly wrote down the string of herbs she had just heard before letting someone go and grab the medicine back. A servant of the Wang family immediately went to run an errand to get the medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaoya began to think about the medicinal rationality of this prescription with these. The remedies in the green bag heavenly scripture. Those are good things that have been lost. Since little sister Yu has a treatment plan, let's go out and rest first. Just let her watch over grandpa here. Wang Yixue also breathed a sigh of relief and let the crowd go out from the house first. Ah, nothing for me then? Tang Yu was still figuring out how to remind them of this. Yes, there is. I have something else to tell you. Come with me first. Wang Yixue grabbed Tang Yu's arm and headed over towards the small garden on the side. Why are you so serious? Is there something big you want to tell me? Tang Yu was a bit puzzled as she followed Wang Yixue, always feeling that the atmosphere was a bit not quite right. After arriving at the small garden, Wang Yixue pulled Tang Yu to sit down and asked out loud, I don't think something is right with my grandfather. He was in good health and all of a sudden he's like this, most likely he's been poisoned. What do you think? I also think it's a possibility, but we still have to investigate it carefully. Tang Yu nodded in agreement. Where is the poisoning? It's just being compelled. The gold silkworm compulsion must be close to the target before it can be used, and if Yi Chen didn't come over here to do it himself, then it would most likely be Wang Rulong. The fool. This kind of person is also a brainwashed person, colluding with an outsider, thinking that he can become the head of the Wang family, just because the secret is in their hands. You'll have to lick their souls for the rest of your life, right? Wang Yixue's eyes instantly turned cold. Sure enough, it was pretty much as she had guessed. It was again this idiot Wang Rulong who was secretly messing things up. The reason he kept him last time was not because he didn't have evidence in his hand. She just didn't want to scare the snakes and wanted to use Wang Rulong's stupidity in swinging at Yi Chen. I didn't expect him to dare to lay hands on Grandpa since he was so unaware of his own life. In that case, there was no point in continuing to keep him as bait himself. Wang Yixue sighed softly again, feeling a little heartbroken. She's actually pretty indifferent to the family wealth and all that. She can't spend it all anyway. Not everyone can think that way. Apart from Wang Rulong, were there fewer people who had similar thoughts to him? She leaned her head on Tang Yu's shoulder. After noticing that Tang Yu was about to move, she couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. If you're honest, I'll wear a bunny girl for you next time. What's a bunny girl or not? You're not getting dandruff on my shoulder. Tang Yu muttered with a disgruntled expression. I'm a person who hates as dishonest people. Words must count. Bunny girl or whatever. Brother doesn't really care. I'm a decent man. If you're really sincere, it's fine to switch to a blood drop. A blood drop? Wang Yixue was slightly stunned. What was that thing? But she didn't bother thinking about it. She was already happy staying by Tang Yu's side like this. At least this time, she didn't have to think about the hookups. The two just sat quietly in the small garden. Wang Yixue listened to Tang Yu's rambling heart at the side, feeling more and more that this stuffy man was really cute, until a voice broke the peace. Miss, Divine Dr. Jiang has already treated the old man. You should go over and take a look. A bodyguard ran over and shouted. Let's go. Hurry up and see the old man. Tang Yu was instantly relieved. Brother, if you could have come a few minutes later, I would have gotten frozen shoulder. After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Wang Yixue rolled her eyes and hurried to see the old man. By the time they got there, a somewhat pungent odor was filling the house. Elder Wang had already awakened, and the caretaker was feeding him with a bowl of medicinal soup. After a sudden and severe illness, the old man looked noticeably weaker. Grandpa, are you physically okay? Wang Yixue hurriedly expressed her concern. There's nothing wrong with it already. It's just a weak body. I'll take a nap after drinking the medicine. The old man is not sure what the body is really like. At this moment, he only feels that his limbs are weak and want to sleep. Just let the old man rest for 2 days. After Zhang Xiaoya finished treating the old man with the formula she heard from Tang Yu, the parasite crawled out and died on its own. She had already put away the dead parasite, planning to go back and work on it with my own grandfather. This guy called Yi Chen was really disgusting. The people came over and shushed the old man for a while before leaving him alone in the house to rest. Tang Yu had just walked out of the house when his cell phone rang. He took his cell phone and looked at it, only to realize that it was Qin Ning calling. Big brother, didn't you say you'd be called when my family did feng shui? Hurry up and come over. Many people have already come today. Qin Ming's voice came over the phone. Okay, just wait. I'll be right there. Tang Yu answered and then hung up. After greeting Wang Yixue and the girls, Tang Yu hurriedly drove to the Qin family. According to the plot of the original book, today Dragon King Yi Chen is going to ruthlessly pretend to be a great competition here, and had the identity of the number 1 feng shui master in Suong. P.S. 3 more send. 100,000 words. Brothers, by the way, to point a 5-star praise to urge more free gifts and so on. The new backstabbing is about to start. Chapter 48, The Wang family wants revenge. Wealthy people all believe more in this metaphysics stuff, so they have quite a bit of respect for feng shui masters. After Yi Chen had this status, his status in Su Hang went up another big layer, and he was honored as Tianchi Yi. But for the feng shui piece, he did have a few tricks up his sleeve. After all, he's the real son of a silly cool author, and he knows everything about everything, so it's almost like writing that he's grown 5 wisecracks. How is it appropriate to poke at this? Tang Yu mulled this over as he drove. In keeping with the principle that you can live with it, it's definitely not a good idea to poke it in the face. When Tang Yu thought about it, she could only privately notify the Qin family in some way. As soon as Tang Yu's front foot left, Wang Yixue looked at the Wang family's crowd and said, "Elders, all gather at the Wang family ancestral hall. There's something I want to talk to you about." "What's the matter, Wang girl? What's the point of going to the shrine?" An old man with white hair said in a hoarse voice. Usually when a family gathers at a shrine, there is bound to be a big announcement. The gazes of the crowd gathered on Wang Yixue's face. Wang Rulong, who was a thief, followed suit and became nervous. He really didn't think that Zhang Xiaoya could cure his grandfather. Didn't she say no before? Now Wang Yixue was shouting to go to the ancestral hall. Could it be that she had found out that someone had made a move on her grandfather? He wasn't too nervous, though, because he wasn't worried about his identity being exposed at all. The means by which Yi Xiao had taught himself to place the parasites was very covert, and would never be detected. To say a matter of life and death for our family, and to ask you all to go now. After Wang Yixue finished speaking, she walked towards the direction of the shrine. The faces of the rest of the crowd also became serious, and they followed Wang Yixue with somewhat confused faces. In fact, what exactly is so serious that it can be related to the survival of the Wang family? It's fine. She has no proof even if she finds out. Wang Rulong silently comforted himself in his heart. When the crowd arrived at the shrine, one of the elders spoke. "Xiao Shui, everyone is here too. What is so serious? Hurry up and say it. Let's think of a solution together." Wang Yixue nodded her head and spoke with a frosty face, pointing at Wang Rulong, who was standing at the very edge. "Rulong, come over here and kneel down for me in front of the ancestors." The people were looking at Wang Rulong with shocked faces. Did Wang Rulong make some big mistake this time? Wang Rulong's mother then stood out and said, "Oh, little Snow, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly make your brother come and kneel? Did he offend you in some way?" Wang Rulong walked over with a bitter smile on his face. "Yes, sis. Do we have some kind of misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding? You call colluding with outsiders to take advantage of them a misunderstanding? The company cooperated with FARS on a new energy project some time ago, and our family almost lost a lot of money. And it was you who started the compulsion that Grandpa was put under today." Wang Yixue stared at Wang Rulong and questioned. Wang Rulong immediately turned pale with fear as he desperately shook his head. "No, sis, have you misunderstood? How could I do such a thing? It's true that I misjudged the wrong person for that collaboration in FARS and blamed it on my lack of ability. But how did this Grandpa thing have anything to do with me? I couldn't have done such a thing even if I were more inhumane." "Yeah, is there some kind of misunderstanding? Yuki, do you have any proof?" Others were a bit incredulous about it, because usually Wang Rulong was still doing very well at home. "I'll just have the witness come up." Wang Yixue clapped her hands. Soon, 2 bodyguards walked in through the door with Li Deshen. The terrified Li Deshen walked in and fell to his knees, looking at the crowd and explaining things one by one. Now it's the only way for him to redeem himself. Missy had promised him a way out as long as he came out to testify. By the time Li Deshen finished his explanation, the human and material evidence was all there. The pale Wang Rulong still wanted to explain something. His father had burst into a rage and rushed up and slammed his fist into his face. After slamming him to the ground, he followed up with his foot and started kicking hard. What the Gentry family hates the most is eating out of the palm of their hand. What's more, he had the audacity to dare to lay hands on the old man, which was already a nailed-on capital offense, except for Wang Rulong's mother, who cried out and went up to stop her man. The others were watching from the sidelines with cold faces. And Wang Yixue didn't say anything. After Wang Rulong was beaten to death by his father, she opened her mouth. That's fine, second uncle. Let's call it a day. Grandpa's body hasn't recovered yet, and I want to leave this matter to Grandpa to decide when he's better. Wang Rulong's father nodded, a little heartbroken. He didn't expect his son to be so stupid. Given the old man's character, would he still be alive when he found out about this? Take him to lock up first. Wang Yixue looked at the two bodyguards and instructed them before looking at the Wang family crowd. This time, we can't blame it all on Wang Rulong. He's stupid, but someone else has more sinister intentions, and revenge must be taken on him. Not bad. This person must not be spared. He must be made to pay. The crowd has agreed to retaliate. This person even hit the Wang family's idea, so don't be rude to them. Soon after, the Wang family had people start searching for Yi Chen's whereabouts, ready to start retaliating. At the same time, all the businesses under the Wang family's name all opened fire on the Long Chen group. The Qin family at this moment was bustling with activity, because 2 days ago, the Qin family suddenly released a message inviting feng shui masters from all over the world to come over and solve their family's problems. There's a $1 billion reward for anyone who can handle it. For these feng shui masters, $1 billion is definitely an astronomical amount. So feng shui masters from all over the country have gathered together just to solve the Qin family's difficulties today. Tang Yu drove over just in time to see Yi Chen get out of the car. After he got down from the car, Qin Kuxian was already waiting for him. Miss Qin, how effective is my amulet? After getting off the bus, Yi Chen asked with a smile. It's very effective, so I'm going to trouble Mr. Yi today. Qin Kuxian nodded, but her eyes were a bit complicated. She remembered the last time she heard those heartfelt words. To verify, she had secretly unwrapped the amulet this morning. Inside was indeed a haphazardly scribbled ghostly note with a dried drop of blood on it. Ha! Qin Kurson, this silly girl must have been surprised by the amulet already. Luckily, brother is merciful this time and will kindly help you guys poke through his true colors later. Speaking of which, where did this Qin Ming kid go? Just as she was wondering, that familiar voice sounded again. Immediately she started looking around in all directions. Who the hell is it? Chapter 49, I'm here to honor Mr. Tang. She looked around but couldn't find the source of the sound. But it thrilled her, because today the truth of it all is about to be revealed. If the benefactor who had told him all this came, he would have to thank him properly. And the fact that he was mouthing his brother's name meant that he knew him. That would make it easier to find him. Only after these two walked in did Tang Yu slowly get out of the car. He didn't see Qin Ming when he got out of the car, but saw Zhao Gaoshan wearing a black tang suit and wandering around the door with a smoking gun. He looked more or less like a tall man in this outfit today. Tang Yu smiled and walked over to him and patted his shoulder and shouted, Uncle Zhao, why are you here too? Zhao Gaoshan hastily hammed and hawed and whispered, this opportunity to watch a good show to give Tang Xiao a long face. I definitely have to come. After Yi Chen bought away the Yin Yang Fish Jade Talisman last time, he was still wondering what this guy would use it for. After getting news from the Qin family later, he finally understood. It turned out that this kid wanted to take it to the Qin family to pretend to pick up girls, so he decided to come over and put on a good show. Who let this kid offend Tang Xiao? Give me a long face? Tang Yu was a bit less understanding, and estimated that Uncle Zhao was rushing to the Qin family's $1 billion reward today. If he could solve the Qin family's problems, he would indeed be able to give himself a long face, so he gave a thumbs up and said, alright, then I'm relying on you today. Uncle Zhao must take down this $1 billion reward from the Qin family. Good to know. Zhao Gaoshan patted his chest and agreed in a hurry. If we pull this off today, it's a $1 billion reward. When the time comes to tell the group, what's Mr. Wang's treatment worth? He himself is the first loyal plus capable servant of the Tang family. The two men, each with their own thoughts, looked at each other and smiled pleasantly. Qin Ming also ran over. He had just been waiting for Tang Yu at the door, but suddenly his stomach got a little upset, so he went to the restroom. Seeing Tang Yu laughing here, he ran up and wrapped his arms around her to follow and laughed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big brother, what are you so happy about? Isn't that good for you? The problems at your house will definitely be solved today. Tang Yu looked at Qin Ming with a somewhat meaningful smile. Don't even mention it. I don't even know if this is going to work out. Just move if it doesn't. Qin Ming sighed, rather less optimistically, because in the past few days their family had privately invited several feng shui masters over to solve the problem. None of it turned out to work out. There was even a master who performed a puja and vomited a large amount of blood while doing it, and he is still lying in the hospital. Otherwise, Their family wouldn't have taken out $1 billion in bonuses and invited masters from all over the country to gather together to see which of the great powers could solve this troublesome matter. Don't worry. Not only will this be resolved today, the murderer who put your family in this state will come out. Tang Yu opened her mouth. Qin Ming froze, thinking that Tang Yu was really joking with him, and didn't take it to heart. When the three walked in side by side, a group of feng shui masters were sitting together drinking tea and chatting. They were dressed differently and looked so god-awful that those who didn't know better would have thought they were on a filming set. In order to keep a low profile, Tang Yu purposely walked over to the seat against the corner and sat down. He had just sat down not long ago when Qin Pengqi, the head of the Qin family, walked out with a few bodyguards. The crowd rose to greet him, casting warm and respectful glances toward the god of wealth. Qin Pengqi nodded his head as a sort of greeting to the crowd and opened his mouth. Thank you all for being able to gather together to solve my Qin family's problems. My Qin family is as good as its word. The check for $1 billion is ready. As long as whichever master is able to solve the problem today, the check I'll send with both hands, and that master will always be my Qin family's guest. His words, said the masters, are like a chicken blood. $1 billion as if within reach. Don't worry, Mr. Qin. I will definitely solve the Qin family's predicament today. What's a little bane? After I make my move today, the Qin family won't have any more problems with feng shui for 50 years. Such a small matter can be solved by the poor monk with a lift of his hand, so you all don't need to grab it from the poor monk. Numerous masters have come forward to take a stand. You're making the house look like a food market. At that moment a middle-aged man wearing a purple Dao robe stood out. He bellowed, "Quiet, fellow Taoists, and listen to the words of the poor Taoist." After he let out this loud cry, the entire room immediately quieted down. All eyes converged on him. Isn't this Tianchi Zhao from Longhu Mountain? Why is he here too? Oh, for $1 billion even in Africa you have to go. The crowd whispered in low voices, looking at Zhao Shizhu with some scorn. Tang Yu also looked at Zhao Shizhu with interest. Having read the plot of the original book, he knew that this person's identity was the current heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, and his strength was quite impressive. Unfortunately, it encounters the law of protagonists and has to be reduced to cannon fodder for a miserable beating. In short, just compete with the Dragon King. No matter if you are a top person in all walks of life, even if you have studied hard for your whole life, it is still not as powerful as the first half of the Dragon King school. Who is this old man? Does he look like he's got a lot going for him? Qin Ming asked curiously. Zhao Gaoxin snatched an answer. This is Zhao Tianchi Zhao Shizhu from Longhu Mountain. See the group of disciples behind him? There's one holding a sword for him, and this sword is the Heavenly Master's sword, which is said to have been inherited for over 400 years. Qin Ming oohed and awed, not really knowing much about these things, but it's nice to have a guy who looks like an awesome boom boom who might be able to help his own family out. Zhao Shizhu looked at the crowd and spoke. Fellow Taoists, there is only one copy of this reward today, but we've come with so many people, we can't all go out together, so how should this reward be divided? The congregation was wondering the same thing. They looked at each other, and no one gave a proper answer. Money. Everyone wants to keep it for themselves. Who's happy to share it with others? That's why the poor Taoist thinks that it should be decided by merit who this reward belongs to. The poor Taoist will step forward first and accept your challenges here. If you all win, the poor Taoist will leave immediately. If no one can win against poverty, then this merit poverty will have to take it. Zhao Shizhu looked at the crowd with an arrogant face and laughed. He was so arrogant that many feng shui masters were furious. Those who dared to come here today are all experts in the Xian sect. If he alone stood out to overwhelm the group, wouldn't he be trying to say that his strength was the number one in the Xian sect? Although it was said that Longhu Mountain had an extremely high status in the Xian sect, the people were not vegetarians either. Especially with this $1 billion reward, no one was willing to give it up easily. Heavenly Master Zhao is so arrogant. Surprisingly so, Song, will be the first to learn. At that moment, Song Qingshan, the Song family head, stood out. The Song family is also quite famous in the Xian sect. 64 copper coins of Xianji have been passed down for hundreds of years, which can be used for divination and calculating heavenly chances, as well as destroying evils and destroying evil spirits. Zhao Shizhu, however, didn't even look at him squarely and said in a bland tone, "Then let's ask this friend to make a move." P.S. Still coding. 2 more chapters later. 4 more today. Continue to persecute Tang Xiao ha. Chapter 50. A master cannot be humiliated. Song Qingshan snorted coldly, and a string of copper coins in his hand was thrown up high by him. Immediately after his hands to form a seal, This threw the flying into the sky of the heavenly maiden copper even floating up in the air on their own formation. After seeing this scene, the crowd applauded him, a skill that not everyone could have. Qin Ming also looked dumbfounded. These feng shui gentlemen, actually so capable? For the crowd's applause, but Song Qingshan was extremely flattered. He reached out and stretched his hand towards Tianshi Zhao. These copper coins floating in the air were smashed towards Tianshi Zhao. Sculpture. How dare you show off in front of me? Zhao Shizhu showed a disdainful look on his face as he stretched out a hand and lightly drank. The sword comes. Behind him, a small Taoist boy was holding the Heavenly Master's sword in both hands. After he drank this out, the Heavenly Master's sword flew into the air on its own and chopped down these copper coins one by one. After being chopped by the Heavenly Master's sword, these copper coins had turned into two halves and fell to the ground. In only a few moments of effort, a small half of the 64 copper coins had already been damaged. Song Qingshan's heart ached so much that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. It's his family heirloom. He couldn't be bothered to continue the fight and hurriedly retrieve these coins. However, the celestial sword was unforgiving and continued to hunt down the coins. Song Qingshan had been heartbroken beyond words. He looked at Zhao Shizhu and shouted angrily, "Heavenly Master Zhao, why do you have to rush the whole thing? Is the poverty road not something that can be challenged at will? Wanting to leave without paying a price?" Zhao Shizhu said with a faint smile. Song Qingshan's face was suddenly as colorful as a pig's liver as he gritted his teeth and whispered, "It was Song who was abrupt today, so I hope Heavenly Master Zhao will be magnanimous." That's more like it. Only then did Zhao Shizhu reach out and point, and the Celestial Master's sword flew back into his hand. Song Qingshan hurriedly retrieved the copper coins one by one, his face terribly gloomy. "Instead of making money on this trip today, we've destroyed a family heirloom." The other Xian sect members were also surprised by Zhao Shizhu's hand. Many people were mentally backing out. They weren't as strong as Song Qingshan, so how could they dare to mess with Zhao Shizhu? Any other fellow Daoist who wants to come and challenge poor Tao, feel free to make a move. If no one dares to come, I'll take this beautiful job of the Qin clan today. Zhao Shizhu held the Heavenly Master sword in his hand, looking at the crowd and whisking his beard and smiling, very much with the air of a worldly superior. "I'll do it." It was a little old man with a child's face and hair who stepped forward. He was also wearing a Taoist robe, only it was a bit dirty, but no one in the crowd dared to underestimate him, because this man was well known in the northern Xian sect. He was honored as Elder Kuweixing. Zhao Shizhu glanced at him and said indifferently, "Come, light up your treasure and let the poor Taoist open his eyes." Elder Kuweixing coldly grunted, and a red rope in his hand floated up in the air, and a faint fire light appeared on top of the red rope, just like a fire snake. The scene was an eye-opener for the crowd. Qin Ming slapped his thigh and said, "Wipe, big brother, this group of people is really something. Turn around. I also learned 2 hands to take to pick up girls. Then you're afraid it's going to take you a decade of work." Tang Yu, who had already seen the plot, couldn't muster much interest. No matter how powerful you are, it's useless. In the end, it's all a life of being a stepping stone for Yichen. According to the plot, this little old man will also lose to Zhao Tianshi, and then Zhao Tianshi will have a conflict with Yichen. When Zhao Tianshi fails to perform the spell, it will be Yichen's turn to pretend to be Qin Kursen, the silly girl who admires him from here on out. Pity my brother Qin Ming, not to mention being killed by Yichen. The family fortune and sister are all cheap for this grandson. Qin Kursen's gaze quickly locked onto Qin Ming after she heard the heartbeat ring out once again. Then she saw Tang Yu sitting on the edge and instantly remembered that it was his voice. Can't go wrong. His own brother has no other brother but him. She was shocked in her mind, but her face remained calm. She wanted to see if it was really what Tang Yu had said. At this moment, Elder Kuweixing had already begun to fight with Zhao Shizhu. The red rope he manipulated transformed into a fiery snake and shot towards Zhao Shizhu. This seemingly imposing strike was met with a disdainful smile from Zhao Shizhu. "Wait for this red rope transformed into a fiery snake to fly in front of you." He reached out his hand to make a point, and this fire snake unexpectedly stopped on its own. "Get back to me," Zhao Shizhu lightly shouted, and this red rope turned into a fire snake unexpectedly flew backward, heading straight for the old man Kuweixing. After his weapon was manipulated by his opponent, Elder Kuweixing's face changed drastically. He looked woefully out of shape as he desperately ran up to try and avoid the attack. The crowd watched with a burst of laughter, while at the same time gaining a few more points of respect for Zhao Shizhu, worthy of being the Zhao Tianshi of Longhu Mountain. This strike was truly a high among the high, and they were completely convinced. "Heavenly Master Zhao, it's old me who has lost, and I'm convinced of my loss." After running for a while, the old man of Kueisheng had no choice but to pull his face down and beg for mercy. Zhao Shizhu smiled in satisfaction. He reached out a little and the red rope fell to the ground and stopped moving. The old man with a wretched face Kueisheng picked up the red rope and tied it to his hand, and grunted a couple of times, not daring to say anything else. With this, no one in the entire crowd dared to come out and challenge Zhao Shizhu anymore. Zhao Shizhu looked at the crowd with a smug smile and clasped his fists. Your peers are obliged. In that case, the Qin family's problems will be solved by me. The many feng shui masters could only do so despite their reluctance. After all, none of them here were a match for others. Then I'll trouble Heavenly Master Zhao. Qin Pengqi was also an eye-opener today. My generation of cultivators should have subdued the demons and gotten rid of the devils. It's all what I should have done. Zhao Shizhu's attitude towards Qin Pengqi was still very polite. After all, he was a big moneymaker. Qin Kuexian was already dumbstruck at this moment. It was all, indeed, exactly like the heartfelt words I had just heard. She quickly collected her expression and looked at Yi Chen and opened her mouth. Mr. Yi, this Zhao Tianxia is so powerful, just like a god. Yi Chen despised with a disdainful look on his face. It's all just a bunch of sidetracks. This Taoist priest's ability was a few points, but unfortunately, compared to himself, it was 100,000 miles away. After she showed her strength later, Qin Kuexian would understand what a true expert was. The moment his words came out, the eyes of the entire crowd gathered on him. It's happening again. The classic first mouth inviting others. When you piss people off, you'll make a bet with them and step on them again. You're better at being a dog than you are at stepping on people's hearts. Tang Yu, who was carrying a cup of tea, couldn't help but roll her eyes. The flavor of this familiar plot is just too punchy. As expected, Zhao Shizhu was enraged by his words. When he looked over, he realized it was a young man in his 20s, and blackened his face. Where is this brat from? Dare to say that my Longhu Mountain is a side sect? If you are not convinced, let's come out and fight. Who invited this man here? Get him out. The yellow mouth is ridiculous. Patriarchs can't be insulted. Heavenly Master Zhao taught him a lesson. The many feng shui masters also cursed, looking at Yi Chen as if they were looking at a clown. Chapter 51, Our Mr. Tang is a learned man. Qin Pengqi frowned and looked at the two bodyguards pointing at Yi Chen. Get this man out of here. The two bodyguards had just walked over to kick people out when Qin Kursen quickly stood up and said, Dad, Mr. Yi is a high-ranking person I invited. He's also very capable. Then she pulled the amulet out of her pocket again and said, This is the amulet he gave me, and after wearing it I've slept easily for the past 2 days, and no more nightmares. The truth hadn't come out yet. She couldn't let Yi Chen go. Yi Chen stood up and looked at Qin Pengqi and laughed. Uncle Qin, it's not that I'm talking arrogantly. I'm just telling the truth. This Heavenly Master Zhao can't solve your family's problems. If I don't come out to stop him, his unauthorized action will only be met with backlash, and he'll die at that time, harming the Qin family instead. Ignorant little child. If the poor Taoist resolves this little bane today, you kneel down and apologize to me? Zhao Shizhu said angrily. What if you can't solve it? Yi Chen asked rhetorically. If I can't solve it, I'll give you this Heavenly Master sword. When Zhao Shizhu finished speaking, he looked at the disciple behind him and said angrily, Fetch the incense. The two disciples behind him immediately took out 3 incense burners. The 3 cones of incense that were inserted into each censer separately were not lit. Zhao Shizhu began to recite the incantation while pinching. When he finished reciting the incantation, these 9 incense sticks were instantly lit. Immediately after the cigarette smoke, it coalesced into a gray humanoid in the air. Seeing that the gray humanoid had finished coalescing, Zhao Shizhu looked at Qin Pengqi and said, Mr. Qin, this is your Qin family's coalesced fury qi. As long as the poor Taoist gets rid of it, your Qin family will be safe and sound from now on. Then I'll trouble Heavenly Master Zhao. Qin Pengqi let out a long sigh of relief. It's been unbearable for the entire family for a while now, and it's finally time to put this troubling issue to rest. Little things. Zhao Shizhu smiled easily, stepped on the 7-star steps, and stabbed the mist with a single stroke of the Heavenly Master sword in his hand. When he stabbed the sword, the mist seemed to let out a scream, startling everyone in the room. Immediately after a few seconds, the section of fog dispersed on its own. The Qin family members also felt much more relaxed. After successfully breaking the fatal qi, Zhao Shizhu coldly looked at Yi Chen and said, It's done. What else do you have to say? Kneel down and apologize. Yi Chen said with a bland face, You might want to take a closer look to see if the bogey has gone or not. As soon as his words fell, the just disappeared baleful aura coalesced once more. These gray baneful chi rushed towards Zhao Shizhu. After Zhao Shizhu waved his Tianchi sword to counterattack twice, he was still getting the fury into his body. His face turned white and he spewed out a mouthful of blood before collapsing on the ground and starting to convulse. His disciples were in a momentary panic, rushing to help Zhao Shizhu up from the ground to check his body. The Qin clan's crowd, who had felt much more relaxed a moment ago, became unbearable at this moment. It's as if 1,000 pounds of stone were weighing on his shoulders. The other feng shui masters present also changed their faces drastically. It was the first time they had seen such a powerful baleful aura. A few people tried to join hands together to extinguish the fury. As a result, the practice did not work and was reversed, ending up like Zhao Shizhu. The unbearable Qin Pengshi looked over towards his daughter and realized that Qin Kursen surprisingly had no problems at all. Could it be that the amulet is really useful? Is this young man the real man of the world? So he looked at Yi Chen with a terrified face and opened his mouth. I was the one who took offense just now, so I'd like to ask you to come to the rescue of my Qin family. The gazes of the people in the room also gathered on Yi Chen's body. Get out of the way. He's going to start playing hard to get. After pulling out the Jade Talisman to break the demonic aura, you will later take away the Jade Buddha that was intentionally sold to the Qin family. This fury is brought about by this Jade Buddha. With the blood of stillborn fetuses and babies, the Jade Buddha was soaked for 7 days to raise the ferocious aura. Speaking of which, as long as this Jade Buddha is smashed, this guy will also suffer a backlash. After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Qin Koxin couldn't help but shrink her pupils. Some time ago Qin Ming did buy a Jade Buddha back from outside, saying that he got the good stuff from a high priest. She suppressed her anger in her heart and looked at Yi Chen and softly said, Mr. Yi, then I'll trouble you. That's natural. You're my friend, and the Qin family's affairs are my affairs as well. Yi Chen pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled evilly. He took out the yin-yang fish jade talisman in his pocket, and after injecting a drop of blood onto it, the talisman emitted a faint white light. Immediately after that, the gray fury in the room frantically condensed into the jade talisman and eventually disappeared. A little fury, a snap of the fingers, Yi Chen said with an arrogant face. The people in the room cast admiring glances at him. No matter how this kid talks and pretends, this real talent of his is really powerful. This deadly fury was really a snap in his hands. Just after less than 5 seconds, cracks appeared on the jade talisman in Yi Chen's hand, followed by shattering apart. The fury that had been sucked in earlier instantly exploded out. This time, the fury was much thicker than before. For a while, the entire house was covered in gray fury. Several people from the Qin family had felt some difficulty in breathing, their faces pale and unable to speak. Yi Chen's face also changed. What's going on here? Could it be that you've raised too many bogeys and are out of control? The plot is not right. Shouldn't he have done it in one go after taking out the jade talisman? Did something go wrong again? Tang Yu was also a bit confused in his mind. Just then, Zhao Gaoshan suddenly stood up. He looked at Yi Chen with a look of contempt and opened his mouth. I thought how capable you are. After all this time not only can't solve the problem, but also make the fury worse. The moment he opened his mouth, the gazes of the crowd turned to Yi Chen. Their eyes changed from admiration just now to anger and contempt. This kid is full of wild talk, and I didn't expect to make things worse instead. Yi Chen recognized Zhao Gaoshan and couldn't help but blush. He realized instantly that what he had bought back was no longer right. He was the one who was counting himself out. Or is it someone else? Zhao Gaoshan stopped talking to him about anything more. He looked at the fearful crowd and said, Everyone, don't panic. Although this person is a waste of time, but our Tang Xiao is a learned man with heavenly skills, and with a small bane, he's the one who can really snap his fingers to break it. Sigma, degree mouth degree. Tang Yu's eyes widened at once. How the did I learn to be a genius? Snapping fingers? What the am I supposed to use? Old Zhao you be a person. When the second 5 cannot be to this, ing will not. You let me come to pretend this pussy? At this moment, Tang Yu was completely baffled. He was truly unsure of how he was going to operate, but the crowd was already casting warm and expectant glances at him. It was as if he was the only light in the darkness. Qin Ming, who had a splitting headache, looked at Tang Yu and opened his mouth. Wipe, big brother, if you really have a way to save my family just hurry up and do it. He finally understood at this moment. Why is it that as soon as the elder brother came today, he told himself that the problems of the family would definitely be solved. The feeling is that big brother is hiding a hand. Not bad for a big brother. Anything. Zhao Gaoshan pulled Tang Yu out of the corner. A dumbfounded Tang Yu felt something burning inside his pocket. After he pulled it out, he realized that it was actually a yin and yang fish jade talisman, and he didn't know when it had been put in. At this moment, the yin-yang fish jade talisman had been activated by drops of blood. After Tang Yu held it in his hand, this jade talisman burst into a golden light. Tang Yu stood as if he were a small humanoid sun. The gray fury around him pounced towards him crazily, but it was melted by the golden light. P.S. Blanche, 4 more shifts. Guess where old Joe is going to be sent? Chapter 52. The Dragon King is angry. The consequences are serious. Soon, the fury in the room dissipated, and the golden light around Tang Yu disappeared together. When these baneful chi disappeared, the Qin family members felt their bodies recovering. The several feng shui masters who had been injured by the baneful aura backlash earlier, the baneful aura in their bodies also disappeared one by one. The consequences are extremely serious after a fury like theirs enters the body. If you can't solve it quickly, you'll lose your life and become seriously ill in the short term, or die on the spot in the long term. They all cast reverent glances toward Tang Yu. What's a tall man? That's a ing tall man. Sitting in the corner from start to finish, not saying a word, until the crucial moment when they stepped up and saved the day. Look at his handsome face and magnificent figure. The crowd was a little teary with excitement. I can't believe that I have the honor of meeting a true master today. It's really true that real people don't show their faces, and showing their faces isn't real. It's really a shame. I'm the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Compared to Tang Xiao, my Tao is so much worse. That's just it. I'm going to meditate for 20 years after returning to the mountain. Tang Xiao's saving grace today. Song Mao has memorized it. And if Tang Xiao has a dispatch in the future, Song Mao will die 1,000 deaths. A group of feng shui masters praised loudly. They were truly convinced of this Tang Xiao. Hi. It's really high. Being praised desperately, Tang Yu just twitched at the corners of her mouth. Who am I? Worthy am I? This isn't the right ing storyline. How come I'm pretending? Don't blow it. I can't afford it. At this moment, Yi Chen was already trembling with anger. He hadn't expected his carefully designed game to be plucked by Tang Yu. According to his vision, it should be him standing here at this moment, accepting the worship and praise of the crowd. At that time, he shifted to become the No. 1 feng shui master in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The Qin family members admired themselves, and Qin Kursin even fell in love with herself because of it. But now it's all gone to hell. He stood here like a lonely clown. The 2 occasional gazes that looked at him were only filled with contempt. The rage in his heart was so great that he wanted to beat and kill everyone present, especially Tang Yu. This person had brought shame to him again and again. Just as he was about to lash out, Qin Kursin suddenly rushed towards the Buddha statue placed on the shrine. She grabbed the statue of Buddha and slammed it to the ground. Snap! With the sound of the Buddha statue shattering, the crowd was attracted to it. After the Buddha statue shattered, a red light sprang out of it and flew towards Yi Chen. After this red light entered his body, Yi Chen's face turned slightly white, and blood flowed down from his nostrils, because the Jade Buddha was refined by him with the blood of a baby and a dead fetus. Now when it was destroyed, he would be revolted as the owner. He had learned a lot of this kind of evil ways from the old man since he was a child, and he didn't feel anything about it. Those who achieve great things do not take care of small things. As the Dragon King, if you don't have the courage, how can you accomplish anything? But those present today are all feng shui masters. In terms of strength, they might not be as good as Yi Chen, but their eyesight couldn't be any worse. After seeing this red light and Yi Chen's reaction, Zhao Shizhu was the first to react, and he pointed at Yi Chen with the heavenly master sword in his hand. Good, you shameless villain. This fury turned out to be made by your layout. I also saw that this son's heart is so vicious. After all this time, it turns out that he is directing himself here. What a shameless person. Several other masters also pointed at Yi Chen and cursed angrily. Seeing the reactions of these masters, Qin Koxian could finally be certain. All of these heartfelt voices that I've been listening to for myself have really been right on the money. After being poked and prodded by the crowd to curse angrily, Yi Chen's face became resentful. His own hallowed Dragon King. When was it the turn of this kind of trash to point fingers and shout insults at him? It's over. 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 This careful dragon is definitely getting angry. Don't go on a killing spree. You're the Dragon King. You have to hold back. You know? Seeing his gloomy face, Tang Yu sensed something bad. He had only planned to stay through the episode before reminding the Qin family that it was this kid who was setting up a trap to trap them. I didn't realize things had gotten this far as well. Qin Kursin reacted and ran over to look at her father and said, Dad, this person has evil intentions. Our Qin family must not let him go. Qin Pengqi's face was grim as he stared at Yi Chen angrily. This Mr. Yi, shouldn't he give my Qin family an explanation? His eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Yi Chen. During this period of time, the Qin family was truly victimized by this kid. What account? I'm not sure what you're talking about. What am I directing myself for? Could it be that I knew beforehand that the Qin family would come up with $1 billion reward? Yi Chen coldly denied it. Of course you didn't know the Qin family would put up $1 billion. You're rushing at Qin Kursen, and you want to save her from the hero. Pick up Qin Kursen and the Qin family is all yours. The lack of great virtue. The evidence has been laid out and still dead duck mouth hard. Tang Yu despised this in her heart when she heard it. Qin Kursen's eyes spewed out anger. She stared at Yi Chen and coldly said, "Stop pretending. I know you designed this. You threw that snake at my villa in the first place too, right? I've checked the surveillance." Yi Chen's face instantly flashed with a trace of embarrassment. When she lost the snake, she knew about it? Then why didn't she expose herself? Sis, what's the point of talking nonsense with him? Just beat him to death. Qin Ming gritted his teeth in hatred because he was the first one to be counted. That Jade Buddha. He was fooled into buying it back. At the time, he thought he had gotten a good deal, but he didn't realize that he had put his family in harm's way. After he shouted, the 10 or so bodyguards of the Qin family immediately swarmed up. Yi Chen, however, did not have the slightest intention to escape. Dragon King, I'd rather die standing up than definitely run away with my tail between my legs. Facing the siege of 10 or so bodyguards, he took the initiative with a cold snort. The bodyguard at the front of the group swung at him, and he easily dodged it before kicking the man out. Immediately after that, he took the initiative and punched with both hands to send 2 bodyguards, one left and one right, flying again. These bodyguards are, without a doubt, professionally trained bodyguards. Facing ordinary people, with their bare hands, they could do 1 against 10. However, in front of Yi Chen, these people were as if they were all experienced babies. Qin Ming grabbed a vase as a weapon and rushed forward, wanting to help his bodyguard take down this kid together. Seeing his movements, before Tang Yu could shout at him, he was already choked by Yi Chen. When Qin Ming was strangled, the crowd's faces were shocked. The few remaining bodyguards threw their weight around and didn't dare to make a move. Let go of my brother. Qin Kursen instantly burst into a rage. If you dare to mess around, I'll make sure that you won't be able to walk out of Suong. Qin Pengqi was also furious. How dare an outsider be so arrogant in our own territory? Facing Qin Kursen's anger, Yi Chen was pained in his heart. Even with his skill in picking up girls, I'm afraid he won't be able to salvage the situation. He looked at the Qin family's crowd and said in a cold voice, how is the tiny Qin family worthy of threatening me? Yi Chen? Originally, we could have been at peace today. If you want to blame the surname Tang. When he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Tang Yu's body, his eyes full of resentment. From the Tang family to the Wang family to the Qin family, this kid was badgering himself all the time. He decided not to continue to hold back. Today, let him know what it means to say that the Dragon King cannot be insulted. Chapter 53. Who's the villain? Ha! Being stared at by him, Tang Yu was also a bit angry and laughing. ********* you uncontested. It's none of my business. How can you blame Lin Bei for being useless when you had the chance yourself? I don't want to pretend to be B. I just want to be a quiet man. I just want to be a quiet, beautiful man. Surname Tang, come on. I'll give you a choice today. Either the kid's surname Qin dies, or you suffer for him. Yi Chen stared at Tang Yu angrily. This insidious and cunning. Stabbed himself in the back numerous times. Wouldn't it be too cheap not to find him today to get some interest back? After he finished speaking, his hand slightly exerted force. Qin Ming's face instantly reddened, somewhat breathless. Don't mess around. Just leave. Our Qin family can leave you alone for today's matter. Seeing that his son's face was not right, Qin Pengqi's face was a bit flustered and said, that should be up to him. Yi Chen pointed at Tang Yu. Qin Ming waved his hand at Tang Yu with difficulty even though he was already having trouble breathing. He was a practitioner who had practiced for a few years and knew very well that it was hard enough for his big brother to kill a chicken with this body. Let big brother come. Wouldn't that be asking him to die for himself? He had saved himself once. There was no need to save him a second time. Really die in Yi Chen's hands. The big deal is to be a brother in the next life. What? You punk want to watch your brother die at my hands? Yi Chen stared at Tang Yu in a grim tone. Doesn't he like to play dirty with himself? Then play dirty with him yourself. Do you really want to watch your brother die at my hands in front of all these people? Do you have any more shame? Just let go of him and I'll come with you. Tang Yu gritted her teeth. This mother ***** is really out of his mind. although it is very tempting to go on quietly. There is also a bottom line for Gubi. After Tang Yu agreed, the Qin family members were a bit flustered. They were unwilling to watch Qin Ming get into trouble. But you can't watch Tang Yu suffer for Qin Ming. Qin Kurson even looked at Tang Yu with red eyes. She and Tang Yu used to have a rather unpleasant falling out over certain things. Coupled with the fact that Tang Yu had been a dog licker for 3 years, her impression of Tang Yu became even worse. What's a man without a little pride? But today, her impression of Tang Yu was instantly reversed. What woman would hate a man who is committed and affectionate? You really dare to promise? Yi Chen also didn't expect Tang Yu to really dare to agree to this, and loosened his hand slightly to let Qin Ming catch his breath. He hadn't originally planned to kill Qin Ming, but only wanted to use the opportunity to humiliate Tang Yu to get back at him. But now that he's agreed to do it, don't blame yourself for not being polite. You let him go. Let's go outside and have a square duel. 1 punch from each side. 1 punch to split the winners. Tang Yu pointed to the open space outside the hall. As much as it's tempting to live with it. But brother is not the Dragon King. Brother has a bottom line than him. For a brother. Could be. Although Yi Chen promised on his lips, he still grabbed Qin Ming's neck and the 3 of them walked out. After seeing the 3 go out, the crowd followed. The eyes of the crowd of feng shui masters looked at Tang Yu with even more admiration. What's a tall man? Strong, low-key, and so sentimental. What's going to happen now? Qin Pengqi's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't just watch his son die, but he couldn't watch his nephew die for his son either. This guy was able to send over a dozen of his own bodyguards flying. His strength was simply unfathomable. Even if you call the police, this is too late. If he had known this, he should have spent more money to recruit a few experts to sit at home. Trust him. Qin Kurson bit her lip. This was the only way things could go. She hated Yi Chen in her heart. If you have the chance, you must kill him with your own hands. After walking out, Tang Yu took a deep breath and opened her mouth. You can let go of him now. Good. You finally dared to stand up like a man. What's the point of only playing dirty? Yi Chen snorted coldly and grabbed Qin Ming and casually threw him out. Several bodyguards rushed up to catch their young master. Yi Chen stood with his hands clasping his chest and looked at Tang Yu with disdain. Don't say I'm bullying you, a punk. I'll let you throw 3 punches first. If I frown, I'll never set foot in Suang half a step again in this life. As a martial arts expert, he could see that this guy was a weak punk. Don't say give him a punch. Even if he let him throw 100 punches, he wouldn't be able to do any damage to himself. You first. Hit you. I'm afraid to dirty my fists. Tang Yu similarly stood in place with his arms clasped over his chest and provoked. Active punches? He's not in over his head. This dog system didn't give him ancient martial arts skills for offense. He took it upon himself to rush up and give this scrape with 1 punch? The only 2 skills he could use right now. They were the unmovable King Gong and the Yin Yang Infinite Gong. Both of these feats could only be used once, and the dog system held him to death. There were 2 streams of chi flowing in his body, and it was these 2 feats. Although they could only be used once, both feats were in the Great Perfection realm. The former protects against 1 attack. The latter can be used to double back damage taken. Worthy of being Xiao Tang. This is the true demeanor of a tall man. Indeed. Why is it necessary to take the initiative to deal with such petty people? With young Tang's heavenly skills, exterminating this person will surely be as simple as stepping on a maggot. Numerous feng shui masters have become fans of Tang Yu. They all identified. This Tang Xiao must be a true master with heavenly skills. Seek death. Yi Chen hated it when others scorned him so much. He himself is the high and mighty Dragon King. In places like Africa and the Middle East, where doesn't he go to be a bully? At this moment, the countless grudges that had accumulated in his heart surged out. With a furious shout, he rushed towards Tang Yu and swung his fist. But with this punch, he didn't utilize his full strength. Because he can't shoot this guy. He would let this kid lie on his deathbed and watch the Tang family perish. The 2 sides were no more than 3 meters apart. With Yi Chen's strength, he rushed to Tang Yu's body in a flash and slammed his fist into his chest. At the same time, the 2 strands of chi within Tang Yu's body began to revolve with the movement of his mind. After Yi Chen's punch hit Tang Yu, it was as if it had smashed on cotton. Standing in place, Tang Yu didn't even move. The terrifying force of this punch was absorbed by the unmovable king's kung fu and then converted by the yin yang infinite kung fu. Tang Yu felt a majestic force coalesce in his right hand. Make a fist. A punch is thrown. Yi Chen was still shocked as to why his punch had failed to cause damage. Tang Yu's punches have hit him. This punch, which could be described as slow for him, contained an extremely terrifying force. The defenseless Yi Chen flew backwards like a broken kite after being hit by a punch. He flew backwards for several meters before crashing into a statue in the compound. The statue is a green bull with a shepherd boy riding on it. Yi Chen hit the bull's horn impartially. The one that hit him was the most vulnerable part in the middle of his ass. Soon the bull's horns were red with blood. A pain traveled from the chrysanthemum to the whole body, and the pain made Yi Chen shiver. If not for his amazing willpower, he would have already shouted out this time. He felt a sweetness in his throat, and when he opened his mouth, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist. The people present were also dumbfounded. Tang Xiao really is a supreme master with heavenly skills. This person was able to easily deal with more than 10 bodyguards, but was easily knocked away by Tang Xiao's punch. The two strengths were simply worlds apart. P.S. To the oldest readers who started following the book. The front has been slightly modified to add a bonus of the immovable kingdom. There is one more chapter to be delivered later on. Chapter 54, Luckily he's clean. Zhao Gaoshan also looked dumbfounded. Is Tang Xiao really hiding so deep? Wipe. Big brother. You're so damn hung. Qin Ming, who was sitting on the ground, covered his throat and coughed vigorously twice, his eyes glaring out. This punch went down. The surname Yi not only spit out blood on the spot, even the chrysanthemums were badly injured. In a nutshell, the crowd had only 4 words in their hearts at the moment. Dan Xiao is awesome. Standing in place, Tang Yu looked at his fist as well as Yi Chen's bleeding ass. He was more or less panicking. Knocked the Dragon King Daisy out of the question. Luckily, the Dragon King had a clean poop in the bathroom today. Otherwise, when it gets knocked out of him, the Dragon King is afraid that he'll really have to play with himself. Good Tang Yu, to hide so deeply. Yi Chen's walking posture was not quite right after he got down from the statue. No way. One step and the asshole hurts like hell. He sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked at Tang Yu with eyes filled with hatred while adding a few more points of fear. Himself, even if he didn't throw a punch at full strength, it shouldn't be able to do any damage at all either. As for the punch that this kid had thrown, although it was slow, the killing power was even more terrifying than his own. If it wasn't for his amazing physique, I'm afraid that this punch would have already taken his little life. He's hurting internally and externally right now. Don't let him go. Go up and fight for me. I'll reward $10 million for breaking a hand, and $100 million for killing him. At that moment, Qin Koxian suddenly shouted. She had endured for half a day and finally had a chance for revenge. How could she miss it? The Qin family's bodyguards had just suffered a big loss, and they were all in a rage at this moment. Seeing the opportunity to beat up a fallen dog, a group of people swarmed up. How could Yi Chen, whose face was blue, dare to fight with this group of people? Just the deeply hidden Tang Yu alone made him jealous. A real man can bend. He silently consoled himself with a sentence in his heart. Enduring the pain and quickly rushing out of the Qin family's old mansion, a forward leaped straight over the wall, and when he landed he was dumbfounded. Outside the Qin family's old mansion, there were about 10 cars parked. The frosty-faced Wang Yishue was standing outside the Qin family's old mansion. She had a full 30 people with her. The men were all cleanly dressed as bodyguards in black suits. After dealing with Wang Rulong, the traitor, the Wang family mobilized their forces to have people look for Yi Chen's whereabouts. Revenge. Imperative. After learning that Yi Chen was in the Qin family, she brought all the elite forces of her family over. As a result, he had just gotten down from the car when he saw Yi Chen flipping out over the wall. After noticing the blood on Yi Chen's body, she didn't even think about pointing at him. Beat this to death. The Wang family bodyguards swarmed up. Yi Chen's eyes were wide in anger. His own hallowed Dragon King was sweeping across the 4 seas in foreign countries. It's never him who beats the crap out of someone else. When was it his turn to be humiliated? Looking at the 30 or so people, Yi Chen shouted angrily and started to fight with them with all his might. But after just eating Tang Yu's punch, he had already suffered internal injuries. The injury to Kiku has affected his play even more severely, because every time he took a step, his asshole ached as if he had a 5-pound hemorrhoid. The strength of the situation is severely reduced, facing a siege from so many elite bodyguards. This time, the goddess of victory was finally on the side of the bodyguard. After injuring a dozen or so bodyguards, Yi Chen couldn't stand it anymore and was pressed by numerous bodyguards on the ground and beaten furiously. Tang Yu's group of people had already chased them out. After seeing Yi Chen being pressed by a group of people and beaten furiously on the ground, Tang Yu has a face. This has nothing to do with brother. Brother is innocent. Brother only punched you. Seeing that this group of people had hit quite hard, Tang Yu had to think about a problem. If the Dragon King is killed, how else is this plot going to work? Qin Kursen waved her hand when she was just about to have her bodyguard rush up to make up for it as well. Yi Chen, who was almost beaten the out of him, struggled to feel out a small bottle from his arms. A stream of red smoke immediately wafted out as he shattered the bottle towards the ground. The bodyguards who surrounded him felt a strange itch all over their bodies as they inhaled the red smoke. They didn't care about continuing to surround Yi Chen and scratch their hands on their bodies to itch. After a group of bodyguards were all hit, Yi Chen was finally able to get away. If we continue to stay here, we will really be killed by this group of people. He gritted his teeth through the pain and got up from the ground, and was about to grab the car and run away in a hurry. I've been humiliated today. I'll pay you back 100 times over in the next day. Just as he was about to flee, one of the bodyguards gritted his teeth and reached down and grabbed his pants in a death grip. Missy said that when she came, beat this kid to death. 10 times the year-end bonus. If he himself had left him behind, then there must be a reward of $20 million anyhow. 20 million. That's enough money to drive his Cadillac to the clubhouse 1,000,000 times. So he held back the itch on his body and said he couldn't let this kid go. Don't try to run. The bodyguard shouted angrily with wide eyes. A few other bodyguards couldn't stand by and watch the year-end prize run away. They endured the strange itchy and unbearable pain and climbed up with great difficulty to keep Yi Chen. Yi Chen had already had his mind broken by this group of people. It was the first time he had ever seen someone get up after being hit with his own itching powder. Below the end of the road, he could only use his last move, Golden Cicada, blooming the last of the true chi in his body. His pants instantly shattered. With this method, he managed to get rid of the bodyguard. At the same time, his blood-covered ass was exposed to the crowd, as if he were a wild monkey. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing this scene, the crowd had a cry. Hot eyes. This counts as leaving alive. As a human being, it has also died in society. Yi Chen, however, could no longer care so much. He rushed towards a Mercedes and was about to drive off. Who the hell cares at this point? Quick! Lock the car. A bodyguard reacted by immediately shouting. They all pulled their car keys out of their mouths and pressed them, and more than a dozen cars locked their doors. Yi Chen, who rushed to the side of the car, pulled hard on the door. The car door, however, did not budge. He was so mortified that he could only choose to turn around and run towards the road. There was a cab parked right on the curb at the moment. Without saying a word, he rushed up to the passenger side, looked at the driver with a grimace and roared, "Drive at once. Who are you?" The driver was a young man who looked at Yi Chen with a terrified face. "Dude, why isn't he wearing any pants? You just drive. Don't give a." Seeing that the pursuers had already rushed up, Yi Chen's heart was burning with anxiety. "It's not that I don't drive. I want to know whether you're going to pay for it," the driver said with an annoyed look on his face. Yi Chen slammed a backhanded punch on the driver's head. The driver's head slammed against the glass after he punched him and he passed out instantly. Yi Chen skillfully threw the driver from the car, and with one foot on the full throttle rushed onto the road and began to playfully escape. The group of bodyguards were also a bit depressed when they caught up and saw the person running away. The prize money flew. After learning that Yi Chen had escaped, Wang Yishui and Qin Kursen were both a bit annoyed. It's giving this a run for its money? Tang Yu was not surprised. What does it mean to be a son of fortune? That is to have strange encounters wherever you go, and to pass through even the greatest crises in peace. That's why he wanted to live with it, and try not to mess with this kind of hangman if he could not fight him. Now the whole world is forcing themselves to play hangman then. P.S. 3 more to go. Chapter 55, Elbow. Come inside. Sister will give you a physical examination. Seeing Yi Chen escape, the feng shui masters present were also quite sorry about this. Such a scourge. But he let him get away. Gentlemen, from today onwards our Xian sect will remove the name of this person Yi Chen, and we will regard anyone related to Yi Chen as an enemy. Zhao Shizhu from Longhu Mountain looked at the crowd and shouted. His face is still pale, although the body has been removed, but not 10 days and half a month to recover. Not bad. Such an evil thief must not be allowed to continue to solicit under the name of the Xian sect. Humph. If I let my old man encounter this person in the north, there will be no good juice for him to eat. The rest of the congregation also took a stand. People in the Xianmen sect are all about the rules of the jungle. Yi Chen's behavior today was the most disgraceful among the Xian sect. After everyone unified their attitudes, Zhao Shizhu looked at Tang Yu again. Tang Xiao. Today's favor Zhao Shizhu bears in mind. In the future if there is a need for Dragon Tiger Mountain's place, just ask. So is someone from Song. Tang Xiao is so young and so skillful. I think Tang Xiao is the first feng shui master in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Do you have any objections? It's not too much of a stretch for Tang Xiao to say he's the number one in China. Ha! The group started blowing up again. Tang Yu awkwardly wanted to use his toes to dig out a Daming Palace plus a Summer Palace along with a Gongwang Mansion. Don't blow it. Really don't blow it. Huaxia first blow a few Seniors are too kind. It's just a little insignificant and small job. So don't think too much and go rest first. Tang Yu said with an awkward smile. At such a young age and with such talent and such modesty, young Tang is truly a true dragon on earth. Having a son is like having a young Tang. There was another round of bragging from the crowd before they went down to rest. Are you okay? When all these ass-kissers had left, Qin Kursen ran over to Tang Yu and said with concern. Her pretty eyes were filled with worry. I've known Tang Yu for so many years. She knew very well that Tang Yu shouldn't have much strength. This guy stood here with a calm face. He must have been bracing his injuries, not wanting to show these people of his own worrying about him. Nothing much. Tang Yu shook his head with a flat face. Asterisk 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 asterisk, why are you coming over here? That's not right. Don't you hate brother? After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Qin Kursen said with a gentle smile. Thank you so much for today. She and Tang Yu had known each other for many years, and their relationship could not be described as respectful, but at least could be described as strangers. The reason for the bad relationship? It was because one day more than 10 years ago Qin Kursen was sleeping at home. She's used to sleeping without clothes or she can't sleep. As a result, Tang Yu came to Qin's house that day to play with Qin Ming and opened the door to her room. So the two came clean. As an adolescent girl, how could she endure such a thing? In a fit of rage she wasn't even dressed. Climbing to his feet, he walked over and gave the dumbfounded-looking Tang Yu a slap in the face. For a teenager, how much damage does a slap do? Since then, the relationship between the two has been nothing short of amazing. You're welcome. Qin Ming is my brother. It's all as it should be. Tang Yu shook her head, but her gaze unconsciously landed on a certain extremely well-developed part of Qin Kursen's body. It's not that he's obscene. Rather, men's eyes are naturally drawn to certain things. This is from the instinctive appreciation of beauty. Never dirty and filthy behavior. Every man, an artist. Hiss. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've seen it. How come this girl is developing so well? When we first met back then, it was clear that the little lotus was only showing its tip. Speaking of which, it is all Qin Ming, this little pit lousy. The son of a purposely asked me to help him get his stuff and trick me into going to this stupid girl's room. If you want me to be your brother-in-law, you can't be so unethical, can you? That slap was for nothing. After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Qin Kursen was instantly a bit ashamed and guilty, and cast a murderous look towards her brother. So it was this kid who punked himself back then? This guy was on good terms with Tang Yu, and the two were almost like blood brothers. That's why he came to brag about Tang Yu with himself when he had something to say, trying to set himself up with Tang Yu, with his 255 IQ. It's not surprising that he did this. Wang Yishue, who had walked over, had also heard Tang Yu's heartfelt words. She also cast a look full of killing intent towards Qin Ming. This kid, he's got a lot of nerve. Ha! How dare you think of helping her sister to steal a man from you? This son must not be kept. Qin Ming was drinking from a bottle of mineral water. Being choked by Yi Chen today had scared him too. Half a foot in the door of hell. After suddenly feeling two gazes filled with cold air, Qin Ming couldn't help but shiver. What had he done again? He stood up and ran over to touch Tang Yu's chest and asked, asterisk 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 asterisk. Big brother, you're really okay after taking a punch from that guy? Not a big problem. Tang Yu shook her head. The dog system is pitiful at times though, but the rewards given are still of real value. Big brother bull batch really did not expect you to be so deep. Qin Ming's eyes grew more and more adoring. Not bad for a good big brother. Go away. Wang Yishue came over and let Qin Ming step aside. She looked at Tang Yu and frowned. You were really beaten by Yi Chen? She had also seen Yi Chen's hands just now. To be injured so badly and still be able to escape from the bodyguards. You are really good at what you do. Took a punch, but nothing much. Tang Yu let out a bitter smile and pointed at the group of bodyguards and asked, why did you suddenly bring so many people here? Let's just say that the drama in the Qin family is not right today. Why did she bring people over to find trouble with Yi Chen as well? Wang Yishue then gave a rough account of what happened at home. Tang Yu could only have a face after hearing it. Wang Rulong, the second son of A, has been found out? In that case, wouldn't Yi Chen have offended both the Qin and Wang families to death? Count yourself in again. 3 of the 4 great families had already flipped head-on with him. Let's go in first and check you out. See if you're hurt. Wang Yishue grabbed Tang Yu's arm and yanked him toward the house. Yeah, go check it out. Qin Kursen was also quite worried about this. I'm really fine. Don't worry. Let me go back and rest. How could Tang Yu dare to let these 2 women go and examine his body? Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's this for? Don't. Sisters, I'm really fine physically. Go back to what? Check to see if there are any problems. Or what if something happens halfway? Wang Yishue was adamant that she wouldn't let go. Ahem. Really just worried about his health. Nothing more. Then it's okay to have a doctor look at it. Tang Yu said bitterly. Something's not right. Something's definitely not right. Is this a body check? Or a body check? My doctor quit 2 days ago. So let's check it out first. Qin Ming couldn't hear Tang Yu's heart though, but as a good brother, he knows women. Tang Yu strangled this as heart and mind. I should have known that I shouldn't have gone to save him. Elbows. Get in the house. Hold it until I get a hard drop ow. Wang Yishue pulled out her own cell phone and shook it. Tang Yu could only be honest and soft. He felt as if he were the soft heroine of some movie. Being taken in handles. Chapter 56. 3 families join forces to suppress Yi Chen. The two had just walked into a guest room. Wang Yishue was about to close the door, but Qin Kurson followed one step faster. I'm checking him out. What are you doing here? Wang Yishue frowned slightly. In her eyes, the woman was already a threat. And that guy complimented her on her development? It's just that. It's not much better than you are. But when it comes to comparing legs, her own legs are much better looking than hers. This is my house. Can't I come over and care for my brother's benefactor? Qin Kurson said with a haughty face. Wang Yishue frowned, knowing that she couldn't gain any advantage by dwelling on this topic. So she didn't say anything more. She walked over to Tang Yu's side and looked at him. Take off your clothes. I'll see if you're hurt. I'm really not hurt. Why would I lie to you? Tang Yu wanted to cry and shivered a little. How is she more of a pervert than she is? Let me conk out. Wang Yishue reached out to tug on Tang Yu after removing her glasses. Knowing that it was hard to escape in Jie, Tang Yu could only honestly cooperate and quickly take off his shirt to prove that he really wasn't hurt. He wasn't much of a fighter, but he usually worked out to maintain his shape. Once the clothes were off to reveal 8-pack abs, Qin Kurson and Wang Yishue's eyes were unconsciously drawn over. Women. Much more horny than men. Not to mention that Tang Yu was an unapologetically handsome man. Seeing that Tang Yu was a bit embarrassed, they became even more nice. Women also like to see men shy. They also like a man's sense of vulnerability, which can inspire motherly love and protectiveness in them. Said it was fine. Being stared at so directly by the two women, Tang Yu was really a bit overwhelmed. Wang Yishue hemmed and hawed. Her fingertips gently traced across Tang Yu's chest and asked, Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Tang Yu shook her head and hurriedly grabbed her clothes and started putting them on. Look at you. It's not like the two of us are going to eat you. Wang Yishue snorted coldly and gave Tang Yu's ass a slap. Cam. You hooligan. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? If Qin Kurson wasn't here, brother would have to call you back. After Tang Yu's heartbeat sounded, both women's faces looked a bit odd. This guy, he's pretty high in his mind? Wang Yishue laughed in her heart. How dare you fight in private? If you dare, sis will dare you to fight. I'll go back first then? After putting on her clothes, Tang Yu felt like a duck on the doorstep, getting paid to leave when the job was over. Back to what? There's something else I need to tell you. Qin Kurson called out to Tang Yu. What is it? Shouldn't our 3 families join forces? Although I don't know much about this person Yi Chen, but he shouldn't come from a small place, right? Qin Kuxian opened her mouth. She really didn't know much about Yi Chen. However, this person was quite powerful in terms of both means and stature. If we let him escape today, this war will not be over yet, and this person must be eliminated quickly. My Wang family will kill this person. Wang Yishue said with an icy face. Dare to count on yourself? And dare to take a shot at your own baby? This should never be left alone. Seeing that both women were looking at themselves, Tang Yu instantly had some toothache. I really just want to be quiet and mix rewards. But today it's all about beating the out of the Dragon King. Things have come to a head, and it's definitely not an option to just try to live with it. The same goes for my Tang family. Tang Yu laughed bitterly. I didn't realize that brother, a villain, would team up with the heroines to fight the Dragon King. What kind of snakeskin plot is this? It's unreadable, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. I can't live with it anyway, so I'll do what I have to do. Yes, we should also spend some money to increase our security force from today. The other 3 joined forces to start suppressing the Longchen Group, a company owned by Yi Chen. Wang Yishue began to make arrangements. The security force of a few of their extended families wasn't exactly strong at the moment. The reason was simple. Suan was its own territory, and everyone knew about the 4 great families. The sane ones don't dare to mess with them. Those who are not in their right mind have no business messing with them. After the situation was different now, It was time to invite some experts back to sit in on the town to make sure that Yi Chen wouldn't be allowed to run away again next time. The energy contained in the three great clans when they joined forces was extremely terrifying. At least it wasn't something a Long Chun group could resist. After driving the cab for more than 20 kilometers in one breath, Yi Chen finally escaped to his house. He didn't go to the Long Chen group. The Dragon Morning group side was just a company. And there wasn't any security force that could protect him, who was in a rather bad state right now. So he chose to come to the He family. After driving the car to the entrance of his house, Yi Chen was just about to get out of the car when he suddenly realized another problem. Himself with clothes on, though, but isn't wearing any pants. Seeing himself in this sorry state, he hated Tang Yu in his heart. As for Qin Kursen and Wang Ishue, these were two women he was bound to take down. There's no point in letting go of something you've got your eye on. After thinking for a moment, he took off the jacket he was wearing and tied it around his waist before walking into the He house. The He family is quite familiar with him. Seeing him in this miserable state, he was quickly sent to the He family's private hospital for treatment. After some treatment, he was admitted to the ward to begin his convalescence. It's definitely not going to recover without half a month. Yi Chen, who was lying on the hospital bed, was considered to have completely understood. The reason for his own failure to conquer the four great families was mainly because of Tang Yu. This trashy rich kid is so deep. Every time I've been badgered myself, it's had something to do with him. If he wanted to take down Su Hang, this person himself had to be gotten rid of. At that moment, a series of footsteps came down the hallway. Immediately after that, Hieko walked in through the door with an old woman with gray hair. The old lady is none other than He Lotus, who is now the head of the He family. The Ho family is a strangely large family that has always been headed by a woman. The women in their family also never marry outside the family and only recruit door-to-door son-in-laws. With the power of the He family, there are countless people who would like to come as a son-in-law. The two came in and saw Yi Chen lying on the hospital bed with a wretched face. Old Mrs. He walked up with a smile and concern. Xiaoye, I heard you were injured. It's not serious, is it? It's okay, a small injury. Yi Chen's face was a bit embarrassed. It's not serious as long as it's not serious. Just stay here and recuperate for this period of time. Just tell the subordinates if you need anything. Old Mrs. He laughed. After both sides exchanged a few pleasantries in the ward, Old Mrs. He took her granddaughter He Huiyin out of the ward. After leaving the hospital room, He Huiyin's face had an extra touch of contempt. She already knew about the Qin family's side of the story. She didn't feel much for Yi Chen's tactics. Just get things done. That's what it's all about. But things didn't work out, and he was beaten to death, even with his pants down. Waste. Grandma, do you still think he has the potential to be a true dragon on Earth? Hieko couldn't help but speak. The old lady sighed and said, Indeed, there is some disappointment. He is not even half of the elegance of his master when he was young. What kind of heavenly talent was his master back then? How could he teach a disciple who was beaten like this? After getting these words from her grandmother, He Huiyin didn't say anything more. Previously, when Grandma learned that he had come to Suong, she was still thinking of betting on him. Now, that's no longer possible. Chapter 57 Old Zhao, the Antarctic Man. Yi Chen, who stayed alone in the hospital room, did not know what the Yi family thought of him. He had been resting in the hospital room for 2 hours when 4 men in black suits walked in from outside. They all wore a skull ring on their hands. This is the characteristic of the death squad of the Dragon Soul organization. It's also an honor. In the Dragon Soul organization, only experts with sufficient strength and seniority were qualified to enter the death squad. This was also one of the most elite forces under Yi Chen's hand, second only to the 8 great warlords. They were originally sent by Yi Chen to spy on the Yanjing side, was temporarily transferred back because of today's events. Dragon King. The 4 men walked in and saluted on one knee and shouted. Seeing Yi Chen injured and collapsed on the hospital bed, the faces of all 4 of them were a bit gloomy. Which ones don't know how to die and dare to join forces to sneak up on the Dragon King? How's the intelligence spying going in Yanjing? Yi Chen opened his mouth. 3 big families have been investigated and some clues have been found. One of them touched out a piece of information and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen's face was a bit gloomy after he took it and looked at it. Got it. I'll personally make a trip to Yanjing when I'm healed. Yi Chen took a deep breath. It was also true that he didn't really want to show his face in Su Hang for a short period of time. He looked at the 4 men and ordered. The 4 of you will stay in Su Hang and kill Tang Yu, the youngest master of the Tang clan. For me, lying behind the hospital bed at this moment, he had sensed that something was wrong. Why his own punch hadn't hurt him when he threw it wasn't clear, but the punch Tang Yu threw back contained his unique Xian Yang True Qi. The Xianyang true Qi had to possess a Xianyang body that was 1 in a million to be able to cultivate it. There was absolutely no second person in the whole of China other than himself. So he guessed that Tang Yu's strength might be different from what he thought. It was best to let the death squad go out and test the waters. With the 4 of them joining forces, even he himself would have a headache. Good. The 4 responded and left the ward to go on their mission. After leaving the Qin family, Tang Yu left in a car with Zhao Gaoshan. Young Tang, are you still satisfied today? Zhao Gaoshan looked at Tang Yu with a smile on his face and asked, today's Tang Xiao. That's really awesome. The famous feng shui masters in the Xin sect were all submissive to him. The Qin family also thanked Tang Xiao profusely, and the friendship between the two families took another big step up. When Tang Xiao took charge of the Tang clan in the future, the Tang clan's status would only continue to rise. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Tang Yu's teeth itched at the sight of this 250, and he wondered if there was something wrong with the feng shui of his house. Why are there so many backstabbers everywhere? It was even planned so well. If they were allowed to become Dragon Kings, they would probably all do a better job than Yi Chen. That. Zhao Gaoshan blinked at Tang Yu with a bit of anticipation in his heart. This time he helped Tang Xiao make such a great achievement. This mustn't give a heavenly reward? Tang Yu pulled out the $1 billion check from his pocket and shoved it into his hand. He originally did not want this money. The Qin family died to let him take. Said not to take the Qin family is not a word of faith? After receiving this $1 billion check, Zhao Gaoshan was instantly happy. Tang Xiao, you're really generous to us loyalists. By the way, Uncle Zhao, isn't our family planning to develop an Antarctic tourism project? I want you to be the person in charge of this project. It's not easy to make a trip there and back. So to keep your family together, your whole family will be there tonight. Salary bonuses at 3 times the current rate, and you'll be in trouble for the next few years. Tang Yu commanded. All the 2 biters who backstabbed Brother Stab are exiled. He was going to send it to Syria, but on second thought, Syria was still a little too close. Send it to the South Pole. It's quiet. If there's a second 5 next time, we'll just have to try sending it to a space station to explore outer space. Thank you, Xiao Tang. Mr. Zhao will bow and die for the Tang family. Zhao Gaoshan was so grateful to the point of tears. Tang Xiao really took care of himself and even let him bring his family along. When he got out of the car, he took his cell phone and photographed the check and sent it to the management group. I accidentally did something for Tang Xiao today, and Tang Xiao is rewarded with $1 billion right out of the gate. Tang Xiao also arranged for me to go to Antarctica to take charge of a new project, so when I'm back, I'll bring some penguins as a specialty for my brothers. All of you brothers need to work harder as well. Tang Xiao never treats those with merit. After sending the picture of the check to the group, Zhao Gaoshan dejected a few words. Soon the whole group exploded. $1 billion? Missed the boat should have stayed by Tang Xiao's side to continue to build a career. Wang Defa, Lao He, this is not true. Although we are not in the side of Tang Xiao, but does not prevent continue to make merit we're going to have to work harder. Has Tang Xiao wanted to do anything recently? If you know, please let me know, and I'll split 1/10 of the reward with you when I get it. Let me know first if anyone knows and I'll take 1/5. 1/3 of me. Where do you roll your mom? Inside roll dog, get out. As the group clamored, Tang Yu just inexplicably shivered a few times. It was as if he sensed some kind of malice. And I wonder what the source of the malice is? Could it be that Yi Chen, this stinking is cursing old me? Tang Yu bared her teeth a little and parked the car in the garage and ran all the way back to her room, shutting the door behind her. Tang Yu murmured in her mind, dog system, what's the reward again this time? Don't be a one-time reward again. Drop. The host has successfully survived the plot, rewarding the cultivation of a perfect ancient martial art. You can choose either one of the unmovable king's kung fu and the yin yang infinite kung fu, or randomly select an ancient martial art. After hearing the system's voice, Tang Yu was a bit dumbfounded. His own this time through the plot has nothing to do with Goa. This dog than the system, even so generous, do not give a one-time reward? Is it possible that the rewards are better with a more iron head? He was moved to tears. This ungrateful son of the system had finally become a human being. Father, I'll choose the unmovable King Gong. Tang Yu made a quick choice. It's all points of defense because I'm afraid of pain. This thing was able to resist Dragon King Yi Chen's fist, and not picking it was simply a brain bruise. Soon, he felt an extra stream of qi in his body that seemed to be inexhaustible. The qi flowed throughout his body, protecting him at all times. After running this gong fu, Tang Yu tried to give himself a hit. Hey, no pain. No, we'll have to get someone else to try. Tang Yu felt that she was still being too gentle with herself. Gotta try it on someone who hits hard. but by virtue of his honorable status. In the Tang family, the only person who dared to lay a harsh hand on himself was Spicy Man. So he left the room to go around upstairs and walked to his old man's study. When he went in, Don's father was inside looking at stocks on his computer. His business talent wasn't very good, so he didn't care much about the Tang clan group, and speculating on stocks with billions of dollars of free money was his hobby. Seeing Tang Yu arrive, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Your kid doesn't go to work to be idle? This is not afraid of old Tang Yu or bored. Come over to accompany you to chat." Tang Yu laughed, walked over and patted Tang's father on the shoulder. "How's old Tang's recent stock speculation? Did you make any money?" Tang's father's face instantly darkened. "Old Don? This kid doesn't want to live. Does he? P.S. Guess it's the devil that goes to the South Pole? 3 more to send. No ghosts. So here's some 5-star reviews." Chapter 58, A Loving Father's 7 Wolves. A Wanderer's Body Chops. Tang's father pressed the cigarette in his hand out in the ashtray and said with a leathery smile, "Don't you know if you're making money or not when you see for yourself?" When he finished, he got up and walked toward the door. Click. The sound of a counter lock sounded. Tang father slowly drew out his own belt and walked over towards Tang Yu. A loving father with 7 wolves. A wandering son with a split in his body. Tang Yu's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Tang's father, longing written all over her face. When a belt came down, he never wailed again as he had in the past. The subdued and calm smile on his face made Tang's father a little skeptical of life at once. "Your own belt? Something wrong with it? Or is he really too old to fight this kid? Dad, did you eat at lunch?" Tang Yu was concerned. "This motionless Ming Wang Gong. Really good. With this, Dad can't hit me anymore." In the face of Tang Yu's provocation, Tang's father suddenly felt that this kid wasn't quite right. He put the belt back on and worriedly took out his cell phone to call Don's mother. "Hong Ying, go find the psychiatrist and come back. Your son seems to have some brain problems." After hearing his old man's words, Tang Yu was shocked. He hurriedly jumped up and ran outside, shouting as he did so, "I'm not sick, Dad. I'm kidding you." He himself wanted to test if there was any problem with the immovable king kung fu given by the system. It's quite a feat to be able to take a hard belt from your old man and not feel it. It does seem like the system is being human this time. With this, one's ability to save one's life is a strong one. From now on, there's no fear of drugs or fighting. Seeing Tang Yu whistling and jumping even as he walked, the Tang family servants cast horrified glances. "Mr. Tang, have you taken the wrong medicine?" Just ready to go back to his room to be a salted fish for a while, Tang Yu saw a beautiful woman in a maid's outfit at the door. The other party also wore a pair of glasses, adding a touch of high spirits to her exquisitely beautiful face. What concerned Tang Yu even more was, with her potent figure, she couldn't be more suited to wear a maid's outfit. "This weight, it's just about as close as that girl Xiao Yu. Good day, Don Xiao." The girl in the maid outfit bowed and saluted with a slight smile at Tang Yu. "Hello, hello, hello." Tang Yu hurriedly greeted cheerfully. "Finally, there is a beautiful maid in the house, which is the life of a rich man should be. Oh hoo, this girl is really good. I just don't know if I'm tired of walking." After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, the corner of Ling Han's mouth twitched slightly. She looked up at Tang Yu and softly said, "Young Tang doesn't seem to remember me?" Tang Yu was slightly stunned, staring at the other party carefully before recognizing him. "Isn't this the Ling Han that we met at the Star River Clubhouse last time?" He didn't recognize him for a moment today, mainly because Ling Han had drawn a light makeup and his style had become that of an innocent type of beauty. It's also her specialty, makeup disguises. Simply put, she has all the looks you like. According to the original plot, she was supposed to be hooking up with Qin Ming and the other male, stirring up the relationship between the two. Then he himself warned Qin Ming to stay away from her, and he never heard from her again. What's she doing in her own house? Son of a Yi Chen. This is a rush to get back at me? It's just that I beat your asshole to bleed. Is this trivial matter to hold such a grudge? Tang Yu was heard muttering in his mind. Ling Han also froze. She did receive news that the Dragon King had been injured by a sneak attack by several experts in a joint effort to protect a certain little girl. But what's with the bleeding asshole? MS. Ling came to work in my house. It's quite good. That is, have you ever been a maid before? Tang Yu asked smilingly. This female devil is not to be messed with. The 8 war generals are ranked 3rd. Is she coming at brother? It's okay. Lurking. It's your specialty. It's a pity that you met brother. You're afraid you won't be able to work for a day. Today, I'll let you know how brother scum you got his nickname. I've done that. I can do all the laundry and cooking and cleaning, and I've gone to maid's classes on purpose. Ling Han replied with a sweet smile. As the top assassin of the Dragon Soul organization, she often carried out these kinds of missions. Maid, it's the identity she uses most often. But our Tang family is different. As you can see, the head of the 4 great families of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Being a maid in our family is not that easy. Tang Yu finished pointing to her room and said, let's get my room cleaned up first. I'll see what you can do. Okay, young Tang. Ling Han smiled good-naturedly and walked into the house and began to pack up. Tang Yu smoothly closed the door. Hey. In the past, my brother would still be afraid of you. After all, you are the 8 warlords. Nowadays, times are different. I'm not afraid of fighting anymore. If I don't oil you away today, my nickname of scum you will be given to Yi Chen. He sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes flicking around Ling Han quite directly. This maid outfit is a good choice, but it's still a bit too conservative. A heart opening on the chest would be better. The skirt is just the right length. Why are they safety pants again? Listen to Tang Yu's heart while you clean up. Ling Han was really kind of wanting to hit this guy with his hands. If I don't wear a pair of safety pants, do I wear a thong? It was a good thing she was professionally trained. That level was still acceptable. After quickly tidying up the room, she softly said, Xiao Tang, do you think it's still satisfactory? It's okay, getting by. Tang Yu nodded. This woman was indeed quite versatile. Those who didn't know really thought she was a professional maid. He sat on the carpet and patted the edge. In our housemaids have to know how to massage as well. Come on, test you. Ling Han resisted the urge to hit someone and revealed a sweet smile as she asked, how would young Tang like to press it? I've been a little sleep deprived lately, so give me a head rub. Tang Yu lay on the edge of the bed signaling that she could do it. Ling Han then took a stool and sat on the edge of the bed after approaching, placing his hands on both sides of Tang Yu's temples and gently pressing them up, saying, is this strength okay? Yes. But I have a question for you. Young Tang, please. I'm tired of kicking and walking with the ball. You're not tired all day like this, are you? It's okay to be tired. Talk to the young master. Raise your hand. Then I thank Xiao Tang. Ling Han tried his best to speak in a calm tone, but his fists had hardened unconsciously. Chapter 59, What's the matter with you? Forget it, don't get angry. No one will replace you if you get sick. It's important to inquire about the news. Ling Han took a deep breath and gently pressed Tang Yu's head with his cool jade-like hand on it. Oh, cozy, that technique is still somewhat possible. Tang Yu had a pleasant look on her face. This is what we call the life of a god. The approach is so professional. Ugh, what's the point of being a killer for such a pretty girl? If you stay in my house as a maid, working 2 hours a day and having fun the rest of the time, this is the life you deserve. How dangerous is the world of assassins? You have to fight and kill all day long, and you have to lurk everywhere. How tiring is it for a girl to be like this? After hearing Tang Yu lament in his heart, Ling Han couldn't help but be slightly stunned and even a little touched. You know you're the enemy, and you're willing to think so much of yourself? But deep down, the thought did cross her mind. Why can't she be like other girls? Live a normal life. Go to school, work, play games, hang out with girlfriends, go find a boy you like and fall in love. In your own world, there is nothing to do but kill and do quests. Dealing with all kinds of people every day. Countless brushes with death. The life of dancing on the tip of a knife is really tiring. She wants to be a normal girl too. Every day, he goes around collecting protection money, going to a dessert store and having a bully dinner or something. Young Tang, do you have any siblings? Ling Han suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Nope, I'm the only one in my family. I do have a few cousins. Tang Yu smiled and said. Speaking of cousins reminds me of Tang Ruoyu, a two-faced boy. This 255 is now a vice president at Merlot Foods, but I haven't seen any action. Yi Chen doesn't know where he's hiding. Without his orders, Tang Ruoyu shouldn't be making small moves lately. It would be best if there was a little action. He's being monitored 24 hours a day anyway. Ling Han had to admit that this man was a bit go. No wonder the Dragon King suffered at his hands. Even Tang Ruoyu, the key chess piece, had already been pinned to death by him. Tell that to the Dragon King later. Ling Han muttered to himself in his heart, being more and more curious about Tang Yu. The man, indeed, knew too much. Luckily he could hear his heart. She began to rub Tang Yu's shoulders and asked softly, Young Tang, is this strength okay? Yes. Tang Yu gave her a thumbs up. It's really cool. It's been so long since I've been over here that I'm finally enjoying a proper high-flying villain treatment. So what young Tang means is that I passed the test and can stay as a maid, right? Ling Han asked softly. Tang Yu thought for a moment. It seemed like they couldn't find a reason to just kick people out, and that would be too deliberate instead of appearing to be spooking them. You can adapt to this job as long as you can, and if you can't adapt to it, tell me. You can leave any time, and your salary won't be less. Tang Yu took the opportunity to pat her leg. Hey, you wanted to stay yourself, so don't blame brother for being brazen. If you can't stand it, get out of here. Don't aggravate yourself. But to be honest, if it wasn't for your family being victimized by Master Yi Chen, in terms of status you're no worse than me as a young lady. His parents and brother were killed when he was a child, and he was taken by his enemies to be trained as an assassin, and a poor man. Alas, Tang Yu couldn't help but feel a little emotional thinking about Ling Han's life. In the original plot, Ling Han's parents were the target of Yi Chen's master. After killing the target, Master Yi Chen had planned to take the two siblings, who were only 3 years old, with him to train them. Children at this age don't have much of a memory, and Master Yi Chen wasn't killing people to their faces, so he didn't have to worry about being avenged or anything. As a result, the younger brother was killed in passing because he didn't cooperate. Unknowingly, Ling Han was taken to be groomed from a young age and eventually became an assassin with outstanding abilities. The Dragon Soul organization is strong precisely because it likes to use unattached orphans to raise killing machines from a young age. Hundreds of people in an organization can't find 10 parents. Later on, after Ling Han discovered the secret, he only hated Yi Chen's master and remained dead to him. It's a cool article anyway. Even if the Dragon King kills the heroine's entire family, the heroine will still fall in love with him. And the question is that he must be forgiven for his suffering. Ling Han, who was rubbing Tang Yu's shoulders, instantly stopped moving. She looked dumbfounded, unable to believe what she had just heard. The reason she had come to Tang Yu was precisely because she wanted to get news of her brother from Tang Yu. Organized that old man to tell her himself. Said her parents were taken out by some assassin organization and he only saved himself when he rushed there. As for the brother, that old man just said his whereabouts were unknown. Later, she destroyed the assassin organization herself for revenge, but she was unable to find out anything about her brother. The one who orchestrated all of this was the old man that she had so much respect for? Her eyes flashed red and a murderous intent could not be suppressed. Why did you stop? Tang Yu, who was enjoying herself, opened her mouth to ask. Can I go to the restroom first? Ling Han's voice was a bit low. Go. Tang Yu cozily rolled over in a rollover and lay on the carpet, waiting for her to come back to continue massaging herself. Well, if she stays here and doesn't leave, then just let her press it for 2 or 3 hours a day. Anyway, her target was herself, and now she was a meaty one. Not afraid. A distraught Ling Han went back to the restroom and washed his face to calm himself down. The heartbeat doesn't lie. Still, she wanted to keep investigating the leads and make sure of this. If that old man is really his enemy, then from now on, she would be on the opposite side of the Dragon Soul organization. Take your time first, don't rush. She took another deep breath to adjust her mind. After all these years, it's not so bad for a while. As for the news he just heard from Tang Yu about Tang Ruoyu, there was absolutely no way she would tell Yi Chen again. By the time she returned, there was an additional youth in the room. It was Tang Ruoyu who had come over to visit Tang Yu with gifts. Brother, didn't you get engaged to Ms. Su a while ago? I've come to make up a gift for you. He smiled and handed Tang Yu an exquisite box. Tang Yu opened it and looked at it, and inside were 2 Van Cleef & Arpels diamond rings. Thank you. With all due respect. Tang Yu laughed. This 2/5 guy is offering his services for nothing, most likely without any good intentions. He casually asked, how's working at the company these days? There's still a lot to learn. I just feel like I'm not very talented. If only I had half the talent of my big brother. Tang Ruoyu said with a modest face. Indeed, if only you were half as talented as I am. Tang Yu nodded. In that case, you won't get a 250 on the high school exam. Tang Ruoyu was slightly stunned. How is big brother not following the rules here? He was a bit annoyed in his heart, but his face remained respectful. By the way, big brother, I found a problem after going to the company for a while. What's the problem? There are some discrepancies in the company's accounts, and I suspect that some management is cooking the books in there, and I'd like you to take a look. Fake accounts? Tang Yu glanced at the kid and nodded. Okay, now, in a couple of days, I'll prepare some more evidence and let you know in advance. Seeing Tang Yu agree, Tang Ruoyu's eyes were somewhat pleased. An hour ago, 4 people found him, saying that Yi Xiao had sent them. They demanded that they find a chance to trick Tang Yu out alone, so that it would be convenient for them to lay their killers. With this kid dead, no one in the Tang family can compete with him for power. Chapter 60, How dare you take advantage of me? Okay, then let's arrange it that way for now. Tang Yu grinned. He was waiting for this kid to take the bait. Now that Yi Chen was in hiding, these 2/5 were sure to come out one by one to cause trouble. Let's deal with them one by one first. Then he looked at Ling Han again and waved his hand. You go down and rest too. And continue the knee pillow massage tomorrow, haha. Okay, young Tang. Ling Han, who had a complicated mood, nodded. Yes, wanting to be alone for a while. The shock of this was too much for her today. Seeing Ling Han, Tang Ruoyu was instantly a bit stunned. When did we have such a beautiful woman in the house? This face value. It's not inferior to these top beauties like Su Muyue. And knee pillow massage? It really burns. He gulped, and after walking out of Tang Yu's room he hurriedly followed Ling Han's footsteps. You're the new maid. What's your name? Ling Han. What's wrong? Ling Han frowned, a flash of impatience in his eyes. My name is Tang Ruoyu. I'm Tang Yu's cousin. It's just that I don't usually live over here. So it's normal that you don't recognize me. So we can go out to dinner tonight and get to know each other. Tang Ruoyu hemmed and hawed, reaching out to embrace Ling Han's waist. What a pity for such a beautiful woman to be a maid. It's not like he doesn't have the money to keep her. Ling Han's face chilled. Seeing no one around, she backhanded Tang Ruoyu in the face. After he finished smoking, Tang Ruoyu's eyes widened and he just wanted to scream out. But Ling Han had already reached out and pinched his neck. Tang Ruoyu instantly paled. At this moment, he felt that there was no longer a stunning beauty in front of him, but a beautiful snake that contained intense poison. Ling Han's face was ice cold as he said, Don't stomp on my nose. I was also sent here by Yi Chen. She was in a rage with no place to go right now. A fool who was used as a pawn by Yi Chen also wanted to take advantage of himself? I'm sorry. Tang Ruoyu's legs went weak with fear. It was the first time he had ever felt something like fear from a woman. Only then did Ling Han let go of Tang Ruoyu, took out a wet tissue and wiped his hands, his face disgusted as he walked away. Once Ling Han left, Tang Ruoyu was mortified in her heart. I can't believe I was beaten by a woman. He had some resentment in his eyes. After he got the Tang family, this woman himself must have someone take her down. However, Yi Xiao was able to lay his pieces here, which made him quite surprised. Xiao Yi, you really have your hands full. Working with him, one's business must have come true this time. After he left Don's house and returned to his car, he hurriedly reached for his cell phone and started calling to report the situation. This time, this brat Tang Yu will surely die. But what Tang Ruoyu didn't know was that just as soon as his side of the phone had finished calling, Tang Yu's side had already gotten the recording. After listening to the recording, Tang Yu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Death Squad? Tang Yu was still very impressed with this team. They were well-deserved elites in the Dragon Soul organization, and had helped Dragon King Yi Chen accomplish many things. Each of these people had deep strength, and they were all standard ancient martial artists. In the setting of this book, a martial arts expert who goes to the top is an ancient martial artist, and the ancient martial artists were divided into 4 grades of heaven, earth, Xian and yellow. A padded yellow character realm ancient martial artist could be a head bodyguard when placed in one of the 4 great families. The 4 members of the Death God Squad were all at the peak of the yellow character realm in terms of strength. It's just 4 smelly brothers. Tang Yu hemmed and hawed, his mood swelling slightly. Dragon King Yi Chen, a hallowed Xian Z realm expert, couldn't even break the defense of the immovable Ming Wanggong. They want to cooperate with Tang Ruoyu to kill themselves. Go backhandedly trolling them for a wave of fish yourself. All in all, these dilettantes and potential threats must be hammered one by one. If you can't live in peace of mind, then address the factors that don't allow you to live in peace of mind one by one. After 2 days of salting at home, Tang Yu didn't wait for Tang Ruoyu's notice. On the contrary, in the past 2 days, he let Ling Han come to his room when he had something to do and sleep on the fragrant soft and slippery knee pillow. What made him wonder was this: the woman had so much more patience than he thought she did. She wasn't like this in the original episode. Because the setting of a cool novel is here. How can another man get his hands on the Dragon King's woman? It's not like you're writing about bullheaded humanity. She must be waiting for her chance. Tang Yu wondered in his heart, wondering if he could still increase his efforts. Like, get her to help with a back rub or something? There was really no news from Tang Ruoyu, so Tang Yu couldn't continue to salty fish. Because today is the day of the annual meeting of the Soho Chamber of Commerce. All the big companies in Suwon will go to this annual meeting. Tang Yu also had to go as a representative of the Tang Group. Before he went there, Qin Ming had already sent him a WeChat, saying that their family would openly suppress the Long Chen Group at the annual meeting today. The Tang family and the Wang family were definitely going to respond to this, and the 3 families had already formed an alliance, all suppressing the Long Chen Group on all fronts. Although the Longchen Group has a market capitalization of $500 billion, it is considered a top large company in Suzhou and Hangzhou. But with the three great clans joining forces, it was somewhat less than adequate. It's been a period of heavy losses in all segments of their business, and the stock has been down for 3 days straight. After packing and dressing up, Tang Yu had just gone to the garage when he saw his old man already sitting in the Rolls-Royce, ready to go. He hurriedly opened the car door and grinned as he got in and said, "Dad, why didn't you call me when you left? How do I know you didn't leave?" Tang Gangcheng didn't have the good sense to say. He was a little annoyed at the sight of Tang Yu right now. "The last time I whipped him with a belt," the kid playfully asked if he hadn't eaten. Now that he saw this guy, he had the feeling of drawing his sword and looking around. "Last time I drank some fake wine. A little bit on the head. Your old man don't bother with me, haha." Seeing his old man's unkind eyes, Tang Yu quickly hammed and hawed. Tang Gangcheng snorted coldly, not bothering with this kid. In past years, the Chamber of Commerce meetings have been held at the Bright Moon Hotel. Because of the big case some time ago, the Bright Moon Hotel had been seized, so it had to be replaced by a 6-star hotel of a slightly lower grade. When they arrived at the hotel, the father and son had just gotten out of the car and there were quite a few Su Hang celebrities coming up to greet them. Although Tang Gangcheng doesn't meddle much in the group's operations, his interpersonal relationships are still very popular. People greeted him everywhere, and a couple of beautiful women came up and gave him a hug. He also didn't forget to give Tang Yu a look that meant, "You kid, don't talk blindly to your mom." Tang Yu just hammed and hawed and pretended not to see it. What is there to say about this kind of thing? Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Big brother, you're here." Xin Ming drilled out from that corner without knowing it, with a few dainty little beauties behind him. "Good day, Don Xiao." These little beauties were also from the family of Su Hang. They just couldn't compare to the Tang family. "My brother and I have some things we need to talk about. I'll catch you guys later, haha." Xin Ming didn't dare to let these rich white beauties have more contact with Tang Yu. After pulling Tang Yu aside, he said, "Let's go. I'll take you to meet someone." Seeing who? So mysterious. Tang Yu was a bit puzzled, and was soon taken to a suite by this guy. He went in, only to find Xin Kurson sitting by the window, drawing to and fro. "Sis, I brought you someone, haha." Xin Ming smiled and gave a greeting, turned around and went out, not forgetting to close the door smoothly. P.S. 3 more to go. Ahem. May the brothers also find a good brother like Xin Ming. Chapter 61, A Beautiful Misunderstanding. Grass. Carelessness. Tang Yu also did not expect this kid to come to cheat, to sneak in and trick himself to come here. Seeing Qin Kuxin looking at herself with a smile, Tang Yu then subconsciously recalled that scene from more than 10 years ago. Ahem. A beautiful girl with no clothes on came over and gave a slap on the wrist. "It's really extinct." Xin Kurson put down her brush and walked over to the sofa and sat down before looking at Tang Yu and asking, "Want some tea? I'll make it for you if you drink." "Just drink water." Tang Yu waved her hand and took a bottle of mineral water and unscrewed it. Qin Kuxin then looked at Tang Yu. "What are you looking at me for?" Being stared at by her, Tang Yu always felt strange. The main reason was that Qin Kurson hadn't given him a good face all these years. Ever since the last Qin family incident, her attitude towards herself had suddenly become a bit ambiguous. He even added himself to WeChat and approached himself a couple times for an awkward chat. "Screw a bottle for me," Qin Kurson said with a coquettish smile. Tang Yu felt more and more that this woman wasn't quite right today. "It's not like you can't unscrew it. You get mad. You can unscrew your brother's heavenly cap." Hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Qin Kuxin cried a little. That incident back then, it gave him a big psychological shadow. "I called you over today because I wanted to apologize to you. I misunderstood you about that thing in the past. I didn't know it was Qin Ming who lied to you." Qin Kurson's eyes dodged a bit as she spoke. Thinking about that really didn't sit well with her either. She hadn't let the opposite sex look at her like that since she knew better. "What is it?" "I forgot." Tang Yu played dumb. "Just forget it." Qin Kuxin gently bit her lip. A beautiful woman like her, her knitted brows and smile moved the heart, making Tang Yu unable to resist sneaking a few more glances. After she took a sip from her mineral water, she pointed to the drawing board. "Do you still paint?" Tang Yu glanced at the drawing board. There was a butterfly painted on the panel, with colorful wings so showy that it seemed to be flying out of the painting. "It's been a long time since I've painted." Tang Yu shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. "The three of us used to draw together when you used to come over to my house to play." Qin Kuxin's face was a bit maudlin. She grew up with a sensitive personality and was a bit high-strung. Together with the special status of the Qin family's first miss, it was actually a bit awkward at school. Those classmates knew that their status was inferior to hers, so they pandered to her on the surface, but in private they ostracized her openly and secretly. School is a small community, and the more special people are, the less they can fit in. She also didn't want to deal with these people with a mask on, and got depressed over time. At that time, the only people she played with were her younger brother Qin Ming and Tang Yu. The three would often sit together and paint. Tang Yu was also a bit reminiscent, as he walked over to Qin Kursen's picture and smiled. "You're much better at drawing than you used to be. This colorful butterfly is so lifelike that you can't really paint it without some skill. Speaking of which, thanks to you, remember when you helped me paint a colorful butterfly before?" Qin Kursen's face was more than a little tender and grateful. She was quite depressed at the time, and even slit her wrists in secret in private, because of the reason why her mind fell into dead silence. She only likes to paint black when she paints, especially the black butterflies, until one day when she was halfway through her painting, something came up and she suddenly left. As a result, when she came back, the black butterfly she had drawn turned into color. The original dark and gloomy background has also turned into a sea of brilliant flowers. With such painting skills, she knew for sure that it wasn't her brother Qin Ming who had painted it, so it was only Tang Yu. That color had touched her heart. From that time on, she slowly came out of her depression a little bit. She was undoubtedly grateful to Tang Yu, who had reached out and pulled her from the depths of despair. Until that misunderstanding happened. The two had an awkward relationship. "Oh, that time I remember." Tang Yu smiled awkwardly. "Mostly, I've been putting up with you for a long time. The butterfly is so ugly. I can't stand it, so I want to teach you a lesson." The corner of Qin Kuxian's mouth twitched. "This bastard. I feel that he was too ugly to draw back then?" She then released a smile. Regardless of the misunderstanding back then, it was a very important turning point in her life. She was still grateful to Tang Yu, grateful for his thoughtless act of helping himself, grateful for saving the Qin family and his own brother. "Let's draw together again. It's been a long time since we've drawn together." She looked at Tang Yu with an expectant face and asked, "You paint? I'd better go down and skedaddle." Tang Yu shook her head. "Stay here. The atmosphere is more or less off. Do you hate me that much?" Seeing that Tang Yu was about to leave, Qin Kursen asked with an aggrieved look on her face. She didn't know why, but seeing Tang Yu treating herself a little coldly made her heart feel bad. It was a feeling she hadn't had with any other man. "It's not obnoxious. It's just..." Tang Yu was thinking of a suitable reason when she realized that Qin Kursen's eyes were red. Seeing that her tears were starting to well up, Tang Yu's heart softened and said, "Just want to go to the restroom." "Then you're on here." Qin Kuxian pointed to the bathroom in the suite. Fine. I'll go. Don't cry or people will think I'm bullying you later." Tang Yu hurriedly consoled 2 sentences and went in to symbolically pee. If she cries and goes out, her reputation will be ruined. If we let Qin Ming know again, this dog will surely be publicized all over the world. After washing her hands and coming out, Tang Yu honestly sat by Qin Kursen and drew with her. Seeing that Tang Yu stayed behind to paint with herself, Qin Kursen smiled happily, as if she had recovered something that had been lost for a long time. She was just about to get up to get a paintbrush for Tang Yu when she didn't pay attention to her foot tripping over the drawing board and her body fell forward onto the floor. "Ah!" Hearing Qin Kursen's movement and screams as she fell to, Tang Yu hurriedly helped her up and asked, "Is everything okay?" "It's okay, there's carpet." Qin Kuxian shook her head, the soft carpet on the floor keeping her unharmed. Just as she tried to stand up, a pain shot through her ankle, causing her to suck in a breath of cold air. "I think I twisted my foot." She looked at Tang Yu pitifully and complained, "I'll help you to the couch first." Tang Yu let out a bitter laugh. Why was it a bit of deja vu? Letting Qin Kursen put her hand on her shoulder, Tang Yu put his arm around her body to help her onto the sofa. Sitting on the couch, Qin Kuxian looked down to see how her feet were doing. It was just that she was wearing stockings, so she had to take them off to make it easier to see. Asterisk straight off in front of me? Can't top it. Really can't. I'm just a kid. How can you show me this kind of stuff? Tang Yu, who was on the side, tried very hard to control her eyes from glancing. However, he was really too concerned about whether Qin Kursen was injured or not, so his eyes were a bit uncontrollable. It can't be helped. Men are just so kind and like to care about girls. Qin Kuxian blushed slightly after hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words. It's just taking off a stocking. And Qin Ming, who had made it all possible, was in trouble by now, because 3 women came to him. Su Muyue, Wang Yixue, and Jiang Xiaoye. Where did Tang Yu go? After the 3 women came over, Wang Yixue stared at Qin Ming and asked, "They came a little late today." And after greeting Tang Gangcheng, They learned that Tang Yu was here, but after searching around, they couldn't find Tang Yu, so they targeted Qin Ming. Big brother said something came up and went out. Maybe he'll be back later? Qin Ming said somewhat sheepishly. It was rare to leave his big brother and sister alone. How could he dare to turn the sweet into a shura? The three women stared at him in unison, and an inexplicable oppressive force caused Qin Ming to be a bit overwhelmed at once. After the two sides stalemated for a while, in the end, Qin Ming lost the battle and feebly pointed upstairs. Big brother seems to be chatting with my sister. The three girls immediately ran aggressively towards the upstairs to find Tang Yu. After they ran to the door, the three women looked at each other, but no one was the first to knock. Listen, Wang Yishue suggested in a small voice. Muyue and Jiang Xiaoyu nodded their heads, and the three women very uniformly pressed their faces to the door. Then they heard some grunting. The three women with questioning faces wrenched open the door without even thinking and walked in together. Chapter 62. When there are many women, there are also many troubles. When they entered, Qin Kursen was taking the medicinal wine and applying it to her ankles. Just now the three women heard a humming sound outside the door, from her applying the medicine. Tang Yu, on the other hand, looked at the three women with a stunned expression. Asterisk 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 asterisk, why are you three here too? Is this a mahjong game coming? Seeing that it was a misunderstanding, all three women were a little embarrassed. They thought there was something going on in the house. Luckily not. Otherwise, I'm going to be pissed off today. When Chinku Xin saw the three women's expressions, she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. As a woman herself, how could she not guess what they were thinking? What brings you here? Tang Yu looked at the three women awkwardly. How does it feel to be caught in the act of adultery? Qin Ming said you were here, so he came over to look for you. Wang Yishue was straightforward as she always was. What's wrong with you? Ms. Qin, are you hurt? Jiang Xiaoye ran over and sat by Qin Kursen's legs, deliberately blocking Tang Yu's viewpoint. It's just long legs. Block it from view. If I were 20 centimeters taller, I'd have long legs too. Besides, he was bigger than her. I twisted it, but just now Tang Yu helped me rub it for a while and it's much better. Qin Kursen smiled, her tone carrying a hint of provocation. The three women's gazes looked towards Tang Yu. Tang Yu, on the other hand, was dumbfounded, feeling that the atmosphere seemed a bit off. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what are you looking at me for? You're listening to her. I didn't do anything. After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, the three women realized that they had been fooled by Qin Xin, but they were wary in their hearts. Women are sensitive. Isn't deliberately snubbing them at this time just to irritate them? It's better if I do it. I'm a professional. After Jiang Xiaoye grabbed Qin Kursen's ankle and squeezed it a few times, Qin Kursen couldn't feel the pain in her ankle anymore. It's still good. Thanks. Qin Kursen smiled and gave a thank you before taking the stockings and putting them back on. Wang Yishue simply rolled her eyes. Meh, it's all the leftover routines the old lady plays. She took Tang Yu's arm and said, let's go. There's going to be a meeting later. Uncle asked me to call you down. What are you doing on his arm? Seeing Wang Yishue's actions, Muyue was not happy. She walked over to take Tang Yu's other arm and said unhappily, please have some self-respect. Ms. Wang, and don't always think about other people's fiancés. Of the few people in the room, the one she was most wary of was Wang Yishue. This woman, she's got a thick skin, obviously an ex-girlfriend, but still want to come and stalk me. Tired of it? He's your fiancé? Then why don't you ask him to confess his love to you and show me? What era is this? Still thinking about arranged marriages. Wang Yishue skimmed her lips and looked at Jiang Xiaoye. Sister Xiaoye, do you think so? Jiang Xiaoye already knew that Wang Yishue, like herself, was able to hear Tang Yu's heart. Plus they do have to be a little closer to each other. So she decisively joined Wang Yishue's camp and nodded her head. Yes, times have changed. Free love. Qin Kursen didn't mean to speak. She and Wang Yishue were actually on good terms and were more inclined to side with Wang Yishue. It's just this marriage thing. It didn't matter to her before, and she's definitely voting against it in her mind now. It had been hard to clear up the misunderstanding, and she didn't want to miss out on a relationship just like that. The relationship between women is so complicated that 4 people in a dormitory can make 8 Weibo groups. Muyue was so angry that her teeth itched, and she just wouldn't let go anyway. I still have 2 legs here. Why don't you guys just carry me down? Seeing that they were already fighting, Tang Yu helplessly suggested. To be fair, the 4 of you can share one each. Nice try, the 4 women said in unison. Being surrounded by 4 stunningly beautiful women should be a pretty happy thing by common sense. It's just that Tang Yu feels Alexandria. After walking down the stairs, it was obvious to him that everyone's eyes were coalescing on him. Those who came to this annual meeting today were all the prestigious masters of Suong, and the city leaders were also here. Even in this kind of crowded occasion, Wang Yishue's group of young ladies were still the most attention-grabbing objects in the room. A few of them came together still following Tang Yu's ass. It's a clear-eyed person who sees something wrong. What's going on? How come these guys are all going together with young Tang? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Young Tang is too greedy, isn't he? The three great ladies of the four great families all follow him? Divine Dr. Jiang is also following the side. What kind of operation is this? Who told me that Tang Xiao is the #1 lickspittle in Suzhou Hanzhou? This is ing dog-licking treatment? The crowd was buzzing. Tang Gangchun was chatting with two beautiful women in their early 40s. He was extremely handsome when he was young, and was also a famous son of Su Hang. There were a few damsels who adored him at that time, such as the two in front of him. Even though they didn't get together, they were still on pretty good terms. Mr. Tang, your son is very much in your style. A beautiful woman in front of him suddenly pointed to where Tang Yu was. What? Tang Gangching turned his head to look at it and almost didn't fall to the ground with two black eyes. This little? What the hell? The four great families. Except for his own family, the other three families' first ladies were all following him around? And it looks like the atmosphere is obviously a bit off? Doesn't he know what kind of place this is? Playing so fancy in front of so many people? When I was young, I didn't have this kind of operation. To die. This is to get a few daughters-in-law for my Tang family? Tang Gangchun wanted to whip his belt and punch someone again. It just made him sulk even more when he thought of his belt, which no longer could beat the boy. Today this time, the Tang family's door style is considered to let this little one completely spoiled. Elder Wang, whose body had only just recovered, also felt his blood pressure rise more or less after seeing this scene. His own granddaughter? Didn't she usually disdain all other men? What the hell is going on here? This smell of vinegar. The whole upper-class circle in Suang smelled it. Old Wang, this granddaughter of yours is very brave. Another old man standing at the side gloated. It was none other than Qin Wenwen, the oldest member of the Qin family. The relationship between the Qin family and the Wang family wasn't too harmonious. Because of the similar strength between the two families, they often snatched the position of the second family of Su Hang from each other. In recent years, the first ladies of both families have again shown amazing business talent in the mall. Wang Yishua's business talent was slightly higher than Qin Kursan's, so in the past few years, the Wang family had developed a bit better than the Qin family. The Qin family was quite upset about this. Today, at last, Master Qin had found a chance to export his bad anger. It was just that he hadn't even been happy for a minute when Qin Kursan suddenly tugged on Tang Yu's arm. She pointed her finger at a piano set up between the halls, and with some dragging and pulling on her part, the two of them made their way toward it. Wang Hanfei immediately snorted and sneered. Where? It's still far worse than your granddaughter. I've long heard that this little girl Kursan is brave, and that's really how it is. Qin Wenwen almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. He thought that his granddaughter was following behind just to get along. I didn't realize that it's also for jealousy, he said with a dark face. That's right, my granddaughter is just as daring as I am. Back then, my old man dared to snatch a woman from you. So does my granddaughter. Qin Lao Wan Lao. I can understand that you two don't have a good relationship, but isn't Xiaotang the son-in-law of my Su family? At this time, Su Chongshan, who was standing at the back, couldn't help himself. He is really so suffocating. His own future son-in-law was robbed by other people's daughters. What if they do take it? The two old men looked back at him and snorted, suddenly in a much better mood. That's how people are. If you eat a dead fly with your meal, you'll feel miserable. But when you're in pain and you see someone fall into a hole, you think it's okay. Chapter 63 Blanche. I can't believe I lost so completely. The moment Tang Yu came down from being surrounded by four women in a flirtatious and incomparable manner, Qin Ming, a good brother, took a short video down with his cell phone the first time. He is a man who is accustomed to flirtation. His own old sister as long as she can be with the big brother on the line. There are a few sister-in-law does not matter. My big brother is so good. It's normal to have a few more sisters-in-law. After shooting this short video, he immediately posted it to his short video number. I thought that my brother was the most flirtatious in Su Hang. Compared to my big brother it's 100,000 miles away. As soon as this short video was posted, a ton of comments appeared instantly. These days, if a video wants to be hot, it needs to be hot. And he made this short video. For stunning beauties plus one top handsome guy, this effect is naturally great. Asterisk 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 this guy is too animalistic, isn't he? One person to pick up for? Asterisk 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 one of us is not enough. Are not afraid of the kidney weak death him? Brother is so handsome and sister is very available. All sorts of envious and jealous comments went wild, and Yi Chen, who was lying on the bed of He Family Private Hospital, was playing with his cell phone in boredom. His internal injuries had almost recovered, and the Xianyang body was no joke, but the trauma left on his but will take at least another week to heal. As the Dragon King, he wasn't interested in playing games. Usually the biggest hobby is to brush short videos, because there are a lot of beautiful women here, so he can search for a suitable target. I ended up swiping and suddenly this video was pushed to me. Upon looking at a few key players in the video, Yi Chen instantly had veins on his forehead and jumped up from the bed with a furious roar. I had a hard time getting my heart going, and you made me lose so completely. Blanche, he slammed the phone down hard. Snap. The phone smashed with a crisp ring and instantly turned into countless pieces. The anger in his heart still hadn't disappeared by half after he dropped the phone. The woman he had his eye on. He hadn't even gotten his hands on her yet. And this guy had already jumped the gun and started a harem? And Wang Yixue and Su Muyue even took the initiative to hold his hand in front of so many people? This is clearly a treatment that should belong to you. At that moment, a sharp pain jolted through his ass, causing him to shudder. He felt something oozing out and reached out to touch it only to realize it was blood. The wound that had only just recovered instantly reopened as soon as he jumped up in excitement. Tang Yu, I want you to die. Yi Chen endured the pain and shouted angrily, about to contact the death squad with his cell phone, urging them to hurry up. Then he sadly realized that his phone had been dropped. The suffocating pain was so overwhelming that he wanted to punch himself in the face. Being the Dragon King, when have you ever been so frustrated in your life? Qin Ming still didn't know how much damage he had unintentionally caused to someone with a short video, and how much hatred he had pulled for his big brother. He smiled with satisfaction when he saw that it had already broken 10,000 likes in less than 10 minutes. Not bad. It's all good to see that one's oldest sister is already part of Big Brother's harem. From today, Big Brother is my brother-in-law. He calls me brother-in-law. I call him Big Brother. We call each other. In a good mood, he casually launched another $1 million raffle. With money, it's all about having fun together. At this moment, Tang Yu was sitting stiffly with Qin Kursen on the piano in the middle of the hall playing the piano. Four-handed. With the light music playing, the entire crowd quieted down and cast their eyes towards the two. Compared to a few other women, Qin Kursen is quite talented in literature and art, and is proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. Tang Yu is pretty much the same, and as the high-flying villain who had been stomped on, he had all the skills he needed to act like a pussy on point. If you don't, you can't be a competent stepping stone. Qin Ming seized this great opportunity and hurriedly shot another short video to send out. What do you mean by golden children? My big brother and my sister are it. It was good that Yi Chen had already dropped his cell phone, so he didn't have to get hurt again. Wang Yixue's 3 daughters stood watching from afar, and were instantly a bit offended. Piano. It's something they've learned before. It's just that there's so much to do after college. It's long since been wasted, and really can't be compared to Qin Kursen. Your fiancé's playing four-handed with someone, and MS. Su has to perform? Wang Yixue didn't forget to fan the flames in passing. The enemy of the enemy doesn't have to be a friend, just let them fight. Why don't you go play with your ex-boyfriend? Su Muyue coldly glared at Wang Yixue and said, it wasn't that she didn't know how to play the piano, but her level was definitely not as good as Qin Kursen and Tang Yu. Going up there would only make him look dull and give people a lesser appraisal than Qin Kursen. What beautiful woman would want to lose to another beautiful woman? They are all mouth you look good. Your skin is good. Long legs and big breasts. I cannot compare with you, but in their hearts are just a few words of politeness with you. Do not take it seriously, or the old lady is the most beautiful. I'm good at dancing, so next time I get him to play the piano, I'll give him a pole dance. Wang Yixue hummed provocatively. Su Muyue almost didn't choke to death by this sentence. She wasn't as spontaneous as Wang Yixue. Zhang Xiaoye didn't say anything, but just had a lamenting face. Brother Tang Yu is too popular. What a pain in the ass. Next time, she'd find him to go with her to the patient clinic, and when she got together with her sisters, she felt as if she wasn't quite their match. When the two Tang Yu's four-handed performance was over, the entire crowd gave them a round of applause. See the looks these people are throwing. Tang Yu knows. From today, he is Su Hang SC, King Pianist. After seeing this scene, Elder Qin also felt that this kid from the Tang family was indeed quite a good match for his granddaughter. It's all very colorful. In Su Hang, it seemed as if they really couldn't find a few that were better than the Tang family's boy. He looked at Su Chongshan with a smile and said, Chongshan, I heard that your daughter hasn't taken care of Xiao Tang for 3 years. Isn't this marriage too forced? The corners of Su Chongshan's mouth twitched. Knowing what this old fox was playing at, he hurriedly said, 3 years in the making, that's what you call a good story. Don't force yourself. Your daughter's happiness is the most important thing. Don't aggravate the girl Muyue. If you don't think it's appropriate, just talk to the old man. The old man will help you out with this. And a few of the Qin family's big projects can also be done for your Su family. Elder Qin hemmed and hawed. It's still not a bad deal to take a tens of billions of dollars of profit from a project and get a good granddaughter-in-law back. Don't grab it. Why don't you just marry off all your daughters? Elder Wang sarcastically said from the sidelines. It's a good thing it's time for the meeting to stop the three from having a war of words. The hotel has purposely converted one of the banquet halls into a large conference hall. After everyone was seated, the 4 great families and a few other great families sat at the front. But what was concerning was the fact that there was an empty seat in the very front row. In previous years this position has belonged to the Blackstone Group. The Blackstone Group has now become the Dragon Morning Group after being acquired. I'm surprised they didn't send a representative to this annual meeting. This has made a lot of people think about it. This was because a few days ago, 3 of the 4 great families had declared war on the Longchen Group. To be suppressed by all 3 at the same time, no company in Suwon could really have such an honor. P.S. 3 more to go. Blanche, today almost 7,000 words equal to 3.5 chapters. Hard work brothers, by the way. Point of 5-star praise. He. Chapter 64, Lack of Output in Troop. It is customary to start the annual meeting with the city leaders going up to give some speeches. Then some of the city's key projects for next year and so on. Next it was time for the big families and big companies to speak. Next year's key development direction for Soho focuses on environmental protection. We want to reduce carbon emissions. Leaders speak for half an hour at a time. When the leaders finished speaking, Wang Yishue stood up as the representative of the Wang family and proposed, we, the Tingwang Group, will actively respond to the call to contribute to the environmental protection cause of Suwon. I have another question I'd like to raise with the leaders. Longchen Group, as a big company in our Suzhou and Hangzhou, does not hesitate to destroy the environment in order to make money. The massive discharge of sewage from the chemical plant they built south of the city has had a serious impact. Wang Yishue was blatantly trying to openly tear the face of Longchen Group, after she led the way by getting up and taking a stand. The Tang and Qin families had also raised some other issues with the Longchen Group. The 3 families struck hard in front of the entire Suhang Chamber of Commerce. An attitude that made everyone think about a question. Isn't it time to come out and take a stand? If the Longchen Group fell, it would be a big piece of fat meat. Many people began to wonder about this in their minds and quickly came to a conclusion. It's time to strike. When the fire-filled annual meeting was over, the enemies of the Longchen Group had turned into half of the business community in Suhang. When he left the hotel, Elder Qin didn't care too much about targeting the Longchen Group. After returning to the car with his precious granddaughter, he was a little tongue-tied. Only after a little thought did he speak. Curson, what's going on with you and that boy from the Tang family today? The two sat together playing the piano. This girl had a happy face. A blind man could see that something was wrong. Being asked this by her grandfather, Qin Curson was just about to open her mouth when Qin Ming had already grabbed the answer. Harm. Grandpa, you still ask what old sister to my big brother is interesting. Quite good. Lang talented women look natural pair. He received a cane just as he finished speaking, and Elder Qin said with a dark face, your sister was born with a pair. You kid was born with a bunch. Right? Bring a woman back to mess around again and you're out of the Qin family. Qin Ming bared his teeth in pain, smiled twice and began to play dumb. Seeing Grandpa looking at himself, Qin Curson lightly bit her lip and said, Grandpa, I am a little bit interested in Tangyu. Egu. Then you said it earlier. And Grandpa grabbed it in front of the Su family to finalize it. Elder Qin was precious to this granddaughter of his. He sighed and said, as you can see, the Tang family's brat has already settled with the girl Muyue, so this is not a good time. There's nothing fitting. It's not like we're married. Qin Curson's attitude was firm as hell. She will never let go of something she has decided to let go of so easily. Elder Wang was pretty much the same way. That boy from the Tang family is indeed not bad, but he's already engaged. Alright Grandpa, you recuperate your body, don't worry about that. Your granddaughter will get what she wants. In the face of her grandfather's bitter words, Wang Yishue just smiled and tossed her hair. We'll go to him tomorrow in a bunny girl. Okay. Elder Wang was also speechless. The young people nowadays were much more open than they were back then. Muyue, you have to hold on tight. Don't be as cold in nature as before, you know? Good men are in demand. Dad was more popular than the Don boys when he was younger. Know why your mom took me down? She got me drunk and put me to sleep and in a few days said she was pregnant with you. So you. Su Chongshan was persuading his own daughter in the car. The driver of the car heard the gossip and barely drove the car into a ditch. Master, when did you become such a? Su Muyue also got a big red face from her old man. She gave her own father a hard stare and said, can't you teach anything else? Hey, it's men who know men. Dad's doing this for your own good. Just go get him a drink tonight, you know? Su Chongshan admonished. Su Muyue felt as if it wasn't impossible. After returning to the Tang home, Tang Yu ran to her room and called Ling Han. Ha. He looked at Ling Han with a you-know-what look. Ling Han squeezed out a leathery smile and skillfully sat on the ground to rub the guy's head. She was still feeling pretty good about staying at Don's house for a while. Tang's family members were all very kind to the servants, and she was quite nourished in her small life here. This one is getting out of hand. Every day she muttered in her mind how she hadn't been oiled away yet, and it made her laugh. How could I possibly leave? Comfortable. It's better to have peace of mind at home. The outside world is too dangerous. Tang Yu lay on Xiang Xiang's soft thighs. Needles don't poke. Lying on your lap feels like needles don't poke. How is it dangerous out there? Ling Han was slightly wary upon hearing this and asked out loud. Did Yi Chen send someone to deal with Tang Yu? I don't think I've heard anything. It's complicated to say. The jungle is dangerous. Tang Yu sighed. These women are too dangerous. One by one, they all crave brother's body. Grabbing a hold of my brother's hand in front of so many people. Now all of Suang is calling me a scum. How can I go out and pick up my sister in the future? Ling Han couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard the heartbeat. Just as Tang Yu was getting comfortable, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. He casually pulled it out only to realize it was Tang Ruoyu calling. What's wrong? Are you free now, big brother? It's that thing I told you about last time. Tang Ruoyu's low voice came over the phone. Tang Yu was instantly energized. This 250. Finally going to make a move, is it? Yes. Wait for me at the office. I'll be there later. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yu heatedly smiled and stood up. Finally waiting for this kid to take the bait. You're going to let the death squad kill me, aren't you? Dog thief. I'm just waiting for you to take the bait. After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, a flash of worry flashed across Ling Han's eyes. She was well aware of the strength of the death squad, and she was no match for any of the four if they joined forces. Young Tang is going to risk his life? Don't fall into their hands just then. After seeing that Tang Yu had already rushed out of the room, Ling Han pondered for a moment, but still decided to follow. Can't let anything happen to Tang Xiao. Tang Yu was in no hurry to find Tang Ruoyu. With the immovable King Kung Fu, the death squad couldn't help themselves. But the problem is, you don't have a fight yourself, so he'll have to bring some help over. The meat is there, but there is still a lack of output. Chapter 65, Death Squad. During this period of time, the three great clans began to spend money on recruiting in order to take revenge on Yi Chen. The Tang family had already invited 2 ancient martial arts experts, both of whom were at the Yellow Character Realm. The Yellow Character Realm belonged to the bottom of the list of existences in heaven, earth, Xian Huangdo. However, the existence of ancient martial artists was itself extremely rare. It's like the scum of Qingbei University, put outside that is a first-class school bully. These 2 ancient martial artists were a father and son. The father, Huang Tianrue, was already in his 60s, and the son, Huang Junmen, was in his early 40s. Upon seeing Tang Yu, the 2 nodded slightly as a greeting. Good day, young Tang. Their attitude was a bit cold, but Tang Yu was not surprised. According to the cool article setting, the expert to the villain-rich second generation as a fighter heart are very upset. Even when they cross paths with the male lead, they make a few polite remarks about how I'm forced to blah blah blah. Ancient martial artists of the Yellow Character Realm like them could easily beat 10 professional bodyguards by themselves. It's normal to have an expert rack. I'm going out later, and there will be a few masters on the way to trouble me. But you don't have to rush out. I'll play with them first. When the time is right, I'll let you know to do it. He looked at the 2 men and commanded. This pair of father and son were definitely no match for the Death Squad. The Death Squad were all experts at the peak of the Yellow Character Realm, claiming to be unrivaled in the same realm. Anyway, as long as the Dragon Soul organization comes out, even if it's a dog, it's still a dog bully among dogs. Hearing Tang Yu's words, a flash of sarcasm flashed across the eyes of the father and son. A master? Bull ******* masters. Aren't all the ones who can go through 2 moves with an embroidered pillow like you battle scum? Huang Junman couldn't help but speak. Tang Xiao. When we came over, we heard that we had to deal with an expert before we came here. If it's a line of work like bullying, why don't we just let the other bodyguards go? His own father and son are ancient martial arts masters. What do you call it to go stomping on people with you? A male? Punching high and out. Yes, it's the master. Hurry up and don't ink. Tang Yu rolled her eyes and settled the matter with a wave of her hand. Huang Junman was upset to the extreme in his heart. If he had known that coming over here was to do this kind of thing, he might as well not have come. Huang Tianrui patted his son's shoulder, signaling him to endure for the time being. Under Tang Yu's arrangement, the father and son got into a relatively low-profile Audi. Instead, he drove the poisonous wind-up on the road. After the car hit the road, Huang Junman couldn't help but blackface. Dad, what's going on with this Tang family? Didn't they say that they invited us over to deal with just one expert? To give a second-generation rich man a lapdog? It's too insulting to our Huang clan style. Their family was also considered a slightly famous ancient martial arts family in Suhang. This time, he was hired heavily by the Tang family because he heard that he had to deal with an expert. It turned out that the first mission was to follow Tang Xiao to deal with a few experts that he could beat. Isn't this embarrassing? Huang Tianrui sighed and said, just go along for once. If that's the case, we'll resign and leave tonight. As a master, there has to be some bottom line. Hard work practicing martial arts for so many years as a dog's leg to help bullies. This face they cannot afford to lose. Huang Junman nodded. That's how it was. When the car drove to the entrance of Melody Food, Tang Ruoyu was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Tang Yu coming down from the car, he greeted him with a smile on his face and shouted, "Brother, you're here. It's been a long trip. How's the investigation into the fake accounts going?" The smile on Tang Yu's face was somewhat meaningful. He already knew that this guy had contacted the death squad, but it wasn't really clear where these people were hiding. It's been checked out, and there's witnesses and material evidence, and the man has just been arrested. Tang Ruoyu smiled and said, "Why don't we brothers find a place to eat?" Checking the fake accounts was just a front. His task today was responsible for drawing the snakes out of their holes. That's fine. We really haven't eaten together in a while. Where? Tang Yu cooperated by handing over the initiative to him. I know a nice farmhouse. Let's eat there. I'll take your car or? Tang Ruoyu looked at Tang Yu's Lamborghini Poison, a flash of jealousy and resentment in her eyes. Being far from the center of power, the family doesn't get much of a share of the money. A supercar like this is not something he can just buy whenever he wants. This kid, he must die. The Tang family's wealth is all theirs. Take your car. I only let women sit in the passenger side. Tang Yu laughed and followed Tang Ruoyu into his Bentley. After getting into the car, Tang Yu glanced at the rearview mirror. The Huang family's car is following far behind. The two men were brought here today specifically to help wrap things up. All 4 members of the death squad have to stay behind for this to work. Meanwhile, on the hillside of a certain section of the road, 4 men dressed in black were sitting in the grass smoking. How long until the target arrives? One of the men with a withered face spoke up and asked. His hands had a full 12 fingers long, making them impressive to look at. It's about 20 minutes away, so we can get ready. A companion replied. There's no rush. Play with him. The man with a withered face fished out a cigarette and lit it before speaking. Do you know about Long Lao Ba's matter? Knowing that, squatting in jail. The other 3 burst out laughing, and the death squad was filled with rapture. The 8 generals of the Dragon Soul organization returned to China not half a month to squat in jail. It was simply the shame of the Dragon Soul. He's a waste in the first place. What qualification does such a good-for-nothing have to be an 8 warriors general if he's not hugging Yi Chen's thigh? The man with the withered face said with a look of contempt. The 3 nodded. Their death squad was the elite force of the Dragon Soul organization, and they all aspired to move further upward and be among the 8 warlords. Being pressed over by a waste like Long Lao Biao, they were quite upset in their hearts. Yi Chen is no better. How long has he been back? He's lost hundreds of billions of dollars. All the money the brothers worked so hard to earn has gone down the drain for him. The man with a withered face started firing at Yi Chen again. The other 3 hemmed and hawed, not daring to attach themselves too much to anything. After all, that was the Dragon King. The man with the withered face spoke again. Today's mission, we must complete it, but not for Yi Chen, but for Xiao Lu. The Lu Xiao he spoke of was Lu Junzuo, who ranked as the 2nd of the 8 warlords of the Dragon Soul organization. He and Yi Chen were master and brother, and in terms of talent and skill, they were far superior to Yi Chen. Many people even thought that if it wasn't for Yi Chen's blood relationship with the old Dragon King, this position of Dragon King should be taken by Lu Junzuo. The 4 members of the Death Squad could be said to be the full-fledged squad trained by Lu Junzuo. After we kill our target today, let's give his head to Xiao Lu. The person who stepped on Yi Chen's head was easily killed by Lu Xiao. This is a great achievement. With this credit, it's enough to prove that Xiao Lu's ability is far superior to Yi Chen's. We've made such a great achievement for Lu Xiao. When Lu Xiao becomes the Dragon King in the future, you and I, the 4 brothers, can be the 8 warrior generals. The withered-faced man's face grew more and more agitated as he said, "Brothers, we've been holding back with Xiao Lu for so long. Building a career is today." The other 3 followed with fervor. Big brother, ergo, Sango, 4th brother. Chapter 66, that's it? Didn't you eat? The 4 of them burst into flames, barely lighting up the grass on the hillside. In the midst of all their excitement, the target finally came into view. When the car was still 20 meters away, the 4 of them rushed out like cheetahs. The man with the withered face raised his hand. A dagger flew out. The dagger pierced through the windshield just in time, startling Tang Ruoyu, who was driving. God damn it, wouldn't you be out of luck if you missed? He hurriedly braked sharply and looked at Tang Yu angrily. Brother, someone is picking a fight. I'll go down and fight them. The car was equipped with a car recorder, and he had to act that way on purpose to prove his innocence. Go on. Tang Yu looked at him with a smirk. This mother is still acting. Tang Ruoyu's heart rejoiced as he pushed open the car door and charged towards the 4 members of the Death Squad with his fists clenched. He's not even as good a fighter as this battle scum. After rushing over, he was feinted by one of them with an easy hand slash to the neck. Tang Yu had already unbuckled her seatbelt and stepped out of the car. He swept his gaze over the 4, his face bland as he said, "Yi Chen sent you guys? What's the point of knowing so much when you're going to die?" One of the shorter men snorted coldly and rushed up to punch Tang Yu. As an ancient martial arts expert at the peak of the yellow character realm, this kind of so-called rich kid could be killed with a casual blow in his eyes. Tang Yu stood motionless with a breezy face, letting the punch hit his face. After this punch hits, he stood motionless. The short man who threw the punch also froze. This punch of his, but it didn't react? One must know that he was a peak yellow character realm expert. Even a great man of the Xianzi realm couldn't be so relaxed after eating a punch of his own. That's it? Didn't eat? Seeing his shocked eyes, Tang Yu said with a look of contempt. The look, like looking at garbage, pierced the short man's pride deeply. Who is he? The elite of the Death Squad. Who in the mercenary world doesn't know their reputation? When did a little rich kid dare to troll him? Eat my tiger fist. He let out a furious cry and used his crushing shape fist. This punch contained 1,000 pounds of force. Even a cow could be easily killed. However, after this punch hit Tang Yu's chest, Tang Yu remained motionless. He was stupefied. Somewhat hard to believe that his full force strike had failed to injure his opponent. You're pretending on purpose, aren't you? The short man's lips trembled a little, not quite willing to believe the scene in front of him. How can you not hit someone with your own casserole-sized fist? On purpose? Tang Yu smiled blandly, his eyes growing more and more contemptuous. This unmovable king gong that I got from the system with great difficulty is something you can break just because you want to break it? Eagle help. Use the dragon tiger fist. The short man, whose mind had undergone a subtle change, looked back at one of his teammates and shouted. The other 3 members of the Death Squad were also looking confused at the moment. The 4 of them were of equal strength. It was a little hard to believe them when they saw their teammate go up with 2 punches and not do any damage. One of the hawks bellowed angrily. He made a forward dash, godlike rushed to Tang Yu, and slammed his fist into the left side of Tang Yu's face. At the same time, the short man jumped up and punched Tang Yu in the right side of his face. After the 2 punches hit, Tang Yu still didn't move a bit. This time, Hawkeye was dumbfounded as well. The 2 of them had just used a combined attack technique, but they hadn't even managed to impress this guy? Seeing the 2 men looking at themselves with a dumbfounded look on their faces, Tang Yu took a deep breath, backhanded the 2 men twice each. Help, right? Slayer, right? Dragon fist, right? Tiger fist, right? After these 2 slaps went up, the 2 men's faces were hot and painful. Damage, not so much. Insulting, that's pretty strong. The 2 of them quickly took 2 steps back, their faces staring at Tang Yu with a grimace. As masters, why didn't they make a move? Instead of humiliating the 2 of them in this way? The titular Death Squad, 98% success rate on missions. When have I ever suffered such disgrace? Together, Hawkeye exclaimed. They were formidable in single combat, and the art of combining 4 of them was even more invincible. The other 2 bellowed angrily and rushed up. then surrounded Tang Yu with their teammates to frantically output. As peak yellow character realm experts, their strength was quite terrifying. The four of them surrounded Tang Yu and struck out with all their might. Their movements were as fast as stubble. Outsiders could barely see them clearly. At this moment, Huang Tianrui's father and son were hiding tens of meters away. After seeing Tang Yu surrounded by four people, the father and son were in a state of shock. "Dad, I'm afraid these four are all experts at the peak of the yellow character realm." When Huang Junman saw the speed and force of the four, he couldn't help but fall into a cold sweat. He also only became a real ancient martial artist this year. Being at the same yellow character realm, he estimated that two of himself wouldn't necessarily be able to dry out any of those four. Definitely the peak of the yellow character realm. Huang Tianrui clenched his fists. It had been 15 years since he entered the yellow character realm, but he was still far from the peak. But more than the four, he was horrified. Facing the siege of these four people, Tang Xiao stood still the entire time. He was as if he was a sky-high tree, and the four's attacks were nothing more than a furry rain falling on the tree. Just what kind of strength was required to face four peak yellow character realm experts surrounding them and yet remain unharmed? Xian Zi realm? Definitely more than that. The earth character realm? It seemed difficult to do so as well. Could it be the legendary heavenly character realm? Huang Junman was also guessing at Tang Yu's realm at the moment, his tone trembling as he said, "Dad, do you think Tang Xiao has the strength of the earth character realm?" At least, Huang Tianrui was trembling with excitement. Xianzi realm experts were all unattainable existences to him. An earth character realm expert at such an age. Wouldn't he be invincible in the world? To be able to follow such a strong man, if he casually instructed them, wouldn't their own father and son's cultivation improve greatly? Listen up. From today onwards we father and son have to be submissive to Tang Xiao. Even if he tells us to daydream about a telephone pole, we definitely won't hesitate. Got it? Huang Tianrui looked at his son and ordered. Understood. Huang Junman nodded with a serious face. He knew that this was the only chance he would ever have in his life. Then why didn't Tang Xiao fight back, allowing a few mole crickets to be so reckless? He looked at his father again and asked. Huang Tianrui pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Idiot, can't you see the good intentions of Tang Xiao? An expert like him doesn't care to fight with this kind of mole. This is a deliberate attempt to let us observe and learn." So it is. Huang Junman came to his senses, regretting his previous behavior of being suspicious of Tang Xiao to no end. He had such a bad attitude, and Tang Xiao was still so generous in teaching him. This favor is as heavy as a mountain. P.S. 3 more to go. Chapter 67, Disappearing Memories. The four of them attacked furiously, but Tang Yu didn't feel a thing. This consummate realm of the movable Qinggong is too good to use. That invisible aura surrounded itself. These people's attacks hit like a breeze. It didn't even leave a wrinkle in his clothes. Seeing the four men's increasingly frightened faces, Tang Yu was satisfied. After 5 minutes of continuous attack, the four members of the death squad were already on the verge of being dumbfounded. There is a time when manpower is exhausted. They are ancient martial artists, and not Superman. True chi and physical strength will always run out. Hawk Hook Nose had a more sinister mind, and after seeing that all four of them were useless in their combined attack technique, he suddenly gave up his attack, and a military spike appeared in his hand. Then, he knifed at Tang Yu's chrysanthemum. There's always some part of the strongest man that's vulnerable, but this time, he blundered. It was surprisingly difficult to advance an inch after a hit from the incomparably sharp military spikes. This was followed by a loud slap on his face. "You ing look down on brother's sphincter? Think brother is that punky Chen?" After an ear slap, Tang Yu was just about to make a move. The four had already backed up several meters at light speed to pull away. Their faces were panting in horror, unable to believe what was happening in front of them. The four of them combined their efforts for a full 5 minutes. Not even the insidious and unbelievable sneak attack could hurt this guy. This man, is he a monster? After seeing Tang Yu's hand reach into his pocket, the four instantly tensed their nerves, and a cold sweat ran down their foreheads. Could it be that the man is about to get his hands dirty? With the strength of the four of you, is there any chance of escaping one? Then they saw Tang Yu pull a cigarette out of his pocket and slowly light it for himself. He slowly exhaled a smoke ring and said blandly, "You guys are too weak. I have no interest in taking a shot at trash. Brother is afraid that once he strikes, he can't beat you." "What the hell do you mean?" The withered-faced man's teeth chattered slightly as he spoke. This man, he was just too oppressive. Except for that old man in the organization, he had never felt this kind of oppressive force in anyone before. If a Dragon King came over in his place, he would have died on the spot if he stood still and let them fight for 2 minutes. The thoughts in the hearts of all four were similar at the moment. That is, if the man had made a move, they would have been a corpse long ago. I mean, everyone here is trash. Seeing that the four had gone limp, Tang Yu was quite satisfied. Brother is as powerful as you can imagine. He raised one hand high in the air, and the four men immediately took a large step back in fear. At the same time, Huang Tianrui's father and son, who had been in ambush for a long time, reacted. Punch, young Tang asked us to clean up the trash. Huang Tianrui beckoned, and the two of them, father and son, quickly rushed towards the four people of the death squad. In terms of strength, any one of the four members of the death squad was more powerful than their father and son, but the intense battle just now had already squandered their true chi and physical strength. Together with the fact that the four had already been scared out of their wits, there was no difference between them and ordinary people at this moment. Soon enough, the four were easily taken down by the fighting father and son duo of Huang Tianrui. After the four were tied up, Huang Tianrui's father and son looked at Tang Yu Dao with adoring yet respectful eyes. Young Tang, what now? Tang Yu was just about to ask them to send the man to the police station when his gaze suddenly locked onto the hand of one of the men. This man, with 12 fingers? He fell back on a sudden thought. At about 400 chapters into the original book's plot, ancient martial forces begin to appear. One of the bodyguards of one of the great families was 12 fingers, the image describing all aspects similar to the man in front of him. This bodyguard belonged to the villainous forces and naturally ended up being punched to death by Yi Chen. After staring hard at the man for a moment, Tang Yu spoke. What's your name? My name is Dun He. Deng He replied in a low voice. He had lost his will to fight in front of this powerful man. The knife is not sharp and the horse is too thin. What can you do to fight him? Tang Yu couldn't help but be shaken by the tiger. It's a match? Is this ing plot 2 ed up? Characters that haven't been introduced yet are coming out early? And the identity has become the Dragon Soul Organization? Tang Yu, who had a head full of questions, took a deep breath and waved his hand. Send it to the police station. Let's lock him up first. Then we'll take our time to investigate later. Okay, young Tang. The eyes of Huang Tianrui's father and son looked at Tang Yu with increasing admiration. Worthy of being Tang Xiao, a true master not only has a deep hide, but also follows the law. He's not even willing to lynch these trash who disrespect him. When Huang Tianrui's father and son took the four away, Tang Yu glanced back at Tang Ruoyu, who was still lying on the ground. The death squad knocked him right out in order to clear his name. And it wasn't easy. Good chance. Tang Yu hemmed and hawed, rushed up and started punching and kicking at this second five. We're all passed out anyway. What's the point of being polite to him? I'm a first-rate bully. As for beating this kid to death or something, Tang Yu didn't have this idea. What's the point of eliminating your enemy's piggy bank? After playing for a full few minutes, Tang Yu felt refreshed. The fainting Tang Ruoyu had already been beaten and bloodied miserably. With a whistle, Tang Yu dragged the kid to the car and threw him in and drove him to the hospital. It wasn't long after Tang Yu left. A figure fell from a nearby tree, and it was none other than Ling Han who was secretly following Tang Yu. From start to finish, she had been hiding over here watching. Her face was shocked to the core at the moment. She couldn't be more clear about the strength of the death squad. The four of them combined their strikes to the point of exhaustion without being able to harm Tang Yu. This strength was a joke without the Earth character realm. She finally understood why Tang Xiao kept herself around even though he knew her identity. It was because he was strong enough. With the strength of Tang Xiao, it is obviously easy to kill me. But he does not have this intention. Is it? Like me? A blush flashed across Ling Han's face after he muttered to himself. If not, how could Tang Xiao know so much about himself? And only a powerful man like Tang Xiao. It's what makes you think you should be a normal girl. He, and he alone, is entitled to feel that way. Next time he asks for a back rub, just go for it yourself. After sending Tang Ruoyu to the hospital, the old boy was sent to the emergency room for resuscitation. Tang Yu called his second uncle's family to talk about the situation, and he returned to the car to light another cigarette. Doggone the plot. It's getting out of hand. Dog system, what's the situation now? How come all the characters that haven't appeared yet have come out early? Dropping. Plot has collapsed. Please be more careful, host. The system's icy voice rang out. Plot crash? What about the follow-up? Tang Yu frowned. When the plot goes out of control, it means the danger really begins. The system lapsed into silence with no response. At this moment, some strange images suddenly flashed through Tang Yu's mind. Each image is a scene of his own death, just at the hands of a different person. This sudden memory caused Tang Yu's face to look a little pained. A red number floated in front of his eyes. 299. He was just about to scrutinize the memory. The face suddenly became confused. His memory had gone back a few minutes. And this sudden memory disappeared again. Dog system, where's the reward? Tang Yu asked with a curse, oblivious to what had just happened. Dropping. Reward delivered. The system's voice sounded again. Only this time, the system's voice seemed to carry a hint of weakness. Tang Yu didn't have any extra skills in his head. And there wasn't much around. Delivered? Where did it go? To whom? Dog system, rewards you all pit me, right? Tang Yu ragged on the system for a few minutes. But the system didn't care about him. At the same time, a courier sent out in Tang Yu's name had been sent on a plane to Africa. Chapter 68, The Loyal Heejin. Africa. Burkina Faso, which translates into Chinese as the land of the righteous. After being assigned to this place by Tang Xiao, Heejin was quite satisfied with his work. There is a lot of money and no one to take care of. And the work is easy every day. And you get off work at 3 p.m. And drink tea. Until the other day when he got the news. The Tang clan suddenly started spending money to recruit experts around. And only ancient martial arts experts. Learning about it hit him hard. As the last bodyguard captain, he was too weak himself. Not even an ancient martial artist. How is this going to protect Tang Xiao? So he started training heavily every day in order to motivate himself to improve. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 deep squats, then a 10-kilometer run. Just returning from a workout today, a subordinate ran to him with a package and said, Mr. There's a package for you. It's from Tang Xiao. Don Xiao sent it to me? Heejin instantly came into the spirit, and hurriedly took the package and carefully unwrapped it. The package was an exquisite heather box, which he opened to find an ancient book inside. The dragon image technique? He carefully flipped it open and read it a few times before tears came to his eyes. Tang Xiao must be keeping an eye on himself at all times. He knew that he had gotten himself a secret book of ancient martial arts after training hard. As a martial artist, he knew too well that this secret book in his hand was precious. It was a treasure that money couldn't even buy. Moreover, this dragon image skill was not too demanding in terms of martial arts practicing qualifications. As long as you are willing to suffer, you will be able to cultivate into an ancient martial artist one day. The only way Heejin can repay Xiao Tang's favor is with his death. Heejin choked out a sob and wiped a hot tear from his face. Looking at his men and roaring, starting tomorrow, go to the local area and find me 100 youths with martial arts training qualifications to come over. I want to train an elite for Tang Xiao, Ho's private hospital. Yi Chen's face was anxious as he was lying on the hospital bed, his mood inexplicably disturbed. The Reaper team was close enough to the target to do it 5 hours ago, but until now, he hadn't waited for news. It left him very confused and puzzled. That was the Death Squad, and although the 4 of them were not as strong as themselves, their combined attack technique was quite strong. Even if they couldn't beat them, they could still get out in one piece. But so far, not even one has reached out to contact him or her. With every second of time that passed, he felt more anxiety in his mind. Surnamed Tang, I don't believe you have the ability to leave the Death God Squad behind. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. It was just that when he was in this emotional state, a pain immediately came from the wound of the chrysanthemum. He sucked in a breath of cold air and hastily relaxed his body, not daring to let himself get too emotional. The wound had already opened once, and another would be a problem. Thinking about it, worried to death, he could only ask the nurse to help him find Echo Ho and ask the Ho family to help him find out what's going on. After almost 15 minutes or so, Echo walked in through the door with her bag. She looked at Yi Chen and said with a light voice, What did Mr. You want to see me about? MS. I want you to help me find out what's going on. I sent out 4 of my men who can't be reached. Yi Chen smiled bitterly and was just about to make the situation clear when a man's voice came from outside the door. Don't bother looking. They've gone to jail. Immediately afterward, a handsome-looking youth with a hint of gangliness walked in through the door. He came in and surveyed Yi Chen with interest, his eyes somewhat playful. A dragon king, beaten to the point of fleeing with his bare ass? Ridiculous to the core. Upon seeing the youth, Yi Chen instantly changed his face slightly. He frowned and said, Senior brother, aren't you on a mission in France? When did you come? It came today. Lu Junzuo smiled faintly and said, Master, his old man, already knew about the incident with the Death Squad and let me come over to help you. Yi Chen's heart instantly sank downward. Something really happened to the Death Squad? What's worse, the old man sent him here? What the hell does that mean? His face changed instantly, and his emotions were complicated to the extreme. Master, his old man, said that you should recuperate and go to Yanjing when you're well enough. I'll just take care of Su Hang's affairs. Lu Junzuo smirked, his eyes carrying a hint of contempt. Really sure about this news after all? Yi Chen immediately blanched. What the hell does the old man mean? His eyes surveyed Lu Junzuo for a moment before his pupils shrank and said, "You broke through?" Lu Junzuo nodded with an evil smile. His current strength was already at the peak of the Xian character realm. It was only one step away from the Earth character realm. Yi Chen's strength, on the other hand, was still stuck in the middle Xian character realm. Is a guy who has repeatedly failed and is not as strong as himself really qualified to continue being the Dragon King? That's why Master, his old man, sent out himself. And this is a great opportunity to perform. He, Lu Junzuo, wants the position of the Dragon King. Yi Chen grimaced and didn't say anything. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. What a Lu Junzuo, trying to steal his position as Dragon King? When your own realm breaks through, you brats will be waiting to die. Then senior brother, take your time to recuperate. I'll excuse myself. Lu Junzuo smiled and left the hospital room with a greeting. Hiyeko greeted and left with Lu Junzuo. So Mr. Lu will be in charge of the Suhang side next? Hiyeko looked at Lu Junzuo and asked. Yes, Lu Junzuo said with an evil smile as the corners of his mouth rose. Being a mentor and brother, he was also good at evil smiles. The difference was that Yi Chen was on the left side with the corners of his mouth rising, while he was on the right. That's not going to be easy, I'm afraid. Hiyeko shook his head slightly. Trying to bring a bad game of chess to life is no easy task, and the current situation of the Longchen group can only be described as tragic. Their He family wouldn't have made a move anyway. There was no need to cause trouble for themselves. What Yi Chen can do, I can do. And what Yi Chen can't do, I, Lu Junzuo, can do. Lu Junzuo smiled proudly and touched a dragon jade hanging on his chest. This piece of jade was unintentionally obtained when he was 7 years old. Once he had a nosebleed and inadvertently dripped blood onto it. Then it activated the jade and got a copy of the ancient martial inheritance. In his judgment, the one who left behind this ancient martial inheritance should be a legendary ancient martial master of the heavenly character realm. So he had full confidence that he would definitely be able to go to this realm in the future. The position of the Dragon King, he was bound to win. After coming to Suzhou Hangzhou this time, he let himself play this rotten chess game to live for this waste of a man. Yi Chen, anything he sees in women, he snatches up all by himself. Chapter 69, You're playing games again. Tang's group, General Manager's room. Aikine was playing a shooter game with a concentrated look on his face. With a freshly delivered KFC and fatty happy water on the side, Tang Yu patted her on the shoulder after opening the door and walking in. Ikian, you're playing games again? Oh, take a break. Ho, dead law, it's all because of you. Tang Xiao, seeing the screen go black, Aikine's small face was written with sorrow. If you're dead, you're dead. You've been playing all day. Get some rest. Tang Yu sighed. Is it necessary to act so seriously when this silly girl plays so seriously all day long? Hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Ji-in blushed slightly in embarrassment. Degree. Has your own been a little too obsessed with work lately? To hide her embarrassment, she grabbed the bucket of fried chicken and asked, would you like some, young Tang? Don't eat. Tang Yu rolled her eyes and asked, do you know what day today is? KFC Crazy Thursday? Tang Yu reached up and touched her forehead. Asterisk. Don't let her play games every day and make her stupid, right? I remember she wasn't supposed to be too bright either. Growing up against A and still not being smart. This kid is screwed. Degree? I'm not too smart like that? Ji-in had a black line on her face. She had a high IQ, okay? These games take at least 3 months for others to pass. And you're almost there in a month. Broke a couple records. 2. It's your birthday. Tang Yu's side could only remind her. Right. It was only then that Ji-in came back to her senses and said with an awkward smile. Thank you, Xiao Tang, for your concern. I've been so engrossed in work lately that I almost forgot it was my birthday. But as an assassin, things like birthdays didn't really concern her. This sudden mention by Tang Yu made her heart warm slightly. That kind of concern felt like an unattainable luxury to her. The company has a rule that employees' birthdays are to be celebrated. And I happen to be free today. So I'll celebrate for you. Tang Yu looked at Ji-in and hemmed and hawed. This stupid girl has stayed for so long that the information that should be stolen should have been pretty much stolen as well. After this information is sent to Yi Chen this hand, it is estimated that it won't take long for it to work. In that case, it's time to find a way to pull this silly girl over to my brother's side. Pull the favor slowly first, and then showdown with her when we turn around and get all the evidence. Ji-in looked at Tang Yu with a confused expression. Tang Xiao, to bring himself to his side? Is there such a thing as a good thing? Ever since the first meeting when she overheard the heart of Tang Xiao, she started to follow the clues to investigate the Tang family. After a series of investigations she did find out about her father. His own father's name is Ik Hong. He was hunted down over 30 years ago for offending some big shot. When he was desperate, he was saved by the Tang family's old man and became the captain of the Tang family's bodyguards. He was loyal to the Tang family and had saved Master Tang twice. The Tang family trusted him extremely. Tang Yu's father was extremely close to him as a brother in brother. After working for the Tang family for more than 10 years, he suddenly disappeared, and the Tang family had people looking for him for several years without finding his whereabouts. After waiting a few years, a pregnant woman came to the Tang family and said she was Qi Hong's wife. The Tang family naturally took in the pregnant woman and treated her very generously. Less than 6 months after giving birth to her daughter, the pregnant woman disappeared with her daughter. Anything further, Qi Ying couldn't find out. After all, there was limited information on the Tang family's side. In this way she could be sure that Tang Xiao and the Tang family were definitely not her enemies. They had done their family a great favor. How could she repay them with kindness? Ah, Tang Xiao helped me celebrate my birthday? Would it be inappropriate? After coming back to her senses, Aikine answered in a hurry. What is inappropriate? You came to the company for so long, every day here to play the game. Hard work, for the company to make a significant contribution. Because of you, the company's game program is advancing at a speed comparable to a rocket. And you're the #1 contributor to our Tang group. I had to arrange this birthday for you myself today. Tang Yu said with a straight face. That's right, I'm going to make you feel what it means to be a good boss. Yi Chen's stingy. He lets you do all the dangerous things. And his salary is only a few tens of thousands per month. Saying something about suffering refining the mind. You, the capitalists are going to shed tears when they see you. Follow young Tang. You'll eat 9 meals a day. Okay, thank you young Tang. Ji Yin mood heartwarmer. Tang Xiao turned out to be so concerned about himself. She actually thought about having a showdown with Tang Xiao. But every day, she was eavesdropping on Tang Yu's heart. And she felt that she couldn't say it directly. Because Tang Xiao, this person, brain dumps, is sometimes quite big. If he told him that he had come to defect, he would think he was acting. So all she could do was help out in secret. Like sending all the fake information. Regarding the Dragon Soul organization, she only had questions and hatred in her heart right now. Knowing that the Tang family had favored themselves, why did they let themselves come to be ennobled? Okay, let's get some rest and then we'll head out. Pick out a birthday present for you and then go out for a big dinner. Tang Yu smiled and said, what would be a good gift? A year-old papaya milk? But I've heard that papaya milk doesn't seem to be very useful. There is a similar formula in the Qing Nong heavenly scripture. In her case she needs to dredge her meridians first, but sparing her with the maneuver. I guess she could cut my hand. Ugh, I'm just too nice to see a girl being mediocre. It's a pity that there's nowhere to utilize the empty medical skills. Qi Yin's delicate body trembled. Tang Xiao, you are really concerned about my parava, is it? But she had actually tried quite a few methods in private. It didn't matter when she was an assassin before. She even found it easier. Now that she'd become a day person, she felt as if she had to be more or less in order to be decent. So I privately tried drinking papaya milk or something, and it really didn't help. What Tang Xiao said about unblocking the meridians. Will it really work? Then she blushed and spat lightly in her mind. What was she thinking? After going out from the office, Tang Yu took Qi Yin in his sports car and rushed towards a large shopping mall. I'll buy you a birthday present later. Then go shopping for some clothes and stuff. You're a girl. You need to learn to dress up once in a while. Tang Yu laughed and teased as she drove. Ugh, this stupid girl is fine as a killer. But she's still a bit different as a girl. Her style of dress is more or less earthy. I haven't seen her wear short skirts or anything. It's a crime not to dress up and spruce up the cityscape when you're this good looking. Okay, thank you young Tang. Ji Yin blushed and said thanks. A little touched in her heart. Grow up. Dan Xiao was the first to want her to act like a normal girl, instead of thinking about making her a good killer. Chapter 70, you should pluck the strings of the lyre, not brother's heartstrings. Don't worry, your boss's vision is unrivaled, and I'll let you become the prettiest sister in Suang today. Tang Yu hammed and hawed. Be a little more bold and open. Break out of your old self. It seems nice to have her in a costume. Considering her pair of A's, the dome girl set should fit her quite well. When the time comes to add a pair of little black silks. Hey, great. Qi Yin listened in confusion and was a little depressed. She doesn't understand any of this. Anime cos stuff isn't in the same world as her. Her world is only missions and death. When they arrived at the mall, Tang Yu parked the car and led Qi Yin inside. This shopping mall was the property of the Tang family and took the high-end route. All of the businesses that have moved in here are clean-cut luxury goods merchants. The two walked in and took the elevator straight to the third floor. Tang Yu was still familiar with this side. He led Ji-in lightly into a piano store called Chin Lead. Seeing that a guest had arrived, a female guide immediately greeted her with a bow and shouted, "Welcome, what do you two honored guests want to see? Please show me the guitar." Tang Yu smiled. "Okay." The female shopper nodded her head repeatedly and couldn't help but lose her concentration for a moment after looking up and seeing Tang Yu's handsome face. This guest, he's kind of handsome. After leading the two to the area where the guitars were kept, she asked, "What kind of guitars do you two want? Classical, folk, or electric? Which one do you want?" Tang Yu looked at Ji-in and laughed. In the original book's plot, Aikine is deep down a girl who longs for a normal life. Not many sane people would enjoy spending their days in the midst of knives and blood. Her hobby is music and she loves the guitar, but it has little to do with her life. That's why it's perfect to give her a guitar for her birthday. Aikine picked it out with a happy face. She picked for a while before finally settling on a pale yellow handmade classical guitar. Just this one. Ji-in's eyes shone brightly as she held the guitar, as if she had gotten her hands on some unimaginable treasure. Her bright and pure smile was like an iris quietly blooming in the depths of the valley. Tang Yu on the side also looked a bit dumbfounded, feeling her heartbeat unconsciously speeding up a bit. Why does this stupid girl look so good when she smiles? Hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, a hint of shyness flashed across Aikine's face. This heartfelt compliment was so sincere that it made her a little happy. "Beauty, you have a good eye. This is the last Smolman classical guitar in our store. Because it's handmade and customized, you have to wait almost 2 years to get each one." The female guide followed suit and was happy. This guitar is considered the most expensive guitar in the store, and selling it is a big commission. "Is it okay if I try first?" Aikine asked. Looking up, "Yes, it's tuned and tuned. Feel free to try it out, both of you." The female guide smiled, her attitude extremely polite. Aikine smiled happily and began to play after finding his hand for a bit. Soon, light music was playing. Tang Yu sat in silent admiration, her gaze falling on Ji-in's face. She plays the guitar with a focused face and a pure smile, no longer like a lady killer, but more like a cute neighborhood sister. When a song was finished, she happily looked at Tang Yu and asked, "Young Tang, what do you think?" "Quite impressive." Tang Yu praised with a thumbs up. "There's nothing wrong with the maneuver in every way. There's just one little mistake. You should pluck the strings, not the heartstrings of your brother." Hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Ji-in blushed slightly again. "This guy, why are you doing this again? Why don't you just cut back on the compliments?" "How much?" Tang Yu fumbled for her wallet and slipped a credit card out of it and handed it over. "Hello guest, the total is $370,000. The female guide hurriedly took out her card machine and began to swipe her card. After swiping her card, she had just handed the small ticket to Tang Yu when a pretty woman carrying a bag walked in through the door. Her hair was dyed burgundy and she was quite good looking. A pair of large headlights flicked on and off as he walked, attracting attention. "Hello guest, can I help you?" Seeing the woman coming, the female guide bowed and curtsied in a hurry. The woman fished a black membership card out of her pocket and waved it around. "I'm a black and gold member of your store. I heard you have a Smolman in your store? Bring it to me." The female guide took a look at the membership card. It was indeed the highest level of black and gold membership in her house, and it also had the other person's name written on it. Then she blushed a little forlornly. "I'm sorry Ms. Shaw, that Smolman was just sold." "Sold?" Xiao Meiyan's face instantly darkened as she raised her eyebrows. She ordered the female guide when she saw Ikuyan clutching a Smolman guitar. "Give them their money back. I'll take this guitar. Ran to 2 stores myself just to find a Smolman to use for the livestream in a few days." The female guide also didn't expect her to make such a request and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry customer, this is not in line with our store rules." As soon as her words fell, Xiao Meiyan blackened her face and slapped her ear and cursed. "I'm a black and gold member and I want you to tell me the rules? Do you know how much money I've spent in your store? More money than you poor bastard will ever earn in your entire life." The female guide suddenly received a slap, and half of her face was instantly red and swollen. She covered her face and took 2 steps back, with a face of humiliation and awe, and could only apologize to Xiao Meiyun in a low voice. The piano store she worked at was a national chain of high-class piano stores, and in order to become a black and gold member you had to spend at least $5 million. Where could a guest like that be offended by a small employee like her? Tang Yu frowned. "This plot, the flavor is very punchy." He remembered the identity of this woman after a careful recall. She was the mistress of some villain who was originally supposed to offend Yichen here. Then the Dragon King Yi-chan punched her in a fit of rage, followed by the villain's appearance and Yi-chan's escalating conflict. And so the familiar play-acting face-pulling hate storyline comes out in a single line. Good guy. Here comes the chance to dig a hole for Yi-chan. Tang Yu hemmed and hawed in his mind, coming up with a lackluster idea, and then deliberately sat here waiting for the plot to develop. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit ran over and asked several guests, "I'm the store manager, Chen Zhizhuan. What's going on here?" Xiao Meiyun's gaze fell on his face in dissatisfaction. "How does your store train its employees? She's here teaching me the rules." Seeing Xiao Meiyun's black and gold membership card, Chen Zhizhuan's face changed slightly. He looked at the female guide and reprimanded her. "Lu Xiuqin, are you out of your mind? Who gave you the qualification to talk to a guest like that? Apologize to this guest immediately." "No, these two customers have already paid for the guitar. And this Ms. Xiao asked me to refund her money and sell the guitar to her." Lu Xiuqin covered her face and fell straight to tears in aggravation. Without waiting for her to finish her explanation, Chen Zhizhuan said with a face of impatience, "Can't you understand human language? Apologize to this young lady right now or get the hell out of here. If you make her apologize, from today onwards, all of your family's piano shops can stop having to open in Suhang." Tang Yu, who had been waiting for half a day, suddenly spoke. Chen Zhizhuan sneered as he glanced at Tang Yu. "Who the hell are you? Making it impossible for our store to open in Suong? Do you know who our boss is?" Xiao Meiyun also cursed in a snarky manner. "What kind of a thing are you? You poor bastard. Is there a place for you to talk here? And you're making it impossible to open a piano store? Do you deserve it? And you, let go of my Smoman. Dressed like a turd. Is this something you can play with? If it breaks and interferes with my live broadcast, I'll put you guys up on the internet and let you die socially." After cursing, she was about to reach out and snatch the guitar from Ikin's arms. Shi Yin's eyes went cold. Just at the moment when Xiao Meiyun was just about to reach out and grab it, Tang Yu had stood up and backhanded a slap in the face. Chapter 71, I, Tang Beixian, have acted in my life. Why do I need to explain myself to you and the others? After being slapped in the face, Xiao Meiyun took 2 steps back with a stunned look on her face. Immediately afterward, she screamed and rushed up to grab Tang Yu's face with her hands. Before she could reach her hand, Tang Yu had already kicked her in the stomach. Being kicked to the ground, Xiao Meiyun covered her stomach and screamed. After realizing that there was a gap between her and Tang Yu's combat prowess, she looked at Tang Yu and screamed, "How dare you hit a woman? Are you not a man?" Tang Yu fished out a cigarette and took a deep breath after lighting it for himself. "I'm sorry, but I'm equal to men and women, and I'll beat any who commits a crime. Ahem. We're all villains together though, but a cannon fodder class like you does seem a bit of a currying favor." Ikin, who was on the sidelines, almost didn't laugh out loud. Got equality between men and women. At that moment, a youth outside the door walked in with a little old man in a tang suit. After seeing Xiao Meiyun walking on the ground, the youth's face darkened as he walked over quickly. "Han Xiao, help me take revenge. This dog man beat me." Seeing the youth, Xiao Meiyun hurriedly climbed up from the ground and cried pear-shaped shouts. This was her gold master and the base for her to be so arrogant. After becoming the other woman, she had caused a lot of trouble, but anything bigger than that, Han Xiao can take care of it with a phone call. The youth she called Han Xiao had a pair of beckoning ears and a rather naive face. Seeing that half of Xiao Meiyun's face was swollen, he was instantly heartbroken and hastened to pacify her. Fine. I'll help you get revenge. Baby, don't you cry yet." Then his face sank as he stared at Tang Yu in a cold voice. "Gutsy enough. You dare to touch my Han Mingxuan's woman? Han Mingxian?" Upon hearing this name, Tang Yu's heart was delighted. The main man is finally here. This guy wasn't from Suong, but the second young master of the Han family in Yanjing. The Han family was a first-class family in Yanjing, and no major family in Suzhou and Hangzhou could compare to them. He came to Suong this time to participate in an auction. As a result, the auction hadn't even started yet, and he was already feuding with Yi-chen. So at the auction, he intentionally grabbed the treasure from Dragon King Yi-chen, and the two sides came into conflict. Afterwards, he tried to find someone to lay hands on Yi-chen, and Yi-chen harbored the same thought and ended up ing him to death. The Han family, on the other hand, had something to do with the Yi family's extermination tragedy back then, and was originally Yi-chan's enemy. The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily a friend, so he decided to make a decision against his ancestors. Pretend that Yi-chan's little brother declared war on the Han family. So he looked at the other man and sneered. "I, Tang Beixian, have acted in my life. Why do I need to explain myself to you and the others? Looks like you're very brave, oh, Elder Zhou. Break both of his hands first. Han Mingxian snorted and raised his hand to signal the old man behind himself that he could make his move. He had seen a lot of these goods who thought they had some background, and there was no point in talking nonsense with them. Only when they are made to suffer will they know what kind of people they need to be in awe of. The little old man in the Tang suit nodded and walked towards Tang Yu. After seeing the little old man arrive, Chi Yin, who was standing at the back, changed her face slightly. She could see that this little old man was an ancient martial artist. His strength was not high, but after all, he was at the yellow character realm. Tang Xiao was an ordinary person. Where would he be a match for this old man? Just as she was about to strike, a middle-aged man walked in through the door. It was the Tang family's newly hired ancient martial arts bodyguard, Huang Junman. Since the last time I witnessed Tang Xiao's unfathomable strength, he then volunteered to become young Tang's personal bodyguard. Oh no, I should say follower, because he knew very well where his strength was enough to protect Tang Xiao. All he could do was to help Tang Xiao sweep up some trash. After all, an Earth character realm expert like Tang Xiao wouldn't take things lightly. He sneered as he coldly stared at the little old man after striding in. Are you also pairing up with our Tang Xiao to make a move? Oh, the little old man's face turned cold as he looked at Jun Man Huang and sneered. Your family's trashy young master. How come I don't deserve to make a move? After saying that, his hands were as fast as lightning, instantly striking a set of lightning 5 consecutive whips to hit Tang Yu. It was too late for Ikain to react to block, as they were just too close. She instantly had a murderous look on her face when she was just about to avenge Tang Xiao. However, he found that Tang Xiao stood in the same place and surprisingly didn't move at all. He looked at the little old man with a bemused expression and said, "That's it?" The little old man instantly took 2 steps back, his face alert as he looked at Tang Yu. As an ancient martial artist, he knew very well that the set of lightning 5 consecutive whips he had just used was enough to beat this person to a lifelong disability. But why didn't the other guy even move? Even his clothes didn't show a single wrinkle, as if he hadn't hit it himself. Continue. Tang Beixian, don't bully trash. I'll give you 3 more chances to strike. Tang Yu said in a casual tone. Elder Zhou, what are you up to? There's no need to be merciful. I'll handle it if you kill someone. Han Mingxian shouted with a disgruntled face as he stood behind. The little old man called Zhou Lao was having a hard time at the moment. The attack he just made was indeed somewhat merciful, but there's no damage at all. It's not right. He took a deep breath and jumped forward with a forward kick to Tang Yu's temple. At this moment, his toes contained the force of 1,000 pounds. Even a rock can be kicked on the spot. But Tang Yu remained motionless. 2 more chances. Tang Yu held out 2 fingers and said. At this moment, the little old man was truly dumbfounded. Just now this time, he even took out 11 points of force. Ikain looked dumbfounded as well. Her strength was in the Xian character realm, and her eyesight was a whole lot higher than this little old man's. That hit just now, if she didn't defend herself and catch it hard, she would have been seriously injured on the spot too. Mr. Tang, what's going on here? Could it be that he is the most deeply hidden expert? I heard some time ago that Yi Chen's injury had something to do with him. Could it be true? Huang Junman, however, saw it coming. He had seen Tang Xiao being combated by 4 experts for several minutes without a scratch. A mere little old man of the yellow character realm wants to injure Tang Xiao? With Tang Xiao's strength, even if you take it in the toilet, you can easily top his attack and get it clean. Don't say twice. It's useless even if I give you 100 more times. Tang Xiao, a hallowed expert of the earth character realm, wouldn't a mole like you be able to easily injure him? He stared at the little old man and whispered, the realm of earthly words. Zhou Lao trembled slightly at these words, and cold sweat dampened his back. After failing to impress Tang Yu with his full force just now, he was already speculating about this possibility in his mind. So he gulped. How could there be such a young earth character realm expert in the world? No wonder. One can't hurt him. No wonder. He didn't bother to immediately strike back. Wouldn't a normal person rush to strike when they encountered a child coming over to fight? It won't. High achievers, all have the pride of an expert. He understood this state of mind. He no longer had the courage to continue striking at this moment, and his eyes were filled with awe and submission as he looked at Tang Yu. To be able to see such a young, heavenly talent in person, sprinkles is worth it in this life. Young Han, what is the earth character realm? After noticing that the atmosphere was not right, Xiao Meiyun asked in a low voice. Shut up. Han Mingxian grimaced ironically and backhanded her a few slaps. Her face was swollen, but Xiao Meiyun didn't even dare to cry out as she shivered and looked at Han Xiao. What's wrong with Mr. Han? Why are you so angry? Chapter 72, Helping Yi Chen to Pull Hatred. Han Mingxian is not to mention hitting Xiao Meiyun at this moment. He had the heart to kill this. As a direct descendant of the Han family, he had naturally seen a lot and knew exactly what an Earth character realm expert meant. Such an expert. Even his grandfather would have to be polite when he saw him. In the ancient martial arts world, an Earth character realm expert was definitely a big shot on one side. To offend a master like this for the sake of a person, isn't this looking for death? Moreover, the fellow in front of him who called himself Tang Beixian was still so young. Scary as hell. Really scary as hell. Seeing that Zhou Lao's back was wet with cold sweat, he knew he had to step forward. Otherwise, if the other party was angry, he would definitely die today. He walked over to Tang Yu, his voice trembling a little. Mr. Tang, today as my Han Mingxian has no eyes, I am a person of the Yanjing Han family. If Mr. Tang, not waiting for him to finish, Tang Yu's eyes flashed as she stared at him in a cold voice. You're from the Yanjing Han family? Yes. Does Mr. Tang know my family's elders? Han Mingxian was instantly delighted in his heart. If that was the case, this would be a good thing to say today. What a Han family. Tang Yu sneered. Do you remember the Yanjing Yi family? Yi family? Han Mingxian quickly remembered after thinking about it. The Yi family that had once reigned supreme in Yanjing. In Yanjing, only their family was qualified to be called the Yi family. But the Yi family was tragically wiped out more than 20 years ago. Could it be that the Yi family's bloodline has not yet been severed and is coming back for revenge? Looks like you remembered. Tang Yu stared at him coldly. I'll leave you a dog's life today. As long as you cut off your own hands, then go back and tell your Han family. My elder brother, Yi Chen, will return like lightning and take revenge on all of you families involved in the Yi family tragedy. For the first one, let's start with your Han family. Han Mingxian was scared pale. Is the Yi family really coming back for revenge? Yi Chen, what kind of god is he? To be able to make such a young Earth character realm expert call him Big Brother? He wiped a handful of cold sweat from his head and gritted his teeth as he looked at Elder Zhou and said bitterly, Elder Zhou, I'll trouble you to do it. Hearing that he was able to escape, Zhou Lao was celebrating in his heart at this moment. He decisively walked to his young master's side and blasted out with 2 fists, breaking his young master's arm. Well, dead young masters don't die, old men. The intense pain caused Han Mingxian to faint on the spot. He hurriedly held his young master with one hand and looked at Tang Yu with a humble smile and said, Mr. Tang, then am I free to go? Both your hands stay too. Tang Yu said blandly. Elder Zhou, who had just been celebrating in his heart, was dumbfounded at this moment. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and broke his left arm with a right hand punch. Then he looked at Tang Yu with a fluke and said pitifully, Mr. Tang, I only have one arm left. I can't break it myself. I'll help you. Immediately, Huang Junman played up his eagerness and walked over to blast out a fist. He showed no mercy with this punch, and Zhou Lao's arm broke with a sound. Zhou Lao almost didn't spurt out a mouthful of old blood, jumping to his feet and cursing in his heart. Doggone it, good people, asterisk 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 off, and remember to go back and tell the Han family to wash their necks and wait for death, Tang Yu said in a cold voice. Zhou Lao could only run away with his young master in ashes. After breaking his hands, he could only use his teeth to bite the collar of his young master, dragged along like a cat with a cub. In a terrible mood. This time, I was supposed to accompany the young master to attend the auction in Suwang, but when I encountered this kind of thing, I could only Yanjing first. Next, I'm afraid this Yanjing is going to be unsettled. Seeing his gold master in such a state of despondency, Xiao Meiyun, who had her face swollen by the beating, hurriedly covered her face and fled together. Tang Yu didn't bother with this woman either. He cast a kindly look towards Huang Junman. This kid, since the last time he saw himself and the death squad go at it, all of a sudden, he became an outstanding second 5, firmly believing himself to be an expert of the Earth character realm. Regarding his brainstorming, Tang Yu was quite satisfied. That's the effect to have. It's also handy to have him around to pretend to bluff. In that case, Yi Chen turning back to his plot in Yanjing was not a good idea. According to the original plot, after he went to Yanjing, he also first pretended to be a pig for a while to slowly develop. Now that the news is out, he'll go to Yanjing and pretend to be a pig in a poke. Ha ha ha. As for the Han family wanting to find trouble with themselves, it didn't matter. What does your search for Tang Beixian have to do with me? Tang Yu, Aikine, who was on the sidelines, had a wicked look on her face. It took her a moment to come back to her senses. Tang Xiao, not only is he a top-notch fighter, but he's not bad at laying down a black hand either. Now she hasn't fully investigated the truth of what happened back then. But in his heart he had already considered himself a member of the Tang family, so she was happy to see Chen being blackmailed. Who made him cross Tang Xiao? Who's fighting here? At that moment, a few in security uniforms rushed by the door. The commotion in the store had just alerted the business next door, so someone notified security. After a few security guards rushed over, the head security chief immediately recognized Tang Yu. He hurriedly and respectfully shouted, "Young Tang, why are you here? I received a report from a merchant that someone was causing trouble here. I'm the one making the noise." Tang Yu pointed at the store manager, Chen Zhizhuan, and said, "Get in touch with their boss. Either fire this person from the store and make this girl the store manager, or their piano store don't continue to do business in Suwang." "All right, young Tang," the security chief hurriedly agreed. Waiting for Tang Yu and the two of them had just left not 2 minutes ago. Chen Zhizhuan's cell phone then rang. After he glanced at the caller ID, his face changed slightly and said, "Hello Mr. Wang, this is Chen Zhizhuan. Surname Chan, I throw your mother. Within 5 minutes you immediately give me out of the store. This month's salary is gone." There was a crack on the phone. Chen Zhizhuan instantly turned pale and wanted to beg for a few words, but the phone had already been hung up. The female shopper named Lu Xiuqin, on the other hand, received a WeChat from the company's personnel informing her to take over the position of store manager. She had tears of joy in her eyes after double-checking that it wasn't a fake. Unfortunately, that handsome man had gone nowhere, and he couldn't thank him even if he wanted to. After leaving the piano store with Ji Yin, Tang Yu took her to buy clothes and eat a trip to the arcade in passing. It is an unforgettable and wonderful memory for Icon. In previous years, she had spent every birthday in the line of duty. The only year that is different is this year. The clothes she was wearing had been changed into a JK uniform, and Tang Yu had specially asked the clerk to give her a double ponytail. Now she looked rather more like a silly white sweet schoolgirl, with a very different temperament than before. The only thing that made her a little less than happy was this: the skirt seems a little too short. Even so, she was very happy. Seeing Ji Yin's happy face, Tang Yu could feel that this was definitely not an act. She was genuinely happy. Silly girl, oh, before what life? Eat and drink to buy some clothes to be happy like this. He gave a mental sigh of relief. "Anything else you want to eat or play?" Tang Yu asked with a smile. "Enough already, go home," Icon said with a satisfied look on his face. She was content to be so happy today. "Okay, then I'll take you back." Tang Yu nodded, and the two of them returned to the sports car with their large bags. Ji Yin lives in an upscale apartment building near the company. When they drove to the bottom of the apartment building, the two men carried their things inside. Walking up to her own door, Ji Yin opened the door with a fingerprint lock and then led Tang Yu inside. The house gave a sense of empty monotony. Aside from the furniture, there were no other decorations in the room, and it didn't look like a girl's room at all. "Your room is also too monotonous. I'll have someone send you some decorations or something later." Tang Yu laughed after sweeping a glance. "Ah, no need to go through so much trouble. Thank you, Xiao Tang. I'm satisfied now." Icon shook her head in a hurry. She was used to it. "What's the point of being polite to your boss?" Tang Yu reached out and gave her a gentle flick on the forehead before saying hello and leaving. After Tang Yu left, Ji Yin looked at the empty room inexplicably with a trace of loss. She suddenly remembered something again and took out her cell phone, finding a picture. The photo was of her and Tang Yu, taken today while shopping at the mall. After a moment of hesitation, she hemmed and hawed and changed the photo to the background image of her cell phone. Chapter 73, Developing a New Second 5. After leaving the apartment, Tang Yu returned to the car and felt out a cigarette to light it. He wasn't worried about Ji Yin telling Chen about what happened at the piano store today. If you know, you know, you can't live with it anyway. He planned to get all the information on Ji Yin's parents as soon as possible in the next few days, so that he could put her out of her misery as soon as possible. As for Ling Han, Tang Yu hadn't figured out how to mess with him yet. Her family's business is in her head. It's too much trouble to find out the evidence, and it's been so many years. Let's take it slow for now, and curate them one by one. Tang Yu slowly exhaled a smoke ring and silently asked in his heart, "Dog system, where's the reward for the piano episode?" Dropping. "The reward Dementor's Eye has been issued. Please have the dog host check it out." The system's voice sounded slowly. Oh wow. Tang Yu had thought that he was going to give some more garbage rewards, but when he heard this, he was refreshed. He hurriedly talked to the system to find out what this thing could do. Can be activated while the target is mentally unstable and brainwashed to control. After reading it, Tang Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. This dog system, one moment in the netherworld and the next in the yang world, simply coming and going between He felt that his strained father-son relationship with the system had been temporarily eased. Brainwashing? Hey, isn't this a 250 maker? Finally we can build some 2.5s out for the opposite side of the house. Great stuff, must share it with everyone. So he felt out his cell phone and dialed Bai Wanyi's number. After the phone was connected, Bai Wanyi's voice came over. Do what? Didn't I send 4 people there last time? What happened to those 4? I thought you said these guys had a record. I didn't find out. Bai Wanyi sounded a bit depressed. A few days ago, Tang Yu suddenly had 4 people sent over, and she made a point of checking them out, only to find out nothing. However, her intuition told her that these 4 people were afraid that they were all the way with dragon's teeth. The hateful thing was that these guys were quite tactful and hid their identities well, making her helpless as well. Isn't that my intuition? Can I go see them then? Tang Yu hemmed and hawed. Come on, just in time to buy you a late-night snack. Bai Wanyi agreed quickly. She still owed Tang Yu a favor. After making the appointment, Tang Yu drove over in the direction of the detention center. When she arrived at the detention center, Bai Wanyi was already waiting at the door. She had changed into a tight black riding suit that showed off her hot body in all its glory, with a bit of the inside flavor of a search officer. A dominant Harley motorcycle pulled up beside her, her very own ride. For Bai Wanyi, her life is different from other girls. Other girls like to be princesses. Some also went to KTV and became princesses. Instead, she just wants to be a fearless female knight, rooting out evil and going forward. Yo, beautiful. Seeing her like this, Tang Yu whistled a laugh and shouted, Do you believe I'll detain you? Bai Wanyi glared at Tang Yu without a good look. Compliment you beauty also detention there is no king law. Tang Yu hemmed and hawed, following her in towards the detention center. This side of the formalities and other things have been done. Bai Wanyi followed behind Tang Yu as trying to go to eavesdrop. After eavesdropping on the heart from Tang Yu's side last time, she was curious about this. This guy, how many more secrets does he know? What are you following me for? Seeing Bai Wanyi following her ass, Tang Yu turned around and asked, Go. Don't follow brother. Brother still has to brainwash those 4 people. If we don't arrange them, how can we pit each in later? Okay. Bai Wanyi nodded with an odd expression on her face. If you don't follow it, you don't follow it. I'm going to look at the surveillance. She ran her ass over to the surveillance room, ready to see how this guy had been brainwashed. After Tang Yu walked into the meeting room alone, the 4 members of the death squad were already waiting. After being detained the 4 were not too chagrined, but rather grateful. Isn't it just lucky that you haven't died after offending such a master? It was only upon seeing Tang Yu walk in from outside. The 4 people's faces were instantly grave, and their eyes were somewhat frightened. This great god, didn't he spare all 4 of them? What's gotten into them again? They collectively gulped and had the urge to run away. This was an Earth character realm expert. The Dragon King and Lu Xiao were not as strong as him. Tang Yu didn't say anything, just stared at them with a cold face. Being stared at like this, the 4 of them immediately felt pressurized. It was as if instead of a man standing across the room, there was a hungry beast. This big guy, what does he want? The atmosphere seemed as if it had frozen, and fear grew in the hearts of the 4. They felt the kill. It even felt a little breathless, just as they were tense. A purple light flashed in Tang Yu's eyes. Upon seeing this purple light, the 4 instantly felt a little dizzy, and their consciousness began to blur a little. Are you guys happy with your jobs? At this moment, Tang Yu's low voice suddenly sounded. The bewildered 4 shook their heads. Are you guys happy with the income? The 4 shook their heads again. Do you want a life of stability and prosperity? The 4 men began to nod. Do you guys want to touch fish during the day and clubhouse at night for $1 million a month for a 4-course meal? The 4 began to nod vigorously. Then what's the hesitation? Join the Dons group. Free the oppressed villains around the world. Eliminate all inequality. And from today on, we're Davarishi. Accompanied by a low roar from Tang Yu, the eyes of the 4 gradually cleared. Old society. The Dragon Soul organization turns people into ghosts. Don's group turns ghosts into 2/5. Do you know what you have to do now? After seeing the changes in the 4, Tang Yu knew that the soul regenerating pupil had worked. Touch the fish. Go to the clubhouse. Go to the clubhouse. Go to the clubhouse for another 4-course meal. Tang Yu felt as if she had been a little less successful in brainwashing. You guys are going to reform yourselves and be good people before you go to the clubhouse. Okay? He looked at the 4 men and whispered. What is this group called the Death Squad? Just call the Clubhouse Squad. Good. We'll listen to young Tang. The 4 men spoke in unison. Good. The children are teachable. Tang Yu was still satisfied with this attitude. He pulled a chair over and sat down before saying, "Tell me what you know first." The four immediately began to tell Tang Yu what they knew one by one. Wang, who was watching the surveillance, was left with a black line on her face. "What's all this?" Halfway through listening, I heard a few people yelling about going to the clubhouse. She rolled her eyes and left the monitoring room directly, not even bothering to continue listening. After listening for almost 5 minutes, Tang Yu did manage to figure out their rough plan. He didn't expect that Yi Chen was going over to Yanjing, and the one responsible for accepting Suan was the figure of Lu Junzuo. According to the original plot, this man was a character who appeared in the middle of the novel. He was Yi Chen's senior brother, and his strength and talent were both quite terrifying, and he had always wanted to snatch the position of Yi Chen's Dragon King. In the later stages, he had secretly calculated Yi Chen many times and made him suffer several big losses. But in the end, it was Yi Chen's skill that slaughtered him. Because of the reason the plot fell apart. This one is out now? Chapter 74, Where do you put your hands? This is here to steal the Dragon King's position? Tang Yu sked twice. The plot moving in this direction was naturally good for him. It's dog eat dog. But after knowing that this guy was going to take over Su Hang, Tang Yu was a bit less happy. He wanted to take over Su Hang, and he himself was definitely his number one target. And this man's errand was similar to Yi Chen's, both taught by the same master. After pondering for a moment, Tang Yu looked at the four people. From now on, the four of you concentrate on lurking around him, and keep me posted. Okay, young Tang. The four men spoke in unison. And usually you can give him a bit of a drag, and when he can't do anything, then suggest to him that it would be better to join forces with me to deal with Yi Chen. Got it? Got it. Okay, get back in touch. Tang Yu left the meeting room satisfied, setting up 4-2-5s for the other side at once. This wave is sure to be a sure thing. An enemy of an enemy is a friend, and it's better to be able to pull it over than to deal with two Dragon Kings at once. After Tang Yu left the meeting room, the four members of the death squad looked at each other. The eldest brother at the head, Tong Hei, opened his mouth. From today on, we have to clean up our act and work hard for Tang Xiao. But what kind of dragon and phoenix among men is young Tang? Is Lu Junzuo also worthy of allying with young Tang? Our four brothers must work together. No matter if it's Lu Junzuo or Yi Chen, we must sweep it all away for Tang Xiao. Otherwise, how can we have the face to follow young Tang to the club? Brothers say roar or not. Roar. Just after walking out of the detention center, Tang Yu felt another chill coming from his back. Let's go. Buy you a late night snack. Wang, who came from behind, held a motorcycle helmet and handed it over. I have my own car. Just go to the side of the road to eat a barbecue. Drive your broken car to pretend what be it. Eat and send you back. My work is not finished. Wang rolled her eyes. She usually lives a low-profile habit. This goods driving tens of millions of supercars. Go to the roadside to eat late-night snacks by people as a monkey to see ah? It's okay. Tang Yu put on her helmet and got on the motorcycle with her. Hold on tight. When Tang Yu got on the car, Wang had just pinched the gas pedal when she realized that this guy had a pair of hands hugging her from behind. Also, he's holding it a little bit up. If the two were standing on the bow of the ship right now, it would almost be the Titanic. Where do you put your hands? She quickly let go of the gas and asked through gritted teeth. Don't they say you can't just touch a woman's waist? Tang Yu said with an innocent face. I'm afraid you'll say I'm taking advantage of you, so I'll put it up a bit. It's not like it's completely put on. Center position. What's so exciting about this woman? You're deliberately picking a fight, aren't you? Wang had clenched her fists and stared back at Tang Yu. If you can't touch your waist, why don't you touch something else? That's fine. Don't say I'm taking advantage of you when I hug your waist. Tang Yu muttered and lowered her hand some more. Well, there's still some material, and the waist is quite thin. Aside from being a little short-tempered, everything else is actually quite good. Wang suddenly regretted letting this bastard get into her car. Good thing the barbecue stand she was going to was just 3 blocks away. A few minutes away. Pulling up to the front of the barbecue stand, she parked and got out of the car with her customary sweeping kick. Tang Yu, who was sitting in the back, was just about to get out of the car when she swept her foot off. After dropping his ass to the ground, Tang Yu said with a black face, You did that on purpose, didn't you? No, I'm used to riding alone. This is the first time I've ever taken someone with me. Wang was so happy that she reached out and pulled Tang Yu up from the ground. Tang Yu rubbed her ass and bared her teeth, and could only admit it. After the two of them walked into the store, Wang took a plastic basket containing vegetables and handed it to Tang Yu. Take whatever you want. I come to this store often. Their roasted taro chips and roasted dumplings are good. You can try them. I'll order something expensive and eat you out. Okay, look at you with your kidney face. Get a couple more skewers of grilled cashews. The two ordered a bunch of barbecue before ordering a couple beers. Soon the hot barbecue was served. Baiwani raised her beer bottle and clinked it with Tangyu, and began to lower her head to concentrate on drying her meal. At the moment across the road, a small black car was parked on the side of the road. The man in the driver's seat was staring deathly at both Baiwani and Tangyu through the car window. He watched for a moment before taking his cell phone and snapping a picture of the two and sending it out. Meanwhile, a certain underground casino. Lu Junzuo was sitting in a box, betting against two casino lotteries. They play poker, and the two dealers are both top hustlers by trade. But at the moment they had lost a cold sweat. It's been 15 losses in a row. Young Lu was really good at this. Seeing that Lu Junzuo had been winning, a middle-aged man on the side complimented. The middle-aged man had only one arm, and the other sleeve was noticeably empty. He was none other than the owner of this casino, Zhu Xiaowei, also a big shot in the underground world of Suzhou and Hangzhou. In his position, he shouldn't have been so polite with a young man, but the young man in front of him was terrifying. This man came to himself and said he would let him be his dog. He chose to refuse, and then watched as over 40 of his men were easily put down by him with one hand. This man, he is invincible, and he promised himself, as long as one was a dog for him, one could become his spokesperson in the underground world of Suong. It's just a small skill. Cheating is just a quick hand with some tricks. It's not interesting. Lu Junzuo flew the 3 cards in his hand with a bored look on his face. The 3 cards were surprisingly lodged inside the table in unison. After the crowd present saw this scene, they were even more in awe of this young Lu. At that moment, Lu Junzuo's cell phone vibrated twice. He took a look at his cell phone and saw the picture his men had taken. Upon seeing the man in the photo, Lu Junzuo frowned slightly. Isn't that the rich kid from the Tang family? It said that Yi Chen and this punk didn't snatch a woman? How come he's with Baiwani again? The first woman he set his sights on after coming to Su Hang's side was Baiwani. This woman's identity was rather special, and if he could conquer her earlier, it would be a great help to himself. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Junzuo let out a cold smile. Just in time, tricked over here to get it all in one pot. He took his cell phone and sent a text message out. Baiwani was in the middle of burying her head in the sand when the cell phone sitting on the table suddenly rang. She took her cell phone and glanced at it to find a text message. Underground casino on the -2nd floor of the Royal Water Hotel. Baiwani's face changed slightly after reading 2 sentences. She'd recently investigated 2 loan shark cases, and after following up on a lead she'd identified an underground casino, but hadn't been able to find out the details of the address. After seeing the address, she instantly lost her appetite and looked at the owner and shouted, "How much, boss?" "Exactly 102. Okay." Baiwani took out her cell phone and scanned the code to pay. "You're not eating?" Seeing Baiwani's hurried look, Tangyu, who was dealing with the roasted cashews, looked up and asked, "I'm going to check out a casino. You eat, I'm going." Baiwani turned around and was about to leave after saying that. Tangyu immediately choked and remembered the episode. Original book plot. Baiwani receives a text message during her evening meal that someone has reported an underground casino with her. She happens to be investigating the casino as well, and after getting the address she just sneaks in to try to make an unannounced visit. This unannounced visit went horribly wrong, and when his identity was revealed he was arrested by the casino. If it wasn't for Dragon King Yi Chen's appearance, she probably would have had to stage a search officer drama. After this plot ended, her favorability towards Yi Chen went up a whole lot more, and she was rated a whole lot down the line. But the point was that there was no Yi Chen now. If she didn't care, wouldn't she have gone for nothing? Or will the plot fall apart with other changes? System, what's going on with this plot? Tangyu asked silently in his mind. The system didn't respond in any way, making Tangyu a bit upset. After the plot falls apart, you're left to figure it out on your own a lot of the time. He had no choice but to get up and follow after him. "I'll go with you." "You with me?" Baiwani looked at Tangyu with a somewhat odd expression on her face. "Yeah, I'm assisting you in your investigation. I know more about these places than you do." Tangyu nodded. "Nonsense. If I don't go with you, you're going to give it away for nothing. The casino is a big pit. The one who texted you should be Yi Chen. After luring you to the casino to have an accident, he then steps in to save you to brush up his favor. But Yi Chen, the grandson, is no longer here. Who in the world made this setup?" After hearing Tangyu's heartfelt words, Baiwani's heart shook. This guy, he knows again? Remembering the clues she heard from Tangyu last time, she hesitated for a moment or decided to make the trip. "Just be careful. We'll go back to the net right after the unannounced visit. So she nodded. Okay, together is together. Tang Yu then hurriedly followed her onto the motorcycle, puzzled in her mind. He had discovered that even if Dragon King Yi Chen was gone, some plots would still proceed normally. But who sent this text message? This bureau was originally supposed to be Yi Chen's doing. He's not here. Someone else is doing the game? Tang Yu instantly thought of Lu Junzuo, who had replaced Dragon King Yi Chen to take over Su Hang. Let's go over there first. Anyway, don't let anything happen to Bai Wanyi first. As long as we get to the casino, the one who makes the game will always come out. Whether it's Yi Chen or Lu Junzuo will be known by then. Bai Wanyi, who was driving the car, silently listened to Tang Yu's heartfelt words and felt some gratitude in her heart. This guy, he's quite concerned about himself. As for the name Lu Junzuo, she also memorized it in her mind. Setting yourself up to be counted? Then don't let yourself find out. Or wait for the food. It's only a 20-minute bike ride from here to the Royal Water Hotel. After rushing to the front of the hotel, she got off with another customary sweeping kick. Tang Yu, who had been swept to the ground by a foot, looked at this woman with a speechless face. Sigma, winky face. I really didn't mean it this time. So the last time was on purpose? Bai Wanyi hemmed and hawed and laughed dryly twice, skillfully pulling Tang Yu up. The two walked into the hotel and took the elevator to the -2nd floor. Chapter 75, The Man Who Couldn't Be Beaten. In order to hide her identity, Bai Wanyi touched a black mask and put it on her face. Tang Yu looked left, right, up and down, all feeling that she looked a bit like a certain sister in this way. What are you looking at me for? Noticing Tang Yu's eyes, Bai Wanyi asked. Nothing. Tang Yu hemmed and hawed. By the time they reached the -2nd floor, before the elevator doors opened, Bai Wanyi had already taken the initiative to hold Tang Yu's hand. The two pretended to be a couple and walked out to see a pool hall and a couple of big, tigerish men. One of the big men walked up to Tang Yu and asked with a smile, "Here to play pool? A friend introduced me to the fun." Tang Yu replied, "Okay, you know the rules, right?" The big man held out his hand and said. Tang Yu then pulled out her cell phone and turned it off before handing it to the other party. The big man looked at Bai Wanyi again, and Bai Wanyi did the same as Tang Yu and handed her cell phone to the other party. After handing over their cell phones, the two went through the security gate again. Then someone led them through a secret door into the casino. After walking into the casino, a somewhat pungent smell of smoke made Bai Wanyi cough twice. There were about 20 tables set up in the casino. Every table was filled with gamblers playing punt craps. In addition to the slot machines, fishing machines, these are also played by a number of people. All sorts of loud noises and shouts of curses made the place more lively than even a bar. Scantily clad waitresses walk around offering a variety of services to gamblers who have thrown their money away. Go ahead and change your chips. Tang Yu took Bai Wanyi and then went to change 200,000 chips to hold in his hand, and divided half of them to Bai Wanyi. Bai Wanyi didn't have the heart to play. She couldn't help but frown slightly at the sight of the large circle of gamblers here. How many people have to die in one day? Just as the two were wandering around the casino, several cameras in the casino were silently locking onto Bai Wanyi. In the monitoring room on the negative floor, Lu Junzuo stood with a proud face staring at the screen in front of the monitor. On the screen, Bai Wanyi was spinning around the casino with Tang Yu. Seeing Tang Yu really followed, a trace of joy flashed in Lu Junzuo's eyes. Since this idiot took the bait, it's going to be a bumper day. Have someone get him killed, and then go down and heroically rescue him yourself to brush up on your favor. What do you say, Mr. Lu? Xu Xiaowei asked with a smile from the sidelines, already knowing the plan for the night. You can do it, but don't hurt her, and this loser on the side is straight to death. Lu Junzuo commanded. He wasn't clear about Tang Yu's strength. It was because Yi Chen hadn't told anyone about being injured by Tang Yu. The death squad, on the other hand, had been captured before they could report back. He planned to let the casino people kill Tang Yu first, and then he himself would heroically rescue her to brush up his favor. And after saving her, he won't even tell her his name. Just disappear into her world. It made her grateful and curious about herself. After a while, he would find himself a chance to come out and make contact with her, so that she would completely fall in love with him. Prepare to strike. Xu Xiaowei waved his hand, and the minions around him immediately took action. After wandering around the casino for a while, Bai Wanyi had pretty much investigated. She took Tang Yu's arm and said, "Let's go now." Go. Tang Yu nodded, wondering if the plot wasn't a bit off again. A group of people had rushed towards them in a furious manner. There were a total of 30 or so people who rushed over, all with weapons in their hands. That's them. One of them running at the front pointed at the two Tang Yu and shouted, The crowd in the casino stopped moving and looked towards them. What's going on here? Run! After seeing the group come out, Tang Yu pulled by Wan Yi and ran to the back. This is an underground casino. The only way to run out is by elevator. Running towards the elevator. That's definitely a waste of time. Standing here again is too open. And the advantage of having more people on the other side comes into play. So Tang Yu decisively took by Wan Yi and ran into the restroom. You hurry up and contact someone. I'll hold them off. Tang Yu knew that the watch on Bai Wan Yi's hand had an emergency contact function. According to the original plot, Bai Wan Yi was arrested without even having a chance to use her watch. Bai Wan Yi nodded and hurriedly pressed her watch a few times to activate the emergency contact function. It was customized by her dad for her fear that she would risk her life in the line of duty. As soon as it's activated, someone will come to the rescue within 15 minutes at the most. Tang Yu, on the other hand, brought over a hammer that was sitting on the sink as a weapon. Being a high defense and low offense, it's all about the copter. He had just taken his weapon when the hordes behind him were already charging. Rushing at the front was a long-haired youth with a watermelon knife in his hand. They'd been notified that the man can be killed. Just don't hurt the woman. Seeing Tang Yu blocking the doorway, he wailed and rushed up to slash Tang Yu on the shoulder. When this blade fell, it was as if it had cut on a stone. Uing split me. Tang Yu backhanded a hammer onto the long-haired youth's head, and blood splattered. After being blasted in the head with a hammer, the youth screamed miserably as the knife in his hand fell to the ground, like a gargoyle bursting with equipment. Are you okay? Bai Wan Yi, who had already finished her emergency contact, looked at Tang Yu and shouted, "It's okay." Tang Yu shook her head. Bai Wan Yi hurriedly picked up the watermelon knife and fought alongside Tang Yu. Seeing her rush out, the crowd that rushed up to chase her down was a bit cowed, because the boss just said that he can't hurt the woman. Go for two to stall the woman and the rest to kill this guy. One of the big smart ones immediately commanded. So the two men with steel pipes immediately rushed towards Bai Wan Yi, trying to control her first. The rest of the others surged towards Tang Yu to launch their attacks, and then they found out. This man, like a man of stone, whether it's a watermelon knife or a steel pipe or whatever, there's no reaction when it hits him. Chapter 76, Lu Junzuo himself. And Tang Yu didn't say much after he was beaten. It's a backhanded hammer blow, and it's the kind that goes for the head. They didn't have Tang Yu's defense. Basically a hammer blow to the head. People were half cold. Plus the restroom corridor wasn't much wider, and they couldn't take advantage of the sea of people. It's like the zombies in Plants vs. Zombies, lining up one Hulkbuster after another to save Grandpa. The other two that tried to stall Bai Wan Yi weren't much better. They didn't dare to lay hands on Bai Wan Yi. Bai Wan Yi was not polite when she laid her hands on him. She had always had a deep hatred for these scumbags, and was half practiced. In less than 2 minutes of work, the two men were on the ground with a few stabs. So the situation became awkward. One hit doesn't move. One can't fight. It didn't take more than 30 people more than a few minutes before 12 or 13 were already down on the ground. What's the deal with? How the should I know? What the hell is this guy up to? How come he can't move? A group of people are fighting while they are in a row. This is not the right script. Shouldn't it have been a group of his own who rushed up and then easily wasted the little white boy before tying up the female? Seeing his companions fall one after the other, the group of fighters were then completely confused. This is how to play when you meet a hanging ratio? From now on, this casino is called Tang Yu Casino. Tang Yu has found the joy of abuse. Brother has locked blood hanging. Seeing that this group of people didn't dare to lay a hand on Bai Wan Yi, he simply carried 2 knives and took the initiative to rush towards this group of people. Son of a, today I'm going to teach you how to be a villain. After seeing a few more fall, the group of fighters completely collapsed. Asterisk 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 run. Asterisk 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 don't play. There's something wrong with this man. I specified that I couldn't. The casino guests looked confused when the remaining fighters routed and began to flee. A bunch of thugs just went after this guy in a rage. Now how come this guy comes out with a bloody face and chases after this group of thugs? Just as Tang Yu was about to chase after a guy and beat him up, Bai Wan Yi had rushed up and pulled him back. Stop messing around. You're bleeding. Bai Wan Yi was already so scared that her voice carried a hint of crying. She had just seen Tang Yu take so many hard hits, and now there was blood everywhere. At the moment she was regretting in her heart that she shouldn't have taken the risk of bringing him along. He wouldn't have gotten hurt if he hadn't been trying to protect himself. I'm fine. Seeing Bai Wan Yi's eyes red with fear, Tang Yu let out a bitter smile. You're still fine. You've been hit so many times. I con you where you're hurt. Bai Wan Yi pulled Tang Yu's clothes up and was about to start checking his body. She felt around Tang Yu's body and didn't find any wounds, so she went to pull Tang Yu's pants again. Asterisk 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 I'm really fine. Don't be. Everyone's watching. Tang Yu hurriedly tugged on her hand to stop the woman's crazy behavior. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. Dropping. Congratulations to the host for surviving the casino episode. Rewarding him with the spoken fist can be used 5 times. After hearing the prompt, Tang Yu cursed in his heart as his face sank. Dog system, are you doing this again? He'd noticed lately that the system was getting out of whack. And even if the plot fell apart, the rewards are also starting to be pitiful. And it always feels like you're expecting to GG early. The 2 one-time ancient martial arts rewards previously awarded. If he hadn't used it well, he probably would have let that Yakuza Yichin beat him to death. This words out fist that was rewarded this time wasn't even an ancient martial art. According to the system, the lines shouted while throwing a punch determined the kill. What's all this? Some kind of intuition told him that this ghost system might not be helping him. While Tang Yu was wondering, Lu Junzuo's face in the monitoring room was also black as a ball of ink. What the is this? More than 30 people can't handle one rich kid? Even a yellow character realm ancient martial artist would have to suffer a bit when facing so many with weapons. Are all your men eaters? Somewhat stifled, he looked at Zhu Xiaowei and said in annoyance. He had purposely laid out his own layout to heroically save the girl and slaughter the kid in one fell swoop. And now this? I don't know. Zhu Xiaowei is also confused. What is the situation? This guy, is he the same level of monster as this Lu Xiao on the side? I'll do it myself. Lu Junzuo walked out with a black face. His body twisted as he stepped out the door, ringing with the sound of popping beans. Immediately afterward, he seemed to shrink, his figure turning into a hunchbacked middle-aged man. After changing his stature with his shrinking bones, he fished a human skin mask out of his pocket and put it on his face. In doing so, he instantly became something else. First used this identity to go down and slaughter the brat surnamed Tang, then let the rest deal with Bai Wanyi. When Bai Wanyi was arrested, he himself would restore his identity to heroically save her. He had just rushed downstairs in the elevator to the casino, just in time to see a certain fighter take advantage of Tang Yu's inattention and sneak up from behind to slash at Tang Yu's back. After this cut, it didn't even cut through the clothes. As a peak Xian Z realm expert, Lu Junzuo quickly saw it. Tang Yu's body had an invisible aura protecting him. This is the unmovable King Gong? Lu Junzuo narrowed his eyes. He knew quite a few things after obtaining the ancient martial inheritance in the dragon mark Jade. For example, the unmovable King Gong technique was an ancient martial arts technique that had been lost for many years. Its defense is one of a kind. It is said that after cultivating to the realm of perfection, it is impossible to break the defense below the Xianzi realm. But he himself was at the peak of the Xianzi realm. Even with the unmovable King Gong protecting his body, it was still not difficult for him to kill him. He took a deep breath as the true chi in his body began to surge. A forward dash like a cheetah pouncing on Tang Yu. Only a residual shadow could be seen rushing to Tang Yu. When Tang Yu came back to her senses, she had already been kicked in the chest by Lu Junzuo. After this kick hit, Tang Yu retreated several steps back, and a small amount of pain came from his chest. The pain caused Tang Yu to be somewhat shocked. One's own immovable King Gong was actually on the verge of being broken? He felt that the chi flowing in his body was much less at once. When all of this chi dissipated, it meant that he would lose the protection of the immovable Ming Wan Gong. He glanced at the man attacking him, a middle-aged hunchbacked man. So what if the unmovable king's technique is refined to perfection by a waste of space like you? Lu Junzuo stared at Tang Yu and sneered. He deliberately lowered his voice, making it sound a little low and harsh. That's when Bai Wanyi reacted. She took the watermelon knife in her hand and slashed at Lu Junzuo's back, attempting a sneak attack. Lu Junzuo, however, didn't even look back, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, and used 2 fingers to hold the falling knife. Immediately after that, he slightly exerted force with both fingers, and the watermelon knife instantly disconnected. After seeing this scene, Tang Yu instantly affirmed this person's identity. Son of a, it's really Lu Junzuo. This man likes to play B. He used a similar tactic when he came out. Shrinking bone disguise is also his specialty. Sure enough, after Yi Chen's absence is when he came. Bai Wanyi had no intention of listening to Tang Yu's heart at the moment. Seeing that her opponent had broken the knife even after catching it with 2 fingers, she decided to kick Lu Junzuo's crotch with a teasing kick. The kick was just about to land when Lu Junzuo had already disappeared into thin air. Before Bai Wanyi could react, she was fainted by Lu Junzuo's hand slash on her neck. After settling Bai Wanyi, Lu Junzuo's gaze fell towards Tang Yu. Today, this man will surely die. Chapter 77. This punch, 30 years of strength. Seeing Lu Junzuo take a step towards himself, Tang Yu's face was a bit gloomy. Expecting the immovable king's kung fu to take a beating doesn't work anymore. The words out fist that the system had just given could only be used 5 times as well, and he didn't know how lethal it would be, so he might as well replace it with the yin-yang infinite kung fu. Is really a bit panicky. Don't roll over here after the first time you've metered for so long. First time? Suddenly, some more strange images flashed through Tang Yu's mind. These images are of him being beaten to death by different people. It was as if himself had once lingered longer in some novel, but again, he couldn't remember when that had been. After a moment's effort, these memories disappeared once again. Panicked at death's door? Seeing Tang Yu's blank expression, Lu Junzuo sneered. With such a wasteful rich kid, Yi Chen couldn't even solve it? He once again rushed towards Tang Yu to launch a furious attack. Those fighters who had been chased and beaten by Tang Yu earlier began to shout from the sidelines. Having just been chased and beaten by Tang Yu for half a day, they all had a belly full of fire at the moment. Seeing that an expert had come out to deal with this kid, they all grabbed their weapons and prepared to fall. After being attacked again, the confused look on Tang Yu's face disappeared. After feeling that the chi of the unmovable King Gong in his body was continuously flowing away, Tang Yu knows he can't just sit around and wait. He has 5 more chances. After stiffly resisting Lu Junzuo's punch, Tang Yu began to utilize the words follow fist. Ola! While throwing a punch, Tang Yu roared. Output is all about roar. After this punch hit Lu Junzuo took 2 steps back and frowned slightly. He found this guy to be a bit of fun. Obviously there was no true chi in his body, and he was not even an ancient martial artist. However, he had cultivated his unmovable King Gong to the perfection realm. Just now, with this sudden counterattack punch, it was estimated that there was a peak yellow character realm strength, but that's about it. He rushed up to attack Tang Yu once more, his attack even more violent than before. He knew that this guy's unmovable King Kung Fu would only last for another minute. After a minute, he'll be dead for sure. After a punch that didn't do any damage, Tang Yu sent sincere and warm greetings to the system's matriarchal ancestors in her heart. Seeing that the unmovable King's Kung Fu wouldn't be able to hold up anytime soon, Tang Yu threw 3 more punches in succession, trying to shout different lines, but it still doesn't help. Go to hell! Lu Junzuo shouted angrily and kicked Tang Yu in the chest again. After this kick hits, the chi in Tang Yu's body finally dissipated, and life and death. Tang Yu's aura flickered, finally realizing the true meaning of this word's follow fist. The damage is determined by the lines. So what kind of lines hit the storm? Does it even matter? Facts aside, are men not at fault at all? After this punch was thrown, standing in place, Lu Junzuo just laughed coldly and let Tang Yu hit him. Little punk, so what if I let you throw a punch? Then, he flew backwards a full 10 meters away. After smashing a full 2 gambling tables, Lu Junzuo opened his mouth and then sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. His face was filled with panic, and his chest was in excruciating pain. What the hell kind of punch is that? Why is it so powerful? It even hit him to the point where he couldn't run his true chi inside. This punch has at least 30 years of power. If he wasn't wearing an inner armor, this punch would have already killed him. The casino fighters looked dumbfounded as well. A punch that knocked someone out like that. Is this guy a monster? The ones who had just wanted to fall on Tang Yu in retaliation were now so scared that their legs had gone weak. A man like that was never going to be able to overcome them. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps came through the door. A team of heavily armed SWAT officers rushed in. All crouched down on the ground with your hands up. They rushed in and shouted, and the casino crowd crouched on the floor. Because there's only one exit to escape from here, and there's no escape at all. Leading the team was none other than Bureau Chief Wang of the City West Precinct. When he rushed over and saw Bai Wan-yi, who had fainted on the ground, he couldn't help but look shocked. Wan-yi, are you alright? He rushed over to help Bai Wan-yi up. Bai Wan-yi didn't faint too much this time, and Lu Junzuo's hand was quite light. She woke up and immediately opened her eyes and shouted, "Where's Tang Yu?" Wang Bureaus and a few colleagues on the side can't help but let out a sound in their hearts. What's wrong with this girl? Why is she calling out the name of the Tang family's young master right out of the gate? The last time he was at the police station, there were already 2 big beauties fighting over him. This guy, did he you and Bai Wan-yi again? While everyone's attention was drawn, Lu Junzuo grabbed the opportunity to run in the direction of the restroom. He was really hurt at the moment. After rushing to the restroom, he hastily removed his human skin mask and threw it into the toilet to flush it down. Immediately after that, the shrinking bones on his body lifted and his body returned to its original form. After coughing up a large mouthful of blood, he hurriedly fished out a healing pill and ate it. It was only after taking the medicine that he felt better. At this moment, in his heart Tang Yu was already full of scorn. That punch just now. Even he himself might not have been able to land such a killing blow. This person. What realm is he in? Soon, a SWAT team came to the restroom to arrest the dogs and staff who had come in from hiding to gamble. Lu Junzuo was also handcuffed and sent to the police car. After sending Lu Junzuo flying with a punch, Tang Yu was also startled. At the critical moment, I had a thought of my own, and I didn't realize that it had this kind of killing power. This punch is truly a punch high above the heavens, the fist of the Most High. After rubbing her somewhat dull and painful chest, Tang Yu ran to find Bai Wanyi. When he ran over, Bai Wanyi had already woken up. Are you okay? It's okay. The two men saw each other ask in unison and answered at the same time. Seeing Tang Yu, who was covered in blood, Duro Wang was also startled. He quickly asked, "What's wrong with you, young Tang? Really not hurt?" "No." Tang Yu was just about to say no when she suddenly felt dizzy. After the unmovable King Gong was broken, that punch just now had overdrawn too much of his strength. Coupled with the injuries he received at the hands of Lu Junzuo, he collapsed with a wobble in his form. Bai Wanyi's quick eyes and hands just caught Tang Yu, but due to the distance between the two, Tang Yu fell down and hit her head just on her chest. So Tang Yu's face was buried in a patch of Q-bouncing peaks, had a solid cleanser. His face became peaceful and he slowly closed his eyes and fainted. "Oh, it's moist." At the last moment of passing out, his heart suddenly sounded. Bai Wanyi huffed, picking Tang Yu up directly in a princess hug and said, "Duro Wang, I'll take him to the hospital first. I'll trouble you on this side. If you find out about one named Lu Junzuo, make sure to scrutinize his identity." Understood. P.S. Second shift delivered. Let's see if we can get 2 more chapters this afternoon to complete the 4-shift goal. Chapter 78, bear with me. After being sent to the police station, Lu Junzuo originally thought nothing was wrong. He had all purposely restored his shrunken bones, so that no one would know who the man who had struck with Tang Yu was. If you get caught and go in, at best, you'll get a gambling charge, which is trivial. As a result, I don't know why, but this time when I was caught in, I had to do a hard night statement of all kinds of investigations. Even, they don't pour themselves a glass of water. Well, after this ordeal lasted all night, nothing could really be found out. Just sent him to the detention center for participating in crowd gambling. When he was escorted in, he happened to see 4 familiar faces. It was the 4 of the death squad. To be able to meet here in the midst of a sea of people made Lu Junzuo unable to help but feel a great deal of emotion. This place is becoming a Dragon Soul organization club. Young Lu, what brings you here? After seeing Lu Junzuo come in, Tong Hei, who had 12 fingers, hurriedly asked, "I came by to see you guys and pick you up on the way out." Lu Junzuo put his hands behind his back and pretended to be indifferent. "Then why is your face a bit white, Mr. Lu?" the 4 asked again. A little motion sickness. The corner of Lu Junzuo's mouth twitched. "Then why is there blood on you, Mr. Lu? Hurt someone else?" Lu Junzuo didn't want to give these 4 people another chance to play after he finished speaking and ordered, "You guys go ahead and rest. We'll go out together tomorrow. I still need your help in Suwang." For some reason he hadn't seen them in a while. He always felt that there was something not quite right about these 4. Kind of naive in a naive way. The 4 of them exchanged glances before speaking in unison. "Xiao Lu trusts me so much. We will return the favor with our deaths." In the face of the 4's expression of loyalty, Lu Junzuo nodded his head quite satisfied. "Not bad for a dead soldier you've trained yourself. This loyalty can be judged by heaven and earth." After thinking about it, he called the 4 over and whispered his next plan to them. All 4 listened intently, but their eyes were a little weird. When he had finished, Lu Junzuo returned to the bed and began to heal his wounds as soon as he lay down. He did hurt himself a little bit with that punch today. It won't take 10 days and half a month to recover. Tang Yu, at this moment, was also hospitalized. Against the astonished eyes of everyone in the entire hospital, Tang Yu was sent into the hospital room by Bai Wanyi and a Princess Carrie to start the examination. Well, after checking for a while, the doctor handed the inspection report to Bai Wanyi and said, "Ms. Bai, there's nothing wrong with your lover. It's just an overdose of de-energization. A good rest will help him recover." "He's not my lover." Bai Wanyi blushed, a little embarrassed. The doctor just laughed and didn't say anything. "Not a lover?" This all Princess hug on, looking at Tang Yu, who was lying on the hospital bed and hadn't woken up yet. Bai Wanyi always felt uneasy. How can you take so many hits and not get hurt? After thinking about it, she still took off Tang Yu's clothes to recheck them, lest any wounds go unnoticed and then get infected. Soon, Tang Yu's blouse was ripped off by her. She took a wet towel and wiped the blood off Tang Yu's body a little bit. Then she couldn't help but blush slightly at the sight of those firm 8-pack abs. As a policewoman, she hated effeminate men with a passion. She thinks her future man must be masculine and able to fight. As for abs, that's essential. See if the abs hurt. She coughed dryly and put a hand on it and gently touched it a few times. He's got a good body. He's strong. After a few touches, she didn't have the heart to keep going. Always felt a little guilty. Heart pounding fast. Then she turned Tang Yu upside down and looked at her back. And there really wasn't a single wound. Haven't checked down there yet. She remembered the question again. When they were in the casino, Tang Yu had a death grip on her pants to keep her from checking them. Now that I think about it, this guy can't be hurting somewhere he's afraid to let himself know. Although the doctor has already checked it, just to be on the safe side, confirm it a little more. So she decided to yank Tang Yu's pants down. She had just started to do it when Tang Yu woke up. Seeing that her pants were tugged a little, Tang Yu didn't hold back, but after seeing that it was by Wan Yi, he breathed a small sigh of relief. It's a good thing it wasn't a guy. Damn it. This world is so messed up. I heard the last time someone got drunk and collapsed on the side of the road. As a result, a man stole the cell phone even though it was given. Alas, this world is so chaotic that a handsome man like me is too dangerous. What are you doing? He asked again hurriedly, trying to tug his pants up, but he couldn't use a single ounce of his strength right now because of the deconditioning. After being snapped by Tang Yu, Bai Wanyi was also startled. Then she grunted and said, check your body to see if you're hurt. Tang Yu felt that these women were out of place. You're not checking? You're clearly craving my body. If my brother hadn't woken up, maybe you'd have taken advantage of the situation and done my brother in ruthlessly. It doesn't look like anything should be wrong. So if you're not feeling well anywhere, just say so. Seeing that Tang Yu had woken up, Bai Wanyi was too embarrassed to really continue doing this. Ahem. Feeling a little weirdly sorry for the two girlfriends. But isn't this one overthinking it? You're going to do him yourself? Good thinking. Then help me put it on. I don't have the strength right now, Tang Yu said helplessly. Now this always felt weird. Bai Wanyi rolled her eyes and helped Tang Yu dress up, adding again, don't think too much. It's really just to check your body. How come you're okay after taking so many attacks? Head iron. Tang Yu hemmed and hawed, and after resting for a while that chi of the unmovable King Gong in his body slowly began to recover again. But this wave at the casino today really took him by surprise. This Lu Junzuo was still quite a bit more powerful than Yi Chen. Wanting to find this person to cooperate together to deal with Yi Chen, I'm afraid that this would be hard enough. One's a maggot and one's a cockroach. Neither one's any good. What's more troubling is that this dog has been a real threat. At that moment, a sudden rush of urine came up. Today, I accompanied Bai Wanyi to eat barbecue and drank several bottles, and I haven't peed since I went to the casino. He wanted to get up out of bed to go take care of his physical problems, but being in a disembodied state, he seemed a little less able to do so. What's wrong? Seeing Tang Yu's suddenly twisted face, Bai Wanyi asked. I have to pee. Tang Yu coughed dryly, more or less unkindly. Then you go to. It was only then that Bai Wanyi remembered that this guy was off the hook. She blushed along with him. Was she going to have to help him to the bathroom herself? She's taken care of kids and knows how to help with peeing and stuff. See the guy's face as if he can't hold it in. She bit her lip and said, okay, I'll help you there. For her, sneaking a few touches of her abs over the top was a big enough scale. Now that's more or less breaking the psychological line. But when she thought about the fact that this guy was also doing this to save himself, she had to lower her mental bottom line a bit. After putting Tang Yu's hand on her shoulder, Bai Wanyi helped the guy to the ward's restroom. The restroom wasn't that big, and it was a little cramped with two people standing in it. Then please, I'll buy you next time. Tang Yu dryly coughed again. Don't worry, brother is a reasonable person and never takes advantage of others. Lend someone 3 points for 7. In the future, if you need my help, just ask. It's a dog if you don't. Bai Wanyi kind of wanted to hit someone. It's a good thing she's more decisive and doesn't like to drag things out. After making up her mind, she followed the process of helping her little nephew to Tang Yu. But when the operation was halfway through, she was still a little down. Don't hesitate. Hurry up. Brother is going to pee out. Mine's big, so bear with me. Chapter 79, should have come here earlier. Hospital corridors. Muyue was hurrying towards Tang Yu's hospital room. For reasons of being so good looking, many people along the way subconsciously looked toward her. One of them, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wore a cervical immobilizer because he sprained his neck playing basketball. Mr. Wang, For the next period of time you should pay attention to resting your neck, not to twist it drastically. The nurse next to him was bugging him. Before the nurse could finish her words, he stared at Su Muyue's figure with wide eyes, his head twisting after him. Immediately afterward, a scream rang out in the hallway. Su Muyue's footsteps were extremely fast. She had just gotten word that Tang Yu had an accident in the underground casino and was sent to the hospital, so she hurried over. When she found the ward where Tang Yu was, Wang was helping Tang Yu out of the restroom with a red face. The two women looked at each other, and the atmosphere was instantly a bit awkward. How did they get out of the restroom? Makazuki, you're here, just in time to come over and help support him. He's off his feet. Wang was inspired to shout in a hurry. Okay. Su Muyu hurried over to help Tang Yu and sent him to bed. Then she suddenly realized a problem. This guy is off his feet and can't walk. Then just now the two people in the restroom. Wang, this is to help him do what? Seeing Wang run to wash her hands, Su Muyu's face looked a little odd. I should have known. Should have come over earlier. She turned her head to look at Tang Yu and asked, are you alright? Nothing. Tang Yu hemmed and hawed. How did she get here so fast? Have you ever cared so much about your brother? It feels like this woman is getting different from before. After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Su Muyu was slightly stunned. A bitter smile flashed across her face. She really wasn't quite the same as she used to be. My old self wouldn't have cared so much about him. You guys talk. I'll take a nap. I'm sleepy from tossing and turning all night. Wang, who had returned from washing her hands, yawned and went to lie down on another hospital bed and began to doze off. Take a break and go back later to work overtime on today's casino business. She fell asleep within 2 minutes of lying down, and both of Tang Yu could hear her light snoring. After she fell asleep, the two of them, Tang Yu and Su Muyue, looked at each other. It's a little hard to find common ground. Can you get me a glass of water? I'd like some water. After 2 minutes of dry staring, Tang Yu was really feeling a bit thirsty. Okay, want it hot? Cold is fine. Su Muyu nodded and took the disposable cup and ran the drinking fountain to pour a cup of water. Tang Yu tried to sit up and drink water. I'm still just a little out of shape and it's a bit of a struggle to sit up. So Su Muyu put the water aside again, took a pillow and leaned against the bed, helping Tang Yu sit up. You don't drink well either, so I'll feed you. Su Muyu held up her water cup with her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Tang Yu. Trouble. Tang Yu opened her mouth slightly. Su Muyu sent the cup to Tang Yu's mouth and slowly fed Tang Yu a cup of water before asking, more? No. I'll lie down and rest for a while. Tang Yu shook her head. It's better to drink less until you've recovered. Or else I'll go pee again later. And then I can't ask you to help too. Can I? Ugh. But look on the bright side of everything. At least there's no ting on people for help. The corner of Su Muyu's mouth twitched when she heard Tang Yu's heartfelt words. What kind of stuff does this guy think about all day long? But listen to his meaning. Wang really helped him go to the toilet? She bit her lip and glanced a little sadly at her big-hearted best friend. What are you going to do with something like that? Wouldn't it be nice to call me for help? What's wrong with you today? She looked at Tang Yu and asked in a soft voice. Just having a nightcap with her and getting into a bit of trouble with an unannounced visit to the casino. No big deal. Tang Yu smiled and replied. When he finished, he didn't know what to say. Staying with Su Muyue, he really couldn't find much to talk about in common. The main thing is that those previous years are remembered as being a lickspittle and getting the cold shoulder every day. Not even more than 3 minutes of normal conversation between the two sides. Su Muyue spoke after a moment of silence. If you're tired, take a break. Okay. After lying down, Tang Yu closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep. Su Muyue felt a surge of contentment as she sat on the edge. It was actually quite nice to stay around him like this and listen to him mutter in his mind. After sitting quietly for half an hour, Wang woke up instead. She squinted for a while and then got better and looked at Su Muyue and asked, "This guy is asleep?" Su Muyu nodded and made a shushing gesture. Wang sighed, got up and put on her shoes and whispered, "Then I'll go back to the police station first." Seeing Wang about to leave, Su Muyu hesitated for a moment to follow. Seeing her best friend follow her, Wang laughed. Not accompanying Tang Yu anymore? Let him sleep. Su Muyue shook her head. It's actually quite satisfying to meet and chat like this to hear what's on his mind. You are also fed up. Before people do not want for nothing. Now chasing husband crematorium. Wang shrugged her shoulders, somewhat not quite understanding these young people. Su Muyue just laughed bitterly. She doesn't understand herself either. Not long after the two women left, Tang Yu woke up. After resting for a while, the body finally slowly recovered. Dog system, where's the reward? He cursed mentally. The reward system is upgraded to open the plot hint function, ensuring that even if the plot collapses, it will not affect the host's ability to foresee the plot. The system's voice rang in his head. Hear that reward? Tang Yu was a bit surprised. He had thought that he would be rewarded with feats and whatnot after another frontal hard fight. I didn't realize that this time the reward was for the system to provide the plot hint function. In that case, the plot falling apart didn't stop him from watching the subsequent episodes. After pondering for a moment, Tang Yu opened her mouth and asked, "The auction plot will still proceed normally next, right? Since it was Lu Junzuo who accepted Yi Chen's position, then the next auction episode will be quite important." In the original plot, Yi Chen gets a low price for a curio at an auction. This curio hid pills and an ancient martial arts technique that drastically increased his strength. Previously, Han Mingxian from Yanjing was killed robbing this thing with Yi Chen. This system was getting more and more sinister now, and was slow to give himself a good use of the ancient martial arts. Since this was the case, he himself was going to fight for the opportunity that belonged to the Dragon King. Dropping. It will proceed normally. The plot has been queued up. The system quickly prompted the plot of the auction in Tang Yu's mind. Fittingly, the protagonist of the plot has changed. The person who took this opportunity changed from Yi Chen to Lu Junzuo. After familiarizing herself with the episode, Tang Yu already had a plan in mind. You can't rely on the system. Then rely on yourself. P.S. For more good brothers by hand point a catalyst and 5-star evaluation. These days more time to strive to continue for more. Chapter 80, You Shouldn't Be So Greedy. When her body was almost recovered, Tang Yu left the hospital and drove home to rest. The auction was in a week, so he was in no hurry. By the time he got home, Ling Han was sitting in his room coming in. Seeing Ling Han still in his room at this hour, Tang Yu was surprised. "Why haven't you gone to bed yet? Are you planning on me coming here to sleep tonight? I had to go out during the day, and now I'm coming over to straighten up the room." Ling Han spat out his tongue and explained. Not that she hadn't been organized during the day. She was just a little worried seeing as Tang Yu hadn't come back so late, so she waited here. She already knew about Lu Junzuo's visit to Suong. This person was extremely well hidden in the Dragon Soul organization and was a greater threat than Yi Chen. Although she knew that Tang Xiao's strength was unfathomable, she was inevitably still a little worried, because the Dragon Soul organization was hiding too deeply. On the surface, their 8 war generals were the top combatants, but who knows how many monsters that unfathomable old man has cultivated out. The only thing to be thankful for though, she belonged to Yi Chen's faction in the Dragon Soul organization, so whatever Lu Junzuo wanted to do next in Suong, she could do it without any help. But there's a downside, too, and that's that you can't get information about Lu Junzuo, so you can't do Tang Xiao any favors. Yo, working so hard, should I reward you for something then? How about a set of cost portraits for you tomorrow? Tang Yu rubbed his hands together and hemmed and hawed. Ling Han's face immediately burned with panic and he shook his head vigorously. Last time she lost a bet playing a game with Tang Yu. Tang Yu said he would take a set of portraits for her. Then, she was made to wear a beaver COS outfit. That's scale. Simply, ugh. Girls just need to document their beauty more when they're young. Seeing Ling Han so resistant, Tang Yu was quite sorry. And I'd like you to shoot a couple more sets. Forget it. It makes me look like a pervert who bullies good girls all day long. Turn around or hurry up and find the evidence on your parents' side and find another chance to tell you. After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Ling Han was suddenly moved for a moment in his heart. Don Xiao, still thinking about himself. Then you take an early rest. Young Tang, I'll go back first. Ling Han greeted Tang Yu and happily went back to the bedroom to rest. Temple Group. Wang Yixue was lying on the desk holding a picture frame in a smiling manner. In the frame is a rather youthful golden couple. It was the very picture of her in college when she was in a relationship with Tang Yu. She looked away and suddenly looked up at the secretary and asked, why do you think Tang Yu and I are so well matched? Divine destiny. The secretary replied in all seriousness. Not bad. Answer 100 feints. Wages go up 10,000. Wang Yixue praised with a thumbs up. It's just a matter of telling the truth. A reward I'm well deserving of. Up 20,000. Secretary Bo tried to stifle his laughter and hurriedly got down to business. By the way, Missy, Mr. Lee of the Pearl April Group wants to invite you to talk about cooperation. Wang Yixue's secretary suddenly spoke up and reminded. The fat lady? Wang Yixue fell back to remember each other. Mingzhu, quite famous rich woman. It is said that the face of the head of 3,000 to come. She has an e-commerce platform that she wants to merge with one of the e-commerce platforms under the Tingwang Group so that she can go and compete for the top 3 positions in the industry. After a moment of contemplation she nodded. Yes. Did she say what time? Mr. Lee said anytime. Then schedule it for the afternoon. Wang Yishue snapped her fingers and hurriedly took out her cell phone to call Tang Yu over. When the call was answered, she smiled and shouted, "Baby, come to my company. We'll go to Pearl together to talk about business in the afternoon." Talk about what? The e-commerce platform thing. Wang Yishue described the situation in detail. The e-commerce platform of Tengwang Group follows a high-end route, focusing on luxury and foreign products. And the number 2 shareholder of this platform is the Tang Group. So if we want to merge, we really have to talk to Tang Yu's side. The two of them met directly at the airport after confirming it on the phone. Tang Yu hung up the phone and drove over towards the airport. System, what has this episode been changed to? Tang Yu murmured in his heart as he drove. He remembered that the original book had this plot. Wang Yishue went to talk about business, and ended up being drugged by her partner with the so-and-so drug. Just as he was about to be miserably abused, Dragon King Yichen came out of nowhere to kill the villain. And then after that, naturally, it's all about detoxing that blah blah blah. It's all the most common formula for a good article. Dropping. The plot has been changed to. The system quickly told Tang Yu about the plot that had changed. After learning a bit about the episode, Tang Yu just narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, Yi Chen's part was replaced with Lu Junzuo again. After thinking about it, he first sent a text message to the death squad. This is when the importance of the 2/5 comes into play. By the time Tang Yu arrived at the airport, Wang Yishue had already arrived first. Such a stunning beauty standing in front of the airport. It makes a lot of people look twice rather than risk being beaten up by their girlfriends, especially the boss of a certain listed company. Seeing Wang Yishue is a bright spot. I didn't expect to come to Suwon on a business trip to sign a contract and still meet such a beautiful woman. He walked smilingly to Wang Yishue and stretched out his hand. This young lady recognize? My humble self is Lu, the owner of the Johua Group. Crawling, looking like a toad, older than my father. Who gave you the face to seek out an old lady to get acquainted with? You want to eat young grass with an old cow and make keys for $10 for 3 of them, do you? Tens of billions of dollars for a Thai company. Show off my ass. Wang Yishue gave a direct scolding that made the middle-aged man shiver. After scolding, Wang Yishue smiled again and ran towards Tang Yu waving her hand and shouting, "Honey, I'm here." Tang Yu, who was trotting over, almost didn't fall to the ground in a heap. This husband of hers, the airport is a good number of men have thrown a hateful look towards themselves. It was only after the middle-aged man who had been sorely scolded looked over that he violently recognized Tang Yu. Isn't this Mr. Tang of the Tang Group? He came to Suwon this time to sign a contract with Tang's group to get an order. So he hurriedly turned and grayed away with his briefcase blocking his face. Who's your husband? Don't yell. Walking over to Wang Yishue's side, Tang Yu said helplessly, You were bullying people last night. Wang Yishue hugged Tang Yu's arm tightly and pretended to be shy. Wasn't I at home last night? Yeah, but I dreamed about you. So you're responsible. Tang Yu stared wide-eyed. There could still be a cloud touching the porcelain? That's add up. Brother's got a lot to answer for. I really shouldn't have last time. I was too greedy and dreamed of 4 at once. Wang Yishue glared fiercely at this guy. Greedy? No one is going to steal it from my mom. Chapter 81, Shaking your hand is disrespectful to you. Pearl, April Hotel. Somewhere in the suite, Lu Junzuo was holding a glass of red wine and shaking it slightly. His face still had a hint of pallor, but his body had recovered quite a bit. The injuries from that punch a few days ago were indeed a bit heavy, and left him with a heartbeat as well. Jun Zhua, I heard that you're a good healer. My shoulder is not feeling well. Help me rub it. At that moment, a woman sitting across from him cried out daintily. The women were not so much as flowery looking, but at least primitively human. A body of flab folded into 5 or 6 layers, like a Michelin tire man. She was none other than the owner of the April Group, Li Shufa, who could easily be considered a total beauty just by hearing her name. Too bad the name is so different from the person. Okay. A trace of disgust flashed in Lu Junzuo's eyes, but it was well hidden. He walked behind Li Shufa and gently squeezed her shoulders, feeling like he was squeezing a piece of breathing fat. The greasy feeling came from his fingertips and made him want to vomit a little. If he didn't need to use the woman, he wouldn't bother approaching her. The biggest difference between him and Yi Chen was that he wouldn't put up a front like Yi Chen to take advantage. He even dared to tease a 70-year-old woman with a sarcoma on her face. Oh, cozy, use a little more force. Li Shufa showed a cozy expression. Lu Junzuo resisted the urge to vomit and said, Have you already made arrangements for today? It's arranged. Junzhua, don't worry. As long as it's something you like, I'll give it to you. Li Shufa touched Lu Junzuo's hand tenderly. Lu Junzuo hummed, feeling a few points better. The last layout wanted to brush a wave of goodwill from by Wang Yi's side, but he didn't expect it to turn over. This time, he simply adjusted his target and went after Wang Yixue. She was very close to the Tang family, and once she was able to become her woman, she could help herself a lot. At this moment, the two Tang Yus had already gotten off the airplane. After getting off the airplane, Wang Yixue was still smiling and hugging Tang Yu's arm. Sticking to Tang Yu made her a thief happy. Why are you acting like a wombat? Seeing Wang Yixue's happy face, Tang Yu asked with a smile. Wombats hang from trees. I haven't hung on you yet. Wang Yixue approached Tang Yu's ear and whispered, but I could use you as a pole and do a pole dance on you in a bunny girl so I can hang on to you. Tang Yu brainstormed the scene. Asterisk 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 seems kind of cool? No. Still no coloring. If we talk about this anymore, we're going to have to do a standing ovation later. Hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Wang Yixue laughed wildly in her heart. This stuffy person is still pretending with herself. But, she did bring a set of bunny girls with her this time over. It is rare for two people to come out alone to talk about business, which is not disguised as a tour. When they left the airport, the two of them took a car and headed towards their hotel. If this project is merged, how do you think the shares will be distributed? Right now their side is giving the meaning that they are going to take 30% of the shares after the merger, which I don't think is very reasonable. After sitting in the car, Wang Yixue handed Tang Yu the information in her hand. Tang Yu took it and scanned it a few times before smiling. Let's talk about it when we meet. There's nothing to talk about. And this business is definitely not going to cooperate anyway. In the end, it's Lu Junzuo, this dog, who set up the game, trying to deliberately trick you over, then drug you for a heroic rescue, and then take advantage of it cheaply. Hey, Yi Chen is at least like half a pure love warrior compared to him. After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Wang Yixue froze. Lu Quanshou? Who's this? Sounds like he's all the way with Yi Chen? And you're counting on yourself? She narrowed her eyes and took her cell phone and quickly sent a message out. Ever since that incident with Yi Chen happened last time, the Wang family had also started recruiting, and in one breath, they had invited several ancient martial artists back to sit in the town. She had two people around her right now for covert protection. After sending a message to the two bodyguards, a chill flashed in her eyes. Since he dared to play dirty with himself, he should not fall into his hands. But thinking that Tang Yu was so worried about her following her over, she was super happy in her heart. Wrapping her arms around Tang Yu, she then happily pressed herself against him and said, after this time, let's play over here for a few days. Play for a couple days? I have to go back in a couple days for something. Next time. Tang Yu let out a bitter laugh. He was still keeping an eye on this side of the auction, and this was an opportunity he would say anything to grab. This dog system's small counting crackling, pinning hopes on this calf sooner or later overturned the wheel. Well, then give me a kiss to make up for it. Wang Yixue smiled and pointed to her face. Tang Yu looked at her face and coughed dryly with some hesitation. That hooligan. She's doing it again. Hurry up or you'll be breaking the law, you know? Wang Yixue patted Tang Yu's leg and urged. What's the offense? Against a woman's will. Isn't it still against the law? When she finished, both of them broke into a fit of laughter in the car. Laughing, Wang Yixue suddenly wrapped her arms around Tang Yu's neck and gave him a hard blow to the face. After leaving a lipstick mark on Tang Yu, Wang Yixue smiled and said, no rubbing. How can I go out and meet people without wiping? Tang Yu bitterly smiled and wiped it up with his hand. The driver sitting in the front glanced in the rearview mirror and mentally ate a couple of large lemons. Alas, my brother was handsome when he was young. How is it that no such beautiful woman has ever come forward to throw herself at me? When the car arrived at the hotel, the two of them got off when Li Shuefei was already standing at the door waiting. Looking at such a big pile of flab from a long distance, Tang Yu gave a cry in his heart. This ing jack-in-the-box lady looks too amazing. Remember she seems to be the head of the face of the 3000 to come. Alas, this soft rice genus is not delicious With this tonnage and a penchant for playing with wire balls, $1 million a month for her as a gigolo is well deserved. Wang Yixue listened to Tang Yu's tirade in her heart and tried not to laugh out loud. Mr. Wang, it's been a hard journey. Who is this? Li Shuefei extended her hand to shake Wang Yixue's. Her pair of thieving little eyes made an effort to swirl around Tang Yu's body, as if her eyes carried perspective. Seeing Tang Yu's goosebumps come out, even gulped a little. This handsome guy, he's a whole lot more handsome than even Lu Junzuo. This is my boyfriend, Tang Yu, also the head of the Tang Group, and he has 45 shares in our family's e-commerce platform. Noticing Li Shuefei's eyes, a fire instantly bubbled up in Wang Yixue's heart. This woman. Her family's broken company is waiting for bad luck. Oh, so it's the young master of the Tang family in Suzhou Hangzhou. I've always heard that it's very handsome, and it's true that seeing is believing. Li Shuefei hurriedly extended her hand to shake Tang Yu's. Tang Yu didn't dare to pick it up as he let out an awkward laugh. I'm sorry, Mr. Li. I just went to the bathroom and didn't wash my hands. Shaking hands with you is disrespectful. A trace of resentment flashed in Princess Li Shue's eyes. You're using that as an excuse? Are you looking down on yourself? She hated it when men looked down on her. So all it takes is one wrong look from one of her male favorites and she breaks out the rich girl's pleasure ball to teach them a lesson. Even some men who were not male favorites dared to look at her that way. She would also do everything she could to make the other person submit to her obediently. Tang Yu had become her target. This man, she must take today.